Chapter 161 Escape from the Weird Community. What's going on? Feng Zhaixing took the rule and walked to Sui Jing and sat down. She stroked the small scorch mark, and the uneven touch under her fingertips felt as if it had really been burned. The circular symbols on this rule represent those two cards. Sui Jing was silent for a while, and then explained to Feng Zhaixing. The cards have been burned, and the circular symbols naturally no longer exist. Then other people's marks will still be there? Feng Zhaixing asked. If they hadn't destroyed the cards, the outcome wouldn't have been any different. Feng Zhaixing opened his mouth and wanted to ask Sui Jing if he wanted to tell other players this information. Sui Jing raised his eyelids and glanced at her, then raised his hand to interrupt what she was about to say. Has the cleaning lady come? Sui Jing asked. Although Feng Zhaixing couldn't figure out what Sui Jing wanted to do, he didn't continue to ask. Been here. Feng Zhaixing told the truth. She came just after I helped you into the room. Have the things been taken away? Take it away. Feng Zhaixing nodded. She saw that your condition was really not good, and she also checked your physical condition. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. What did you find out? Nothing was found. Feng Zhaixing answered truthfully. She said you obviously don't have any big physical problems, but you just don't know why it looks so serious. Oh, right. Feng Zhaixing opened the drawer under the coffee table. She also left this for us. Sui Jing took what Feng Zhaixing was holding. A metal hammer about the length of an adult woman's forearm? Why did she keep this? Sui Jing weighed the hammer, which felt quite good. This was the first time a non-gamer gave her something. What kind of prop is it? She didn't go into details either. Feng Zhaixing spread his hands. She only said that you would definitely need it. Just treat it as a reward for getting the things for her. Sui Jing understood and put the hammer on the table. Let's not talk about this for now, Sui Jing said, taking out the skill cards she got from the fake black shadow and placing them on the table. Is this something useful? Feng Zhaixing looked closer at the card. What are they for? Sui Jing followed Heiying's words and briefly explained the functions of these two cards. So it's an invisibility card? Feng Zhaixing looked excited. This is so cool. Uh-huh, Sui Jing said noncommittally. So, do you want to go do something interesting with me? When Feng Zhaixing heard what Sui Jing said, his eyes lit up, and he was eager to try. I want it. I want it very much. But, Feng Zhaixing hesitated again and again. Although she was willing to follow Sui Jing, she didn't know what they were going to do. What are we going to do? Any plans? Of course, Sui Jing affirmed, stretching out two fingers and tapping on the card. We use them to sneak into rooms that are not allowed to enter and see what's inside. However, the most important thing is to go to the property's room to explore. How can you say that? She was very concerned about his wife's origins. Of course, there was also why there were strange moans coming from his bedroom. Although the cards have the effect of invisibility, we still have to be extremely careful when we act, Sui Jing instructed. If one is not careful, one may fall into a situation that is beyond redemption. I know. Feng Zhaixing looked serious. She naturally knew the importance of this matter. They want to clear the level, but they must find out what secrets are hidden in the community. Then let's take action. Sui Jing handed one of the cards to Feng Zhaixing. Bring the hammer on. So the two opened the door and walked out. The stairs are closed? Feng Zhaixing pointed at the corridor and said. A thick door curtain was put down at the entrance of the corridor, and the 4 characters "No Passage" were written in bright red paint on the door curtain. You don't need to look to know that the corridor entrance at the other end of the corridor must also be closed. Sui Jing took one look and then looked away, his eyes falling on the elevator very close to them. Standing outside the previously unattended elevator was an elevator manager wearing yellow overalls. Judging from the current situation, if they want to leave this floor, they must take the elevator. It's really interesting. It could also force players to trigger these unnecessary processes. Are we going to take the elevator? Feng Zhaixing asked. Why not? Sui Jing asked, raising his legs and walking towards the elevator. When they reached the elevator door, they were both stopped. Which room are you in? The older-looking elevator manager asked. Why do you need to know which room we are in? Feng Zhaixing asked. This is a regulation to make it easier to know who has used the elevator in a day. That's it. Feng Zhaixing said that this reason seemed acceptable. We are 509. Sui Jing deliberately interrupted Feng Zhaixing and replied. Feng Zhaixing turned to look at Sui Jing, his eyes full of doubts. Sui Jing did not respond to Feng Zhaixing, but said another sentence to the elevator manager. Our room is 509. Are you sure? The elevator manager smiled kindly. It seems that your opinions are somewhat inconsistent. Sure. Sui Jing raised his eyes and glanced at Feng Zhaixing. Feng Zhaixing immediately realized what Shen Sui Jing meant and nodded hurriedly to the elevator manager. Yes. We are 509. My memory is not very good, and I always remember it wrong. That's it. The administrator didn't embarrass them too much and just took out a form. Then fill out the elevator usage form. Sui Jing frowned and said impatiently. Is it so troublesome to take the elevator? It's all rules. Please be considerate. The administrator wanted to push the forms into their hands. Just fill in your name. No trouble. Sui Jing turned slightly sideways to avoid the form handed over by the administrator. I can't write. Why don't you write it for us? How is that possible? The administrator obviously didn't believe it. Write quickly, or you won't be able to get in the elevator. Okay. Sui Jing took the form and took out the pen he carried with him. He signed his name smoothly on the form. Then she handed the form to Feng Zhaixing. Feng Zhaixing looked in front of Sui Jing and felt his eyelids jump a few times. He also wrote down his name like a cat painting a tiger. That's it now? Sui Jing handed the form back to the administrator and said, Of course. The administrator took the form and opened the elevator door. Go in. Please be safe. Thanks for the reminder. Sui Jing and Feng Zhaixing pretended not to see the strange expression on the administrator's face and walked straight into the elevator. The moment the elevator door closed, Sui Jing decisively pressed all the floor buttons below the 5th floor regardless of the situation. At this time, the administrator outside the door looked at the two names signed on the form. His eyebrows almost wrinkled into the character Sichuan. And he suddenly felt that his fist was hardened. Following his line of sight, two names were clearly written on the form, Property No. 1 and Property No. 2. Especially the first name. The handwriting is particularly arrogant and unruly. Chapter 162 Escape from the Weird Community. Sister Sui Jing. You just deliberately didn't tell that person our correct room number. Feng Zhaixing said. Yeah. Sui Jing's voice was smooth. Sometimes, the less information you reveal to others, the safer you will be. Even if you make a wrong step on your business trip. Neither you nor I can afford the consequences. I understand. As soon as Feng Zhaixing finished speaking, the elevator dinged and stopped on the 4th floor. The two looked at each other with a wary look in their eyes. Ding. After the elevator door opened, a familiar face from the property management company was revealed behind the door. Sui Jing raised his eyelids lightly and looked at the property owner standing there without saying a word. Hello. The property manager greeted them with a smile. Can I be lucky enough to ride in the same elevator with you? Even so, his eyes remained on the floor buttons in the elevator. Sui Jing opened her thin lips lightly and said slowly, Of course. Under the gaze of the manager with a deep smile, she continued to utter the remaining two words. No. Ding before the property manager could think of what to say. The elevator door was mercilessly closed by Sui Jing. The property owner took back his unstretched hand, looking confused. Is there still such an operation? On the other hand, Sui Jing and Feng Zhaixing were very calm and composed. After all, they were just doing things according to the rules. However, they thought that with just a few floors apart, there would be no other accidents. However, the reality was often not as expected. Suddenly, the two heard a clang and the elevator stopped without warning. Sui Jing looked up at the floor display in the elevator. The elevator was still in the process of descending to the 3rd floor. There was no reason for it to stop suddenly. Just as the two were puzzled, the elevator door was opened again. But after the elevator door opened, they didn't see anyone or anything else standing outside the door. All I saw was the open elevator facing a milky white wall. Are they stuck in the middle of the floor? Sui Jing pursed her lips and reached out to press the button to open and close the elevator door. However, no matter how many times she pressed it, the elevator door remained indifferent and showed no sign of closing. Sui Jing lowered his eyelids and was thinking about how long they were going to stay in there when he heard Feng Zhaixing's sudden scream. Ah! Feng Zhaixing's legs went weak, and he knelt down in the corner of the elevator subconsciously. He covered his mouth with one hand to prevent himself from making any more noise. The other hand pointed tremblingly at the milky white wall facing the elevator. Sui Jing looked in the direction of her finger, and his pupils dilated slightly. Thick, bright red blood slowly flowed down the wall from all directions, and the wall that was just white and spotless was instantly dyed scarlet red by the blood. The entire cramped space was filled with a thick, suffocating and unpleasant smell of blood. Sui Jing's face darkened slightly, but she remained calm. She took 2 steps back and stood sideways in front of Feng Jiaxing. His two eyes were motionless, paying attention to the changes in the scene in front of him. After the thick blood completely covered the wall, Sui Jing discovered that the occupancy indicator light in the elevator was constantly changing. 2, 3, 4, 9. 9 people? Sui Jing glanced at the number 9, and his hand on the handle of Zhang Wangshu's knife tightened. But he still pressed the floor button as if he didn't see anything unusual in the elevator. Feng Jiaxing naturally observed this strange scene. She curled up tightly and wanted to subconsciously grab Sui Jing's sleeves. But then she thought that Sui Jing, who woke up after fainting, didn't seem to like others very much. Touched, she pressed down her hands on her knees, not knowing what to do for a moment. Even though she couldn't see anything except the numbers in the elevator, she still felt a deep fear well up in her heart. The unknown is always the creepiest. Just as her thoughts were spinning, Feng Jiaxing felt someone tap her shoulder. Sui Jing gently pressed Feng Jiaxing's shoulder with his left hand and said softly, "Take it easy. If you're really scared, just close your eyes." Feng Jiaxing silently raised his head and looked at Sui Jing. From her current angle, he could only see half of her delicate profile and smooth jawline. "Yeah," Feng Jiaxing hummed in a thin voice and slowly closed his eyes. When the numbers in the elevator reached 9, the numbers stopped changing. The elevator door began to close gradually, and the overhead light in the elevator was extinguished. They gradually fell into a darkness as thick as splashed ink. Feng Jiaxing rubbed her arms unconsciously. She suddenly felt a little chilly for no reason, as if she was in an air-conditioned room with extremely low temperature. But just before, the temperature in the elevator was obviously very normal. She was not in good health, and the sudden drop in temperature made her body unbearable. So she coughed lightly against her lips. Her cough was terrible. The chill that had just spread in the elevator was scattered. Now when she coughed, the biting chill suddenly gathered around her, making her shivering. She suddenly wanted to know what kind of situation Sui Jing was in now. With a cold aura around Sui Jing, he might be able to compete with these bone-chilling cold auras. The lights in the elevator suddenly turned on again, and Feng Jiaxing felt the light again in front of his eyes. He wanted to open his eyes tremblingly to see what was going on in the elevator now. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Sui Jing seem to move a few steps forward. As soon as Feng Jiaxing uttered a syllable, Sui Jing turned to look at her, with quiet written brightly in his eyes. Feng Jiaxing had no choice but to close his mouth and stay quietly in the corner, not daring to move rashly. Her big eyes moved around, trying to see what Sui Jing wanted to do. Feng Jiaxing saw Sui Jing mouthing 2 words silently. "Arrive. Arrive?" Feng Jiaxing looked up at the floor display in confusion. The next second, as if she was frightened, her pupils suddenly dilated. 1 floor below. Doesn't the rule say that there is no negative floor in the apartment? Why is there a negative level here? Where is this going? Many questions swirled in Feng Jiaxing's mind. Lingering. Ding. The elevator stopped steadily on the underground floor. Sui Jing still didn't understand. She had pressed the button on every floor. If she wanted to stop, she should stop on the 2nd floor first. How could she run to the 1st floor without any problems? TSK. When Sui Jing saw the elevator door opened, she stepped aside, freeing up the passage in the middle of the elevator. After all, she didn't want something weird to pass by her. There were no lights on the underground floor, and nothing could be seen outside. The entire floor was emitting green fluorescent light, and occasionally black shadows could be seen passing by, which was extremely scary. You can feel the coolness seeping in from outside the elevator. Feng Jiaxing wished he could poke his eyes out and pray that he hadn't seen these weird and horrifying scenes. This underground level looks as scary as the underworld. When Sui Jing saw that the number of people on the indicator had returned to the number 2, he quickly closed the elevator and pressed the floor button for the 1st floor. Chapter 163: Escape from the Weird Neighborhood. After the ding, Feng Jiaxing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the correct number appearing on the display. This time the elevator finally successfully stopped on the 1st floor. As soon as Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing stepped out of the elevator door closed immediately, as if to prevent them from escaping. Sui Jing didn't pay much attention. She stretched out 2 fingers to take out the card she snatched from Shadow from her pocket, and wrote her name neatly on it with a pen. After finishing the work, he handed the pen to Feng Jiaxing. After Feng Jiaxing also wrote her name, she took out a lighter, lit the 2 cards together, and placed them in the corner. As a thin wisp of smoke rose, something strange happened. Although Sui Jing could clearly feel that their figures were becoming more and more transparent, and perhaps others could no longer see it with the naked eye, She could still see that Feng Zhaixing's figure and appearance were almost completely transparent. Transparent plastic. As for why Sui Jing knew that the card had started to take effect. In addition to this reason, she also found that the shadows they cast on the wall from the corridor light gradually disappeared as their bodies faded. From this point of view, Feng Zhaixing should also be able to see her. And she thinks the most convenient thing is that not only are they themselves completely hidden, but even some of the personal belongings they carry are currently invisible to the naked eye. Let's go! In order not to make any noise, Sui Jing had to mouth to tell Feng Zai that it was time for them to take action. Fortunately, Feng Zhaixing completely understood what she meant, so she followed Sui Jing's steps closely. What they didn't notice was that as soon as they walked away, a strange and shapeless monster with a very ugly and terrifying face appeared on their back legs. It was impossible to tell what it was from its appearance, and got close to where the cards were burned. Sniffed next to the ashes. The monster suddenly danced around the ashes and started jumping around, acting like a child who didn't know anything yet and had discovered some new and interesting object. Sui Jing and Feng Zhaixing looked at the rows of locked and rusty iron doors in front of them and sighed together. If they don't know how to open these doors, then they won't know what secrets are hidden in this room. And they won't know why the rules don't allow them to come to this floor. She can open locks. But wouldn't it be a waste of time to open so many locks one by one? After all, their invisibility time is only a short 2 hours. And because they were invisible now, the lights in the corridor only turned on for a moment when they got out of the elevator. And now the lights have been completely turned off. Now they can only judge the surrounding situation with a little bit of extremely weak light. Sui Jing was just thinking about whether there was any way to open all the iron locks on the door at once, when he heard the sound of someone coming out of the elevator. She and Feng Zhaixing looked at each other, and both of them retreated to both sides of an iron door, wanting to see who the person who came down was. What's wrong? The person spoke first. It was obviously a man's voice. But Sui Jing frowned slightly. Regardless of who this person was, she didn't hear the other person speaking. So who was he talking to? After a while of silence, Sui Jing heard the man chuckle and say, "Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Let's be obedient." Okay. It looked like two people were having a conversation, but the other person's voice was never heard. Sui Jing would not think that he was talking to other people through some means. Let's not talk about whether there is a signal here. Whether people in this game know what communication equipment there is a problem. Okay. Come with me first to see what benefits we have prepared for you and them today. As soon as the man finished speaking, he accidentally turned towards the place where Sui Jing and the others were. The door comes. Never seen it. The moment Sui Jing saw the man's face vaguely, she knew that he had never seen the person in front of her. Maybe it can be called a human being. The man was wearing a white chef's uniform and took out a bunch of keys from his pocket. After he picked out one of the keys and opened the door, Sui Jing and Feng Zhaixing took the opportunity to slip in. Feng Zhaixing was startled when the light in the room was suddenly turned on. Doing such a sneaky thing still requires a certain amount of psychological quality. After the man entered the door, he threw the keys on the table and turned around naturally and walked towards the stove. Judging from the decoration and layout, the interior is just a very ordinary large kitchen. There is nothing on the stove except some chopping boards, kitchen knives, and some tableware placed in the cabinet. They didn't even see any of the ingredients. Feng Zhaixing quickly retreated behind Sui Jing because she saw what the man had done, and the ordinary stove suddenly changed its appearance. The small stove retreated instantly, and what appeared was a huge smooth stone slab. There are axes, chainsaws, and other large cutting tools on the stone slab. In this situation, it's hard to imagine what this person wants to do. I saw the man taking out a lower limb of some type of animal from a gray cardboard box behind him. It looked a bit like an antelope and a bit like a reindeer. Sui Jing couldn't tell what it was for a moment, but the lower limb was too big. From the moment he picked it up, he could see that it was almost as tall as the man. Are the legs of an antelope or reindeer really that long? But this is not the point. The point is that this lower limb has already rotted to the point of being rotten at first glance. When Sui Jing walked closer to him, he could not only smell the stench of rot, but also clearly see the odor on it. The squirming white maggots. Seeing this, Sui Jing gently bit his back teeth and felt that his mind was being impacted. Didn't anyone tell her that these things this man made were for them to eat? Then the pile of things she saw on the first day were no different. If this is the case, it can only be said that the system really does not do anything, and only knows how to do meaningless and extremely disgusting things. Even Sui Jing was reluctant to continue watching. let alone Feng Jiaxing. It happened that when the man entered the door, for some unknown reason, he did not close the door anyway. At this moment, the door was wide open to the outside. Sui Jing winked at Xian and walked toward the table to get the key. The moment her hand touched the key instantly became transparent. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and glanced at the bunch of keys in his hand. Needless to say, this skill was really quite convenient. After getting the key, Sui Jing made a mouth gesture to Feng Jiaxing. Get out first. After the two of them went out, the man who had been concentrating on cutting meat suddenly stopped. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of the table. Seeing that the key he had placed on the table when he entered was gone, a mysterious smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 164 Escape from the Weird Community. An ugly giant monster suddenly appeared at the man's feet. It crawled at the man's feet like a well-trained pet, and kept climbing on the man's calves. Okay. Let them go. The man's palm stroked the monster's head. Just be a little more generous and satisfy their last curiosity. The man seemed very confident. It wasn't like it was the first time he had encountered something like this. If you are really not at ease, you can follow them. You can smell their scent anyway. Can't you? After the man said it, he ignored it and continued to concentrate on the work at hand, as if he really didn't care about Sui Jing and the others. Little did he know, this would be the biggest mistake he had ever made. When the monster heard what the man said, its eyes were bright. Its long scarlet tongue was hanging from its mouth, and it ran excitedly towards the outside of the house. By the way, Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing came to the corridor with the key, and they used the key to open the door of the room farthest from the man. You still have to respect NPCs a little bit, right? After the door opened, Sui Jing glanced at the things in the room with a calm expression. As if he had expected it, the rotten smell inside the house was extremely strong, and everything you could see was the rotting remains of creatures crawling with mosquitoes, flies, maggots, some complete but most of them incomplete. The two opened the room next door and took a look. They knew that there was no need to look at the other rooms. They could guess that they were just the same. Apart from these, there seemed to be nothing else worthy of being placed in these rooms. As for the more important things, she would rather believe that they would be placed in his own room on the property. Sui Jing's hand that was locking the lock suddenly paused. Her intuition told her that something was following them, but she did not find any traces of other creatures walking. Unless, like them, the creature following them also has the special ability to become invisible. There's someone. Sui Jing looked at Feng Jiaxing, who was standing next to him, and said calmly. However, it wouldn't be difficult to catch the uninvited guest following them. Sui Jing's fingers on the handle of the knife were tapping unconsciously. Suddenly, as if he had thought of some good idea, the fingers that were tapping the handle paused, and there was a hint of interest in his eyebrows. The prop card she had drawn previously had been used when she uniformed the fake Song Huaisheng. Now, she could only pray that the thing following them was not so smart. Sui Jing opened the door again and walked in. He winked at Feng Jiaxing and signaled her to follow him, and closed the door from the inside but not closed. They came to catch turtles in an urn. She believed that even if there was someone following them, they couldn't see it with their eyes. According to her guess, it was most likely based on the smell on their bodies. The smell of a living person. If that's the case, then they hide in a room full of putrid smells, and use these stinking smells to temporarily cover their breath. She looked at Feng Jiaxing, who was following her, and realized that he probably couldn't stand the rotten smell in the room. So she slightly covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves. Sui Jing could also understand that the smell in this room was so strong that it even made her uncomfortable. Let alone Feng Jiaxing, who was not in good physical condition. Hold on. Sui Jing motioned to Feng Jiaxing. Feng Jiaxing nodded solemnly, and they both walked to a corner of the room to observe the situation at the door. With a creak, the ajar iron door was opened to a larger gap from the outside, as if something had come in from outside the door. The piece of paper that Sui Jing had just deliberately placed by the door was gently carried up by the changing air flow. An imperceptible smile appeared in Sui Jing's eyes, and he gently twitched the corners of his lips. Coming. The two of them watched helplessly as an extremely ugly monster gradually appeared in the house. It lay on the ground and kept waving its huge black nose, as if it was sniffing the scent of Sui Jing and the others. Boom. A gust of breeze came from nowhere and gently closed the half-open iron door. Seeing that the iron door was closed, the monster began to become anxious. It doesn't want to stay in this damn place forever, and I don't know if the owner will be able to find it later. It kept climbing on the door lock with its two huge, but stubby front paws. However, the door lock was installed too high. Even if it was huge, it could not easily reach the door with its two slightly bulky front paws. Lock position. Ouch! The monster howled anxiously. Woo! The monster suddenly let out a painful cry. It turned its head and looked at the sharp blade stuck in its neck. The whole beast became frantic. It bared its fangs and wanted to bite off the sharp weapon that had penetrated its skin. However, its neck was too short and its head was too big, so it was impossible to do this. Just when it was about to jump around in the room to knock off the long knife, it saw that the knife stuck in its body disappeared in an instant. The next second, wounds of varying sizes appeared one after another on its four legs. And apart from smelling something that didn't belong here, it couldn't see where the perpetrator was. This made its not very smart head almost fume with anxiety. And in a hurry, it came up with the stupidest solution. It tried to use its body to knock the iron door open. But how could Sui Jing give it the chance to make such a big fuss? The moment its head was about to hit the iron door, it felt as if it was tied up with a rope. At the moment when it came into contact with the rope, the monster saw the two intruders with a strange smell. One of them was holding the other end of the rope that tied it, and was looking at it with a cold face. Sui Jing pulled the rope and walked up to it, tightened the knot around it, and then threw the other end of the rope up into the air and wrapped it around the horizontal bar where other torsos were hanging, and tied it in a tight knot. Then, as long as a person enters this room, he can see an unspeakable ugly thing hanging in the center of the room. As for where did this rope come from? Of course, it just happened in the first room. No, it just comes in handy, doesn't it? Let's go! After doing this somewhat immoral thing, Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing opened the iron door with the key. She thought that the key would never be used anyway, and she didn't want to make another trip to return it. So she simply hung it on the iron door. The two of them quietly slipped up to the second floor from the elevator on this side. The two of them tiptoed to the door of the property room, stopped at the door, and carefully listened to see if there was any other movement in the house. After confirming that there was indeed no sound in the house, Sui Jing took out the room card that the cleaning staff had given her that day from her pocket. Fortunately, he didn't rush to give the things back to her, and she didn't ask for them either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get in so easily. Click. The door opened. Chapter 165 Escape from the Weird Community. Although the two of them could not be seen by ordinary people, Sui Jing and Feng Jiaxing were still extremely careful. They closed the door gently, trying not to make any noise, and maintained a high degree of vigilance in every move. Judging from the timetable she saw in the property management room that day, the property management, at this point, was indeed not in his own room. After searching the hall and finding nothing, the two came to the bedroom door. Sui Jing stretched out a hand to twist the bedroom door handle, but found that the door was locked from the inside. Sui Jing sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to take out a paper clip from his body. She straightened the paper clip and inserted it into the keyhole. After a few seemingly random fiddles, the locked door suddenly opened through a small gap. Woo! Just as Sui Jing refolded the paper clip and put it away, he heard a familiar whimpering sound coming from the bedroom. What is this? Feng Jiaxing looked at Sui Jing in shock. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at the charming woman curled up on the ground in front of him. If her facial features had not changed much, she would never have imagined that the snake girl lying on the ground now was the property manager's wife, who was brought to their room by the property manager that day. Although the snake girl couldn't see Sui Jing and the others, she could clearly smell their unique human scent. It knew someone had broken in, but it didn't know who had broken in. And the property was not in the room now. Its hands and waist were tightly tied by slender and strong iron chains, and it could not move at all. It could only keep whimpering softly, trying to alert other people to the illegal intruders. Sui Jing was really disturbed by her. She walked around behind Snake Girl and struck the back of Snake Girl's neck with a clean palm. The Snake Girl lost consciousness instantly and fainted on the ground. How did it become like this? Feng Jiaxing asked with a frown. I don't know. Sui Jing's voice was cold, as if he didn't care much about how the Snake Girl became like this. First look for anything special in the room. Hearing what Sui Jing said, Feng Jiaxing had no choice but to put aside his strong curiosity for the time being and start searching seriously. Sui Jing walked to the head of the bed, stared at the wall in front of him and pondered for a long time. Then reached out and knocked on the wall and said to Feng Jiaxing, There seems to be a secret passage here. Secret passage? Feng Jiaxing ran to Sui Jing from the other side, took a closer look at the ordinary wall, and finally imitated Sui Jing's example, and stretched out his hand to knock on it. It seemed so. Then how to open it? Feng Zhaixing muttered. Bang. Under Feng Zhaixing's eyes full of amazement, Sui Jing let go of the ring pulled out from the wall, and raised the corners of his lips calmly. Opened. Feng Zhaixing, it has to be you. Why is there such a mess here? Feng Zhaixing complained with a curl of his lips. It's so dark. There's not even a light. Wouldn't it be obvious if there were lights? Sui Jing asked back. However, as Feng Zhaixing said, there was indeed no light in the secret passage. If they had not predicted in advance and brought flashlights, they would have had to go forward in the dark. Moreover, the directions inside were very complicated. Sui Jing roughly counted and found that they had turned around a dozen times and gone up and down the stairs several times. But they still had not reached the end of the secret passage. But there is only one floor here. Is the construction layout of this secret passage really reasonable? Or is it actually another unknown space inside the secret passage? The two of them didn't know how long they had been walking. When Feng Zhaixing was almost knocked unconscious, they finally discovered that there seemed to be bursts of sapphire blue light not far away. We're here. Sui Jing walked further ahead so that she could see the road ahead first. Are there any scary monsters inside? Feng Zhaixing always felt that the front was eerie, and he couldn't help but be a little scared. Don't worry, Sui Jing comforted. Even if there were, they can't see us now. Feng Zhaixing nodded solemnly and followed Sui Jing step by step. Bah! Sui Jing found the power switch at the entrance. After the crisp sound, the room became completely bright. This is it. Sui Jing frowned. His face not very pretty. At the end of the secret passage is an extremely huge open space, in which an astonishing number of giant glass cabins are neatly arranged. The shape of each glass cabin is like a huge transparent capsule. But these capsules are not filled with medicine, but with people. The glass cabin is almost filled with sapphire blue potion. And the potion is soaked with various kinds of, should we say humans? They are just like the snake girl in the bedroom of the property. They are not like humans, and animals are not like animals. Some of them still look like normal people, but they have wings that are not human. Some of the heads are human, but the bodies below the neck are birds. She didn't know how they became like this, but it was most likely related to the property management. They all closed their eyes quietly now, as if falling into an endless sleep. It's hard for them to imagine why they should be transformed like this, to satisfy their perverted and curious psychology, or for other reasons. To be honest, most of them are beautifully remodeled, but also lifeless. They have become livestock. Perhaps not even as much as livestock. Should we do something? Feng Zhaixing was also frightened by the scene in front of him and asked Sui Jing quickly. Sui Jing shook her head in a small arc, indicating that she hadn't thought of it yet. She took a few steps forward and stood in front of the glass cabin closest to her. There was a young boy in the glass cabin, probably only 7 or 8 years old. The boy's arms were completely transformed into snow-white wings, and his body was also furry, as if it had grown feathers. There was a small operating table under the glass cabin. Sui Jing looked to see if there was any text on it that she could understand. However, there are only 2 buttons, one red and one yellow, on the console, and there is only a display screen and nothing else. However, the moment Sui Jing's hands touched the console, the boy in the glass cabin slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were dark, like those of a real bird, but inexplicably, Sui Jing still read the meaning of pleading in his eyes. The medicine in the cabin was only flooded up to the neck, so much so that the heads of these children were still exposed to the potion. Gigi the boy let out a mournful cry, which lasted for a long time. Logically speaking, the time has not yet come, so it should not be able to see itself. Could it be that he sensed someone? Sui Jing's black and white eyes were covered with coldness, and they couldn't even speak. The boy's cry woke up most of the modified people in the glass cabin. In an instant, the scene became uncontrollable, and all kinds of cries and roars could be heard in the room. What should I do? Feng Zhaixing came to Sui Jing's side. If we don't think of a way, we might recruit the property management company. Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows, and was silent for a while before speaking. Smash it, and let them go. Feng Zhaixing's eyes widened. Is this okay? Sui Jing took the hammer handed over by Feng Zhaixing, and smashed it towards the glass cabin in front of him. Always try! The moment she hit it with a hand hammer, she found that her body gradually appeared. It seems the time has come. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he is invisible or indivisible now. Should I say that this hand hammer was given to her by the cleaning lady? Before even a few hits, the glass cabin was already smashed to pieces, and the royal blue liquid inside flowed all over the floor, and even got some on Sui Jing's shoes. Sui Jing raised his head and glanced at the huge number of glass cabins. If he really smashed the glass cabins one by one, he didn't know that it would be the year of the monkey. Suddenly, she saw what seemed to be a power supply station in the center of the house. Is it possible that as long as the power is cut off, they can all come out? However, the main stage is also covered with a thick glass cover, and it seems that it still needs to be smashed. Just when Sui Jing raised the hammer and was about to smash it at the glass cover, he heard a familiar voice coming from the entrance. What are you doing? Chapter 166 Escape from the Weird Community. Sui Jing frowned and handed the hammer to Feng Zhaixing. She walked up to the property, raised her thin eyelids and glanced at him casually. Her handsome eyebrows were slightly horizontal, revealing a touch of arrogance. Why are you here? Sui Jing asked. The property owner gave a smile that was far from friendly, and said in a sinister tone, Should I ask you this? Sui Jing shrugged slightly, and turned his face slightly. Isn't it obvious? Huh? The property manager frowned angrily, and in an instant he showed a sense of apparent pleasure. It seems you are ready to bear the consequences of doing this. I never said that, Sui Jing denied. Actually, Sui Jing actually quirked his eyebrows and smiled slightly. I don't intend to bear the consequences. Do I? Are you making your own decision? No need to talk nonsense. Seeing that the manager was already angry, he took off a huge package half a person's height from his back. He put the package on the ground. Although he couldn't see its full picture, he could still feel its solid weight. What is this? Sui Jing asked without changing his expression. The thing that will take your life. As soon as the property manager finished speaking, the gray cloth on the package fell off to the ground, revealing a shiny iron axe inside. Feng Zhaixing. Sui Jing looked at the property manager and rushed over with an axe in hand. She quickly turned to Feng Zhaixing and said, To destroy the power supply. Zheng Zhanwanshu took out the sheath to block the first attack of the axe. The blade made a sharp clang and buzzing sound the moment it collided with the axe. The knife is good? The property manager took back the axe, with a sinister look on his face. You better hope it doesn't break easily. Otherwise, you'll have to take my axe with your bare hands. Sui Jing ignored him. After taking the knife back, he roughly inspected the blade and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was intact. It should be said that it is a weapon that I have put a lot of effort into forging. It is quite durable. It would be a pity if it really ended like this. When the property manager saw Sui Jing ignoring him, he immediately thought he was offended. Don't bully others too much. Sui Jing glanced at him lightly, as if she had just realized that the property manager was talking to her. Her tone and expression were calm and emotionless, but the words she said could make him furious. Don't worry. If you break your neck first, my knife won't break it. However, you don't seem to be very flexible. Sui Jing was almost sarcastic, leaving no room for words. Why? The axe is too heavy to lift? Don't bully others too much. The manager was furious and swung his axe at Sui Jing. TSK. Sui Jing continued to mock. There's a lot of nonsense. Suffer death. Sui Jing learned a lesson this time. When he struck with the axe, he did not catch the blow head-on. Instead, he turned sideways to dodge his attack. Well? The manager stared at Sui Jing with bulging eyes. His mouth opened, and the next second he fell to the floor with a plop. Unconscious. Sui Jing sneered and put down the raised Zhanwashu. She thought he could be very powerful with an axe, but she just hit him with the back of the knife and passed out on the spot. He had vowed to take her life before, but now it seemed like nothing more. This NPC does not live up to his name. The moment Sui Jing hung Zhanwashu back on his waist, Feng Zhaixing also successfully broke the glass cover above the power supply station. Click! Feng Zhaixing quickly pulled down the main switch on the power supply station. The room instantly became pitch black, with only the liquid in the glass cabin still faintly emitting blue fluorescence. Is this a success? Feng Zhaixing felt that there was no reaction after pulling the switch. It was similar to when they first came in. Sui Jing's clear voice came from not far away in the darkness. Successful. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Zhaixing heard the sound of something slowly starting up. She felt that the glass cabin was slowly opening. Let's go quickly, Sui Jing said to Feng Zhaixing. Here we come. Feng Zhaixing hurriedly caught up with Sui Jing. She knew that if they didn't leave now, when the glass cabin was completely lowered, the fluorescent liquid inside would definitely flood the place. By then, They won't be able to escape even if they want to. Huh. Feng Zhaixing was panting rapidly as she ran. She was in poor health, and it was a rare opportunity for her to exercise so strenuously. Does he care? Sui Jing knew that she was asking about the property owner who was still sleeping on the ground. So he responded, in spite of. There is a high probability that he will not drown in the water anyway. So let him be. Haha, the two ran for a while before finally escaping from the secret passage. Feng Zhaixing held his legs with both hands and kept adjusting his breathing. It was as if his two legs were fighting, and he almost fell down first. Woohoo! The snake girl who fell to the ground seemed to feel that danger was coming. She kept moving on the ground and moaned, hoping that Sui Jing and the others could give her a way out. Sister Sui Jing. Feng Zhaixing glanced at Snake Girl, not wanting to sympathize with her, as if he was just asking casually. Want to save? Sui Jing opened the bedroom door and walked out without looking back. Feng Zhaixing couldn't see her expression, but only heard her cold voice coming from far and near. No need. Couldn't she still guess who told the property management company about their whereabouts? If the others don't mess with her, she can let them go most of the time. But taking the initiative to do something that threatens them is another matter. Sui Jing and Feng Zhaixing got on the elevator. All they had to do now was go back to their rooms. As for the rest, everything was easy to handle. That is, when Sui Jing and Feng Zhaixing arrived at the door of the room, they saw the elevator manager standing at the door of room 509, knocking on the door, looking very urgent. Sui Jing glanced lightly, and then looked away, opened the door and walked in. What are we going to do now? Feng Zhaixing asked. Wait. What are you waiting for? Sui Jing raised his head and looked out the window. They had been here for so many days. It was obviously a sunny day, with the sun shining brightly. But it was rare for it to rain lightly outside the apartment. She narrowed her eyes and murmured softly. Wait until the rain stops. Go and pack your things. And let them know by the way. After Sui Jing said this, she walked towards her bedroom. When she came out again, she was already pulling her suitcase. After a while, Feng Zhaixing also walked out with his luggage. Sui Jing stood alone by the window, and the intercom was buzzing with noisy voices. Most of them were asking if the game was over and how it ended. She seemed to hear panic howls coming from unknown floors. Maybe every floor. Needless to say, the group of people outside must have turned into a mess. But those are no longer important. Feng Zhaixing glanced at Sui Jing, then at the walkie-talkie, and decided it was better to ignore them and let them guess. The rain has stopped. She heard Sui Jing say. Stop. Really? She quickly ran to the window and stood there. She saw that the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the end of the continuous line of rain could be seen. The blue liquid they were familiar with slowly seeped out from the door of the first-floor apartment, and soon covered the courtyard, flowing farther away than they could see. There were many birds flying in the sky and chirping, and there were also cats, dogs, and various animals having fun on the ground. If you ignore the out-of-place blue liquid and the bloody remains of flesh and white bones hidden in the haystack, it will be as peaceful and harmonious as the original human world. And the years will be peaceful. Suddenly I wanted to go home. Feng Zhaixing suddenly understood the meaning of Sui Jing's words. She turned her head to look at Sui Jing, then looked at the blue sky in the distance. Her eyebrows curved. Yeah. The rain stopped. Chapter 167 Bus Horror. Welcome to all players to enter Dungeon Bus Survival. You are a junior at Swansea University. Today is the day of the practical inspection you have been waiting for a long time. The counselor will lead you and your classmates to the destination of this trip. However, you seem to have discovered something was not quite right during the journey. Why does the bus you take seem to keep looping on the same road? Why was it that the sunny weather when we set off was now completely shrouded in fog? And the driver didn't seem to be as friendly as he appeared on the surface. What bad intentions was he having? Task release. When you safely arrive at the destination of this trip, the game ends. Game instructions. This copy is a multiplayer role-playing copy. Please hide your true identity, and do not let other people find out. Otherwise, the game is about to begin. Are you ready? Sui Jing. Sui Jing felt someone push his arm gently. Sui Jing. Don't sleep. Sui Jing opened her eyes, and found that she was sitting in a medium-sized double-decker bus. There were a group of people she didn't know sitting around her. But judging from their age, they should be from Swansea University like her. As the system said, be a student. Sui Jing was sitting by the window on the second floor of the bus. The person who woke up Sui Jing was a girl with a round face. And her seat happened to be next to Sui Jing. "What's wrong?" Sui Jing asked. This time, before she entered the dungeon, she did not encounter any players with the same identity on the way there as usual. But this time the game is obviously not a single-player copy. So, what about everyone else? Is it possible that she has to find them one by herself? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? The girl looked at Sui Jing worriedly. You don't look good. And you've been sleeping since you got in the car. Are you feeling a little carsick? Sui Jing raised his eyelids and glanced at her, wondering where she could tell that he looked bad. But in order not to reveal his true identity, Sui Jing finally nodded and responded weakly. It's a little bit. It's okay. Really? The girl seemed not to believe it. How about we ask the counselor to get some motion sickness medicine? The girl pointed to the woman sitting in the front row of the bus. It really doesn't matter. Sui Jing rejected her proposal. I'm much better now. The girl had to give up. Well, if you really can't hold it anymore, you must tell me. Sui Jing could not refuse her kindness, so he could only nod in agreement. Good. Sui Jing sat in his seat, but didn't notice the suitcase he had brought. None of this matters. It's gone if it's gone. But Zhang Wanshu also disappeared. Sui Jing. What are you looking for? The round-faced girl seemed to notice Sui Jing's movements and turned around to ask. Where are our luggage? The reason why Sui Jing asked this was based on the background given by the system. Since so many of them are going to a place that requires such a long journey of transportation, everyone must prepare luggage. In this case, there must be a fixed place to store the luggage. If there is not one in the car, then it is most likely to be placed in the trunk. The girl looked at Sui Jing strangely. Of course I put it in the trunk. Why don't you know this? I'm sorry. Sui Jing explained calmly. When I got car sick just now, my head hurt so much. And now my brain is still a little groggy. So that's it. The girl believed Sui Jing's words. What's wrong? Are you looking for something? Yeah. Sui Jing nodded. I'm a little hungry. Just wait a moment. The girl said. We should stop for a while at the intersection ahead. Good. Sui Jing saw that there was indeed an intersection not far ahead. So he agreed and stopped rushing to find his things. But now? Shouldn't we find our teammates first? She's fine. But don't accidentally hurt one of your own when the time comes. That's not her original intention. There doesn't seem to be anyone on this road. Sui Jing said casually. Yes. The girl agreed. After driving for so long, I didn't see any other people or cars on the road. This place is really desolate. I really don't know why we want to go to that kind of place for inspection. The girl complained gushingly. Where are we going to inspect? Although Sui Jing knew that there was a certain chance that she might be exposed if she asked this question, she believed that she could successfully bring the topic back to the topic. I don't know either. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't know where their destination was. This also allowed Sui Jing to temporarily escape the risk of exposure. It seems that we were going to a certain village for an inspection. The counselor didn't tell us. Just kept it a secret. That's it. Sui Jing turned his head and looked at the scenery outside the window and stopped talking. Boom. After a loud noise, Sui Jing felt like he was jolted a few times. What happened? The girl asked in horror. Sui Jing, on the other hand, remained calm. He just glanced around with a faint expression, then turned back to look out the window. Classmates. Students. Be quiet. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the front seat of the vehicle. Our vehicle accidentally punctured a tire. Now the driver needs to change the tire immediately. So please get out of the car and wait for a rest. We will continue moving after changing the spare tire. As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, the bus door was opened, and the students lined up and got off one after another. If students are hungry, they can go to the trunk to get their own food. Sui Jing was waiting for her words. So after hearing this, she walked towards the trunk without looking back. Sure enough, she saw Zhang Wanshu placed with her suitcase in the trunk. Sui Jing took out Zhang Wanshu first before anyone else arrived. Then opened the suitcase and took a few candies before walking away. What is this? The girl came to Sui Jing's side with some bread. She frowned slightly when she saw the long knife hanging on Sui Jing's waist. Why did you bring the knife? Didn't the counselor say in advance that knives are not allowed? Sui Jing glanced at Zhang Wanshu, who was tied around his waist, and then looked at the girl. What do you mean? It's fake. Made of glass. I feel uncomfortable not wearing it. Sui Jing would never have been able to say such a thing if it weren't for the purpose of preventing others from discovering his hidden identity. She really put a lot of effort into completing the mission of the game. Really? The girl curled her lips. Then can you show me? He said, coming over to grab her long knife. No. Sui Jing easily dodged her outstretched hand and explained casually. This knife breaks easily and will hurt you. So don't touch it. The girl looked at Zhang Wangshu suspiciously, and then at Sui Jing. She saw a sincere face and worries in her eyes. It was really difficult to say no to this delicate and beautiful face. So the girl had to compromise. Road. Okay. I won't read it. But, the girl looked straight into Sui Jing's eyes. You don't seem to have called me by my name today. Chapter 168 Bus Horror. Sui Jing's eyelids twitched twice, unconsciously, but remained calm. His calm eyes like water gently drifted on the girl's cheeks and body. As if she didn't understand why the girl would suddenly say such a thing. There was a perfect sense of confusion in her eyes. Her thin lips were slightly opened. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. And she spoke a few words calmly. Wei Yu. What are you talking about? The girl's scrutinizing eyes stayed on Sui Jing's face for a few seconds. Then she looked away and waved her hand, saying apologetically, It's nothing. I just haven't heard you call my name all day today. I feel quite uncomfortable. Sui Jing slightly lowered his eyelids to cover the emotions in his eyes. And his voice contained a smile that was neither salty nor bland, but had no clear meaning. That's right. Wei Yu handed the bread in his hand to Sui Jing. Aren't you hungry? This is for you. Thank you. Sui Jing's eyebrows curved beautifully. And she smiled and took the small bag of bread that Wei Yu handed her. You're welcome. As soon as Wei Yu finished speaking, he heard the middle-aged woman say that the tires had been replaced and asked them to get in the car immediately and prepare to set off. Okay. Let's go quickly. Don't let them leave you behind, Wei Yu said, turning around and running towards the car door. Sui Jing watched Wei Yu's running figure calmly, then put the bread into his pocket with his backhand. She would not dare to eat food from unknown sources. Has everyone come up? The middle-aged woman asked, standing in the carriage. Everyone is coming up. Everyone in the carriage answered in unison. Then students, please sit back in your seats. We are getting ready to leave. Good. Sui Jing. Let's change seats. I want to sit inside. Wei Yu stood in front of Sui Jing and blocked her entrance. Sui Jing looked at her and saw a bright smile hanging on the corner of Wei Yu's mouth. So she nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter where she sits. But she prefers to sit near the aisle. Then you're welcome. Wei Yu immediately sat down at Sui Jing's original seat. It's better for you. Sui Jing hummed noncommittally and sat down next to her. Just when Sui Jing was about to close his eyes and pretend to rest, he was actually thinking about how to find his teammates. I heard the counselors sitting in the front row start talking again. I have some motion sickness patches here. The counselor turned his head to face them and shook the motion sickness patches in his hand. Is there anyone here to help the teacher give these to classmates who are motion sick? Sui Jing originally thought that this kind of thing should have nothing to do with her, so she didn't intend to pay attention to it. But she didn't expect Wei Yu, who was sitting next to her, to speak out. Teacher, I can help. Then let student Wei Yu distribute it. Sui Jing really didn't know why a few sets of motion sickness stickers had to be handed out by a special person. Wouldn't it be better to just pass them down along the location? Anyone who needs one can just grab one, and that will be okay. Until Wei Yu stood in front of her after taking the motion sickness patch. Sui Jing. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Wei Yu looked troubled and looked like he was really unwell. So, Sui Jing looked at her quietly, waiting for her next words. So please send it to me, Wei Yu begged. I have promised the counselor. I can't let her find someone else. I know you are the best. I know you don't care about these things. So just think of it as helping me. I owe you a favor. Sui Jing understood instantly that Wei Yu still didn't believe him. She was testing herself. Okay. Sui Jing took a stack of motion sickness stickers from her hand. Then you rest first, and I'll help you. Do you still remember who you want to send it to? Wei Yu asked. If you don't remember, I can tell you their names again. Remember. Sui Jing asked Wei Yu to sit down and rejected Wei Yu's kind offer. If she said she didn't remember, wouldn't it make her more suspicious of herself? What's more, even if she really said the names of those people again, she still wouldn't know who they were. By then, there won't even be a reason to argue. That's good. Don't send it to the wrong person, Wei Yu warned. If it doesn't go well, the counselor will be very angry. Yeah. Sui Jing agreed and walked towards the first floor of the bus. When she was talking to Wei Yu just now, She counted the motion sickness stickers on her hand. And there were 8 pairs in total. It should be distributed to 8 different people. So it seems that it is not particularly difficult. Arriving on the first floor, Sui Jing first observed the expressions of the people around him, but could not see anything unusual at all. She squinted her eyes and walked to the middle of the carriage to stand. The teacher asked me to give you motion sickness stickers. The backrest of the seat is too high, and I can't see you clearly. Please raise your hands if you are motion sick. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Jing saw 3 arms slowly raised in the carriage. She handed the motion sickness stickers to them one by one. When handing the thing to the third person, the person suddenly said to Sui Jing after getting it, "I'm sorry, classmate. I suddenly stopped fainting. You'd better take it back." Sui Jing turned around with an imperceptible pause. She turned back to look at the person who had given her the motion sickness patch. They both saw something familiar in each other's eyes. "It's okay." Sui Jing took back the motion sickness patch and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Sorry. I'm a little face blind. But you look familiar. Are we in the same class?" Sui Jing dared to ask this because the number of people in the car far exceeded the number of one class. So she speculated that there should be more than one class participating in the inspection. Of course. The man smiled. "We are classmates. And your face blindness is really hopeless." "That's right." Sui Jing glanced at him with a smile and walked towards the second floor. "I go first." So far, she's only found one teammate. What's even more ridiculous is that she has no idea how many players are in the car. When they reached the second floor, Sui Jing could no longer stand in front and wait for them to raise their hands like before. The counselor and Wei Yu are both here, and they will be found out if they are not careful. Thinking of this, Sui Jing suddenly had an idea. She walked up to the counselor and spoke softly. "Teacher, I don't seem to have enough motion sickness stickers. Who should I send them to first?" "Not enough?" The counselor stared at him strangely. "It's impossible. I counted them when I came here, and there are indeed only a few people who get motion sickness." "Teacher, you also know that plans can never keep up with changes," Sui Jing said helplessly. "Look, according to the plan, there are 2 people at the bottom and 6 people at the top. It should be just right. But now there are many more students suffering from motion sickness." Sui Jing sighed. "Just like me. I feel a little uncomfortable right now. And Wei Yu seems to be suffering from motion sickness. And her face is particularly ugly. If this continues, everyone will be uncomfortable. Would it be bad if we only distributed motion sickness patches to some people?" Hearing what Sui Jing said, the counselor nodded. "You are right. I was not well prepared. This trip will take so long. No matter how healthy you are, you will feel a little uncomfortable. Let's do this. You distribute the motion sickness patches to everyone first. And then I'll go downstairs to see if there are any other medicines or anything like that." With that said, the counselor stood up and walked towards the next floor. She just saw that there was a medical kit on the first floor of the carriage. That's why she told the counselor these things. Seeing that the counselor left, Sui Jing randomly handed the motion sickness patches in his hand to several students in the front row. In the end, I kept one and took back my seat. "Are you back?" Wei Yu looked extremely weak. "Why did it get sent out so quickly?" Chapter 169 Bus Horror. Sui Jing omitted and slightly changed some parts of what he had just talked with the counselor and then briefly repeated it to Wei Yu. "That's it." Wei Yu frowned thoughtfully. "It's certainly not an easy journey." "How are you?" Sui Jing asked. "Oh, me." Wei Yu felt guilty. "I'm fine. I just had a sudden abdominal pain. It's much better now." "Yeah." Sui Jing turned his head when he heard what she said and was not ready to continue the conversation. Originally, she didn't really want to chat with other meaningless people. She was testing anyway, and there was no rule that only allowed others to test her, judging from the results of the series of actions she just performed. Wei Yu was still suspicious of her identity. But why didn't he expose her? She believed that one of the reasons was that even if Wei Yu exposed her identity now, there was nothing she could do about it. That's why she first thought of letting herself distribute motion sickness patches. That way, if she distributes something wrong, the counselor will know. It seems that the counselor may be the biggest key to this bus. However, Wei Yu is always a hidden danger here. She was like a time bomb placed beside her, and she didn't know when it would be detonated. Is there any way to? Sui Jing closed his eyes and rejected the bad thoughts in his heart. Forget it. Let her wait and see what happens. Sui Jing looked out the window at the increasingly familiar scenery without saying a word. She knew that this bus had already begun to fall into a loop, and she was sure that it was absolutely impossible for her to be the only one who discovered the abnormality. It seems that finding other players is imminent. After all, even she couldn't predict what would happen next. It will be dark soon. Wei Yu next to him suddenly said this, which made Sui Jing a little puzzled. Yeah, Sui Jing responded lightly, but it seemed like nothing was appropriate to say now. There seems to be something wrong with you. Wei Yu's sudden words piqued Sui Jing's interest. What's the meaning? Nothing. Wei Yu shook his head, seemingly not intending to answer Sui Jing's question. Sui Jing's eyes wandered around Wei Yu's face vaguely, and then he looked away. This round-faced girl's thoughts were deeper than she imagined. Almost half an hour later, Sui Jing looked out the window, and the sky had completely darkened. In addition to being sparsely populated, this road doesn't even have a streetlight. Only the interior of the bus has some lights installed. Before dawn, there were intermittent conversations in the carriage, but after the sky turned completely dark, there was suddenly no sound in the carriage. These lights made the atmosphere even weirder. Sui Jing casually took out a candy from his pocket and peeled it off and put it into his mouth. The sound of rustling when peeling off the candy wrapper was very abrupt in the quiet carriage. Everyone's eyes were focused on her for a moment, but she herself put the candy wrappers in the small trash can under the seat as if nothing had happened. Sui Jing. The counselor suddenly called her name. Come here for a moment. Sui Jing did not stand up immediately, but first glanced in Wei Yu's direction. Wei Yu didn't stare directly at her like the others, but he didn't have any other reaction. Sui Jing had no choice but to walk steadily to stand in front of the counselor, and then asked, Teacher, what's the matter? The counselor stared at Sui Jing for a while before speaking. Did I say no noise was allowed after dark without my permission? Maybe you said that? Sui Jing replied. But in his heart, he kept thinking about it. By doing this, she might be able to let other players know her identity. Since no one can be found in the fog, turn yourself into a lighthouse. Although this is a bit risky, it is still much easier than finding people one by one. Besides, it was so obvious. If she couldn't see it anymore, she would really doubt the strength of other players. Then why are you still making meaningless noises? The counselor asked sternly. But Sui Jing caught a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Sui Jing thought about many situations. Maybe she would be angry, furious, or ignore her for a while. But she never thought about this kind of thing. Gloat. Why does she feel this way? Sui Jing didn't have time to think deeply, and the emotion flashed in the counselor's eyes. Teacher, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. In order to maintain his own personality, Sui Jing had to continue to pretend. Classmate Sui Jing. I'm sad too, the counselor said pretendingly. But rules are rules. Since you break the rules, you must accept the corresponding punishment. Punishment? Sui Jing looked panicked and shook his head. Teacher, I don't understand. Sui Jing didn't lie. She really didn't know what kind of punishment was waiting for her. You understand? Classmate Sui Jing. The counselor didn't care how scared Sui Jing was, and kept talking to himself. When we reach the next intersection, the driver will stop the vehicle and enter the rest period. The driver will also rest so that he will have enough energy to carry us on our way tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, everyone will rest in their seats. But Sui Jing, you have violated the rules. So I have to ask you to rest outside the vehicle for one night. Get in the car and drive with us tomorrow morning. If you survive tomorrow morning, teacher, can you not go? Sui Jing continued, adhering to the principle of acting to the end. I really won't do it again. The counselor waved her hand and told her to leave quickly. Although the teacher also wants to help you, you have to bear the responsibility for the mistakes you make. Go back first and remember to get off the bus later. Sui Jing lowered his head, turned around and walked silently towards his seat, looking extremely pitiful. If anyone took a look at the expression on her face at this time, they would find that not only could they not find any trace of fear, but they could also feel that she was even looking forward to it. However, the play must continue to be played. Sui Jing sat down on his seat and saw Wei Yu hand over a notebook, which said, "What's wrong? What did the teacher say?" Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, then took the pen from her hand. Nothing. Just let me get off the car and stay for one night. Do you know anything that needs attention? She thought Wei Yu wouldn't tell her anything, but she didn't expect that Wei Yu continued to write on the paper. Just hold on for one night and don't fall asleep. Don't sit on the ground. It's best to rest somewhere higher. The higher the better. Preferably in a tree. Sui Jing looked at the line of words in the notebook, and then looked outside the car through the light inside the car. Not to mention staying in the trees. There aren't even any saplings outside. It's like a Gobi desert. Despite this, Sui Jing still wrote a few words in the notebook. Thank you. I understand. But she still found it puzzling. Why was Wei Yu suddenly willing to help her? Didn't you just look like you were hanging up on yourself because it didn't matter? Chapter 170 Bus Horror. Okay. The next intersection, which is not important, is coming soon. Please be prepared. Students, the vehicles will stop moving soon. The counselor's voice rang through the car's PA. Sui Jing returned the notebook in his hand to Wei Yu and sat on his seat waiting for the bus to stop. Students, please finish washing and other preparations as soon as possible. We will turn off the lights in the carriage in 15 minutes. Please return to your seats within 15 minutes. The door will automatically close in 15 minutes. No waiting will be done if you are overdue. There was an inexplicable weirdness in the counselor's voice. The real night is about to begin. In just an instant, Sui Jing saw other students who were sitting in the car running to the trunk to get their belongings. There is a small freshwater lake near the intersection. Enough for everyone to wash up there. Every student except Sui Jing seemed to be in a hurry, as if there was something behind them urging them to move forward. Yes, the counselor said so. And probably no one would dare to violate the rule, she said. He said he would be back in 15 minutes, and he really had to be back in 15 minutes. Even Wei Yu had to abide by the rules. Sui Jing was the last one to take it easy. She was the one who was going to be kicked out to rest for the night anyway. So there was nothing to be afraid of. In less than 10 minutes, everyone was back in the car. Only Sui Jing was still squatting by the lake and washing his hands calmly. Sui Jing. The counselor called her from the car door. Sui Jing wiped his face and stood up, walking slowly towards the counselor. She wasn't in a hurry, but the counselor couldn't hold her breath. Come here quickly. What's wrong? Teacher? Sui Jing pretended to be ignorant, and his eyes were so clear that the counselor, who was originally frightened and impatient, was startled. The counselor quickly realized her gaffe, coughed twice and said, Well, I just want to tell you one more thing. You will sleep outside tonight. There seems to be a rock there, so you can sleep there. Remember? Don't get close to this bus. She lowered her voice and pretended to be mysterious. Otherwise, you will cause big trouble. Got it? Sui Jing blinked in fear, opened his lips, and then weakly uttered a few words. I understand. Teacher. That's good. Seeing Sui Jing agree, the counselor immediately asked the driver to close the door. She walked towards the second floor without looking back. Seeing that the car door was closed, no one could notice me. Sui Jing put down his meek and ignorant face and walked towards a huge stone not far away. In fact, saying it is a stone does not seem to be that accurate. It is more like a stone tablet. Moreover, this stone tablet seemed to have been cut in half by something, and the upper part of the stone tablet was still leaning on the side. Moreover, the cross-section of the steel is very smooth, as if it has been polished. But this is a game world after all, and anything that is not common sense is reasonable here. There must be a reason for this stone tablet to become like this. Sui Jing looked around and saw no tall trees, except for this abrupt stone monument. Within a few kilometers there is nothing but sand. It seemed that Wei Yu's method of asking her to stay in a tree for one night was completely unworkable. Then we can only make do with it here for one night. Fortunately, this stone monument is big enough for her to sit on it, and there is even room for 2 more people to sit on it. Sui Jing bent one leg and sat on the smooth-cut surface of the stone tablet, and put the other leg on the chipped other half of the stone tablet. With a leisurely posture, she definitely couldn't fall asleep here, so she had no choice but to sit here and close her eyes to relax. She waited for a while, but nothing strange happened around her. She took off Jean Washu from her waist and held it in her arms. She gently drooped her head and dozed off. She didn't know how long she had slept. But Sui Jing was suddenly woken up by a slight sound of wind. She opened her eyes and looked around. Although this ghost place itself has nothing to do with it, but it was probably because it was late at night, and the yellow sand all over the place made the scene even more desolate and desolate. Everyone was probably asleep, and the lights in the bus were turned off early. Through the hazy moonlight pouring from the crescent moon in the sky, I could barely make out the outline of the bus and the knife in her arms. Swish, swish, swish. Sui Jing frowned slightly. She heard the sound of something moving in the direction of her, and there are so many of them that it may be hard to handle. She retracted her legs and stood calmly on the stone monument. With the dim moonlight, She saw a large black army of insects rushing toward her from a distance. She was surrounded by these disgusting bugs. The next morning, the sky was just getting brighter. Everyone on the bus has woken up from their sleep one after another. Wei Yu rubbed his eyes, opened a corner of the closed curtain and looked outside, trying to find Sui Jing's figure under the bright sky. But the picture outside the window at this moment shocked her so much that her heart beat like a drum. Teacher. Wei Yu ran to the counselor, so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. Should we call Sui Jing back? Sui Jing? The counselor chuckled. Classmate Wei Yu, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. How could Sui Jing be still alive? Teacher. Wei Yu knew that the counselor would most likely not think that Sui Jing was still alive, because none of the people who were kicked off the bus in the past few days came back alive. But Sui Jing, she is different. Teacher, you'd better go out with me and take a look, Wei Yu urged. After all, the counselor couldn't refute Wei Yu's face, but it was just a matter of making one more trip, so it was regarded as fulfilling one of her wishes. But the strange thing is, when did Wei Yu become so interested in this classmate named Sui Jing? Those classmates who were kicked out before never saw her paying attention. Teacher, look! The driver opened the door and let the counselor and Wei Yu get out of the car. The counselor was also momentarily shocked and speechless by the scene in front of him. Under their feet, there was already a river of blood, within a few dozen meters of the stone tablet as the center. There was blood everywhere, mountains of corpses, and a foul smell of rust. They were all corpses of insects, beheaded, waist broken, and torn into pieces, leaving no whole corpse. The scene was extremely bloody, but they seemed to be stunned and unable to move their legs even half a step. And perhaps the culprit who caused this situation was standing on the edge of the lake. The water in the lake had long been dyed a dark red like rust by blood, and was dull. They probably saw the car door open and the man walking towards them at a leisurely pace. He walked very casually but steadily step by step, and also deliberately took a detour to avoid the pool of blood on the ground. Sui Jing walked to the door of the car and stopped. She raised her eyes and looked into the counselor's eyes, and said calmly, Teacher, you are awake. Chapter 171 Bus Horror. The counselor saw that the off-white coat Sui Jing was wearing was stained with blood, but the eyes looking at her were extremely bright. It looked particularly dazzling in the dim gray morning light, but it was also very cold. At this moment, it was almost difficult for others to find any other expression of emotion in her eyes. Her pupils were like a piece of black glass that had been carefully polished and contained no impurities. It was full of inorganic matter and was clear and cold, beating frost and snow. Her cheeks and hands were extremely white and clean. Most likely they had been washed. After all, skin is not like clothes, which can be easily washed. However, the clear water in that lake has turned into turbid blood water. It wasn't like she had never seen these bugs before. The larger ones were as tall as an adult. So how calm was she that she could turn a blind eye and calmly wash her hands after killing these troublesome bugs? Teacher, could you please the driver to open the trunk? She lowered her eyes and glanced at her coat, which was covered in blood, and continued, I want to change my clothes. The counselor never thought that Sui Jing's first words would be this. His eyes glanced at him subconsciously, but he didn't know how to react. In the end, Wei Yu pushed her, and she responded with a wink. Yes, of course. Then she turned around and said something to the driver in the driver's seat. Masterly, help this classmate open the trunk. I don't know if it was Sui Jing's misunderstanding, but she always felt that the counselor was deliberately emphasizing the word this classmate in her words, and even the tone of voice was intentionally aggravated. Okay. Masterly generously agreed to her request. The next second, the trunk of the vehicle was opened. Thank you, driver. Sui Jing walked past the counselor and Wei Yu and politely thanked the driver. Then he turned around and walked towards the back of the car. Teacher, let's go up first. Wei Yu stuck his head out and took a look. Keep the door open. Sui Jing will come up on her own. Okay. The counselor nodded, took another look at the cruel scene outside the car, closed his eyes involuntarily, turned around and walked towards the upper level of the car. I don't know if other students have seen such a bloody scene. The counselor gave a pretentious sigh as he climbed the stairs, still trying to maintain his image as a gentle teacher, even though Wei Yu didn't really want to expose her. He glanced at most of the curtains that were drawn up and said, I guess they all saw it. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw the counselor pause slightly as he was about to go upstairs. He turned around and smiled reluctantly at Wei Yu. Classmate Wei Yu, Why are you walking so slowly? The underlying meaning is that if you have some discernment, you don't have to say anything about it if you see through it. Wei Yu silently closed his mouth, pretending that he saw and heard nothing. He lowered his head and passed through the narrow space beside her. The counselor watched Wei Yu's unhurried steps after passing her. His eyebrows tightened, and he walked to his seat and sat down. Not long after they sat down, they saw that Sui Jing had already changed clothes and came up. She changed her off-white sweater jacket into a dark jacket, which made her look even more inhumane and alienating from others. When she walked to the counselor's side, she bent down slightly and whispered something in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Teacher, I would like to thank you very much this time." When the counselor raised her head to ask her what she meant, someone had already straightened up and walked towards his seat. After sitting down, the driver started to start the bus. They could feel the subtle vibrations of the bus, and then it began to move slowly. Sui Jing buried the lower half of her face in the collar of her jacket. She was a little tired now. Although she was far from her limit, she did need a little rest. It doesn't take long. Just a little while. Just a little while. Wei Yu turned his head and looked in the direction of Sui Jing, and saw that the indifferent person under the car just now had his eyes closed and seemed to be asleep. Sui Jing, who was sleeping quietly, had most of his aggression removed from his body. His eyelashes were long and his skin was white. Most of his face was buried in his collar, like a docile and well-behaved cat. Although she knew at the first sight that Sui Jing was different from her, and not the ordinary people she had met before, she didn't take it to heart after all. After all, she has seen countless human beings, and it is not particularly unusual to see two outstanding little ones occasionally. But now she is really curious about the true identity and strength of the person in front of her. Sui Jing, who had planned to take a break during this period, actually didn't really fall asleep. Naturally, she felt the burning gaze from Wei Yu. She suddenly realized that maybe she had made a mistake in judgment again from the beginning. Wei Yu is not only not as simple and harmless as she appears on the surface, and there is a high probability that her abilities are even more unfathomable than she had previously guessed. She is very dangerous. It seemed that she was actually looking at the counselor's face from the beginning. But in fact, the counselor had no intention of disobeying her wishes from beginning to end. She may be the master of this car. Sui Jing's consciousness went back to when she killed those disgusting bugs, and blood spattered on the stone tablet. She had inspected the stone tablet from the beginning, and found nothing strange except that the cut surface was smoother. However, when a large amount of blood covered its surface, several lines of text suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. Since the steel was cut off in the middle, the text was naturally divided into two parts from the middle, into upper and lower parts. After finishing all the messy things, Sui Jing used the blurred moonlight to carefully read the words floating on the top of the stone tablet. On the far left side of the steel are engraved three large, scrawled characters, but one can barely make out which three characters they are. Wan Chong Dao. There will be a fork in the road ahead. Please drive on the right. The road on the right is a cliff road. Please pay attention to driving safety when driving. This is obviously a clue given to them in the game. But the game rules at the beginning say that the bus will always circulate on the same road. Indeed, when she arrived here yesterday and didn't have time to do anything, the bus had indeed been circulating on the same road non-stop. She had seen the same scenery several times, and she had passed that intersection more than once. But now, the scenery outside the car window seems to have changed significantly. That is to say, it is not that buses cannot escape from the circulation, but that certain conditions are required to escape from the circulation. Each intersection is a new test, with a completely different trigger condition, and you will get a clue related to escape. Just like the triggering condition for this intersection is to smear blood on the stone monument. But this condition is very harsh, and it is difficult to think of this under normal circumstances. Even Sui Jing accidentally triggered the clue to clear the level without realizing it. And even if someone thought of this, it would be difficult to have enough blood to cover the stone monument, unless they killed the passengers in the same car. This is going to be really hard. Therefore, they can only fall into the cycle again and again. And until the end, there is no way to escape. Chapter 172 Bus Horror. Even though Sui Jing didn't really fall asleep, she felt much better mentally than before after pretending to sleep for a while. Wei Yu noticed her eyelashes trembling slightly, and looked away, as if nothing happened. Have we reached Cliff Road? Sui Jing asked. Not yet. Wei Yu was not surprised why Sui Jing knew the next route, and replied naturally, but it should be soon. Yes. Sui Jing responded in a vague voice, giving the impression of a laziness that he had just woken up from. By the way, how old are you? Sui Jing suddenly asked. What? Wei Yu was inexplicably nervous. But she didn't show it. She blinked and looked at Sui Jing. Maybe she saw it. Nothing. Seeing that she had no intention of answering him, Sui Jing turned his head back. Students! The counselor clapped his hands, awakening the spirits of everyone on the bus. We are about to reach Cliff Road. Everyone, fasten your seat belts and don't walk around in the car. Did you hear everything? I heard it. Everyone on the second floor replied almost in unison. What followed was the click of everyone wearing their seat belts. The counselor nodded with satisfaction, sat back in his seat, and fastened his seat belt. Fasten it? Wei Yu reminded Sui Jing as he saw Sui Jing holding the seat belt in one hand. She had never been a nosy person. She just thought it would be a pity if something happened to Sui Jing in a place like this. After finally meeting an interesting child, she wanted to see if there was anything special about Sui Jing this time. Yeah. Sui Jing didn't say anything, and for once, he obediently fastened his seat belt. Will the situation ahead be dangerous? Sui Jing asked. I don't know. Wei Yu shrugged, not sure whether he really didn't know or didn't want to tell her. Anyway, Sui Jing most likely felt that she didn't want to tell him. Forget it. Sui Jing leaned back. Looking closely, he looked like he didn't take it seriously. With a tacit and casual attitude, Wei Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise, but knowingly did not say anything further. Sui Jing turned her face and looked out the window through the glass. As she looked at her, she suddenly remembered something that happened at the last resting place. After the strange community copy, the resting place. This time, the place where all players rest is a retro villa on a snow-capped mountain. Except for this villa, the surrounding places that can be seen within a 10-mile radius are covered with thick white snow, making it difficult to find traces of other creatures. By coincidence, she met Chi Yun again at the entrance of the villa, talking to another woman she didn't know. Hey, it's Jay, Chi Yun murmured. The moment she saw Chi Yun suddenly looked up and saw her. She smiled and waved to Sui Jing, even though the distance between them was not particularly close at that time. Sui Jing saw Chi Yun say H, low to her and then immediately turned around and said something to another person standing in front of her, until Sui Jing walked next to them. Chi Yun and the other's conversation had almost stopped. Sui Jing only heard the girl say one sentence. Remember to put this information back after reading it. Otherwise it will be you who will be punished. Wan Yin. This is my good friend, Sui Jing. Chi Yun introduced Sui Jing to the woman named Wan Yin, but did not elaborate on Sui Jing's identity. But the people present are all smart people, and they can roughly read the meaning of each other's words just by looking at them. Hello. I'm Yan Wan Yin. Yan Wan Yin stretched out her hand towards Sui Jing, and the two of them shook hands lightly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Yan Wan Yin nodded slightly to the two of them, turned around and left. Although it was just a face-to-face meeting, Sui Jing had to admit that this woman named Yan Wan Yin was indeed a real beauty. She has a tall figure and a relaxed posture, and her waist-length ink curly hair is casually tied into a low ponytail. He has handsome eyes, red lips and white teeth, icy muscles and jade bones, and a tall and delicate nose. There is also a small black tear mole under the right eye corner. The whole person is as delicate and beautiful as a doll. However, there was an air of fragility surrounding her, which made her whole body exude a strong sense of fragmentation, as if she might be broken in the next second. However, when she smiled at Sui Jing, her facial expression was extremely gentle and elegant, like a gentle and noble hyacinth. You guys actually look a bit alike. Right? Chi Yun said jokingly after Yan Wan Yin left. What? Sui Jing didn't understand what she meant for a moment. It's nothing. Chi Yun shook her head and was unwilling to say more. So Sui Jing couldn't ask further. Who is she? Sui Jing was very sure that he had never seen this person before. I shouldn't know her. Right? Yan Wan Yin, chief of the 7th branch of the Game Supervision and Research Office. Chi Yun said. It's normal that you don't know her. But if you insist on saying it, you actually know each other. But you two have never met each other. Although she entered the system in the same batch as us. She really doesn't like to go out. I rarely see her even once. She spent the whole day either in the research office or in the accommodation area. Sui Jing frowned. What is the Supervision and Research Office? Alas, Chi Yun sighed helplessly. You really don't remember anything. Didn't I tell you? Chi Yun asked doubtfully. seeing Sui Jing shaking his head with sincere eyes. Qi Yun seemed to truly realize that she really didn't seem to have said anything to Sui Jing after the amnesia. But the main reason is that the two of them don't see each other much. Hey! Is it true or false? Then let me tell you briefly. Qi Yun cleared her throat. Actually, despite the fact that there are so many miscellaneous departments in the system, in the final analysis, they can be roughly divided into two categories. Research and Administration Department. Qi Yun glanced at Sui Jing and then continued. Those like us who spend most of our working time inside the dungeon belong to the Management Department. Those like Wang Yan who generally do not actively enter the dungeon belong to the Research Department. They are mainly responsible for monitoring the internal operation of the system. Good. And they will also perform system and copy maintenance when there is a problem with the system itself. The authority of the ultimate control center of the entire system should also belong to them for supervision. Then wouldn't it be easy for them to enter the control center? No. Qi Yun shook her head in disapproval. They only monitor through data. And they can't easily enter. No one can easily enter the master control center. But that's an exception. They can access other control centers or operating rooms unimpeded and come and go freely. Then they have quite a lot of authority. Sui Jing said. You make it sound like you can't get in. Qi Yun joked. As long as you apply, you can still get in. But we all belong to the inspectors. Qi Yun paused and winked at Sui Jing. By the way, Dr. Song is also from the research department. Sui Jing glanced at Qi Yun in confusion. Speak nicely. That is to say, not every inspector numbered from A to Z needs to enter the dungeon to perform tasks. Sui Jing said. Half and half. Does it mean that you can choose to enter the research department or the management department? Sui Jing didn't understand. If that was the case, wouldn't there be uneven distribution? No. 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 Qi Yun shook her head. As for the allocation of personnel, the system has assigned it in advance. As soon as we successfully pass its test, we will be assigned to fixed departments. Some are at home and some are abroad. In short, it is difficult to encounter. So that's it. Sui Jing finally understood. No wonder she hadn't seen a few other inspectors until now. They had all been scattered. Well, that's about it. Qi Yun nodded, feeling good about herself. Now that I've told you, the rest should be nothing. What is this in your hand? Sui Jing looked at the pile of documents held in Qi Yun's arm and asked casually. This one. Qi Yun glanced down. Just some information. Obviously, she had no intention of explaining. Sui Jing didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it didn't seem to have much to do with her. Are you the inspector of this scene? No. No. Qi Yun waved her hand. I was just called over to do a favor. And I'm leaving soon. Okay. Then I'll go in first. After Sui Jing finished speaking, he grabbed his suitcase and walked towards the interior of the villa without looking back. Sui Jing. Sui Jing. Wei Yu raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Don't be stunned. The teacher is calling you. Chapter 173 Bus Horror. Looking for me? Sui Jing's handsome eyebrows raised slightly. What does she want from me? It seems that there is some task to be entrusted to you. I don't know the details. You can just go and see it. Sui Jing sighed boredly in his heart, not knowing whether he was really unclear or not. And instead of telling them to fasten their seat belts and not move around just now, what kind of fuss would it be like to ask her to walk over now? Only the state officials are allowed to set fires. But the people are not allowed to light lamps. Right? Okay. Sui Jing responded, untied the safety buckle, stood up, and walked towards the front seat. When Sui Jing stepped into the aisle, he received peeking glances from all corners of the car. Intentionally or unintentionally. She thought it was probably because what she had done in the 10,000 insects way was too shocking. Are they afraid? Are you afraid of her? She has nothing to fear. Teacher. Sui Jing stood in front of the counselor. What do you want from me? The counselor slowly raised his head, looking serious. Classmate Sui Jing. The teacher has something to ask you. Please? Sui Jing sneered lowly. Teacher. Are you out of your mind? You counselor's facial muscles instantly became distorted and ugly. However, I don't know what kind of mental construction she did on her own. And her expression quickly calmed down again. Classmate Sui Jing. It's better not to say something nonsense. Just because I don't care doesn't mean that other people will be as tolerant and generous as me. Yes. Yes. Please be as generous as possible and say okay. Okay. Sui Jing didn't have to die like this. So she chuckled nonchalantly. What exactly do you want to do with me? You also know that the next trip will most likely be dangerous. I hope you can take on your responsibilities and serve as the deputy captain of this trip. Take responsibility for protecting all your classmates." The counselor shook his head and said clearly. But Sui Jing was confused. "Wait." Sui Jing raised his hand to interrupt the counselor's talk. "What does this have to do with me? Look, I asked you to stay outside the car for a night, and you are still safe. Doesn't this mean that I have a unique vision, and that you are superior?" The counselor didn't understand why Sui Jing was unwilling to accept her commission. It was an idea that would benefit both of them. If you can agree, the safety of all of us can be greater guaranteed. It's the best of both worlds. Why not? No. Are you so reluctant to brainwash others? First of all, it's my fault that I rested outside the car for one night and nothing happened. It has nothing to do with you. Especially you. Secondly, didn't you personally ask me to go out? Not only that, you are also afraid that I will stay in the car and bring disaster to you. You can turn a blind eye and put me in danger. And now you ask me to protect you? Sui Jing raised her eyelids slightly and looked at the counselor's face with cool eyes for a few seconds. A look of contempt gradually appeared in her eyes. "Teacher, this is too whimsical." He treated her as a chess piece that could be discarded at any time when he didn't need it. But now that he saw that she still had some use, he wanted to pick her back up. There is nothing so good in this world. Classmate Sui Jing. The counselor's face darkened, as if he was dissatisfied with Sui Jing's arrogant and casual attitude. "This is an opportunity given to you by the teacher. Don't be ignorant." "Really?" Sui Jing didn't care at all. "But I'm really sorry. I've always been ignorant of good and evil. It's okay not to take this kind of opportunity. Besides, teacher, you are not very accurate in judging people. I am really not as good as you think. What should you do if I mess up this matter?" As she said that, she ignored the counselor's increasingly disgusting expression and said to herself, "You can't just judge a person's ability based on a trivial matter. What's more, there are people outside the world. And there is a sky outside the sky. Teacher, you can't blind your eyes with a leaf." Seeing that the matter was almost ready, Sui Jing took another turn in what he said. "However, I can recommend another candidate to you." "Who?" the counselor asked. "Classmate Wei Yu." Sui Jing blurted out without even thinking for a second. Wei Yu is smart, practical, and has a stable personality. Being the vice captain is perfect. There is no one more suitable than her. Student Wei Yu will definitely look forward to it. The counselor's pupils trembled, and he glanced in the direction of Wei Yu, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about something. "Teacher." Sui Jing leaned down slightly and got slightly closer to the counselor. "You can't be partial. You have to give Wei Yu a chance to express yourself." The corners of her mouth curved into an innocent and harmless arc, which greatly enhanced the credibility of her words. "What matters most must be left to the person with the most ability. I believe that student Wei Yu can do it." The counselor seemed completely convinced by Sui Jing's crooked theory. She nodded and said to Sui Jing, "In that case, please ask Wei Yu to come over." "Okay." Sui Jing stood up again with satisfaction and walked back to his seat. "Wei Yu, the teacher asked you to come over." Wei Yu originally looked at Sui Jing expectantly, wanting to know what they were talking about for so long. As a result, I was caught off guard and ate melon on myself. "Why are you looking for me? There's something wrong with this script? Does this plot have anything to do with her? It seems that there is some task assigned to you. I don't know much about it. Maybe you can find out if you go and take a look." The curvature of Sui Jing's mouth didn't change at all, and he returned exactly what Wei Yu had said to him before. Wei Yu's eyelids twitched. "You can't tell, but the little guy is quite vindictive." Wei Yu stopped talking and walked out past Sui Jing. Sui Jing saw her leaving and consciously sat back down by the window. This position is suitable for her to let herself go. After a while, Wei Yu came back. Judging from her expression, she didn't seem very happy. "What's wrong?" Sui Jing pretended not to know anything and looked at the person standing beside her with innocent eyes. "Naturally, I also noticed the blue armband on her arm, which had the words on duty written on it." "What did you say to the teacher?" Wei Yu asked in a lowered voice. "I didn't say anything." Sui Jing pursed his lips and looked away from her. "Impossible." Wei Yu didn't believe it. "You guys have been talking for so long. There's no way you haven't said anything." Sui Jing bit his lip tightly, folded his hands tightly, and remained silent for a long time without saying a word. "Sui Jing!" Wei Yu roared, as if he was really angry. Sui Jing's clenched hands were a little white due to exertion. but his fingertips were abnormally red due to congestion. Even though she was biting her lips, she could still feel her lips trembling slightly. I can tell you. Sui Jing finally raised his head and looked at Wei Yu, his eyes already a little moist. But you have to promise me not to tell the teacher. Wei Yu felt as if his brain was short-circuited for a moment. How could he sing this? She had no choice but to nod and say, Okay. I promise you. Chapter 174 Bus Horror. Sui Jing's eyelids trembled slightly. Her brows furrowed, and the embarrassment in her heart clearly appeared on her face. The teacher initially said she wanted to find someone to serve as vice captain and asked me if I had any recommendations for a suitable candidate. Sui Jing carefully considered his words. I said I didn't know. I wasn't very familiar with the others. But the teacher didn't believe it. He said that if I didn't recommend someone, he would let me take the job. She thought that my previous actions in Wanchongdao were extraordinary, and said that if it were me, there would definitely be something I could do. She also threatened me and said that if I didn't want to, she would kick me out of the car again tonight. I was very scared. The teacher's face was really scary. So I mentioned your name. The edges of Sui Jing's eye sockets were red, looking like a fragile rabbit that had been frightened a lot. Although her subconscious mind had told Wei Yu not to trust Sui Jing easily, she was most likely faking it. After all, judging from her various behaviors, she is not a weak rabbit who needs protection from others and can be bullied. But what she said was not necessarily all false. She knew from the beginning that the counselor didn't like her. Alas, Wei Yu glanced down at Sui Jing and sat down beside her helplessly. No matter how powerful Sui Jing is, he is still a child after all. When facing danger and the unknown, we will also feel uneasy and hesitant. Thinking about it this way, there seems to be nothing wrong with her putting all the blame on herself. Forget it. This is just a small episode. However, is there really any need for that stupid woman to stay? Seeing Wei Yu sitting down quietly, he seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter to the end. Sui Jing, who was regarded as a child, stretched out 2 fingers to gently wipe away her tears. Her long eyelashes covered all the emotions in her eyes that others could not understand. She was just having an exciting bet. And the gambling counselor did not tell Wei Yu the content of their conversation. Betting on Wei Yu, he didn't trust the counselor that much. Of course she knew that Wei Yu would not easily believe what she said, and there was a high probability that she could tell that he was acting for her. But even so, she would not completely deny what she said. On the contrary, Wei Yu might take out every word she said and read it over and over carefully. Do you know what this means? Wei Yu suddenly asked. I don't know. Sui Jing glanced at the blue armband and knew what she was asking. So he answered truthfully. It represents a kind of bondage. Wei Yu said, this kind of bondage is not very powerful, but it cannot be easily broken. What's the bondage about? Wei Yu pondered for a while. Have you ever played games? She was not prepared to get a response from Sui Jing, and continued to explain, I am now one with everyone on this bus. As long as one of you is maliciously harmed from the outside world, the harm will be transferred to on me. But it won't all be transferred. To use an analogy with the characters in the game, the person being attacked assumes that he has lost 10 points of health. After the damage is transferred to me, I will only lose a little blood. If there is only 1 or 2 personal injury or death is of course not painful to me. But if, Sui Jing naturally accepted the second half of Wei Yu's sentence. If everyone in the car is injured or all, then you will most likely be in great danger. No wonder. No wonder the counselor had the same attitude when he saw her rejecting it just now. It turned out that he wanted to use her as a shield. Once the bondage is established, she has to abide by the rules brought by the bondage. If she wants to survive safely, she must ensure the safety of everyone in the car, including the counselor herself. What a good calculation. What if someone commits suicide? You should be fine. Right? Sui Jing asked. Of course. Wei Yu affirmed. Suicide is not malicious harm from the outside world. And of course, it has nothing to do with me. Is it? Then why didn't you refuse her request just now? Sui Jing didn't quite understand. Since she knew the consequences of accepting the counselor's conditions, why didn't she refuse? Wei Yu smiled, feeling as if he was expecting it. Because restraint works both ways. The corners of Sui Jing's mouth seemed stiff for a moment. But Wei Yu didn't notice this. She smiled and said, although this restraint may seem like I am suffering a big loss. But they... No. It is you too. That smart counselor may have forgotten something. She only remembered one thing. After the restraint is established, I can be forced to protect you. But she forgot that you must also protect me. Once I die, everyone in this car will die. She looked at Sui Jing and repeated the last 3 words. They all have to die. Huh. She thought this would frighten Sui Jing even more. But she didn't expect that Sui Jing would just chuckle and say nothing. Why are you laughing? Sui Jing retracted the faint smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Wei Yu, and spoke in a calm voice. What exactly do you want to do? From the seemingly angry questioning at the beginning to the series of words he just said, he was all testing her. If she really told Wei Yu about her conversation with the counselor, then the first person she wanted to deal with must be Sui Jing. Nothing. Wei Yu shrugged. I just thought it was fun. You see? Now we all place our lives in the hands of others. While we are literally going through fire and water for the lives of others, we are actually leaving a glimmer of hope for ourselves. Isn't it interesting enough to share life and death with strangers and appreciate others fighting for themselves? It's very interesting. After a moment of silence, Sui Jing suddenly replied calmly, it's not only interesting, but also very exciting. There was a hint of paranoia in Sui Jing's eyes. And what he said shocked Wei Yu. If you really don't want to carry on, you can drag everyone along and be buried with you. How spectacular. It would be very lonely if someone died alone. She turned to look at Wei Yu. Am I right? Wei Yu turned his head stiffly and remained silent. It was obvious that Sui Jing was not joking, but that she had really thought about such a situation. She could actually tell from Sui Jing's behavior and words during this period that no matter what personality Sui Jing showed to them, she was actually still a very cold person deep down. Her redemption of strangers may not be because of her kindness or intolerance, but rather based on the most basic moral concept in her heart. It may be that she was taught this way by others in the past, so she just felt that she should do it, rather than that she wanted to do it. This was right on a certain level, but it wasn't what she really wanted deep down. She seems to lack the common sense of good and evil that humans have. In this case, when she has no way to save everyone, she might allow a certain level of sacrifice as a bargaining chip to save the remaining people or annihilate her own enemies. However, she is currently unable to accurately determine whether her defective psychological condition is the same from birth, or whether it has become like this after some special transformation. Ha ha ha. So interesting. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 175 Bus Horror. The atmosphere between the two people was stagnant for a while, and only occasionally a few chatter could be heard from other people's seats. After returning from Wei Yu, thick white fog kept billowing outside the car window, which made Sui Jing wonder whether the driver could really still see the nearby road conditions. Boom. Ah! A sharp shout suddenly erupted from the rear corner of the carriage. What followed was the high decibel noise of other students panicking. Calm down. Everyone. Calm down. The counselor immediately stood up and shouted loudly, everyone, come to me first. Sui Jing folded his hands and cast a faint glance towards the noisy crowd, then looked back silently. An irregular hole was created above the roof of the bus in the corner of the last row. Hanging upside down in the hole was a humanoid creature with black and purple skin. After taking a look, Sui Jing initially judged that this was probably the legendary zombie. Wei Yu also raised his eyes and glanced in the direction of the messy pot of porridge, and smiled teasingly at Sui Jing. Aren't you going to help? Sui Jing tilted his head and glanced at her, with a half-smiling smile at the corners of his eyes and brows. Not going. You are so cruel. Wei Yu curled his lips and had to stand up. That's ridiculous. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile. You can go by yourself if you want. Even if Wei Yu really didn't care about the lives of 1 or 2 people, this situation was obviously a bit beyond what she could accept. Wei Yu rolled his eyes harshly, not wanting to talk to Sui Jing anymore, and walked towards the zombie. Anyway, the crowd has almost been evacuated now, and the zombies are stuck there and can't get in for a while. Let Wei Yu do this kind of physical work. She has a solution after all. I saw Wei Yu stabbing the zombie seemingly casually a few times with an iron rod he took out from nowhere. The zombie immediately froze in place and stopped moving. What the hell is going on? I have to say that the counselor is actually very responsible. At least she is standing in front of all the students at the moment. Ah. Of course Sui Jing and Wei Yu are excluded. How can I put it? The two of them look like they don't need to be protected. A few sticks from one of them temporarily eliminated the threat. The other looked at the zombie expressionlessly, with no emotion in his eyes. Sui Jing smiled and looked at Wei Yu, who was coming back. Look! Isn't this solved? But she raised her chin to signal everyone else to look out the window. It's not over yet. Densely packed inhuman things were clinging to the windows one after another. Anyone with a discerning eye could guess that if they were not dealt with as soon as possible, what would happen next was completely foreseeable. The corner of Wei Yu's mouth twitched. Damn. Why do these things keep coming again and again? Can there be something new? These lonely ghosts and mountain spirits that have only been seen in movie novels seem to have filled the outside of the entire bus. The windows, roof and windshield are all piled up. The bus was forced to stop by them in an instant. At this moment, the bus was sitting on the cliff roadside, shrouded in fog. Anyway, it was difficult for Sui Jing to tell whether there was a road or a cliff around him. It is very likely that if the vehicle is not careful, the vehicle will fall to the bottom of the cliff, and they will die without any body parts. Wei Yu looked at Sui Jing and gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't help me this time, then we will all die. You don't want them all to stay here." Wei Yu was actually not sure whether Sui Jing really cared about this car. But she felt that although she might not care about everyone, there were always some people who Sui Jing didn't want to let them die in such an unknown way. It's just that she still has no way to accurately determine which people are special. Huh? Sui Jing sneered, neither admitting nor denying. She said to the counselor, "Take everyone down to the first floor." "She's right." Wei Yu also agreed, "Everyone, hurry up to the first floor." The counselor is still a little afraid of Wei Yu. After all, he did listen to Sui Jing's words and deliberately tricked her. But at this moment, she was secretly grateful. If she and Wei Yu hadn't forcibly reached an agreement, Wei Yu might not necessarily have taken the initiative to protect them. But then why did Sui Jing help them? Who does the they in Wei Yu's mouth refer to? She was sure she didn't mean all of them. Anyway, could it be that there is someone among them that Sui Jing cares about? If these people could be found, wouldn't it be possible to firmly control Sui Jing? Sui Jing might even become the sharpest knife in her hand by then. The poor counselor still doesn't know what Wei Yu is planning. Still they're feeling smug about his own stupidity. And the most stupid thing about her was that she thought she could catch Sui Jing's weakness. Sui Jing and Wei Yu were the first to arrive on the first floor, followed by a bunch of trembling students. In fact, at this time, it is easy to guess who is the player and who is the NPC. If the players really show the same fear as the programmed NPCs in this situation, then they would be too useless. This does not mean that they cannot have emotions such as fear, but it means that they cannot express them too vividly. In a game of ghosts and humans, only those who are more evil than evil ghosts will have a chance to survive. If in fact you are not that strong, then you have to pretend to be so. In games, the weak and cowardly are always the first to be eliminated. The situation on the first floor is generally much better than that on the second floor. Although the window glass was also covered with scary and ugly-looking monsters, there was no hole in the car roof like the zombie on the second floor. The students on the first floor were probably not attacked at close range by zombies, so they were generally much calmer. "Master, please open the door." Sui Jing walked to the door and said to the driver, who was still sitting in the driver's seat. The driver glanced at the counselor hesitantly. Letting him go at this time would be like letting a sheep enter a tiger's mouth. But when he saw the counselor nodding, he wished the two of them would get out immediately. So he had no choice but to open the car door. "Classmate Wei Yu. Classmate Sui Jing. You must be careful," the counselor shouted loudly. But it was difficult for Sui Jing to catch the feeling of worry in her words. Sui Jing didn't even turn his head, or even give her a disdainful look, leaving the counselor alone in embarrassment. "You don't need to tell me. You should take care of yourself first. Don't be like a good-for-nothing waste." Wei Yu glanced at her mockingly. "You will be left behind." After saying that, he walked straight out of the carriage with the iron rod in his hand. The counselor was immediately speechless by her rebuke, and could only stare blankly at the two of them as they gradually left. "Are they really okay?" The driver frowned and looked outside the car worriedly. Now the bus is almost surrounded. The two young people are confident that they can escape smoothly, let alone completely solve these ghosts. Who knows? The counselor immediately changed his face to a sinister face after the two of them left, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It depends on whether they are willing to work hard. Chapter 176 Bus Horror. The driver didn't quite understand why the counselor seemed to hate the two students so much, but he was still shocked. It is said that when Sui Jing and Wei Yu came outside the bus, the ghosts and monsters who were lying on the bus suddenly became restless after smelling the temperature that belongs to living people. Sui Jing took a cursory glance around the vehicle. Most of these disgusting things were concentrated no more than 1 meter around the vehicle, with only a few scattered on the nearby road. But each one of them kept moving closer to the vehicle. TSK. Seeing those things rushing toward him, Sui Jing snorted in displeasure and said to Wei Yu, "I'll be in charge here." Wei Yu quickly understood the meaning of Sui Jing's words. They were on their own side without disturbing each other. Anyway, Sui Jing is actually not willing to fight with him. Although she didn't know why. Sui Jing subconsciously resisted her approach. And she had always understood this. Okay. Then I'll be in charge of that side. Wei Yu raised his finger and pointed to the other side of the vehicle. After speaking, they quickly separated to both sides, and at the same time divided the monsters gathered in a pile into two groups. There seems to be no special shortcut for these things. The only way is to completely incapacitate them one by one. John Wangshu slashed down from the air neatly. Sui Jing kept changing his body skills as the blade slashed down, dexterously weaving in and out among the broken arms and limbs, trying his best to avoid contracting the physically uncomfortable stench. Slime. Generally speaking, the most difficult of these monsters to deal with is the zombie-like creatures. They are as stubborn as sewer cockroaches and are difficult to kill completely. Even if you cut off its head, its remaining body can still move freely without being affected. It just looks weirder and creepier. Unless you chop off its limbs, its only remaining trunk will flutter hard on the ground twice, and then become completely silent. But it was too much effort. Other monsters can be killed with one blow, so it can be said to be quite smooth. Only this type of zombie must have at least 3 or 4 cuts on its body before the threat can be considered completely eliminated. Although these monsters were not really a threat to Sui Jing, there were unfortunately a lot of them, especially zombies, which can be said to account for a large proportion of them. Student Sui Jing, be careful behind you. The anxious voices of other students came from the car window next to Sui Jing. Sui Jing turned his head and found that a ghost wearing a white shirt, with an unusually long tongue and a purple face, suddenly appeared behind him. It really looks a bit like the impermanent ghost described in Strange Tales and Monsters. Poof! Before the hanged ghost could react, Sui Jing picked up Zhang Wangshu and quickly cut off its head. After it fell down, it was still holding a piece of rope in its hand. Judging from its appearance, it was quite delicately made. Sui Jing bent down to pick up the rope and wrapped it around his wrist. This kind of dropped prop is useless if you don't pick it up. Maybe it will come in handy at some point. Sui Jing. Sui Jing heard Wei Yu calling her across a bus. There seems to be something behind it. Sure enough, it stands to reason that the two of them have almost killed all the monsters around the bus. But now it seems that the total number of monsters has not fluctuated particularly much. Moreover, after these monsters are killed, their bodies will emit a strong stench, which seems to make people feel dizzy instantly when inhaled into the nasal cavity. It seemed like they had to leave here immediately. The newly added monsters were still some distance away from them and the bus. Sui Jing quickly ran to the front of the car and said to the driver, "Drive." After saying that, she immediately used her strength to jump to the roof of the car with a few quick movements, swept down the few monsters left on the roof, and then pulled Wei Yu up smoothly. The counselor directed the driver to close the door from the moment they got off, making it impossible for the two of them to get in the car normally. After the two of them landed smoothly on the roof, the bus started to move. Sui Jing half crouched on the roof of the car, staring at the ghosts coming out of the thick fog. Is it possible that as long as this thick fog exists, there will be a steady stream of ghosts appearing? Probably the driver was also scared. He was driving the bus at an unhurried speed before, as if he was driving a ship instead of a car. After the terrible shock just now, the bus was almost flying at a speed, but it didn't seem to be of any use. Their speed was fast, and the group of things behind them were also catching up fast. I don't know if these ghosts have thoughts of their own, since Sui Jing and Wei Yu killed all the ghosts not long ago. The ghosts that came out later seemed to be a little afraid of them, and kept a close distance from them. But even so, they had no intention of backing down. I should say it or not, but he is quite dedicated. Estimated from a large scale, they have always maintained the same number as before, without a particularly large error. That is to say, even if they kill one wave, a new one will appear. This violent and direct approach simply treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. It seems that only by escaping from the cliff road can it be possible to truly escape their pursuit. However, they don't seem to have any intention of harming them for the time being, and it's more like they are monitoring them. But if it's surveillance, do we really need so many people? Wouldn't the target be bigger and easier for them to discover? So what's the point of them doing this? And the driver alone would definitely not be able to lead them to this ghostly place called Cliff Road. Well, Why are you sighing? Wei Yu glanced at her in confusion. Sui Jing's reaction was beyond her expectation. It's nothing. Sui Jing held his chin and said, I just feel a little troublesome. There are also things you find troublesome. Wei Yu laughed twice in disbelief, which was completely unexpected. Sui Jing lowered his eyes and glanced at Wei Yu, then raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. I'm a human being too. Of course there are things that I find troublesome. Really? Wei Yu smiled and turned his head. Sometimes I really can't feel it. Wei Yu suddenly frowned. Look! They're speeding up. Yes. Sui Jing half knelt on the roof of the car, raised his thin eyelids, and glanced behind the car. It's not going to be easy now. Although Wei Yu said this, there was a hint of something in his tone that seemed to have nothing to do with him. They keep a distance of half a car. Unless we get down, there is no way to drive them away. But assuming they want to attack us, it seems pretty simple. Sui Jing frowned slightly. Wei Yu was right. Therefore, the two of them must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise they may be accidentally attacked and die. But maintaining a high level of mental concentration is not much easier than pure physical labor. On the contrary, being mentally tense all the time is more likely to cause a huge consumption of energy. Chapter 177 Bus Horror. Sui Jing. Sui Jing. Can you hear me? Just as Sui Jing was thinking about what to do, she heard someone knocking on the window on the second floor of the bus near her. What's wrong? Sui Jing moved to the side and squatted down to a position where he could see the person below. I have a bow and arrow here, which is very lethal. Can you use it? Sui Jing then noticed that the person speaking was the boy who had been talking to her on the first floor of the bus. Sui Jing pursed his lips, glanced at the group of ghosts still following them, and said, Yes. Since he asked this, he must have a reason. Here you go. The boy opened the car window and carefully handed over a wooden bow and arrows. You must be careful. Thank you. Sui Jing grabbed the side of the bus and took out the bow and arrow. She wanted to see how lethal it was. After Sui Jing took the bow and arrow, she turned around and found that Wei Yu had stood beside her at some point. What do you want to do? Sui Jing held the wooden bow tightly and asked calmly. Wei Yu didn't speak, but stared at her with his eyes, as if he wanted to find something on her face. In this case, Sui Jing didn't intend to say anything, but Wei Yu stood in front of her, and she couldn't move to the middle of the car roof. The two faced off for a long time, and Wei Yu finally took a breath and asked, Do you know him? Not really acquaintance. Sui Jing replied briefly, glancing at her lightly. Step aside. Wei Yu looked at Sui Jing a few more times, and finally stepped aside silently with full of doubts. Sui Jing guessed that Wei Yu might be a little confused now, but she was really too lazy to explain. And there was no need for her to explain anything to Wei Yu. Right? She knew that the boy must have thought the bow could be helpful before handing it to her. But how could a mere wooden bow and some wooden arrows of poor quality be of any great use among a bunch of monsters and monsters? Sui Jing gently stroked the bow with her fingers. She lowered her eyelids and found a small piece of paper tied with a black rubber band at the end of the wooden bow. After Sui Jing untied the rubber band, the note fell down. After she opened the note, she saw a few neat lines of handwritten text inside. System props. As long as the arrow hits the target, it will quickly catch fire within 2 meters around the target. It is a weapon of large-scale destruction. This note seemed to be handwritten by the boy himself, and its purpose was just to remind Sui Jing that this was not an ordinary bow and arrow. It might have been a prop he used to save his life in critical moments, but now he chose to donate it to them. You don't really want to use this crude wooden bow to kill them, do you? Wei Yu glanced disdainfully at the wooden bow Sui Jing held in his hand. That kid looks quite innocent. You can't be as naive as him. Sui Jing felt that the speed of the bus seemed to have accelerated a little. She guessed that the boys also knew that the distance between them and the ghosts was not enough now, so they went to discuss it with the driver. Who knows? Sui Jing half knelt on the roof of the car, readying his bow and arrow. At any rate, it's the other person's thoughts. She narrowed her eyes slightly and aimed at one of the targets. You have to give it a try. Whoosh! The sharp arrow left the string instantly, with a sharp sound of breaking the wind. Sui Jing's archery skills were excellent, and the arrow accurately penetrated into the head of a monster. Sui Jing raised the corners of his lips slightly, his expression cold and arrogant, but extremely confident and high-spirited. 10 rings. Bang, followed by a violent explosion. Sui Jing put down his hand on the bowstring and looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction. The moment the arrow pierced the monster's head, Explosions and gunpowder smoke erupted, and a raging fire immediately ignited within 2 meters around the target, almost burning up the thick white fog. What's more worrying is that although the initial range of the flame burning is only 2 meters, as long as other monsters are touched by the flames will quickly spread on its body until it is burned to ashes. What's more, these ghosts don't know whether the road is too narrow to squeeze in, or whether they are too united internally. They can be seen almost shoulder to shoulder, bustling next to each other. What did you do? Seeing that the situation suddenly became out of control, Wei Yu walked up to Sui Jing in shock. How on earth did you do that? Sui Jing stood up, glanced at her lightly, and said, Secret. Where are you going? Wei Yu saw Sui Jing leaving without looking back. Go down. Sui Jing slightly leaned down and knocked on one of the car windows, signaling the person inside to open the window. After the window was opened from the inside, she grabbed the upper edge of the bus and jumped into the car through the open window. Bob bang bang. Sui Jing patted the non-existent dust on his hands and handed the bow and arrow aside to the boy again. Where's the teacher? Sui Jing asked casually. Where is the teacher on the first floor? Someone in the crowd replied. The teacher said that the first floor is more convenient for observing the situation and can better protect us. Sui Jing rolled his eyes silently in his heart, knowing how to talk nonsense. Thank you for the bow and arrows. Sui Jing walked up to the boy who just handed her the bow and arrows and said, You're welcome. Classmate Sui Jing. The boy took the bow and arrow with a smile and said with a smile, as expected, It can only exert its full power in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. Let's get acquainted again. The boy stretched out his right hand. Hello. My name is He. Do you have a younger brother named Hezhong? Sui Jing said casually. What? He's head was empty. Just kidding. Sui Jing said seriously. Hello. I am Sui Jing. I have long admired your name. After He came to his senses, he smiled and said something that was puzzling to her. Do you know me? Sui Jing asked. So, He Gang was about to say something more when Wei Yu's voice came from behind him. By the way, can you take me with you next time you leave? It's really hard. Let's talk later. Sui Jing raised a finger to stop He's conversation. Sui Jing. Who is he? Wei Yu walked to Sui Jing's side, smiled at He, and then turned to look at Sui Jing. Classmate He. Sui Jing did not hide anything, but said with great interest, How about introducing you two to each other? That's not necessary. Wei Yu shook his head. What should we do now? Although nothing is chasing us now. We can't get out? Wait a minute. Sui Jing replied, Don't be anxious yet. Some things need to be done slowly. By the way, why is the handrail here missing? Sui Jing found that there was a metal handrail next to his hand, but now it seemed to have been removed and disappeared. Probably. I took it off. Wei Yu sounded guilty and laughed twice. Sui Jing glanced at her speechlessly. Where's that thing? Wei Yu pretended to think for a moment and suddenly realized something. Oh! Lost. There's so much blood on it. You can't use it when you take it back. Just throw it away. She was actually quite reasonable. Then what if it's still useful next time? He couldn't help but interjected. Tear down another one. Wei Yu said matter-of-factly. He's mouth twitched, revealing an insincere smile. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Let's play like this. Right? If this continues, this bus will be completely dismantled by you. Okay. None of this is important. Sui Jing changed the subject. The only thing that matters now is finding a way to get off this road. That's right. He nodded. So what should we do? Sui Jing raised his eyes and looked at the two of them. It's better. Let's go see what the counselor is doing first. Chapter 178 Bus Horror. Although some people gradually came up on the second floor of the bus from the back, most people chose to stay on the first floor. Everyone felt that it would be relatively safer to stay on the first floor. When the three of them went down, they saw the counselor sitting next to the driver chatting with the driver. Well, maybe she was having a good time chatting one-sidedly. The driver didn't seem to want to talk to her. He didn't want to follow Sui Jing and the others in front of the counselor, so he found an empty seat in the car and sat down. Next, he can look forward to Wei Yu and Sui Jing's performances. Teacher. Wei Yu called out, pretending to be obedient. We're coming back. The counselor's smile instantly froze at the corner of her mouth. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Sui Jing and Wei Yu, obviously not figuring out how they got into the car. How did you get in? Wei Yu avoided answering and instead asked. What is the teacher doing here? It's nothing. The counselor felt guilty for some reason. Are we safe now? It's safe for now. Wei Yu replied. Sui Jing took a few steps forward, walked behind the driver's seat, and spoke in a calm tone. If you don't get your car out, it won't be safe soon. That's what classmate Sui Jing said. Unfortunately, the counselor's status was too humble, so he had no choice but to respond with a flattering expression. After all, Wei Yu and Sui Jing were both in the carriage now. If they accidentally annoyed them, I really didn't know what to do. How did the driver know the road clearly in such heavy fog? Sui Jing asked seemingly casually. But in fact he had planned it. She stood behind the driver from the moment she got off, in order to understand his every move while driving. But after watching it for so long, she still didn't understand how he did it. After all, from this position, she could see that the outside of the car was really white. Even if there was a person standing in front of the car, she might not be able to see it. My little classmate is still young. The driver seemed to have a good temper and replied with a smile. As long as you have been doing our business for a long time and traveled to many places, you can find the road if you close your eyes while driving. Where? Sui Jing had never been so speechless as at this moment. She really didn't believe that any normal person could drive away while blindfolded, no matter how long he worked as a driver. Sui Jing half raised his eyebrows and pretended to be surprised. Really? Then is it because you are so powerful because you come here so often? Otherwise you wouldn't know how to take this road. Right? Of course. The driver raised his voice proudly after being praised, regardless of the counselor's winking. I've been running this road for years. Really? A sly smile appeared in Sui Jing's eyes. Then the driver is still taking detours after driving for so long. Could it be that he is getting older and has forgotten where to go on this road? That's definitely not the case. The driver hadn't realized that he was about to fall into the trap set by Sui Jing, and he still wanted to talk about his glorious past with great interest. Little classmate, you don't know? Here, where to go and how to go. I know better than anyone here. Then why don't you drive out? Sui Jing half leaned on the car behind the driver's seat, seemingly chatting with the driver. Of course it's because you can't, the driver said. That's the rule. Sui Jing guessed what he was going to say next before he even spoke. Then tell me how you identify the direction. Anyway, I can't drive, so it doesn't hurt to tell me. Just think of it as giving me a lot of experience. The driver frowned and looked at the road ahead and thought for a while, probably feeling that Sui Jing's words actually made sense. So he stretched his brows again and said with a smile, this is a bit troublesome to say, but it is actually very simple. As long as? The counselor couldn't bear it anymore and ended the conversation between the two. She smiled and said to Sui Jing, Student Sui Jing, aren't you tired of standing here all the time? Why don't you find a place to sit? Another meaning in the words is, you are not tired standing here all the time. But I am very tired. You should hurry up and go aside. But Sui Jing didn't want to fulfill her wish. She looked at the counselor with an innocent face and said, Teacher, do you have a discomfort in your throat? Is it serious? Do you need to take medicine? Your teacher seems to have a bad throat. The driver also joined in and said honestly, she coughed several times while we were talking. Sui Jing glanced at the driver who was speaking, his handsome eyebrows slightly raised. If the system hadn't told her from the beginning that this driver was probably not a good person, she would have almost believed that he was really an honest middle-aged man. Without waiting for the counselor to answer, she continued, it feels quite serious when you cough so loudly. Otherwise, you'd better have a good rest and don't talk. She found another male classmate who was sitting closer to her and said to him, Hey, that classmate. It's just you. Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly bring the teacher a bottle of water. Me? The male classmate pointed at himself in disbelief. Where can I get water? Is the water in the trunk? Sui Jing blinked as if suddenly enlightened, and smiled at the counselor with a hint of regret. It seems that the teacher has to hold on a little longer. After all, it's not easy to park now. Right? Of course she knew that she couldn't find a bottle of water in the car. So she just mentioned it, and didn't really intend to let anyone get her water. It would be so dangerous to actually get water. The counselor was not worthy of others risking their lives to help her. Especially little things like this. You? The counselor took a deep breath due to the concern and seemed very angry. Sui Jing didn't have any special reaction when he saw this. Her tone was cold and her expression was distant. Teacher, you must hold on. Don't let it slip by accident. It will be very difficult for me. It should be said or not. Sui Jing and others really have their own way of yin and yang. Humph. The counselor turned his head and looked forward with his hands on his hands, obviously not wanting to have any more communication with Sui Jing. It didn't matter. Sui Jing never cared much about this. But what made her a little concerned was that her conversation with the driver had been interrupted just now, and it would be difficult to bring up the topic now. Although she understood that the driver was definitely not as amiable as he appeared, and he would not be really stupid enough to tell Sui Jing the route he knew. But regardless of whether it is true or not, if he is really willing to reveal something, it will not do any substantial harm to them. At this time, more information means more vitality. Even if this information may be false. It's just that the clues he got were cut off, and Sui Jing was really in a bad mood. This caused her to be unhappy with how this dear counselor looked at her. She suddenly felt a little itchy. Chapter 179 Bus Horror. Sui Jing felt that there was no need to continue chatting for the time being. She looked around below and found the location of Heiji. She took 2 steps down the steps and walked towards Heiji, intending to find a seat next to him. You just came here like this? Heiji walked over from Sui Jing and felt a strange gaze on him. But when he looked up, he couldn't find who was looking at him. Otherwise, Sui Jing replied to him first, then bent down and said to the girl sitting next to Heiji, "Classmate, can you change seats?" Sui Jing pointed to the empty seat next to him. "Ah? Okay. Okay." The girl stammered and nodded, a thin layer of blush slowly creeping onto her cheeks and the tips of her ears. There's no way around it. Sui Jing's face is so impactful that it's hard for anyone to refuse. Even the NPC in the game seems to be unable to reject her cruelly. "Thank you." Sui Jing smiled politely at her. The girl's face turned red in an instant, and she quickly gave up her seat and sat aside. "Do you have a solution?" Heiji looked at Sui Jing and sat down without any psychological burden. He must have already secured the victory. "No," Sui Jing said confidently, which made Heiji hesitate. "Then you still look so relaxed?" Heiji said he didn't understand at all. "I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry," Sui Jing said calmly. "By the way, how do you know me?" Sui Jing was still a little curious about this matter. "Have you seen me?" "I haven't seen it before," Heiji smiled. "I just heard about it." The fingers of Sui Jing's right hand unconsciously rubbed the back of his left hand twice. When she first heard what Heiji said, she thought he was also a member of the system. But judging from the current situation, it was probably not the case. "Although I have never met you." "My sister has," Heiji said with a smile. "I just don't know if you still remember her." "Who is your sister?" A trace of doubt flashed in Sui Jing's eyes. She seemed to have never seen a girl named He. "My sister is Liang He. I wonder if you still remember." Sui Jing lowered her eyelids slightly, and in less than 10 seconds, she went through the girls she had seen since the game started in her mind. "Liang He. I remember." Sui Jing curled his lips. "It's the copy in the mansion. Is she okay? After all, we haven't seen each other since then." "Fortunately, I have grown a lot," Heiji replied. "Why doesn't your sister have the same last name as you?" "She is not my biological sister," Heiji sighed. "She is the daughter brought here by my stepmother. We are not related by blood." "Then you are quite destined." "How do you say this?" Heiji didn't understand why Sui Jing said that. "Your name is Heiji, and her name is Liang He. We feel like a family," Sui Jing said seriously, which was quite convincing. That might really be fate. I don't know why, but there was a hint of sadness in his tone, like a screen window. It's not very obvious, but it can't be easily ignored. There was probably something unspeakable between the two brothers. But Sui Jing was not interested in other people's private affairs, so he kept his mouth shut. After struggling for so long, the sky outside the car gradually darkened, and soon it was night. It's still the same as last night. The counselor doesn't allow anyone to make a sound after arriving at the appointed time. It feels like the dormitory supervisor comes to check the bed at the appointed time. Maybe it was because Sui Jing was not in the car last night, so she didn't quite know what was going on in the car after he went out yesterday. Anyway, the atmosphere in the car was extremely serious today, and the counselor's face looked particularly bad. She was really looking forward to something exciting happening tonight. Research office. "Wan In. Are you there?" Chi Yun shouted through an iron gate. She left her access card in the rest area today. If it is within the jurisdiction of her management department, she can enter and exit at will with her watch without an access card. But when you get to the research office, you have to use an access card to enter and exit freely, unless an inspector from the research department leads her in. The heavy iron gate slowly rose. After the gate was fully raised, Chi-yun saw Yang Wanyan standing next to the experimental table. Yang Wanyan was also wearing a black uniform by the system. But she was also covered with a pure white research uniform. Had the materials been returned? Yang Wanyan took off the white rubber gloves on her hands and threw them into the trash can next to the wall. Return it. Return it. Chi-yun followed the gloves that were thrown into the trash can, pretending to be unconvinced, and said, "Do I look like such an unreliable person?" "That's hard to say." Yang Wanyan cleaned up the experimental table, picked up the file folder placed on the edge of the experimental table, and recorded something. "After all, this isn't the first time you've made such a low-level mistake. Wanyan, speak carefully." After recording, Yang Wanyan put the folder in the cabinet and sighed helplessly. "Tell me, why did you come to me again?" He, Chi-yun, whose thoughts were read, could only laugh twice. "I just wanted to ask if there is any way to help people who have lost their memory regain their memory." Yang Wanyan raised her eyes and glanced at her, smiling slightly. "Are you asking for Sui Jing?" Chi-yun narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Hey, you noticed it again. You didn't even intend to hide it." She picked up the remote control placed aside and pressed the only red button. The heavy iron gate was closed again. Chi-yun knew that after Yang Wanyan closed the door, she immediately understood that she didn't want anyone other than them to hear the content of their conversation. "So, is there any way?" Chi-yun. Yang Wanyan looked at Chi-yun seriously. The fact that one's memory is forcibly erased by the system is not a simple matter in itself. The most important thing is that we don't know why Sui Jing lost his memory. If you really want to find a solution to the problem, you have to find the reason first. "But don't you even know?" Chi-yun asked. Yang Wanyan took off her research clothes and hung them back in the sterilization cabin. "You have to understand that there is much more we don't know about the system than you think. We are all inspectors. So stop being so naive." Chi-yun pursed her lips. She knew that what Yang Wanyan said made sense, but she didn't believe that there was really no way. "Then do you know why Sui Jing's hair becomes like that?" "I know something about this." Yang Wanyan walked to Chi-yun and stood in front of him. "This is probably a side effect of her being affected by the abnormal energy of the copy while playing the game. Is it right?" "Yes." Chi-yun nodded. "That?" Yang Wanyan raised her hand to stop Chi-yun from talking. "I know what you want to ask. I can only say that I haven't found any damage to my own life for the time being. As for other things, it remains to be studied. This has happened before, but there were too few actual cases for reference, and in the end no results were produced. Have you ever read about anything similar when you read those documents?" Yang Wanyan was somewhat doubtful as to whether Chi-yun had carefully studied those documents. "I've seen it." Chi-yun Sheng was helpless. "But as you said, there are so few cases and very few records. Don't worry about it yet. Anyway, it's the luckiest situation that it's not life-threatening. What's more, Sui Jing probably has her own plans." Yang Wanyan leaned into Chi-yun's ear and whispered, "Don't forget, our situation is actually not much easier." Chapter 180, Buzz Horror. Sui Jing raised his eyes and glanced at where Wei Yu was sitting, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. After she walked down, Wei Yu didn't stay with the counselor for long and just found a seat to sit down. I can almost imagine that she was probably plotting against He. Could she really think that holding He hostage would threaten her? Although she felt that Wei Yu should not be so reckless. Even if He knew her, she would most likely not threaten her with someone who was not directly related to Sui Jing. Should he say it or not? Sui Jing really guessed Wei Yu's psychological process. Wei Yu didn't dare to bet. She could neither figure out Sui Jing's identity nor her trump card. Unless that person is someone Sui Jing values very much, such as a family member or friend. Otherwise, there is no need for her to take this risk. The gain outweighs the loss. So why bother? However, what they didn't expect was that someone actually had this idea. Sui Jing's eyes fell on the counselor in front of him. Through the rearview mirror of the car, she saw that the counselor's face didn't look very good, and the corners of his mouth were slightly depressed, as if he was afraid of something. Fear? The monster she and Wei Yu just dealt with should be the checkpoint set up on this road. Then this road was barely safe for the time being. So what was she still afraid of? Or is she pretending to be scared? Huh? Sui Jing sighed silently. It was really troublesome. Day by day, he was either guessing this person's thoughts or that person's thoughts. Can we talk openly about anything? She leaned back slightly on the chair and closed her eyes gently, as if she was concentrating with her eyes closed. Even breathing became lighter. Pap. After a crisp sound, all the lights in the car were turned off, and the entire car, except the driver's seat, was instantly plunged into darkness. The carriage was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing coming and going. Although no one was driven out of the car today, it felt like everyone was quietly waiting for something to happen. Although Sui Jing had her eyes closed, she was also listening carefully to the goings-on around her. Sui Jing suddenly opened his eyes, and his right hand quickly grabbed the arm that wanted to reach over her and reach out to He. Her cold gaze was fixed on the face of the person in front of her. Although she didn't speak, it was easy to read the meaning in her eyes. What do you want to do? The counselor wanted to break free from Sui Jing's restraints, but found that Sui Jing was so incredibly strong that she couldn't move the arm she was holding. You're not asleep. The counselor's eyebrows were tightly knitted into a knot. Humph. Sui Jing snorted coldly. I don't think this is the right time to sleep. You think so? Teacher. She shook off the counselor's hand and said coldly, why don't we have a good chat about your plan? As you can see, the counselor saw that his behavior was seen through, and he did not intend to hide anything anymore. I just want to catch him. The counselor pointed at He and said, use him to control you and make you my puppet. Sui Jing chuckled twice and said slowly, you really dare to think about it. But teacher. Sui Jing paused. You seem to have forgotten what time it is. Is it really okay for you to speak like this? The counselor noticed the smile on the corner of Sui Jing's mouth. Although it was not that obvious, she suddenly realized that the current time period was beyond her control. Look! Sui Jing raised his chin behind her. Isn't someone coming to invite you? Don't be complacent for too long. The counselor turned to look at the two students walking behind her. I won't die. On the contrary, it's you. As long as you stay here for 1 day, I will always find a way to kill you. The counselor looked confident, and I didn't know where she got her confidence. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and shook his head in disapproval. Not necessarily. The counselor's brows furrowed, and the muscles on his face were slightly stiff, probably due to some tension. What do you mean? The two people behind the counselor were almost in front of her, but Sui Jing suddenly said something incomprehensible, which made her confused and wanted to figure out what her words meant. Nothing. Sui Jing stood up. She was much taller than the counselor. She lowered her head and looked down at her slightly when standing in front of the counselor. Hopefully we'll have another chance to meet again. She lowered her voice. Goodbye. As soon as Sui Jing finished speaking, the counselor was led out of the carriage by two people. The driver didn't seem to intend to stop the car tonight to let them rest for the night. Even when he dropped the counselor, the car still didn't stop driving. Therefore, they did not know how the counselor would react after being thrown away. Whether he would curse or remain silent. He looked at Sui Jing in shock, then pointed outside, looking like he didn't know how to speak. You can talk, Sui Jing said quietly. You just killed her like that? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sure enough, what Liang He told him was absolutely right. What this woman did was truly incredible. It's not difficult, Sui Jing said. I just borrowed a few rules. Rules? He didn't quite understand. This game was not a rules copy. What rules could we learn from? You all saw what happened last night. Sui Jing explained. It seems that picking one person to throw out the window every night is the best choice. It doesn't hurt to abandon one person to protect the safety of everyone else. Anyway, she herself has been protected. So, as long as one person goes out, it's okay. And this person happens to be the first person to break the rules. Sui Jing analyzed it for him. Yesterday that person was me. Today, it's herself. So that's it. He suddenly realized. Then he frowned and became confused again. But she was still saying she couldn't die just now. She also told you to be careful. Can she really die? He asked. Who knows? Sui Jing's mouth curved slightly. Who can say for sure about life and death? As she said that, she turned her head to look at He. What do you think? What else could he say? He was so incompetent that he could only stare dumbly at the boss showing off. He laughed twice and said, Hey, you're right. You're right. Then can we rest for a while tonight? Sui Jing glanced out the window, and his expression instantly turned grim. I'm afraid not. There's no road. The driver suddenly shouted loudly from the front. Buzz? Buzz buzz. It was the same as last night. But one person had already left. But the danger around the bus had not diminished at all. Is it because the ones thrown out are not the players, but the NPCs in the game? Sui Jing frowned and walked quickly to the rear of the bus with his long legs. Through the glass at the rear of the bus, she could see the counselor standing not far behind the vehicle. looking in the direction of the bus with a proud expression. Chapter 181 Bus Horror. The counselor held a wooden box in his hand, which was hard to see clearly in the dark. However, you can vaguely see that the flies surrounding the vehicle at this moment are running out of the box. It's really amazing that such a small box can hold so many flies. She probably felt that Sui Jing was looking at her. So she raised her free hand and waved lightly towards Sui Jing. He seemed to be muttering something in his mouth. Sui Jing couldn't see clearly and didn't want to know what she said. No wonder the counselor didn't panic at all when she got out of the car. It turned out that the things under the car really posed no threat to her. Or was it because she and Wei Yu had taken care of all those weird things? The corners of Sui Jing's mouth twitched. And for the first time, he felt a little regretful that he had moved too fast. However, it looked like she didn't know how those ghosts died before. If he had known, he would probably not stand there so arrogantly and not move. The flies outside the window are constantly hitting the car body. Other places may be able to hold on for a while, but these glass windows probably won't last long. The driver kept repeating, "There is no road ahead," when others were at a loss what to do. Sui Jing looked at He. "Lend me your bow and arrow again." It can be seen from the arrow she just shot that this type of arrow shoots extremely fast and with great force. She was confident that it would be impossible for the counselor to avoid this arrow without any precautions. Although there is a piece of glass blocking the arrow's trajectory, it probably won't have much impact. Okay. He handed the bow and arrow to Sui Jing, and then stepped aside. Sui Jing took the bow and arrow, and it only took a moment from opening the bow and setting the arrow to aiming at the counselor. Shwa! The bow and arrow passed through the glass and shot straight towards the counselor. Huh? The counselor's face froze as she stared at the arrow that was shooting at her quickly. She only took half a step back before she had time to dodge. The arrow had definitely pierced her heart. A burst of explosion sounded, and a raging fire suddenly ignited around the counselor. The flies around her were also ignited in an instant, and the stars were like sparks falling in the sky. In the midst of the flames. The counselor's eyes were still looking at Sui Jing across the flames. She never expected until her death that Sui Jing would have such a thing and use it against her. Seeing this, Sui Jing slowly raised his right hand and waved it gently. Goodbye. This was Sui Jing's last farewell to her, and it was also a response to her previous provocation. Her lips didn't move at all, and her eyes didn't show any strange emotion. She is always like this, calm and strong. It was obvious that the counselor had spoken harshly to her not long ago. But now it was she who was dead without any body parts. It's really pathetic. Soon the counselor was completely swallowed up by the tongues of fire, and even his ashes were blown away by the cold night wind before he could even leave any trace of his ashes, because the box she was holding was also burned by the fire. The densely packed flies gathered near the bus instantly lost their life and all fell to the ground. Sui Jing put the bow and arrow back, walked behind the driver and said in a cold voice, "Drive. Little classmate. Don't be so cruel." Even though the driver witnessed Sui Jing's behavior with his own eyes, he was still as honest and amiable as before. It was as if he didn't see what just happened. "It's not that I don't want to drive. Look. There's obviously no road ahead." The driver motioned Sui Jing to look outside, proving that what he said was true. "I don't know if it was because 2 fires were lit on this road in one night. I feel that the fog on this road has dispersed a lot, and I can barely see the road conditions clearly." Sui Jing raised his eyes and looked outside. His thin lips pursed slightly. The driver did not lie. There was indeed no road ahead. From the thin mist that remained, it could be seen that there was probably a cliff ahead, or at worst, a huge ravine. It is indeed impossible to drive forward in this kind of road condition. But they can't just stay here, right? Do you know how to get out? Sui Jing asked. Hey. The driver waved his hand confidently, as if this trivial matter was nothing to worry about. Of course I know. Didn't I tell you that no one knows this place better than me? Then why don't you drive? Drive? The driver put away his honest appearance, leaving behind an ugly and cunning face. You killed my assistant and destroyed my supplies. And you want me to drive? Little classmate, have you woken up from your dream? Sui Jing's brows furrowed slightly. I guess who your assistant is. And what are your supplies? My supplies are the delicious supplies that you killed before. Okay. Saying it means not saying it. But Sui Jing also knew that he was talking about the ghosts that she and Wei Yu had jointly killed before. Sui Jing did not panic. She continued, it was your assistant who asked us to deal with them. And it was not of my own free will. Sui Jing told the truth. But some people didn't want to listen. What do you know? My assistants are all for my own good. The pilot retorted, as long as my supplies eat you, they can store more energy. Then I'll get more energy when I eat them. What you said is wrong. Sui Jing interrupted him. If you've studied biology, you know that the longer the food chain, the less energy the predator has. If you want to get the energy in our bodies, just eat us. Why waste all your efforts? The driver was stunned. And so were the others in the car. How could anyone suggest that others eat their own food? Isn't that too brave? Is that so? The driver opened his mouth, as if he had discovered a new world. That's it. No wonder I always feel like I'm not full sometimes. So that's it. Can I just eat you guys? Yes. Sui Jing nodded affirmatively. I really suggest you read more books so that you won't be hungry in the future. Sui Jing said with sincerity in his eyes. If you really haven't learned anything, it's always good to have more brains. As the saying goes, you should arm your mind with knowledge. Otherwise, your mind will be empty, and you won't be able to figure out the best way to eat. But, I don't have a book to read? The driver curled his lips in distress. He has been driving for so many years, but no one has ever asked him to read a book, saying that reading can make him full. So he doesn't have to read a book now if he wants to. Moreover, what exactly is a book and what does it look like? Is it tasty? Then do you have a book? The driver was really fooled by Sui Jing, and the other people in the car were stunned for a moment. No. Sui Jing replied truthfully. You lied to me. The driver was a little angry. When did I lie to you? Sui Jing said that he was innocent. I didn't say I had a book. But don't worry. Sui Jing pretended to comfort him. I have read a lot of books. Are they all in my head? How about you stop eating me first? And I can tell you slowly. They can't eat either. And they've read a lot of books. Sui Jing seemed to be negotiating terms with him. But she was definitely not someone who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Only she knows what she is thinking in her heart now. Chapter 182 Bus Horror. The driver lowered his eyelids and pondered for a while, then nodded and said, What you said seems to make sense. In this case, I won't eat you for the time being, he said magnanimously. Anyway, I've eaten enough today, so I'll spare your lives for now. To be honest, Sui Jing didn't understand what he meant by being full. After all, she hadn't seen him eat today. But it's not surprising when you think about it. He probably doesn't need to actually eat anything when he eats. Not a real person. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, but I have a condition. You must obey my words, and do not go against my wishes. For example, now, you all sit back down and fasten your seat belts. Just leave one person next to me. He stared at Sui Jing and said, It's just you. You stay with me. And everyone else returns to their seats. Be sure to fasten your seatbelt. He picked up his bow and arrow and retreated to his seat. The others had no intention of resisting the driver and slowly moved back to their seats. There was no way to seat all the students on the first floor, so the remaining students had to go back to the second floor. Wei Yu sat on the seat directly behind the driver. The moment she sat down, she suddenly raised her eyes and looked right into Sui Jing's eyes, as deep as an ancient pool. After a fleeting glance, Sui Jing had already looked away before she could blink. Her intuition told her that Sui Jing would definitely make some amazing move next. Wei Yu exhaled a long breath and sat down. She didn't care what Sui Jing wanted to do, as long as it didn't threaten Wei Yu's personal safety. She couldn't control what she did. She's just, anyway. Click. Wei Yu was about to pull the seatbelt to her waist and buckle it. But before she pressed the button, the seatbelt buckled itself. She lowered her head and fiddled with the seatbelt around her waist, but found that no matter how hard she tried, there was nothing she could do with the seatbelt. She raised her head and looked around. Almost everyone noticed the abnormality in the seatbelt. But now that their safety cannot be guaranteed, no one dares to express their inner confusion. The only thing to do seemed to be to try and break the seatbelt. But the material of this seatbelt is very tough, and they don't have any blades on them. It's impossible to break it. And the only one in their group who wore a knife was Sui Jing. But Sui Jing was now right under the driver's nose. And it was even less possible for him to come down and help them cut their seatbelts blatantly. He looked calmly in the direction of Sui Jing, trying to convey this information to her. But he didn't expect that as soon as he raised his head, he met Sui Jing's gaze. Sui Jing glanced at him very calmly, and then nodded his head downward without trace, indicating that she already understood the current situation. and finally looked away as if nothing happened. Heji's worried heart suddenly relaxed. For some reason, Sui Jing always had a reassuring charm. Master, can you drive now? Sui Jing asked. Okay. Okay. The driver's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Sit down first. The train will leave soon. He motioned Sui Jing to sit in the passenger seat and started to press the accelerator of the bus. Tell me about the books you have read, the driver asked, really treating Sui Jing as a complete encyclopedia of knowledge. What do you want to hear? Sui Jing glanced at the co-pilot with disgust, which was the seat where the counselor had just sat. To be honest, although she didn't have any misophobia, she didn't really want to sit here. Don't you want to sit there? The driver saw through Sui Jing's inner thoughts and joked with a smile. The junior classmate has a lot to do. Sui Jing frowned uncomfortably, wondering why people here spoke so strangely. A little classmate in one mouthful. Does he know that he is not a real student? Sui Jing's eyes lit up. She really hadn't thought about this problem. But she blew up the counselor. No matter how you look at him, he should know that she is no ordinary student. Then it's okay for you to sit here. Right? The driver reached out and knocked on the hood, indicating where Sui Jing should sit. Sui Jing glanced at the hood, which was at least clean, and said, Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, she sat on the hood without any grudge. You're not old, but you have a lot to do. The driver couldn't help but complain. Sui Jing calmly pretended not to hear what he said and repeated again. What do you want to hear? Yes. I asked you to sit down to teach me a book. The driver suddenly reacted. Then tell me carefully what you just said. Is it called a food chain or something? He was a little unsure. After all, he was older, and his memory wasn't very good. If Sui Jing knew what was going on in his mind, he would definitely sneer disdainfully and then complain. Your poor memory probably has nothing to do with your age. Maybe the original data is set like this, so your lack of intelligence will stay with you for the rest of your life. Okay. Sui Jing agreed. You drive? And I'll tell you. The food chain refers to a connection between various animals, plants and microorganisms in the ecosystem due to feeding relationships. Because this connection is like a chain, one link after another. It is called a food chain. Although Sui Jing was telling the driver some basic knowledge about the food chain word for word, she was not entirely focused on her own words. Instead, most of it was scattered on the driver's body. She wanted to know if the driver was telling lies, if there were other ways to know the correct route that she didn't know about, or if he really had the route out in his mind. Moreover, not long ago, the driver said that the vehicle could not continue to move forward. But now, he drove forward unimpeded. The moment he drove past, Sui Jing's eyes naturally fell on the road outside the car. With the naked eye, there is indeed a ravine on the ground that is 10 feet long and bottomless. But when the bus drove up, it could be said that it was like walking on flat ground. It was said that it fell into a ravine, and the body of the bus did not even vibrate. Is it a cover-up? Or is there something wrong with the vehicle itself? Sui Jing didn't understand. Does that mean that the driver just deliberately lied to them that the bus couldn't drive, but in fact it was just to make them all die in the car? But what happened next was beyond his expectation, forcing him to continue driving away. The high probability shows that these stumbling blocks on the road have no possibility of hindering the movement of vehicles. Hey! Hey! The driver called Sui Jing several times. Why are you so stunned? Little classmate? Why don't you continue talking? He was listening with great interest. Why did he suddenly stop? Sui Jing's eyelids twitched. She didn't expect that this NPC loved learning so much. It would be a pity not to send him to school. This knowledge point has been explained. Sui Jing said perfunctorily, You can't just listen to me all the time. You have to learn to think. Have you learned anything after I finished speaking? Is there anything you don't understand? These are all questions that require you to think independently. Sui Jing pretended, Think about it carefully. I want to rest for a while. Chapter 183 Bus Horror. The others below were dumbfounded by this operation. How can this familiar tone and content make people dream back to their student days? The most important thing is that the driver really listened. He nodded seriously and said, I understand. I will think about it carefully. Then can I ask you if I don't understand? It's so easy to learn. It makes everyone else feel guilty for deceiving others. However, it is impossible for Sui Jing to feel such guilt. She raised a finger and shook it slightly. No. You have to think for yourself. The reason why others know this knowledge is because they can think. You should also know what others know. Only by learning to think can you truly learn knowledge. Okay. I understand what you mean. That's right. Sui Jing affirmed, but don't think about it now. Drive well first. Road driving comes first. Safety is the most important. After you finish driving, you have plenty of time to think about these issues slowly. Others in the car, why do you feel like you are educating your son? Then quickly find a seat and sit down. I'm going to speed up. For some reason, they felt that the driver's tone had softened. Yeah. Sui Jing stood up and walked off the hood, following the driver's words and finding the only remaining seat to sit down. I don't know which good person left a place for her. I really want to thank him. You must wear your seatbelt too, the driver warned. Otherwise it will fly out. I know. Sui Jing sat down across the aisle from Heiji and Wei Yu. The two of them sat on the left side of the vehicle, one behind the other, while Sui Jing sat on the right side. Sui Jing. Just as Heiji was about to speak, he heard a click on Sui Jing's seat. Don't worry, Sui Jing reassured. I have my own plan. Now that Sui Jing had said this, Heiji also believed that she had really thought about it and would not say anything more. After Sui Jing fastened his seatbelt, everyone was stunned by the environment outside the window. No wonder drivers remind them over and over to fasten their seat belts. It turned out that the bus had already arrived on the winding mountain road unintentionally. The mountain road is winding and winding, and a narrow path winds on the cliff. The narrowest part is just big enough for buses to pass through. The fog has not completely dissipated. Looking down from the winding mountain road, you can only see milky white fog lying between the mountains. Heiji seemed to have thought of something suddenly. He pointed a trembling hand at the driver and said to Sui Jing, "Did he just say that he wants to speed up?" It was obvious that he wanted a negative answer. However, Sui Jing ruthlessly broke his illusion. Yes. What a cold word. Heiji shivered from the cold. Even the two lips were trembling up and down. Before Heiji could say a word, the bus suddenly started to accelerate, shaking him so much that he was about to fly out. It seems inappropriate to say this. If there were no safety belts to stop them, they might have flown out. Ah! Violent screams suddenly erupted in the car. Deafening. But this scene is indeed quite exciting. On a very narrow winding mountain road, a large bus flew at its highest speed. Not only technology is needed, but life is also needed. The skill of the driver is their life. Vomit. Many people in the car had begun to feel strong dizziness. But since no one had eaten in the morning, they didn't vomit everywhere. It's just that my stomach is really churning. Sui Jing originally thought that his physical fitness was pretty good, but he also felt a little uncomfortable. Especially my brain. I don't know if my brain has been shaken evenly. You don't seem to have any reaction? Sui Jing raised her eyebrows and looked at Wei Yu. She had a calm expression and didn't seem to be affected by the acceleration of the turn at all. Wei Yu grinned and said, "How can I react?" She glanced at Sui Jing. "Don't you look fine? Why? You don't allow others to be physically stronger?" The corners of Sui Jing's mouth curled up. That's not what he meant. He just thought it was pretty awesome. After all, she knows her own body. It's not that she doesn't feel anything at all. It's just that she is more tolerant. So others generally don't see anything unusual. How long will it take? Heiji's face was pale, holding a black plastic bag taken out of his pocket in his hand. And he couldn't even finish his sentence. I don't know. Sui Jing glanced at the scene outside the window and said, although the bus ran from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, she really didn't know how far they were from the bottom of the mountain. Why don't you ask me for you? Wei Yu said kindly. But it seemed that she still found Heiji's current state very interesting. Thank you. It is no exaggeration to say that Heiji was almost vomiting and dying. Master, how long does it take before we get off the winding mountain road? Wei Yu asked. What did you say? The car was really noisy, and it was even worse than riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. I said, how long does it take to get down to Panshan? Wei Yu raised his voice. Zaya Panshan? The driver also responded loudly. It's not called Zaya Panshan. Is it called Depanshan? Wei Yu, my mother tongue is speechless. Stop shouting. He can't hear you. Sui Jing said, and stood up directly. When did she unbuckle her seat belt? It's not safe for Sui Jing to sit down. Heiji said this, and tried his best to stop Sui Jing from walking around in the carriage. It's really easy to fall after all. It doesn't matter, Sui Jing said calmly. What do you want to do? Wei Yu frowned slightly, and looked at her, with a puzzled expression. Humph. Sui Jing chuckled. Help him slow down a bit. As she said this, she walked towards the driver's seat step by step, holding the back of the chair. Even though the car was going extremely fast, she still walked steadily step by step. What are you doing? The driver saw a hand suddenly stretched out from beside him and pushed lightly on his transmission, and the car gradually slowed down. Drive safely, Sui Jing said quietly. It's no longer safe for you. Are you questioning my strength? The driver asked displeasedly. No. Sui Jing shook his head seriously. I'm questioning their bodies. The remaining classmates, who were dizzy and had vomiting and diarrhea, are you polite? Oh, the driver finally noticed something was wrong with them. I thought they liked this feeling so much that they shouted so loudly. Do you think it's possible? Sui Jing said expressionlessly. Look at their faces. Which one looks like a living person? Okay. The driver's eyes swept around below, and finally his eyes fell on Sui Jing's face. You? No. Your face doesn't look normal. After he finished speaking, he felt it made sense. Looked at it again, and finally pointed away. You. She's not bad. Sui Jing. The fist is hard again. Chapter 184 Bus Horror. Stop talking nonsense. Sui Jing didn't want to talk much. How long until we get down the mountain? We have been driving for so long, but there is still no sign of reaching the foot of the mountain. It's still early. The driver said leisurely. Why are you in a hurry? I will tell you when the time comes. Can we take a shortcut down the mountain? Sui Jing asked. Shortcut? The driver smiled and said, Yes. Just drive out, and you'll be at the foot of the mountain in an instant. Sui Jing has always been a person who would not be fooled by others. She pretended to smile sincerely. Really? Then go ahead. I'm not afraid of heights. The driver reluctantly closed his mouth. He should have known that there was no point in talking nonsense to this woman. She is used to telling ghosts and telling lies when meeting people. When did you unbuckle your seatbelt? The driver reacted suddenly. If Sui Jing had fastened her seatbelt just now, there was no reason why she could open it easily. And he did hear the click of the seatbelt buckle. We are all standing in front of you. Isn't it a little late for you to ask this question? Sui Jing said with a faint smile in his eyes, as if he heard the driver's voice. Also, it's really important to unbuckle your seatbelt. It's easy. As she spoke, she tapped the zamwang shoe she wore on her waist. It's very sharp. The implication is that cutting off a mere seatbelt is a piece of cake. You? The driver's unspoken words were stuck in his throat. Needless to say, the seatbelt she was in just now was probably broken into 2 pieces. Go back and sit down. The driver became a little angry. He has never seen such unreasonable people. You have to give me an accurate answer. Sui Jing insisted. How long will it take to reach the foot of the mountain? I have a friend who really can't hold on any longer and needs to get out of the car to get some air. She said. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The driver said impatiently. When had he ever been so humble? Normally, wouldn't others be afraid of him? That's okay. Sui Jing reluctantly accepted the answer. Then I'll wait another 10 minutes. After saying that, she walked towards the seat where she was sitting, with an intriguing curve on her lips. Then, let me live for 10 more minutes. This car can be driven by another person. After she sat down, her eyes fell on the rope that was randomly wrapped around her wrist. Although it is said to be a rope, it is actually no more than the thickness of a little finger. It looks like a rope made of countless golden threads twisted into one. Moreover, the hardness of these silk threads seems to be quite high, and they are a bit irritating to the touch. That's why Sui Jing felt that the workmanship was quite fine at first. I just don't know what it is used for, and I haven't found anything to try it on along the way. Sui Jing, are we almost here? He asked weakly. His face looked ugly, as if he had vomited out bile. Yes. There are still 10 minutes. Sui Jing looked around at the conditions of other people in the car, and they all seemed not to be very good. That's good. That's good. He waved his hands feebly in the air, wishing he could run under the car immediately. Hold on a little longer, Sui Jing said. Young man, your health is not good, Wei Yu said jokingly. You don't understand. He still had the energy to respond to her, and he didn't look that serious. We'll be at the bottom of the mountain soon. You can rest for a while, the driver shouted loudly. After resting for a while, He felt that his energy had recovered a lot. Can the seat belt be unfastened? No. The originally friendly driver's face suddenly turned serious. Why? Many other students asked in confusion. After all, being tied up all the time is not very comfortable. There is no reason. The driver kept silent and stared at the road ahead. His attitude aroused dissatisfaction from many students, who were all whispering about something. Sui Jing frowned slightly, wondering if these NPCs were too noisy. How can they rest if you don't let them get off the car? Sui Jing walked behind the driver again and asked slowly. After the driver parked the car, he turned his head and glared at Sui Jing displeasedly. Why are you always walking around in the car? Didn't I tell you to sit in your seat? It's so rude. Sui Jing said lightly, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. I've taught you so much knowledge. But even if you're not grateful, you still have such a bad attitude. Although Sui Jing did not teach him anything. At most she just repeated the contents of the textbook. But she had a way of deceiving people. The driver was speechless for a while. What on earth do you want to do? You really can't open their seat belts? Sui Jing asked in disbelief. No. The driver refused. Do you think I'm lying to you? Uh-huh. Sui Jing was noncommittal. Her eyelids slightly lowered to cover up the undercurrent in her eyes. Okay. I'll just go back. Sui Jing said. That's right. The driver turned his head with satisfaction. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. It was already the greatest kindness that he didn't eat them right away. But he actually dared to make conditions with him here. The sound of the blade piercing the flesh rang clearly in his ears. The driver looked at his abdomen in shock, only to see an ink-colored blade with a cold light stabbing from behind, passing through the back of the seat and piercing his body at the same time. You? As soon as the driver said a word, a large mouthful of blood poured out of his mouth. What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Sui Jing pulled out John Washu. It depends on what you want to do. I didn't do anything, the driver said with difficulty, covering his stomach with a cut in pain. It's because you didn't do anything. Sui Jing shook off the blood stained on John Wanshu and said coldly. As she spoke, she made another gesture as if she was going to swing a knife. If you kill me, no one will help you drive. And no one will be able to take you out. The driver said in panic. We can drive it ourselves. Sui Jing ignored his plea and saw that John Wanshu would fall on him in the next second. Just wait. Without me, you will never be able to get out. The driver yelled and quickly opened the driver's door and ran away in a hurry. Sui Jing sneered, without any intention of chasing him out. He wiped the blade clean and walked towards the others in the car. She cut off the seat belts of the others one by one. She was obviously helping them. But when He looked at Sui Jing, who was walking steadily towards him, he suddenly felt that the murderous aura in her body was a bit heavy, even though there was no expression on her face. The aura that was as cold as an ice field was so chilling that when Sui Jing walked up to him and stood in front of him and put the knife next to the seat belt on his waist, he subconsciously trembled. This tremor made Sui Jing look at him one more time for no apparent reason, and his thin lips parted slightly. Are you cold? Chapter 185 Bus Horror. Neither cold nor cold. He shook his head. Dared he say it was because he was a little scared? Yeah. Sui Jing responded and walked towards the others. In less than a moment, Sui Jing came down from the second floor. It seems that everyone's seat belts have been cut. Who took us out after you killed the driver? He asked curiously. Who said I killed him? Sui Jing's face showed no expression, but her eyes expressed the disbelief in her mind. You stabbed him like that, and you haven't killed him yet? He also imitated Sui Jing's actions just now. But looking at Sui Jing's eyes, he suddenly felt that he had no confidence. Huh? Sui Jing chuckled and said. Who told you he was dead? He's not dead? He's eyes widened in surprise. Sui Jing used quite a lot of force when he stabbed him, and he was still alive after this. So tenacious? Of course not, Sui Jing said. I didn't hit his vitals. You just let him go on purpose. Wei Yu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. Yeah. Sui Jing nodded. After all, we have to rely on him to get out. So you stabbed him just to scare him and make him abandon the car and leave. To take us out of his sight. Wei Yu looked up and down Sui Jing's body a few times and sighed. It's really good. You really have a dirty mind for playing tactics. Sui Jing glanced at the woman who was talking about trains with disgust. He didn't know who he learned from and said whatever he caught. Then how do we find him? He asked the most critical question. He must have disappeared long ago. Right? Don't worry, Sui Jing comforted. Why don't you take a rest first and eat something? Okay. Let's go get something to eat first. Seeing Sui Jing so confident, He didn't worry anymore. There was no use worrying him anyway. He ran outside the car and shouted, Everyone can take a break and eat something. After his voice, people one after another got off the bus and ran to the trunk to get food. This is also thanks to the driver not taking out the car key. Sui Jing also took 2 packs of biscuits and bottles of water. After briefly solving the problem of food and clothing, everyone sat back in the car. Can you drive? Sui Jing asked He-ji. He-ji hesitated. I can drive a car, but I've never driven a passenger car. How about giving it a try? Sui Jing has never driven a bus herself, so she still doesn't believe in herself at this time. She herself didn't care, but others probably weren't too worried either. Can I just try this casually? He-ji muttered. I accidentally dug a ditch. The road here looks very wide. There should be no ditch, Sui Jing said with a serious face. That's not the point. He-ji took a few breaths and said bluntly. I don't dare. I can drive. A voice suddenly came from the back row that could be said to be the sound of nature that could save them. I can drive. It was the boy Sui Jing asked him to get water from before. You know how? He-ji frowned and glanced at him. Are you an adult? I'm an adult, the boy argued, his face turning red. I'm 20 this year. Oh, He-ji nodded and murmured to himself. It's not very big. Then go ahead. Sui Jing knew that he had a lot of courage to stand up at this time. Go find something to pad the seat, Sui Jing added. Some. Well, it's not very clean. Yeah, the boy nodded, pulled a big plastic bag and walked towards the driver's seat and sat down. Fasten your seatbelt, turn on the ignition, and step on the accelerator all at once. It looks like it really knows how to drive it. And it's very skillful. Hey, where are you going? The boy stepped on the accelerator. And then he remembered that he didn't know where to go. Everyone. Con. Did you see this line? Sui Jing twisted a hair-thick golden thread with soft light along the driver's seat window. It would be difficult to spot it without paying attention. Just follow it. After saying that, Sui Jing put the silk thread back again. Okay. The boy nodded vigorously to show that he understood. Where did this come from? Wei Yu asked. He-ji looked at Sui Jing with a mysterious expression. I picked it up, Sui Jing said. Sui Jing briefly described what he missed during the fierce battle with a group of zombies and ghosts. Is it the one you wrapped around your wrist before? Wei Yu seemed a little impressed, because the rope didn't match Sui Jing's outfit very well. You could notice it at a glance. Before, she thought it was something Sui Jing brought with him, but she didn't expect that it was something he picked up by mistake. Then how do you know it is used in this way? He-ji asked the doubt in his heart. This rope couldn't come with its own instructions like his bow and arrow. Ah. This is an accident, Sui Jing said. Just now The moment Sui Jing stabbed Zhang Wanshu into the driver's body, the smell of blood gradually filled the air. But at this time, Sui Jing only felt that the rope seemed to be a little restless, and her wrists were a little painful from being strangled, until she wiped the blade of the knife. The distance between the rope and the blood on the knife was very small. Almost instantly, a strand of the rope automatically separated and wrapped around the blade. After the thread was completely dyed red, it was wrapped back again. When the group of them all got out of the car to get food, she took off the rope and put it on the driver's seat. The rope seemed to come alive in an instant, swinging flexibly. After a while, the blood-stained end slipped out of the window, and the entire rope stretched farther and farther, seemingly spreading toward the direction the driver left. Sui Jing picked out the end of the rope and tied it to the handle of the window, leaving the rest of the rope to play freely. So that's when you learned that the rope has tracking capabilities? He-ji asked. Otherwise? Sui Jing looked at him strangely. She didn't have a god's perspective. Isn't everything just a matter of taking one step at a time? Then how did you plan to judge the driver's route when you didn't know that the rope had a tracking function? He-ji asked. Let's watch while walking, Sui Jing said confidently. If he walks, he will leave traces. If he can fly, there is nothing we can do. Are you serious? He-ji opened his mouth wide in disbelief. In He-ji's expectant eyes, Sui Jing's eyes narrowed. Of course, it's fake. How could you be so hasty? Sui Jing sighed and explained. If I hadn't discovered the tracking effect of the silk thread, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. It's safest to have him under control. That's it. He-ji breathed out. But luckily it wasn't as hasty as she said. And I have plan B. Sui Jing looked at them and smiled mysteriously, with an unfathomable look on his face. Plan B? He-ji and Wei Yu looked confused. They had no idea when Sui Jing had a plan B. Chapter 186 Buzz Horror. Look! Sui Jing took out a square box from her coat pocket. When she opened it, It contained an exquisitely crafted mechanical beetle that was only half the size of a palm. What is this? Heiji came closer and looked at the small beetle lying in Sui Jing's hand. It looked like a very good thing. And he couldn't help but be curious. This is a tracker I bought a long time ago. As long as the blood or other body fluids of the person being tracked. Hair will do. And inhaled into it through its mouthparts. It will be able to accurately track the target's specific location. I originally planned to use it to lock the driver's position. But I accidentally missed it. Sui Jing put the beetle back into his pocket. It can stay a little longer. That's it. The corners of Heiji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You are quite frugal. Right? Sui Jing, even if she doesn't particularly care. It's not easy to earn some points. What are you going to do next? Heiji asked. First follow this thread out of here, and find the driver. Sui Jing said. Let's see if there is a way to end this. In front of Wei Yu. She didn't want to reveal more. Even if Wei Yu might have known something for a long time. Go back and sit down. Although the boy's car was still driving smoothly. It was not a problem for them to stand here all the time. Okay. Heiji nodded and returned to his seat without thinking about anything. When Sui Jing saw Heiji walking away, she looked at Wei Yu. Why are you staring at me? Wei Yu frowned slightly and said, I don't understand something. What don't you understand? I obviously feel a very familiar aura on you. But I still can't figure out who you are? If Sui Jing knew that they were really the same kind, could she really kill the pilot without any psychological burden? Or was it her familiar scent? Sui Jing curled her lips. It was obvious that she didn't believe Wei Yu's words. Impossible. You've probably been alone here for too long. And you're a little lonely. If you say you feel familiar when you meet someone, it's actually all your imagination. After saying that, regardless of whether Wei Yu listened to what she said, she turned around and returned to her original seat. Wei Yusai didn't take Sui Jing's words to heart, because she was very sure that her judgment would not be wrong. There must be some secret hidden in Sui Jing's body. And it's possible that even she doesn't know it. Wei Yu sighed helplessly. Forget it. It's over, said the boy driving the car. Are you here? Heiji repeated in disbelief. So fast? He obviously didn't feel like he had been driving for long. So why did he arrive? Anyway, the silk thread has come to an end. The boy pointed at the golden silk thread hanging on the window edge and said. The recovered silk threads were balled up and hung on the car window. But until now, they still don't know how long the bundle of silk thread is. Maybe it can be extended indefinitely. I don't know. After all, it is normal for things picked up in dungeons to have minor bugs. Whether he's here or not. At least we can know that the driver hasn't moved since he got here. Sui Jing stepped forward. Her original intention was to untie the silk thread tied to the car window. But she didn't expect that the moment her fingers touched it, the golden silk thread immediately turned into a braided bracelet and was put on her wrist. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. It turns out that it can be recycled. This time he really picked up a good prop. Isn't this more reliable than the beetle I bought with my points? Huh? Heiji looked at the braided rope on Sui Jing's wrist with envy. Does it recognize its owner? Sui Jing waved the hand rope casually, not noticing any effect. So he just let it go. I guess so. Sui Jing put down his hands and watched the bus stop steadily on the side of the road. Everything should be unremarkable. But the sudden appearance of a somewhat dilapidated warehouse on the roadside had to attract everyone's attention. After all, the vehicle has not seen a single building all the way through the journey. Will the driver be inside? Heiji looked at the warehouse, feeling a little uneasy for some reason. It's most likely inside. Sui Jing asked the boy to open the car door. Let's go down and take a look first. With that said, she walked off the bus first. Seeing that she didn't hesitate at all, the others followed her outside the bus. Do we want to go in now? Wei Yu walked up and took a look at the locked warehouse door and asked boredly. Sui Jing naturally also saw the padlock the size of a brick. She walked over to the padlock and dragged it with her hand. You have to go in. But it's a little troublesome. How to say? It's troublesome to open the lock. Sui Jing gently put down the padlock. It had to be said that this padlock was really heavy. She felt the heavy impact just by dragging it up. Don't you know how to open a lock? Wei Yu naturally felt that Sui Jing should be able to do everything. Yes. Yes. Sui Jing hesitated. But the lock is too big, and I don't have the tools. She said this, hoping that Wei Yu could provide some help in time. Oh, that's it. Wei Yu didn't seem to understand what she meant. Then there's nothing you can do. Or you can split it open. Your sword seems pretty good. Wei Yu's eyes fell on Zhang Washu hanging on Sui Jing's waist. Sui Jing followed her line of sight and glanced at Zhang Washu. Okay. But the movement is a little too loud. If others were really inside, wouldn't they be able to hear the sound immediately and run away? What are you discussing? He Ji and the boy driving the car ran up to join in the fun. Thinking about how to open the lock? Wei Yu said perfunctorily, but I don't have the tools. Is this okay? The boy who was driving took out a key from his backpack. Key? He Ji took the key, which was less than the length of a finger. Isn't this too small? How can it be opened? He gestured several times with the key next to the padlock. See for yourself? This keychain is not even 1/10 the size. Actually, the boy snatched the key back into his hand. It's a master key that can open any lock. He walked past the others to the padlock, held it up with one hand, and held the key to the keyhole with the other. Then something magical happened. It was obviously a small key that instantly changed shape the moment it hit the keyhole. Not only did the key become larger in size, but the shape of the key teeth became exactly the same as that of a padlock. With a click, the padlock was easily opened. Master key, He Ji exclaimed. Fan Yuan, how did you get such a good thing? This. The boy called Fan Yuan took the key back. The key quickly returned to its original size. Someone gave this to me. He said it openly. It's for you. He Ji opened his mouth in disbelief and said with a sad face. Why didn't anyone give it to me? Stop making trouble, Sui Jing said. He looked straight at the crack in the door that was slightly opened. Looking through the gap, it was dark inside the warehouse. It looked like there were no lights on. Not only that, the warehouse was eerily quiet. They stood so close to the door, but still didn't hear a sound. He Ji blinked hard and asked in a low voice, Is there really anyone here? Chapter 187 Bus Horror. Is there no one there? He Ji followed Sui Jing closely after entering the warehouse. They did not bring everyone in. Only some. As for how many players in the team, no one knows yet. Shoo. Sui Jing warned in a low voice, Be quiet for a while. There's no one here. After a while, Wei Yu suddenly said. The high-intensity spotlight on the warehouse ceiling was suddenly turned on. But not one of them turned on the light switch. Sui Jing squinted his eyes under the dazzling light. And after a while he said, Everyone, be careful. There may be a trap. She looked around the warehouse and found that although it was a warehouse, there was nothing inside, and it was extremely dilapidated. Who turned on the light? Wei Yu asked. It's not me. He Ji raised his hands and shook his head innocently. It's not me either, Fan Yuan said. The remaining people who followed also said that no one turned on the lights. Don't worry about it, Sui Jing said. Find the driver first, and then talk about anything else. But it's obvious that there is no one here, Wei Yu complained. This place is so desolate. You can see where there are people hiding, even if it's not in the warehouse. It must be near here. There's no way the gold thread can go wrong, Sui Jing said. Wei Yu disagreed with Sui Jing's words. Then what if he discovers the gold thread and then cuts it? No. Sui Jing shook his head. I've looked at it, and there's no trace of the gold thread being cut. When I pulled the line back, there was still the driver's blood on the front end, and I wiped it clean. Then where could they go? They can't just disappear into thin air, right? Wei Yu asked helplessly, puffing up his cheeks. Is there a door there? Sui Jing asked, pointing to the wall directly in front of them. It seems there is. Before Wei Yu could answer, Fan Yuan hurriedly took over the topic. There are obvious gaps all around that wall. It should be a secret door. After finishing speaking, Fan Yuan nodded firmly. There seems to be a series of footprints here. Sui Jing walked to the secret door, squatted down and said. Others also bent down to check and found that it was exactly what Sui Jing said. Because this warehouse is so dilapidated, a thin layer of dust has long accumulated on the ground. At this time, the thin dust was covered with a series of shallow footprints. Although it's not obvious, you can still see it if you look closely. Sui Jing and his group have never been here before, so the set of footprints must not be theirs. This string of footprints extends all the way to the back of the other side of the secret door, indicating that someone must have entered. In addition, there are only one-way footprints on the ground that go in, but not come out, which all indicate that the person is still inside, regardless of whether that person is the driver or not. There must be someone behind this door so far. Should we go in and take a look now? He Ji felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up, and the familiar feeling of uneasiness surged into his heart again, even stronger than before. He wanted to persuade Sui Jing and the others not to go in for the time being. But he didn't know how to speak. A person as smart and strong as Sui Jing must have to go in. How about we wait first? Wei Yu stopped him. Maybe he will be back soon. Just when she thought Sui Jing would refuse. She didn't expect Sui Jing to nod in agreement. Okay. Let's wait here for a while. Huh? Wei Yu blinked. But he didn't expect that Sui Jing actually agreed to her proposal. What's wrong? Sui Jing looked at her. The emotion in his eyes was light and fluttering. Like a gentle breeze blowing on the endless grassland. It's nothing. Wei Yu closed his eyes and smiled, instantly hiding the strange look in his eyes. She originally thought that Sui Jing would not agree and would definitely insist on going in and taking a look. Even if no one else agrees, she might go in on her own. After all, the stronger the person, the more conceited they are. Sui Jing, on the other hand, is extremely powerful and has always believed in his own strength. This kind of person has always had sufficient self-confidence. And Sui Jing, judging from her observations along the way, is not only strong, but also ridiculously crazy. But why are you so obedient now? Wei Yu couldn't understand. You don't look good. Are you feeling unwell? Sui Jing observed that Heji's face was really ugly. It was almost the same as when he got carsick. No. Heji didn't know what to say. So he could only say randomly, it's an old problem. He didn't lie to Sui Jing either. After all, he really felt sick when he panicked. But it wasn't a serious illness. And he didn't pay much attention to it. It's dark outside. The remaining students outside also ran in. The temperature suddenly became extremely low. It was really too cold. It's dark? Fang Yuan tilted his head, seemingly not believing it. You came in just to say what you wanted. Why did you say it was dark? It was still so bright just now. You can even see the sun. He muttered and walked towards the door. Hey! Fang Yuan shouted in surprise. It's really dark. No way. It's such an exaggeration? Sui Jing's eyelashes trembled, and he also walked towards the warehouse door. Wrong. She looked at the dark sky outside. This was not a natural change in the sky. It's more like something is blocking and absorbing all the surrounding light. She just glanced outside and felt as if the black space in front of her was filling up the space in her eyes. Everyone, come in quickly. Sui Jing called everyone in, and then closed the door. He took the padlock in and locked it from the inside. Then the car will be ignored? Fang Yuan asked. He didn't have any idea about the bus. But he just felt that if there was no bus, how would they get out of this damn place? You can't just walk out on two legs. No matter what. Sui Jing said, no one is willing to drive at this time. Not to mention the bus can't enter the warehouse. People safe is good? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement with Sui Jing's statement. But why did the sky outside suddenly change like this? Fang Yuan asked doubtfully, holding his chin in one hand. I don't know, Sui Jing said. But it's also obvious that this is to drive everyone into the warehouse. What? Fang Yuan said in shock. Doesn't that mean there is danger in the warehouse? This is not always the case. The more people there are, the more dangerous it is. This must be the system speeding up the progress. It's hard to say. Sui Jing was very calm. Anyway, everyone should be careful. There is nothing you can do about it. Okay. Fang Yuan quickly walked to the crowd and said one by one. Sui Jing. Wei Yu shouted. What's wrong? Is there anything outside? Wei Yu looked very curious. It's nothing. It's just that the sky suddenly turned dark. I don't know why. Oh! Wei Yu stopped talking after hearing what she said. But her brows were frowning unconsciously, not knowing what she was thinking. Sui Jing glanced at her lightly, then looked away without saying a word. Chapter 188 Bus Horror. Then we'll wait here? Fang Yuan asked. Yeah, Sui Jing responded. Then his eyes lit up, and he said like a naughty child, how about we have a game of catching turtles in an urn? Heji glanced at the closed secret door and said, you mean this warehouse is an urn, and the driver is the turtle you want to catch? Sui Jing narrowed his eyes, but smiled silently. In that case, let's just take a rest. Heji found a slightly cleaner open space, tidied it up hastily, and sat down on the ground. They agreed to stay here and wait. But not everyone may be willing. Is there anyone in their team who wants them to enter the secret door quickly? Another point is that no one knows how long they will have to wait here. Not to mention that food and drinking water are placed in the bus outside. If they are unable to get out, the shortage of food and water will become a very fatal problem. However, everyone had just eaten at this time, so the urgency of this issue has not been reflected yet. Everyone sitting in the warehouse could hear a loud banging noise coming from outside. Sui Jing heard the sound a bit like a bus being squeezed and deformed. It shouldn't explode. Right? Sui Jing was a little worried. But the rest didn't matter. But she didn't bring any of her own luggage or anything. It would be a bit annoying to have to go back to the rest area to buy things again. At this time, the slightly timid girls were so scared that they huddled up in a ball and shivered, not daring to breathe. They had nothing to do in the warehouse. But they could always hear banging sounds falling on the iron walls of the warehouse. Probably those things outside want to attack this warehouse. But there is really nothing they can do to attack this warehouse. Otherwise it would not have been so long without even making a hole. In other words, this warehouse is like a protective shield that protects all of them. But now most people really don't dare to go out at all. For now, it's much safer inside than outside. Sui Jing, are you really not going to go in and take a look? Wei Yu asked, pointing to the secret door. It had been 2 or 3 hours since they entered the warehouse. Sui Jing was still very calm and not worried at all about what would happen next. Why should I go in? Sui Jing asked in confusion. It's you. Didn't you tell me not to go in? Why did you suddenly change your mind now? What are you worried about? Sui Jing tilted his head and looked at her and asked. No. Wei Yu avoided Sui Jing's gaze and said, I just think he hasn't come out for so long. Is it possible that he actually has another exit to leave here? Yes. Sui Jing nodded in agreement. What you said does make sense. Then where do you think he will go? Sui Jing asked calmly. I don't know. Wei Yu replied. Why don't we go in and take a look? Sui Jing remained silent. She just stared at Wei Yu. She didn't look away until Wei Yu was unable to hold on anymore. If you don't want to go, forget it. Let's just wait here. Wei Yu blinked and stopped persuading. You can persevere. But I don't know how long your friends can persevere without food and water. Huh? Sui Jing chuckled with unknown meaning. No. Since you said so. Let's go in and take a look. But it's okay if I go in alone. It's okay if they all stay here. That won't work. Wei Yu rejected her proposal. Aren't you afraid of any danger to them by leaving them here? After all, we can't say whether this warehouse is safe or not. If something outside comes in, then they won't be able to fight back. Wei Yu spoke in a high-sounding way. But essentially he just wanted everyone to follow along. But I feel like it would be more dangerous to follow. Then, how about you ask them if they want to go down? If they are willing, take them with you. If not, just let them stay here. Wei Yu suggested. We have to respect everyone's wishes. How can you make decisions for them without even asking? She asked Sui Jing with a smile in her tone. Are you right? That's fine. Sui Jing subconsciously touched his cheek with the tip of his tongue. Then please help me ask. Okay. Wei Yu walked up to the others and briefly summarized the conversation he had just had with Sui Jing. And then asked them, would you like to follow us down and have a look? But don't worry. I just want to collect everyone's opinions. I'm not forcing it. If you don't want to, you can continue to stay here. But one thing is, whether you stay here or go down, it doesn't matter whether you live or die. She has made her words very clear. Now it's up to the rest of the group to make a decision. I'm willing to go. The warehouse was quiet for a while. And as expected, He Ji was the first to speak. I'm going too. Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't stay here waiting to die. He is still very young. And young people have more or less enchantments in them. I also. Sui Jing heard the voices coming and going, saying that she was willing to follow. But she frowned slightly. In her heart, she didn't want so many people to take risks with her. Let's not talk about the unforeseen dangers inside. But having so many people around her is really not a good thing for her. From unknown time on, she could only unleash her full strength without any scruples when she was alone. She seemed to have become stronger. It is already strong enough to ignore many things. In the end, most people were willing to follow the two of them to take a look behind the secret door, leaving only a few who looked thin and timid. Then let's go! Wei Yu shouted. She naturally noticed Sui Jing's slightly worried expression, but she pretended not to see it. Let's go! Where are they? Sui Jing raised his chin slightly and looked at the remaining people. I don't know if they are real people or NPCs in the game. They didn't want to follow, so I let them stay here. I just hope they will still be alive and well when we come out. Wei Yu said. Yes. Sui Jing lowered her eyelids. She knew that the reason why Wei Yu said this was that there was a high probability that the remaining people in the group had no chance of survival. But Sui Jing didn't want to say anything more, regardless of whether there are players among them or not. Since this is their own choice, they must bear the consequences of their choice. You don't care? Wei Yu was a little surprised. It sounded like she didn't want this group of people to take risks. But now there were people left. But they were indifferent. What on earth was she thinking about? Why should I care? Sui Jing said quietly. Since they have made their choice, they can just welcome the upcoming results. She can only save those who are ready to be rescued. She is just an ordinary person and cannot save everyone. Sometimes she can't even save herself. Let's go! Sui Jing walked at the front and reached out to push open the secret door made of thick iron sheets. Chapter 189 Bus Horror. It's so dark in here, Fan Yuan exclaimed. Indeed. Since they entered the secret door, it was pitch black and they couldn't even see the road clearly. At first, I could see something through the secret door using the spotlight in the warehouse. But in the end, I couldn't see it at all. Everyone could only grope the wall and move forward step by step. Did anyone bring a flashlight? Fan Yuan asked. The answer was naturally no. Let's not talk about whether they will bring a flashlight into the game. Even if they do, there is a high probability that they will put it in their backpack. The backpack and other items were all in the car at the moment. And I didn't know if a complete body could be left. Although I don't have a flashlight, I have something that can barely illuminate, Heiji said, swiping twice on his watch. The watch suddenly illuminated a soft white light. Although it was not very bright. At least they could see the road under their feet. Come on. Come on. You go in front. Fan Yuan pulled Heiji to a position side by side with Sui Jing. This place looks like a tunnel. It's full of rocks and dirt, Fan Yuan said as he walked. It's very similar to a tunnel that was just excavated not long ago. Heiji agreed. While they were discussing, Sui Jing said nothing. Are you feeling better? Sui Jing suddenly asked Heiji. Absolutely, Heiji replied. Actually, I still feel a little uncomfortable. But it's not that serious. That's good. Sui Jing just thought about it for a moment. She suddenly felt that Heiji's condition might not be due to poor health. Although Heiji didn't say it explicitly, Sui Jing felt that there was another possibility. That is, he could sense the coming danger. His current physical condition is much better than when he was first up there. Can he roughly judge that the passage is not that dangerous now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Fan Yuan finally realized and asked worriedly. It's nothing. It's getting a lot better. Heiji told him not to worry. Okay. He nodded and said. If you are still uncomfortable, you must say it. Don't hold on. We can rest for a while before moving forward. As he said this, he called Sui Jing. You think so? Sister Sui Jing. You see? Sister Sui Jing also agreed. Hey, have we arrived at the exit? After walking for more than 10 minutes, Fan Yuan suddenly looked at the front, and it suddenly became clear. As if there was light coming in. Even the front section of the road can be seen clearly. Maybe, Heiji said. But I always feel a little uneasy. This time was different from the past. His heart did not react violently, but became more stable. But it was precisely because of this that he felt the need to pay more attention. Huh? The moment their feet stepped into the dazzling white light, everyone felt that their eyes were almost invisible. Sui Jing raised her arms to cover her eyes slightly. When she lowered her arms again, she found that she was no longer in the tunnel. She was in a completely dilapidated wooden house. The family is surrounded by walls and is extremely desolate. But they clearly didn't come out of the tunnel. And why was she the only one? Where were the others? By the way, where is this? She took a cursory look at the situation inside the house. It was a short and cramped cabin. There was nothing else in the house except a narrow and low wooden bed. There is a set of blackened bedding on the wooden bed, which has not been washed for an unknown period of time. There was a thick layer of straw under the thin mattress. And a mosquito net with no original color was hung on the bed. The mosquito net was still filled with holes chewed by rats. It can be seen from the arranged scene that the owner of this house is really poor. But what does this have to do with her? Why does she appear here? And now her hands were entangled with steel ropes extending from the corner of the wall. And her feet were tied together, making it look like she couldn't move at all. She lowered her eyes, and found that Zhang Wan's shoe was still hanging securely on her waist. Sui Jing breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to reach Zhang Wan's shoe with her hands, but the steel rope tied her hands too tightly. Even though her wrists were stretched out with red marks, they could not reach the handle of Zhang Wan's knife. However, she has never been someone who is afraid of pain. The more things she can't do, the more she wants to do them. She endured the pain and tried her best to reach out to Zhang Wan's shoe again. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Her fingertips were about to touch it. Dang, Zhan Wangshu's knife handle fell to the ground first, and then bounced up. Sui Jing grabbed the handle of Zhan Wangshu's knife, and neatly cut off the wires binding her hands and feet. However, her left wrist had been strangled with a bloody scar, which was simply shocking. Sui Jing took out a handkerchief from his coat, and bandaged his wrist hastily. He put Zhan Wangshu back into the scabbard on his waist. She knew that her wounds would heal much faster than the average person, so she was not worried at all that the crazy behavior just now would cause any irreversible damage to herself. After all, isn't it already known to everyone that she is a lunatic? I'm back. A rough male voice came from outside the door, and his tone sounded like he had just drank. Huh? Why is the door locked? Open the door. Open the door quickly. The man outside the door slammed the almost fragile wooden door. The wooden door was shaken by the shots, but surprisingly it didn't fall down. Open the door. I know you are hiding inside. Sui Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. Was this person talking to her? She raised her eyes and looked around the room. There was really no other person except her. Here we come. Sui Jing responded and walked behind the door and removed the wooden bolt on the horizontal bar behind the door. After the door opened, the man, smelling of alcohol, made a move to throw himself into Sui Jing's arms. Sui Jing turned aside with an expressionless face, folding his arms and looking down at the man lying on the ground. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts me so much. The wine bottle in the man's hand shattered on the floor. He stared at the glass shards on the ground with wide eyes, and was glad that he didn't plunge into it. He put his hands on the ground and got up angrily. What are you hiding from? How dare you hide? He said that he was about to slap Sui Jing. Hey, you're not a red bird. The slap stopped just a few feet away from Sui Jing's face, and he turned to face Sui Jing with disgusting laughter. Hee hee. So beautiful. Are you the new beautiful wife? Hee hee. You are more beautiful than a red bird. My life is so good. I have so many beautiful wives. Then why didn't you hang there? My new wives used to hang there. Perhaps because he was drunk. The man talked a little too much, and his speech was not clear. But Sui Jing still picked out useful information from his words. 1. There have been many people in this room, and they should all be girls. 2. The girls who come here are all tied to the wall like she was just now. If that were the case, it's hard to imagine how viciously these girls would have been treated. Daughter-in-law? Sui Jing repeated. She looked at the man and smiled. How many wives have you had? The man had been drinking, and was so confused by Sui Jing's smile that he could say anything. 10. No. 13? I don't remember. Anyway, I have had many wives. The man was still laughing after he finished speaking, not realizing what he had done. Sui Jing's eyes flashed with anger, and he said softly, Really? Then where are your other wives? Chapter 190 Bus Horror. The man rubbed his hands with a smile and said, He must be dead. I don't know. They often disappear when I come back from a trip. The man muttered. I was very angry at first, but then I discovered that after I lost a wife, a new one would appear soon. After knowing this, I won't be angry at all. I will always have many beautiful wives. Sui Jing's eyebrows did not move. In order to extract more information from him, she silently concealed all the coldness in her eyes and asked in a gentle tone, Then don't you wonder where they went? As long as they don't die in my house, I don't care where they go. It's just a pity for Hong Kei. She seems to be fine. But why is she missing? However, the color of their blood is beautiful, like the Manju Shawa that drives at the intersection of hell. Hey, wife, what's your name? The man stretched out his fat and dirty hands to touch Sui Jing's cheek. Sui Jing suddenly felt that talking to him so loudly was a waste of time. Some people won't be able to figure out their position unless they are taught a lesson. Pa! Zhan Wangshu first hit the back of the man's hand, then turned a corner and hit his knee. Sui Jing was really cruel this time, and the man jumped in pain. You dare to hit me. The man's eyes widened with anger, and he couldn't believe it. There have been so many women in his house before, but no one has ever dared to make a move on him. Believe it or not, I want you to look good. The man's fleshy face was tightly wrinkled. The corners of his mouth were turned down, and his small eyes were squeezed into slits by the fat on his face. Seeing that Sui Jing was so ignorant, he spat on his palms and walked towards the shabby wooden bed. Trick saw him tinkering with something under the bed, and later he pulled out a rusty mountain axe from under the bed. He dragged his mountain axe towards Sui Jing, cursing constantly. I just took a broken knife, but I really thought I was so powerful. the man said disdainfully. Today I will show you how powerful I am. Huh? Sui Jing sneered calmly, the indifference on his brows clearly visible. She calmly pulled out Zhang Wang's shoe from the scabbard. The mere transparent blade shone with cold light, emitting bursts of astonishing coldness. Aho! A scream like a slaughtering pig suddenly erupted from the dilapidated wooden house, which was simply horrific. What? Isn't it great? Why can't you get up? Sui Jing said coldly. Don't you want to look good on me? Keep going. The man was lying on the ground with a bruised face, a swollen face, and blood all over his body. His hands and feet were broken, but he was still strong enough to maintain a weak breath. No. The man opened his mouth with difficulty, but only came out a vague monosyllable. He was completely speechless, and he was now in a state of near death. The reason why he hasn't died yet is because Sui Jing didn't directly cut off his life before. You should have expected your fate today. Last question. Do you know how to get out? The man mumbled, his eyes constantly looking towards the wooden bed. He just didn't want to die in a painful way. Sui Jing held a knife in one hand and walked straight towards the wooden bed. If he looks in this direction, it means there must be something fishy about this place. She didn't doubt the truth of his words at the moment. A dying person. Whether he believed it or not, there was no way he could live anymore anyway. Sui Jing had not been near this bed since she came to this room. Only now did she smell the strong smell of blood on this bed. Blood splattered on the wall near the bed, turning the wall into a bloody abstract landscape painting. She really didn't know what happened on this bed, but it was definitely not something good. Had there ever been some girls screaming and screaming on this bed, begging men to let them go? Has there ever been a girl who was so miserable on this bed that she wished she could die immediately? She had no way of knowing all of this. Even Hong Queer, who had left not long before her arrival, did not know where she had gone. Sui Jing's eyebrows twitched as he carefully searched for any special clues on the bed. After she turned over all the straw, she actually found something. She stretched out her finger and traced the dark blue symbol engraved on the bedboard, and twitched the corners of her lips slightly, as if she understood something. Mobius strip, Sui Jing said softly. She found nothing near the wooden bed except the Mobius strip mark. Sui Jing took out a lighter from her pocket and used the straw and mosquito nets on the bed to set the entire bed on fire. The flames burned quickly, and soon the blazing fire burned her cheeks, while the man tried his best to slowly squirm on the ground, trying to escape from this place. However, he was so seriously injured that this matter was just a luxury for him. She walked toward the wooden door to leave. When passing the man, she paused slightly and said in a cold voice, "The result of death without a complete body is considered a charity to you." After that, he walked away without looking back. Before leaving, the man's throat was cut by her with a knife. The flame shot into the sky behind her, but she could not hear the man's painful cry. After Sui Jing walked out of the wooden door, he fell into chaos. Everything was dark, as if something had absorbed all the light. But there seemed to be a light in the distance, like the faint light from a lighthouse in the distance. It came to help Sui Jing identify the direction. Ta-ta-ta. Sui Jing walked calmly step by step, his heels making a crisp sound on the floor. "It's you." Sui Jing stopped and looked at the person in front of him with a half-smile. "Uh-huh." The person in front of me laughed dryly and said, "Who else could it be if it wasn't me? You came out so fast. I was worried that you didn't know where you went." "Worried about me?" Sui Jing asked. "Worrying about me and sending me to that kind of place? I can't bear your concern." "Sui Jing, what are you talking about? I can't understand." Sui Jing glanced at her lightly and said, "Wei Yu, stop pretending. Among the two of us, who can deceive whom?" The smile on Wei Yu's face froze, and he slowly closed the corners of his mouth. "You can see it right now." "What did you see?" Sui Jing asked without answering. "Do you mean that you saw that you are not a human being? Or that you wanted to kill me from the beginning? Or is it that you and the driver are actually working together? Or that you have been trying to lure me into the secret door by all means?" Sui Jing sneered. "Tell me, what should I see?" She frowned. "After all, you hide too many things from me." "Oh, Wan Chong Dao was probably your fault that night. Since you know everything, why do you still pretend to be ignorant?" Wei Yu asked. "Don't you think it's quite interesting too? Looking at you directing and acting yourself. You are so self-righteous. Can't I cooperate with you to continue this play?" Chapter 191 Bus Horror. "But I'm a little curious. Why did you suddenly not want to kill me anymore?" Sui Jing asked. "Have you got any other ideas? You are really good at playing with people's hearts." Wei Yu sighed as he gritted his molar teeth. Thank you. Sui Jing accepted Wei Yu's statement calmly. You have not answered my question yet. No reason. Wei Yu said firmly. I just think you are so interesting. It would be a pity to kill you. It's better to keep it for fun. What are you playing with? Sui Jing raised an eyebrow. Are you playing with me? Wei Yu didn't speak anymore. Her silence had completely made her position clear. Okay. Seeing that she didn't want to answer, Sui Jing didn't force her. Then let me change the question. Why did you bring us all here? What good will it do to you? Of course. Wei Yu was seen through and simply broke the jar. Did you see that tree? She pointed to a place close to the light, where there was indeed a large banyan tree in bloom. Do you know what this tree is for? Wei Yu asked. However, she did not wait for Sui Jing's answer and continued to talk to herself. This is actually his true body. Sui Jing's eyebrows flashed and he asked, Who is he? Wei Yu glanced at Sui Jing and mocked, Pilot. Didn't you guess? Sui Jing pursed her lips. What does this have to do with her? Why should she guess it? And is this something to be proud of? Let me ask. Why did he become like this? Sui Jing asked. This is a story from a long time ago. Wei Yu said, and was about to start a long speech. That was when I was young. Wait. Sui Jing interrupted her memories without emotion. I'm not interested in your love and hatred. I just want to know if he is a tree. Why can he turn into a human and drive? Wei Yu glared at Sui Jing angrily. Even if this person doesn't allow himself to tell stories, he still picks and chooses. Because he has been practicing for hundreds of years, he has already been able to transform into a human form. But it can't last too long. It can only last for a week at most. Sui Jing's eyelids twitched as he suddenly changed from a science fiction novel to a fantasy novel. Well, what then? He must be nourished by the body and essence of a living person so that he can better maintain his human form. So you tricked us into coming here and using it as fertilizer for him? Sui Jing's eyebrows were filled with a chill. Thank you for thinking that. She doesn't understand and doesn't respect him at all. There's nothing we can do about it. Wei Yu still pretended to be the victim and squeezed out a few tears from the corners of his eyes. I just want to be with him. And I'll be satisfied if I can see his face often. Fart. Sui Jing rarely cursed. If you really want to keep looking at him, just sit next to him and stay with him. Maybe one day you will move God and he will change back. It turned out that you were so vicious that you harmed people's lives. Sui Jing paused. In that case, why did you send those girls to that man's room? Too strong living essence will damage the root of the tree. Only half-dead people can become the best nutrients. This can be regarded as a deal that he and I reached. Wei Yu glanced at the cabin that was almost out of sight. The best of both worlds. Why not? Sui Jing stared at her. Let me ask you one last question. Will everyone on your bus be deceived by you? Yes. Wei Yu responded immediately. She was sure that Sui Jing had nothing to do with her. I didn't miss any of them. You deserve to die, Sui Jing said. Maybe? Wei Yu smiled. But I can't help it. I'm still alive today. And I can live longer. After saying this, Wei Yu's face instantly darkened. If I want to live, then you have no choice but to die. Really? Sui Jing held Zhang Wanshu in front of him and said in a cold voice. Then you asked me about this sword first. I know your sword is very powerful. Wei Yu said calmly, but your sword can't kill me. How can a weapon like yours kill me? I'm not an ordinary ghost. Wei Yu said confidently. You won't know until you try to kill him or not. As soon as Sui Jing finished speaking, he slashed at Wei Yu with his head. But Wei Yu easily avoided it. Sui Jing struck out with another knife with his backhand, heading straight for Wei Yu's heart. But she didn't expect that Wei Yu's skills were much better than she imagined. Seeing that Sui Jing's attack continued unabated, she stopped dodging and instead used her palm to strike at Sui Jing's face. Sui Jing saw that she was using offense as defense. Without knowing her strength, Sui Jing had to avoid this palm. In the end, the two of them were able to fight back and forth evenly. But when Wei Yu took advantage of Sui Jing's inattention and slashed Sui Jing's neck with his knife again, Sui Jing took half a step back. But this somewhat unstable half-step made Sui Jing look like he was at a disadvantage. She kept using Zanwangshu block to block Wei Yu's knife. Gradually it seemed a little out of control. Soon an obvious flaw appeared on her waist and abdomen. Wei Yu keenly grasped her flaw and wanted to give her a fatal blow. Well? Wei Yu looked down at the gurgling blood pouring out of his shoulder and neck, and looked at Sui Jing in disbelief. What? Are you surprised? Sui Jing waved away the palm she slapped on his side, and pierced the knife deeper. Wei Yu couldn't help but growl. She looked up at Sui Jing with red eyes. Did you do it on purpose? Did you deliberately sell a flaw to lure me into taking the bait? Well, it is indeed. Sui Jing nodded. I just didn't expect you to actually take the bait. Sui Jing smiled evilly. You are more stupid than I thought. She was already injured. But now Sui Jing wanted to provoke her. Wei Yu felt that his wound seemed to be more painful. You can't hurt me. Ordinary weapons can't hurt me. Wei Yu yelled. Sui Jing said in a calm voice, but you are injured. I hurt you myself. No way. This is absolutely impossible. She didn't believe that a child she found interesting at first would actually kill her in the end. Humph. Sui Jing pulled out Zhang Wangshu neatly. And when Wei Yu thought she was going to stab her again, she broke her legs without blinking. What do you want to do? Wei Yu was so painful that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. She was indeed not human. But that didn't mean she couldn't feel pain. Sui Jing pointed in the direction of the big tree. His voice as cold as pearls. But to Wei Yu now, it sounded like the whispers of a devil. I want you to look at that tree and die. Never want to live again. No. No. You can't do this. Wei Yu didn't care how much pain he was in. Dragging his broken legs and pleading to Sui Jing, I was wrong. Please. Let him go. Please. Seeing that Sui Jing was indifferent, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Please. We are the same kind of people. You must be our kind. You have the same aura as us. I've told you before. I have nothing to do with you at all. She waved away Wei Yu's hands that were holding her clothes with a cold face, and dragged her towards the big green tree with one hand. Wei Yu felt that his legs must have drawn 2 long blood marks on the ground. But the surroundings were chaotic, and no one could see clearly. But Sui Jing's beautiful eyes had no emotion at all, and were as cold as an emotionless robot. A bunch of useless bastards, who don't know how to make the most of their plans to be like her. They simply don't know how to live or die. Chapter 192 Bus Horror. Please let us go! Please! Wei Yu begged as he kept struggling under Sui Jing's hands. How about you kill me and let him go? Even if Wei Yu's tears flowed into her mouth. She had no time to wipe them away. Sui Jing ignored Wei Yu's prayer and threw her under the banyan tree. Zhang Wangshu was held in her hand with one hand. And there were spider web-like blood stains on the blade, dripping down drop by drop from the tip. She lowered her eyes and looked down at Wei Yu. The coldness in her eyes was very scorching. He walked towards her and the banyan tree step by step with a leisurely pace. No. No. Wei Yu's eyes were splitting, and his nerves were so nervous that he almost collapsed. She spread her arms and hugged the trunk of the banyan tree tightly, shaking her head. If you want to die with him, I will make it happen for you. Sui Jing knew that Wei Yu had no room for struggle anymore. You? Wei Yu felt like he was holding a breath in his chest and could no longer breathe out. Aren't you worried that other people's lives are in danger? Wei Yu took a deep breath and persuaded without giving up. As long as you let us go, I will let everyone else out. Okay. Sui Jing put his arm around Wei Yu's neck and looked at Shu Qian's side. Are you negotiating terms with me? It's not a condition. It's a request. Wei Yu took a deep breath, and the pain in his knee could no longer be ignored. She felt that the blood in her body was almost drained. She must be very ugly now. And soon, she would only be left with a skin full of bruises. The request is not valid. Sui Jing's few words cut off all Wei Yu's hopes. She really hoped that the driver could survive, even if she died in his place. However, it was impossible for Sui Jing to make her wish come true. Not to mention how many innocent players he killed in order to survive. Sui Jing himself had to die just to clear this dungeon as a driver. Don't you even care about their life or death? Wei Yu screamed desperately. You are so heartless. They obviously believe in you so much. Ah. The knife stabbed straight into the heart. Wei Yu did not die immediately, but opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down her chin and dyed a patch of clothing on her chest red. Even when she was dying, her arms still refused to relax, which showed how deeply she loved the driver. But no matter how deep the feelings were, they could not withstand the moment of death. Her arms still slowly dropped, and her lips were still moving slightly, as if she still had something to say. But the whole person had fallen unconscious into a pool of blood, and his body was still twitching slightly, like a centipede that had just died. As the saying goes, a 1,000-legged insect is dead but not stiff. I just don't know what her true identity is. Since he has lived for so long, he should not be human. Sui Jing took out a lighter and prepared to light the banyan tree. Compared to other methods of destroying the banyan tree's foundation, She really felt that burning it with fire would be faster. But she was a little worried about whether the tree could be set on fire. If I had known better, I should have brought the axe from that man just now. After all, you have to make the best use of everything. Right? But surprisingly, the banyan tree can not only be ignited, but also burn faster than normal trees. In the blink of an eye, the flames covered the entire torso. Probably the driver's injuries were not very minor, and he might have lost consciousness at this moment. He didn't even react at all during the process of burning the trees. She originally thought she would at least swing wildly a few times. Sui Jing took a few steps back to prevent the flames from accidentally burning her body. But some of the thick smoke that had just been ignited still hit her. Cough, cough, cough. Sui Jing coughed a few times. The thick smoke made her eyes feel uncomfortable. When the banyan tree was almost burning, the surrounding chaos finally dissipated, revealing the familiar secret door tunnel. The system has not released a statement that she violated the rules at this time. Does this mean that her clearance method is correct? After all, she didn't damage the copy maliciously. That's disgusting. Sui Jing murmured in a low voice after recalling the scene just now, with a look of disgust on his face. Hey, I'm out? In the darkness, Fang Yuan's voice sounded first. It seemed she made the right decision. Wei Yu and the others are the key to clearing the level. After Wei Yu and the others are wiped out, all single-line tasks will be automatically cancelled, and others will naturally be able to get out smoothly. Ah, I was scared to death. I finally came out. Different sounds sounded one after another in the narrow tunnel, but without exception, they are all grateful that they have successfully escaped death. Huh? Heiji squinted his eyes, and spotted Sui Jing standing not far behind them. Sui Jing, is that you? He wasn't sure, so he had to shout and try first, because although he felt that the person's figure vaguely looked like Sui Jing, but the change in her temperament was so great that he didn't dare to recognize her. Yes. Sui Jing responded softly and walked towards them. Are you okay? Heiji thought for a while and asked. What can happen to me? Sui Jing calmed down his aura and asked. It's okay. Heiji nodded. Where are the others? Are they all okay? Fine. It's okay. It seemed that everyone at least protected themselves very well, and no one was seriously injured. Then let's get out quickly, Heiji said. It's very depressing to stay in here. What happened just now? Heiji and Sui Jing walked side by side. Why did we come out suddenly? I just clearly... Nothing. Sui Jing's voice was calm. It will come out naturally after you clear the level. Oh. Okay. It was obvious that Sui Jing was unwilling to say more. And Heiji stopped asking further. He changed the subject again. Then we shouldn't have cleared the game now. Right? After all, if they had really cleared the level, they wouldn't still be here. They would have arrived at the resting place long ago. No. Sui Jing replied. When they reached the secret door where they came in, the leader paused and did not move forward for a while. What's wrong? Sui Jing asked. The leader hesitated and couldn't say a complete sentence. But because he blocked the view of everyone behind him, others could not see anything. What's going on? Someone in the team asked anxiously. If you can't speak, just get out of the way. What are you talking about? As he said this, he pushed the leader away, pretending to see what monsters there were in the warehouse that scared him like this. It's too late to be so timid at this time. Who did this? The boy who squeezed out stared at the extremely bloody scene in front of him and couldn't help but cover his mouth. Now he just felt like his stomach was churning, and he would probably vomit all over the floor if he took one more look. Sui Jing raised her eyebrows slightly. To be honest, she had some impression of this boy. This boy is the strongest one in the team, and judging from his experiences along the way, he is really not a timid person. After all, when they met Hyakuki Yaku, even though he didn't go to fight the monsters, he was more excited than anyone else. What on earth could scare him like this? Chapter 193 Bus Horror. Give me. Heiji pushed aside the other people blocking the way and wanted to take a look at the current situation inside the warehouse. After Heiji walked out of the tunnel completely, he was stunned when he saw the scene in the warehouse. But he had seen more, and was not that surprised. He shouted softly, Sui Jing. Come and see. It seems that Sui Jing has become their backbone at this time, and they need Sui Jing to come up with an idea for them, even if no one is actually needed to make decisions now. Sui Jing walked out of the secret door through the passage that the others had just given way to. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sui Jing finally understood why they were so shocked. At this moment, The bodies of the few people who had not followed them down were scattered on the roof of the warehouse. It might not be so scary just to drop the body there. The frightening thing is that the skin of the corpses was peeled off. Now there are only a few bloody and mutilated corpses hanging on it. And blood is still dripping down. There were also a few fresh human skins piled in the corner. I have to say, this scene is indeed disgusting to watch. No wonder Wei Yu kept urging them to go down quickly. He probably knew that if they didn't go down, they would end up like them. How should I put it? Although Sui Jing is not very afraid of death, it would be too ugly to die. Right? But their first priority now should be to get out of here quickly. After all, no one can say whether the culprit will come back here a second time. The method is so ruthless. It should be a big trouble that is difficult to deal with. Let's go out first. Sui Jing looked at it for a few times, then stopped looking and walked towards the warehouse door without squinting. The others followed her, trying hard not to pay attention to the bloody scene. However, during this short journey, the choking smell continued to penetrate their nostrils. Sui Jing quickly opened the warehouse door. The dark sky had cleared up when they entered, and it didn't look so weird or scary anymore. The bus is actually still fine. Fang Yuan was very surprised. After all, they did hear the sound of the bus being crushed before, although I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Do you have much luggage? Heiji asked. I'll go take a look. Someone volunteered and walked towards the trunk. No, it's all inside. Then get in the car, Heiji said. Sui Jing, would you like to get in the car? Yeah. Sui Jing nodded. So where should we drive this time? Fang Yuan sat in the driver's seat consciously and scratched his head before pressing the clutch. Cliff. Sui Jing's indifferent words caused an uproar in the crowd. Sui Jing. Are you kidding me? Heiji couldn't believe it. Yes. Some players echoed, even if you can't get out now, there is no need to seek death. What if there is another way? If you are so reckless, the inspector won't punish us. Right? There are some ordinary NPCs in the car who are not players. So naturally they cannot understand the conversation between the players. What are you talking about? Where are we going? What is an inspector? They probably have experienced life and death together. Even the NPCs in the game seem to have a deeper relationship with each other. However, what they didn't know was that the man sitting next to them was once one of the chief inspectors. Do I look like I'm joking? Sui Jing asked calmly. Everyone pressed their lips together and shook their heads in panic. It's not like you're joking. But it doesn't look like he's seriously thinking of a solution. After all, what she said seemed unreliable at all. Alas. Sui Jing sighed helplessly and explained, actually, when I was locked in this small room just now, I found a sign. Mobius strip? Everyone else looked confused. Yeah. Sui Jing nodded. The Mobius strip was originally a mathematical symbol, but it was later extended to have more meanings. I know this. Fang Yuan's voice came from the front. The Mobius strip is actually a plane where the front and back sides are connected due to some indescribable phenomenon in the two-dimensional world. The rhetoric of one side and two sides are all based on ideological descriptions of three-dimensional creatures equipped with three-dimensional senses. But in the two-dimensional world, there is only the concept of face, and there is no such thing as one side or two sides. Therefore, in the two-dimensional world, the concept of surface represents the world. Assuming that there really is an ideology or life living in a two-dimensional world, then this life or the ideology driven by life cannot perceive and imagine the backside of their world that our three-dimensional lives can easily perceive. In two-dimensional life or the ideology of senses, the world is a surface. The starting point and end point of this world surface are unknown. This is what the Mobius strip represents. What you are talking about is a more academic explanation, Sui Jing said, but to put it in a way that most people can understand. The Mobius strip actually represents an infinite loop. No matter where you start, you end up back where you started. Never ending. It constitutes an eternal back and forth. Standing still. Its existence shows that it is an endless loop. I understand too. Heiji replied quickly. This shows that we have been trapped in a non-stop cycle from the beginning. So we have been unable to get out. That's the truth. Sui Jing agreed. Now the question is, what should we do if we want to break the Mobius strip cycle and reach the end? Heiji frowned. Maybe the Mobius strip can be cut off? That's right. Sui Jing said, if the distance we have traveled these past few days is a short section of the Mobius strip, it means that we have not even completed a cycle. But we can't cut it off. Sui Jing calmly analyzed, but other than that, we can try to jump out of it. For example, We have a piece of paper folded into a Mobius strip. And there is a car driving on it. How can we get the car out of it? The answer is to pull the car out from the side and drive out of the paper. When we are not on the Mobius strip, can't we escape the cycle? So, driving the bus off the cliff is the way to escape from the cycle. Heiji said. Yes. Sui Jing responded, but this is just speculation after all. If you don't want to try, I won't force you. There was a sudden silence in the car. It was obvious that everyone was thinking about the feasibility of this method. Although what Sui Jing said makes sense. What if it fails? They were not killed by other NPCs, but fell to death themselves. Which is too ridiculous to say. I want to give it a try, Fan Yuan said. I think you can give it a try. I believe in Sister Sui Jing. And I'm young. I can take risks. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows. Children's trust is always easy to gain. After all, he is still too young and has too little experience. That said, are we very old? I can do it too. I want to try it too. There were voices of agreement in the car one after another. Heiji glanced at Sui Jing. With a warm smile on his face, I want to try it too. You're not afraid either? Sui Jing said. Actually, a bit. Heiji pretended to be scared inside, not forgetting to tease himself a bit. If it really fails, I just hope Liang he can help me collect a body by then. Sui Jing raised the corners of his lips slightly and stared at the cliff not far away. In that case, let's drive quickly. Chapter 194 Chatting. After an astonishing feeling of weightlessness, Sui Jing found that he had landed at the intersection of the rest area. She froze in place for a while before recovering from the weightlessness she just felt. The feeling of weightlessness didn't have that big of an impact on her. The main reason was that the screams of other people at the moment she fell made her feel dizzy. Are you Sui Jing? A man wearing an inspector's uniform suddenly walked over in front of her. Yes. Sui Jing responded quietly. What's the matter? Qi Yun asked you to find her in the office area after you released the copy. The man said businesslike. Office area? Sui Jing frowned slightly. How to get there? The man pointed out the location of the office area to her, and then left on his own, without even leaving her with a single glance. This man had a rigid look on his face, which made him look extremely boring. And why do I feel like I have something to do with her? Button. After Sui Jing successfully found the office area, he politely knocked on the door 3 times. Please come in. Qi Yun's voice came from the room. When Sui Jing entered the door, he saw Qi Yun sitting on the sofa against the wall, and sitting opposite her was Yang Wanyan, whom she had met once in the last resting place. You're finally here. Qi Yun saw Sui Jing coming in, and quickly patted the sofa beside her. Sit here. Sui Jing took a few steps to sit next to Qi Yun, and nodded slightly to Yang Wanyan opposite him as a greeting. Yang Wanyan also smiled gently at her, and said to her, actually, you don't need to be so polite to me. You may not know, but we have actually met once before. Do you still remember it? Jay? Sui Jing looked at the spring breeze-like smile on Yang Wanyan's face, and shook his head gently. I do not remember. Yang Wanyan smiled with understanding and said, this system does a pretty good job. However, we have only met each other before, and we have not even spoken. Yang Wanyan said, at that time, I had just entered the system and became the section chief of the 7th branch. I didn't know much about the system, and I didn't know many things. Clear. You have to consult Section Chief Song often, and some complex materials have to be handed over to him for review. Section Chief Song is usually in the research office. If he is not here occasionally, he will go to the management department to find you. So our first meeting was in the management department. Huh? Qi Yun looked at Sui Jing, and then at Yang Wanyan, and asked doubtfully, have you actually seen it before? How come I don't know about this? Wanyan, you didn't even tell me. Yang Wanyan chuckled twice, and said to Qi Yun, you didn't even ask. Hey, this sentence is so familiar. Okay. Qi Yun sighed. Jay, do you know why we asked you to come here? Sui Jing poured himself a cup of tea lightly. How could I know if you didn't tell me? Huh? Qi Yun blinked and said, didn't I tell you? Sui Jing picked up the teacup, put it to his lips, and blew on it. During this period, he raised his eyes and glanced at Qi Yun. What do you think? I'm sorry. Qi Yun waved her hand. I'll tell you now. Just treat it as a casual chat. Don't take it to heart, Qi Yun said nonchalantly, with a smile on her lips but serious eyes. At least for now. I understand. Sui Jing nodded solemnly. Since she said so, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then let's talk about your hair first. Shi-Yun started talking. I discussed it with Wan Yin last time. Your hair is caused by some special energy that the system injected into your body. Should I say that? That a part of your body is transformed into something similar to a non-player character in the system. So far, we haven't found that this change will cause any harm to the players themselves. But we always feel that this is not a good thing. Or, this kind of transformation actually has restrictions. Not everyone is eligible to be transformed by the system. So the system did this intentionally for me to be like this. Sui Jing frowned and asked, Then what's the purpose of doing this? Yang Wan Yin, who had been listening to their conversation before, put down her teacup and said, Probably to get you to join the gang. In fact, every inspector will enter the biochemical chamber alone before becoming an inspector. Everyone can clearly feel that something has changed in their bodies after coming out of the biochemical cabin. But they themselves can't tell what the changes are for a while. What about you? Sui Jing asked. You should have been in the biochemical chamber. 2. Can you feel any changes in your body? No. Yang Wanyan shook her head after entering the biochemical cabin. Many inspectors also checked their bodies later and found that there was nothing abnormal. On the contrary, their physical fitness and functions were better than before. So there was nothing wrong with them. People care. Do you think my current state is similar to the state the inspectors were in after entering the biochemical chamber? You can say that. Yang Wanyan affirmed. It's just that you may be transformed to a deeper level. But after all, you were expelled from the system once. This must be one of the reasons. Right. I understand. Sui Jing said, I thought there was some bug in the system before. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Anyway, don't worry so much now. Just take it one step at a time. Shi-Yun said. Sui Jing nodded in agreement. She thought so too. Anyway, there is currently no practical solution. But I always feel that the purpose of the system is not that simple. Yang Wanyan whispered, her purpose of selecting so many people in the first place must not be simple. Shi-Yun leaned back and collapsed on the back of the sofa. It's really troublesome. Forget it. Shi-Yun spread her hands and said, I can't think of a reason for this kind of thing for a while. Let's wait and see. That's the truth. Yang Wanyan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Who was the person who just told me to come over? Sui Jing asked. Oh, him. Shi-Yun said with a smile, Ma Chushi. He used to be your team member. One of your right-hand men. Didn't you just talk a little more? Shi-Yun asked. No. Sui Jing said cleanly, don't talk more. If you hadn't said that, I would have thought he had something against me. When he looked at me, his face looked like freshly pickled pickles. Sui Jing complained. Ha ha ha. Chi-Yun laughed so loudly that even Yang Wanyan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. You don't know? Chi-Yun explained, he used to be the most convinced of you. He would talk about you all day long. He was like a fanatical fan. Really? Sui Jing's mouth twitched. She couldn't laugh when Chi-Yun said this. It's just... Chi-Yun paused and said, You disappeared silently afterwards. Most rumors say that you defected and ran away because you couldn't stand the strict rules of the system. He still didn't believe it at first. But in the end, he gradually changed his mind. The tall image of the idol he admired suddenly collapsed overnight because someone suddenly told him that the invincible and omnipotent godlike captain in his heart was a coward who defected. No one would accept it easily. Yes, Chi-Yun said. Sui Jing pursed his lips. After all, I was still dissatisfied with her. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Sui Jing stood up and said, See you next time. See you next time. Yang Wanyan and Chi-Yun waved at the same time. By the way, are you the inspector for the next show? Sui Jing suddenly turned around and asked when he reached the door. Ah, I guess so. Chi replied hesitantly, not understanding why Sui Jing suddenly cared about this today. Sui Jing narrowed his eyes and smiled with unknown meaning. Chapter 195, Asking God. Welcome to all players to enter the dungeon to pray for God. The system's announcement will always sound at the right time when the game starts. There are always 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness, death, not being able to get what you want, meeting resentments and hatreds, being separated from love, and the 5 excesses. But human beings will always have endless desires and greed. In order to achieve these greedy goals, they will often resort to any means. They generate their own desires, but they are ashamed of their desires. Most of the time, they place their ugly desires on the gods and Buddhas. praying for the satisfaction of their desires without any effort. However, can you really see through people's hearts? Then start from here. Go to the top of the mountain and explore the secrets of human beings' ultimate desires. Key points of the main mission. This game is a competitive survival game. You need to use the clues you find to find the puzzle pieces scattered in the mountain temple and other places. The basic point of the game is to survive on the mountain for 7 days before finding clues and fragments to pass the level. Find out the secret hidden on the top of the mountain? But maybe, what if the secret isn't at the top of the mountain? The side mission will be triggered automatically after players reach the top of the mountain. So please do your best. Game instructions. All members are asked to reach the top of the mountain before dark today. Please do not leave the mountain at will. Otherwise the degree of danger will be unpredictable. Under normal circumstances, please do not refuse the kindness and requests of strangers. But do not trust the words of strangers. Players, please check carefully. The game starts now. At this time, a group of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, and they all seemed to be players. Are we going to climb the mountain? Someone in the team was the first to speak up. Probably. Otherwise, how could we possibly find any secrets on the top of the mountain? What? I'm just here to clear a level. But I still have to climb a mountain. A girl in the team complained. This is too tiring. Sui Jing glanced at the others with his peripheral vision and probably judged their group. The girl who complained just now should be with the 2 men and 1 woman standing next to her. It's just that we don't know the relationship between them yet. But it should be clear soon. The remaining 2 men and 2 women probably didn't know each other. After all, they hadn't exchanged a word from the beginning to now. Brother, I don't want to climb the mountain. The girl said coquettishly. Why aren't there any means of transportation like flying cars here? Without flying cars, the most ordinary cable car will do. Chi-Chi, stop making trouble. The boy who was probably her eldest brother said solemnly. We better go up quickly. Otherwise our lives may be in danger if it's too late. Look, they have already set off. As he said that, he motioned to the girl named Chi-Chi to look at Sui Jing and the other 5. Indeed, Sui Jing and the other 2 unknown men and 2 women had already gone some distance. But Chi-Chi and her party were still at the foot of the mountain and had not moved. Okay, Chi-Chi said willfully. Then you have to carry me when I can't walk anymore. Okay. You can leave first. Her eldest brother didn't mind the trouble and was willing to coax her. But these had nothing to do with Sui Jing. But she was curious about how she managed to survive to this day with her method of dealing with things. Hello. While Sui Jing was thinking, the girl who had been following her suddenly quickened her pace and caught up with her. I'm Li Qimei. What's your name? Sui Jing. Sui Jing didn't understand why she suddenly started talking to him even though they had no communication before. But out of courtesy she still answered Li Qimei's question. Sui Jing, do you think there's something wrong with that girl named Chi-Chi? Sui Jing couldn't help but look at her when he heard this. It turned out that she was here to complain about others. What do you say? Sui Jing asked without answering. You see, she is still so willful in this situation. I always feel that her survival until now is all due to God's blessing. Li Qimei said. Maybe there are very powerful people among them? Sui Jing said. I don't rule out this possibility. Li Qimei said. But I always feel that their family is weird. Maybe? Sui Jing said perfunctorily. She never liked talking about other people's gossip in front of others. Perhaps seeing that Sui Jing didn't want to say more, Li Qimei also wisely closed her mouth. Of course, the reason why she came here was not simply because she wanted to complain about Chi-Chi. It was purely because she felt that Sui Jing was very strong at first glance, and he was not at the same level as them. Although Sui Jing seems to be difficult to get close to, getting closer to her at this time, even a little bit, will only benefit you and not hurt you. But she didn't expect Sui Jing to be more difficult to deal with than she imagined. Would such a cold temperament really care about the lives of others in a critical moment? Li Qimei had to doubt whether the decision she made was correct. But what has been said, and there is no need to go back. With this thought in mind, Li Qimei followed Sui Jing. She did it so obviously. Sui Jing naturally understood the twists and turns in her heart. But in the end, it didn't have much impact on her to help one more person and one less person. So he let her go. Brother, I really can't walk. Before taking a few steps, Chi-Chi started to complain again. Along the way, everyone had heard her complain several times. You can't go a long way without complaining once. Even though the road up the mountain is indeed a bit more difficult, it is not so painful. Chi-Chi. His elder brother sighed. You kept saying you couldn't walk all the way. But in the end, you didn't get very far. You are just squeamish and want to be lazy. Laziness failed. But her thoughts were exposed. And Chi-Chi's face turned red. But he still didn't repent. And instead started rolling around on the spot. Sure, Xiangqi. Another boy next to her growled. Don't make unreasonable troubles here. Xiangyu. Don't say that about Chi-Chi. Brother. Please stop spoiling her. Look at how she has been spoiled. She is unruly and willful. No matter how big or small she is. Sure, Xiangyu. You are unreasonable and willful. After being yelled at. Sure, Xiangqi looked in disbelief at first. And then immediately yelled back. As if he would not admit defeat at all. What do you want? Sure, Xiangyu asked with a gloomy face. Chi-Chi. You can't stay here if you can't walk. Right? The eldest brother Sure Xiangtian wanted to continue to persuade her. However, Sure Xiangqi really just sat there with his hands and refused to move. I want her to carry me on her back. Sure Xiangqi pointed at the girl who had been following them, but had her eyes lowered. When the girl heard what she said, her already sallow face instantly turned pale. But she didn't dare to say anything. Chi-Chi. Sure Xiangtian frowned and said, How can Xiao Yuan carry you on his back? And this is still a mountain road. Why don't you let me carry you? Sure Xiangtian discussed with her. No. I want her to carry it. Sure Xiangqi said stubbornly. She must be able to carry it. She usually carries it when she does heavy work at home. I'm just heavier than a bundle of dry firewood. You say so. Sure Xiangyuan. Yes. Sure Xiangyuan's girl nodded and said, Brother. It's okay. I can carry my sister. Don't call me sister. I'm not your sister. Sure Xiangqi scolded. You are just a servant of our family. Sure Xiangqi. What are you talking about? Sure Xiangyu said. Am I wrong? Sure Xiangqi glanced at Sure Xiangyu. It's up to you. Don't be so pretentious here. Sure Xiangyuan bit his lip. And then said slowly, I'm sorry. I said it wrong again. Humph. Sure Xiangqi rolled his eyes. Squat down quickly, and carry me up quickly. If you throw me down, I'll beat you to death. Yes. No matter how much Sure Xiangqi belittled him. Sure Xiangyuan didn't resist. He must have been treated like this so often that he was numb. Chapter 196 Asking God. Sui Jing didn't expect that he could see such a drama of family ethics after entering a dungeon to do a mission. The initial brief interview allowed Sui Jing to get a lot of useful information from them. The other 3 members of their family are all brightly dressed and have rosy complexions. It can probably be judged that the family conditions were considered well-to-do before entering the game. On the contrary, Sure Xiangyuan's clothes could only be considered clean and tidy. And his clothes and pants were washed a little white, which was nothing compared to the rest of the family. And although she is not short, her complexion is sallow and her hair is frizzy. It can be seen at a glance that she is caused by long-term malnutrition. But this Sure Xiangyuan had no intention of resisting at all. Generally speaking, this kind of person just accepts the situation. However, there is something in her eyes that ordinary people can't understand. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling a little interesting. I just don't know if she can bring surprises to their group. Since their family was traveling too slowly, Sui Jing and others decided to wait for them for a while. Of course, this suggestion cannot be made by Sui Jing. If it wasn't inappropriate, Sui Jing would rather go up the mountain alone than have a group of people following him. It's so miserable. Li Qimei stood next to Sui Jing and sighed. That child's legs were shaking when he walked. How about you help her? Sui Jing said coldly. For a moment, it was unclear whether she was joking or not. Isn't this bad? Li Qimei laughed twice. It's better for me not to get involved in other people's family affairs. Obviously, he is just watching the excitement. But he insists on pretending to pity others. It's really boring. But it could be seen that she had a good heart. So Sui Jing didn't say much. That's right. Sui Jing responded lightly, his eyes falling on Sure Xiangyuan with nothingness. Li Qimei was really not sure whether Sui Jing was mocking her. So she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut and stop talking. Chi-Chi, Xiao Yuan has been carrying you for so long. Come down and walk for a while. Sure Xiangtian noticed that Sure Xiangyuan was panting from exhaustion. And sweat drops as big as soybeans kept falling to the ground as if they were free. His sallow face was flushed red. And his calves were trembling. But he still carried Sure Xiangqi steadily without saying a word. Brother, you are just worrying. Sure Xiangqi said willfully. Sure Xiangyuan didn't say anything. Sure Xiangqi, if you don't come down, I'll throw you down later so you can look good. Sure Xiangyu said angrily, holding his arms at the side. You? Sure Xiangqi was speechless, and patted Sure Xiangyuan on the shoulder. Put me down? She was probably really afraid that Shi Xiangyuan would throw her down like this. After all, this is still on the mountain. And it would not be a joke if it really fell. If you don't say much, you'll be paralyzed. Okay. Shi Xiangyuan squatted down smoothly and put her down. He also gave a very respectful instruction. Be careful. It's really a life of the moment. Shi Xiangqi gave Shi Xiangyuan a mean look and pretended to be disgusted and patted the non-existent dust under him. It was as if he wanted to brush away the sour odor of poverty that came from Shi Xiangyuan's body. Chi-Chi, no matter how much you don't like Xia Yuan, you can't say that. Mom and Dad taught you this. Shi Xiangqian pretended to teach you a stern lesson. But in fact, the fondness in his eyes could not be concealed. I know. Shi Xiangqi pouted nonchalantly and said perfunctorily. Of course she knew that her eldest brother was just showing off. If he really cared about Shi Xiangyuan, a loser, he wouldn't let her carry him. Hey. A boy in the team was not used to the family and said bluntly, can you guys leave? There's nothing wrong with not being able to go here along the way. If you can't leave, get out of here. I couldn't tell that this boy had quite a bad temper. The face of the family in question was blue and white, which was ridiculous. I'm sorry. Shi Xiangqian apologized awkwardly. I'm causing trouble for you. As he spoke, he glared at Shi Xiangqi lightly and quickly pulled her to follow the others. Shi Xiangqi bit her lip angrily when she saw someone talking about her. But after all, they are not the only family here, and others really have no obligation to pamper her. But she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. After all, others would give in to her in the past. She knew that she was pretty good looking. And even if she did make some mistakes, if she acted coquettishly and acted cute, no one else would blame her too much. Especially boys. In the past, no boys would say anything wrong about themselves. As a result, a boy said it to me now, and I couldn't even save my face. His face was so ashamed. It's really troublesome. The boy rolled his eyes speechlessly and continued walking up the mountain. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. Okay. Now there's no chance. So she put her backpack back on her back and walked away. As for your question about why she changed her suitcase and put on a backpack again, this is all thanks to Qi Yun's enthusiastic help. By the way, you are the inspector for the next game. Right? Yeah. What's wrong? Qi Yun blinked in confusion and asked. Let me tell you something. Sui Jing smiled maliciously. Isn't this good? Qi Yun looked at Yang Wanyan with a look of help. But she didn't expect Yang Wanyan to just drink the tea in her hand without leaving her an extra look. Qi Yun had no choice but to look away silently and smile flatteringly at Sui Jing. Well, there are rules. You really can't tell others casually. You don't need to tell me too much, Sui Jing said. Just tell me where it is and what I need to bring. Sui Jing smiled. After all, she was not a devil who couldn't tell the difference between right and wrong. If Qi Yun is really punished for revealing the question to her, she will feel bad about it. Qi Yun, I believe you are the only one who is a ghost. Well, Qi Yun thought for a while. I can tell you. If I remember correctly, it should be in the mountains. Bring more clothes. It might get cold. Ah, don't bring this suitcase with you. It's too tiring to carry it. Then change to a backpack. You can leave this box with me first, and I'll bring it to you when I have time. After speaking, Qi Yun nodded in approval, feeling that she had said enough. No more? Sui Jing asked. No more. Qi Yun almost laughed out of anger. What is this little girl thinking about all day long? If she says more, she will be the one to clear the dungeon. Let's go. Let's go. Qi Yun didn't want to look at Sui Jing anymore. Maybe this is what is called harming friends. If you don't look at it, you'll feel worried. If you look at it for a long time, you'll get bored. Go and have a rest. Don't stay here anymore. After saying that, Qi Yun even opened the office door for her herself. Okay. Sui Jing saw that it was almost done and stopped teasing Qi Yun. It doesn't seem to work if I really get annoyed later. With a faint smile on her lips, she closed the door and left. Chapter 197 Asking God. I originally thought that after being told once by others, they would calm down for a while no matter how crazy they were. Unexpectedly, other people still think highly of this strange family. Just when they finally reached 2/3 of the mountain, and no one else said anything, Shi Xiangqi's princess disease started to show up again. Brother, we've been gone for such a long time. Can we take a break? She was not as arrogant now. Even if she wanted to take a break, She would discuss it with her brother in a friendly manner first. Chi-Chi. Sure, Xiangqian frowned. But they did climb quite high. Not to mention Chi-Chi. Even he himself felt a little tired. But the group in front showed no sign of fatigue. And they didn't even take a breath. Forget about the two boys. The remaining three girls didn't even say a word. Looking extremely relaxed. Brother. Seeing that Sure Xiangqian was still hesitant. Sure Xiangqi couldn't help but urge him again. Sure Xiangqian saw that his sister was indeed too tired. So he had to bite the bullet and said, "Can we rest for a while before rushing on?" For fear of others talking about him. He quickly added, "Just rest for a while. It won't waste too much time. Why is there so much going on in your family?" The boy who choked them before said impatiently, obviously not wanting to talk to them. "I think we can rest for a while." Another boy said, "We are not tired. So we need to let some girls take a rest." "Okay." The boy nodded and asked Sui Jing and the others for their opinions. "Should we take a break?" Sui Jing. "What do you think?" Li Qimei turned to look at Sui Jing. She can listen to Sui Jing on anything now. Sui Jing raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. The hands had just passed 12 o'clock. It seems that there should be no problem reaching the top of the mountain before dark. They had indeed been walking for a long time. And none of them had eaten. Perhaps because they were a little tired. So Sui Jing nodded and said, "Then let's rest for half an hour, and let's have something to eat." "Okay. We agree to rest," Li Qimei said to the boy again. The other girl also nodded, indicating that she also wanted to take a break. "Why are you acting like someone's little follower?" The boy complained ruthlessly. "What does it have to do with you?" Li Qimei rolled her eyes at him. She is willing to become the boss's little follower. But the boss refuses to have her. Well, she has subconsciously determined that Sui Jing is a big boss. And she will follow Sui Jing closely no matter what. And never leave him. "Hey." The boy snorted disdainfully and stopped meddling. Although the aura around Sui Jing seemed unusual. Who knew whether the vase she chose was just a vase that was of no use? "Chi-Chi, please sit down and rest for a while." Seeing that everyone agreed to rest where they were, Sure Xiangqi and his family found an open space and sat down. "Sui Jing, sit down." Li Qimei sat on the floor. "The weeds here are all green and green. So there is nothing uncomfortable to sit on." "Yeah." Sui Jing nodded and sat on a stone next to him. Then took out a piece of bread and chocolate from his backpack and ate it. "Tsk. That's so pretentious." Sure Xiangqi had been paying attention to Sui Jing's every move since he stopped. After all, it's hard not to notice that face. Now she saw that everyone was sitting on the grass. But she was the only one sitting on the stone. And she couldn't help but feel even more unhappy. She didn't pay much attention to Sui Jing at first. After all, she didn't talk much and had a cold temperament. And she kept walking in front. She couldn't pay attention even if she wanted to. Now everyone was sitting down. And she took a closer look at Sui Jing's face. Pretty. The moment she saw that face, her mind was completely filled with this word. Apart from being beautiful, her brain that was shut down could hardly think of a second word to describe her at that moment. Moreover, her beauty is the kind that can only be viewed from a distance but not played with. It's not that she doesn't want to get close, but she doesn't dare to. The wisps of coldness lingering around her seemed to freeze those who were close to her into ice cubes. But after being amazed, the emotion of jealousy suddenly surged into her heart. She became even more unhappy when she observed that her two brothers' eyes fell on Sui Jing from time to time. Intentionally or unintentionally. Why? In the past, other people's attention and brothers' attention would only be on her. But now it was all taken away by another person. Sure Xiangqi clenched his teeth and stared in the direction of Sui Jing with his eyes. She would not let her have an easy time. Sometimes, it's really hard to imagine that a girl's malice towards another girl could come from such a superficial reason. Sui Jing received a scorching sight that she couldn't ignore from the moment she sat down. But she pretended that she couldn't see it. As long as other people don't mess with her, they can do whatever they want. And it has nothing to do with her. But if he had to come to her to seek death, she would be happy to accompany him. "Hello." Another girl in the team also ran over to say hello to Sui Jing and Li Qimei. Maybe she felt that she was too lonely as a girl and didn't want to join the family named Sure. So she had no choice but to come over to Sui Jing and the others. "Hello." Li Qimei greeted her warmly. "Hello." Sui Jing's voice was calm. But it was not as difficult to get along with as expected. When the girls saw this, they naturally sat down next to them. "My name is Gu Lilai. What about you?" "My name is Li Qimei. And she is Sui Jing." She guessed that Sui Jing might not like to talk, so she introduced her to him. Sui Jing glanced at Li Qimei and said nothing. Of the two of them, the more fierce one is Li Dun, and the other is named He Lianhai. Guo Lilai raised his chin towards the two boys and said, "Don't pay attention to what I just said to you. Li Dun is the one with bad behavior." "Do you know each other?" Li Qimei asked. "We know each other, but we're not familiar with him," Guo Lilai said bluntly. "That's right." Li Qimei nodded to express understanding. "Not to mention He Lianhai. Li Dun alone makes people not want to have any unnecessary communication with him." "Huh?" Guo Lilai looked in the direction of Li Dun and frowned. What did she want to do in the past? Sui Jing raised his eyelids slightly and looked over there. For some reason, Shi Xiangqi suddenly walked up to Li Dun and the others and squatted down, not knowing what he said. Anyway, Li Dun looked lazy and not very interested. "Hello." Shi Xiangqi greeted Li Dun. "I'm here to apologize to you. I shouldn't have wasted everyone's time just now. This matter is my fault." As she spoke, she blinked her big eyes, trying to create a pitiable image. However, Li Dun did not accept this trick. "You're not sorry for me. If you want to apologize, just say it in front of everyone. You don't have to tell us alone. I don't want to hear it either." After saying that, he turned to the other side and no longer looked at Shi Xiangqi. Shi Xiangqi froze on the spot for an instant, neither leaving nor staying. She originally wanted to come here to win over Li Dun and He Lianhai. I want them to isolate Sui Jing and the others. She thought that few people could resist her showing weakness, but she didn't expect that they wouldn't accept her behavior at all. Chapter 198 Asking God. Although Shi Xiangqi felt a little embarrassed, she had no intention of leaving just now. She secretly took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Well, can we go with you?" "Why?" Li Dun glanced at Shi Xiangqi with disgust, fearing that she would rely on him like a dogskin plaster. This was the first time Shi Xiangqi saw someone's dislike of her written so clearly on their face. "I just feel that you should be very powerful. If I can follow you, I will feel more at ease." This rhetoric is useful in any situation, and Li Dun is no exception. Li Dun pondered for a moment and said, "You can follow me if you want, but I have a request." Hearing Li Dun's agreement, Shi Xiangqi's lips curved into a proud smile. "Okay, you can bring it up. You'd better put away your princess temper. Otherwise, I won't care about you. You'd better get as far away as you can." Even though Li Dun's words were unpleasant, Shi Xiangqi always maintained a smile on his face. "Okay, I can definitely do it. You better be." Li Dun glanced at her, stood up and patted the weeds and dirt stuck to his body. "When you have rested enough, let's continue setting off. Don't waste any more time." After saying that, seeing that Sui Jing and the others did not move immediately, he shouted again, "Hey, did you three hear that?" I know. Li Qimei rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you want to leave, just leave. We wouldn't be able to walk without you." "You?" Li Dun gritted his teeth. "You'd better remember what you said, and don't come crying to beg me when the time comes. I really thought that following a vase would make me invincible." After saying that, he turned around and left, paying no attention to Sui Jing and the others, nor to Shi Xiangqi's family. "Just a little. Only a devil would come to beg you." Li Qimei made a face at his back, and then put her backpack back on her back. "You have such a good face for a long time. Why are you so narcissistic? Let's go too," she said to Sui Jing. Shi Xiangqi felt a little more comfortable when she saw that Li Dun didn't want to talk to Sui Jing and the others at all. It seems that having a beautiful face doesn't mean everything goes smoothly. "Brother, let's go." Shi Xiangqi ran back to his eldest brother and said, "Chi-Chi, what did you just tell them?" Shi Xiangqian was confused. Just now Shi Xiangqi ran over without saying anything to them, and he didn't know what he said. Now he ran back again. "It's nothing," Shi Xiangqi said. "I just told them to take care of us when the time comes. After all, we have so many family members. If anything happens, one more person will also help one more person. This way you won't have to work so hard." Chi-Chi is sensible. Shi Xiangqian nodded happily, completely believing Shi Xiangqi's words. Okay, hurry up and follow," Shi Xiangqi urged. "The others won't wait for us later." Sui Jing. What did Shi Xiangqi say to Li Dun and the others? Why is she so happy suddenly? Li Qimei asked in confusion. "It has nothing to do with me," Sui Jing replied calmly. "It looks like it doesn't have anything to do with him." Yes, Li Qimei echoed awkwardly. I just feel like something is wrong. Let's just be careful, and stop meddling so much in other people's affairs. Gu Lilai also said. Okay. Okay. Li Qimei answered weakly. You all have a point. I'm the only one who likes to meddle. After everyone drove for a while, Sui Jing suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Your ankle is sprained? Seeing Sui Jing not leaving, Li Qimei also stopped and asked. You sprained your ankle? Are you okay? Can you still walk? Gu Lilai also asked worriedly. As a result, before Sui Jing could reply, Xiangqi started to make strange noises. Hey, isn't it awesome? You can sprain your feet even when walking on a flat road? Would you like me to give you a hand? She giggled after saying this. Sui Jing raised his eyelids and glanced at her coldly. Then said to Li Qimei and Gu Lilai, I'm fine. Just keep walking. But we have to go a little slower. Growing up, few people dared to call themselves Miss in front of her. Yeah. Although they didn't know what happened. They were relieved to see that Sui Jing was not injured. You saw Sui Jing not paying attention to him. Xiangqi instantly felt that she had insulted him. Don't go too far. Sui Jing frowned slightly, raised his eyes and asked. Have I offended you? No. Xiangqi hesitated in reply. Then what does it have to do with me? It really didn't matter. But I just felt unhappy with her. But if you can't say it directly in public, it will make you look very unreasonable. Chi-Chi, you can't be rude. Xiangqi scolded, then looked at Sui Jing and said, I'm sorry, Miss Sui. Chi-Chi has always been a bit naughty. So don't take it to heart. How is that possible? Sui Jing said. Your little sister is just young and her cerebellum is not fully developed. How can I care about her? Thank you very much for Miss Sui's magnanimity. After saying that, he held Xiangqi's hand and walked forward without looking back. Xiangqi asked for trouble and humiliation, glared at Sui Jing, and followed in his brother's footsteps. Sui Jing, don't take it to heart. Evil people will be punished by evil people. This is how Li Qimei comforted Sui Jing. But Sui Jing was really lifeless. Even though she has the same common sense as an uneducated child, she has lost her way. I don't take it to heart, Sui Jing said. Let's go quickly. It will be dark soon. Li Qimei saw that she was really fine, so she didn't take it seriously and followed her. Ouch. A sound like the roar of a beast suddenly came from the mountain. Presumably it was either a tiger or a pack of wolves. Sui Jing, why are there the sounds of wild beasts here? Li Qimei has been afraid of these things since she was a child. And now she was even more frightened and shrank behind Sui Jing. In comparison, Gu Lilai is much better. She just opened her eyes wide when she heard the roar, and calmed down after a moment. Except for Li Qimei. The indulgent eldest lady was also frightened, and walked closely against her elder brother. Don't be afraid, Sui Jing reassured. Just keep walking. Sui Jing was so calm that Li Qimei was not so scared when she was affected by her. But the physical fear was still difficult to overcome, and her teeth still trembled a bit when she walked. Ah! Call out. At the moment when Xiangqi's screams echoed through the sky, a vicious wolf, with sharp teeth, and a fierce appearance also fell in front of everyone. Sui Jing then looked in the direction of Li Dun. I saw Li Dun calmly put down his arm, that was raised forward, looked back at Xiangqi speechlessly, and said, It's so noisy. Can you shut up? You are the one who screams the loudest here. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder he was so confident before. It turns out that he has a hidden sword. And it seems that his skills and reflexes are good. And he does have confidence. Hey, as long as you guys relent, I might consider letting you follow me. Li Dun seemed to be talking to Li Qimei, but his eyes seemed to fall on Sui Jing accidentally. Chapter 199 Asking God. Sensing the clear provocation in Li Dun's eyes, the corners of Sui Jing's straight mouth moved vaguely, and his eyebrows also flashed a few times. No. These people are all sick. Why do both of them like to have trouble with her? He refused to let go of the good road and insisted on provoking her. Are you unhappy in life? No need. Li Qimei was obviously a stubborn person. Even when she saw Li Dun kill a wolf instantly, her expression remained unchanged. You'd better protect yourself. We're fine. Hey. Li Dun curled his lips disdainfully. I didn't know who was so scared just now. What does it have to do with you? Li Qimei replied, You are a Pacific police officer. Why should you take care of others even if they are afraid? I don't want to worry about it. Li Dun ignored Li Qimei's provocation, then squatted down and started to check the wolf lying on the ground. compared with ordinary wolves. This one is larger. The limbs are also slender and powerful, so they should be able to hunt prey very quickly. He put his hand on the wolf's pulse and felt that it was completely dead before standing up. It's okay. Hurry up and hurry up, Li Dun said, and was about to leave. During this period, Shi Xiangqi remained silent. After hearing Li Dun say that the wolf was completely dead, he opened his lips tremblingly. Dead? Dead? Dead. Shi Xiangtian patted her hand and comforted. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Shi Xiangyu pursed his lips silently, as if he looked down on Shi Xiangqi's timid appearance. How cowardly. Shi Xiangqi had just been frightened, and was too lazy to argue with Shi Xiangyu. She just ignored him, as if she didn't hear him. When Shi Xiangyu saw that she was ignoring him, he walked away without interest. Let's go! Sui Jing nodded towards Li Qimei and Gu Lilai, motioning for them to follow quickly. After the crisis just now, no one spoke again along the way. It was quiet on the way up the mountain, except for the occasional mountain breeze blowing through the treetops and the rustling of fallen leaves. We're finally here. Li Qimei breathed a sigh of relief. She had already seen the dawn of victory. They had arrived near the top of the mountain, and they could already see the magnificent buildings built on the top of the mountain when they looked up. As for your question about why Li Qimei thinks this building is so grand, of course, it was because of the large area. Here they could only vaguely see the towering red brick wall built on the edge. Wait! Sui Jing stretched out an arm to stop Li Qimei, who was about to rush forward. What's wrong? Li Qimei quickly retracted her right leg, feeling uneasy in her heart. Sui Jing suddenly stopped just now and met a wolf. Now she stopped again. Could it be? Is there any danger again? Li Qimei felt that she had almost predicted what Sui Jing was going to say. Maybe? Sui Jing answered ambiguously. Let them go first. Is this okay? Li Qimei blinked. Will someone die? It depends on them. Sui Jing curled his eyes and showed a light smile. In fact, she is very beautiful with her crooked eyebrows when she smiles. But just looking at her makes her feel cold and creepy. Li Qimei silently withdrew her gaze from Sui Jing. This person is too vindictive. For people like Sui Jing, it's fine if she doesn't smile normally. But once she smiles, she will make others feel very unsure. Ah, the screams were deafening. Sui Jing frowned slightly and took a few steps back. Accidents often only happen in an instant. Apart from Sui Jing and the others, only Shi Xiangyuan and He Lianhai, who were slightly behind, were not hoisted up. Others were hoisted up by ropes hanging from the treetops or tied around their ankles, or tied around their thighs. There were a few living people hanging upside down on some tall trees. It would be an exaggeration to say that this scene was comical, but the hangings were actually not very high. Their heads were only about the length of an adult male from the ground. What's going on? Shi Xiangqi couldn't hold himself back and started yelling from the moment he was hoisted up. However, the more she struggled, the more she roared, and the rope around her ankle became tighter. It hurt so much that she gasped for air. Yeah, it's okay. Li Qimei couldn't help laughing when she saw this. Why are you flying to heaven while walking? Hey, can you still come down? She said this to Li Dun. Isn't it awesome? How could you get caught in such a little trap? Li Qimei mocked and secretly gave Sui Jing a thumbs up. Really awesome. Sui Jing's lips curled up, but his eyes looked at Shi Xiangyuan, who had been standing aside silently. She didn't seem surprised at all why others were hanging from the tree. Anyway, she was standing alone, like a transparent person. But yes, she probably hopes that others won't notice her, so that she can suffer less. However, although she was not hoisted up, due to the sudden incident, she was accidentally frightened and fell to the ground, and the palms of both hands were broken by sharp gravel. Sui Jing withdrew his gaze and walked to Li Dun. His thin lips parted slightly. Can you come down? Do you need help? She neither said who wanted to help him nor whether she would help him. It was just a polite question. There isn't much real emotion in this sentence either. No need. Li Dun looked at her with an eyebrow. If he hadn't been tied up now, he might have wanted to bite Sui Jing to relieve his anger. Oh, okay. Sui Jing really just walked away. She wandered around to a family named Shi and asked the same question again. This family was not as tough as Li Dun. Seeing Sui Jing asking this question, they cried and begged her to put them down quickly. Seeing that it was almost done, Sui Jing took out a knife and handed it to Shi Xiangtian. Cut it yourself. Shi Xiangtian held the dagger in the air for a long time before finally cutting the rope around his leg. As a result, He was unprepared when he landed, and landed on the grass with a thud, making him dizzy. He waited for a while before standing up and handing the dagger to Shi Xiangyu. Shi Xiangyu's skills were much neater. He cut the rope and landed on the ground in one go without suffering any injuries. But it was difficult for Shi Xiangqi to handle it, let alone whether she could cut the rope herself. If she fell down like this, she would be so painful that she would cry for her father and mother. So in order to help her get down, Shi Xiangyu had to climb to the top of the tree himself and help her cut the rope. Shi Xiangtian caught her from below to prevent her from accidentally falling to the ground and getting hurt. On the other side, the lonely Li Dun saw that almost everyone else was about to come down, but still refused to admit defeat. He pointed the hidden blade on his arm at the ropes that bound him. Fortunately, the rope is thick enough. As long as his hidden sword can hit successfully, the rope can be broken, and he can go down smoothly. Whoops, fortunately, the hit rate of the hidden sword was as he expected, and it hit the middle of the rope. Plop. He rolled down on the grass in embarrassment. His head was cut into a corner by the gravel hidden in the weeds, and traces of bright red blood were emerging. TSK. Sui Jing pretended to be surprised, walked slowly to him, bent down and sneered softly, "It's okay. Okay. I was worried about what would happen if I accidentally shot off my leg. That's good. And if a major artery is punctured and there is too much blood loss, you may die accidentally." Chapter 200 Asking God. After Sui Jing finished sarcastically, he straightened up. His eyes only stayed on him for a few seconds, then turned and walked away. "Brother, my feet hurt so much." After Shi Xiangqi was put down, she hugged her injured leg and cried to Shi Xiangtian. Compared to several others, she was indeed the worst. When she was hoisted up, only one leg was tied with a rope, and all her weight was concentrated on her ankle. Moreover, she struggled so hard at the beginning that her ankle was bruised and the bones were visible. "I remember we prepared some ointment. Brother, please look for it for you." Shi Xiangtian patiently coaxed her while rummaging around in his bag. Others did not rush them. The top of the mountain was already in front of them, so there was no need to worry for a while. "You can have some fun waiting here. So why not? Shouldn't it?" Apparently, Shi Xiangtian searched for a long time in his backpack, but still couldn't find the ointment he wanted. "I obviously remembered to put it in my bag, but I bought it with my points. Why did you disappear so mysteriously?" He couldn't find a clue for a long time, so he asked Shi Xiangyu, "Xiaoyu, do you have any ointment in your bag?" "How could it be in my bag?" Shi Xiangyu impatiently took off the bag he was carrying. "You obviously packed these things." Although he kept chattering, he still carefully rummaged through every corner of his backpack. "No." Shi Xiangyu zipped up his backpack and spread his hands. "That's strange. Could it be that I forgot to put it in the bag?" Shi Xiangtian was puzzled, so he could only comfort Shi Xiangqi and said, "Chi-Chi, there is no ointment now. Why don't you bear with it for a while?" No, Shi Xiangqi's eyes were full of tears, and she said coquettishly to Shi Xiangtian, "It hurts so much. Without ointment, I will definitely not be able to walk." "But," Shi Xiangtian frowned in embarrassment. Having said that, they really couldn't find any ointment. "But the little sister's injury is indeed very serious. What should I do?" His whole face was twisted with worry, and he had no choice but to turn his attention to the other people in the team for help. "Brotherly, do you have any medicine for injuries? Do you think I have it?" Li Dun wiped the blood on his forehead with a tissue and stared at him speechlessly. Li Dun's fierce tone frightened Shi Xiangtian so much that he did not dare to say anything more, so he had to take back what he had not yet said in annoyance. "I have it here." He Lianhai took out 2 ointments from his backpack. One was handed to Li Dun, and the other was given to Shi Xiangtian. "Thank you. Thank you." Shi Xiangtian thanked him quickly and couldn't wait to take the ointment and apply it to Shi Xiangqi. From beginning to end, he never asked Shi Xiangyuan, who stood aside without saying a word. Shi Xiangyuan quietly put her injured hands behind her back, not praying that anyone would notice her. She had long been extremely disappointed with her rotten family. "Hey, hold out your hand and let me see." Li Qimei finally relented and couldn't stand it anymore and walked up to her. In her eyes, no matter how sensible Shi Xiangyuan is, he is still just a child younger than her. It is unfair to be mistreated like this. "I'm fine." Shi Xiangyuan took 2 steps back and said hoarsely, "It's okay. It's okay. I've seen it all." Li Qimei was a little angry and pulled her hands from behind her back to the front. Li Qimei took a breath of air. Her wound wasn't actually that terrible. It was just a scratch on her palm caused by gravel, and a lot of soil was mixed into the gap between the wound. But this was not what surprised Li Qimei. Shi Xiangyuan's hands didn't look like what she should have at her age. There were many scabbed wounds all over the palms. In addition, there was a thick layer of calluses on the knuckles at the tiger's mouth. It was probably caused by frequently doing some heavy work when I was outside the system. Li Qimei's eyes turned slightly red at this moment. She choked up and said, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Shi Xiangyuan shook his head obediently. His eyes cleared to the bottom. Li Qimei pursed her lips and took out the ointment from her pocket. She asked Shi Xiangyuan to raise his hand. And then Li Qimei squeezed out the ointment and gently spread it evenly on her palm. "Keep this ointment for you." After Li Qimei helped her apply the ointment, she wanted to give her the ointment as well. It's more effective than ordinary wound medicine, and the wound will scab over in less than a while. No. 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 I can't have it. Shi Xiangyuan waved his hands vigorously and said, "I'm very grateful that you can help me look at the wound. How can I still want your things? I don't deserve such a good thing." She spoke sincerely, as if she really thought so, and was not refusing Li Qimei's kindness. This sense of unworthiness was brainwashed and taught to her by her parents and brothers since she was a child. So much so that she still thinks so when she grows up. As long as it is a little better thing, you will think that you don't deserve it, and you don't deserve it. Hey, isn't this quite self-aware? Shi Xiangqi had already applied medicine and bandaged the wound and was standing aside. Knowing that I don't deserve it, she watched the entire exchange between Li Qimei and Shi Xiangyuan. I saw that I could only use ointments donated by others, and I had to return them immediately after using them. But Shi Xiangyuan had someone else who was willing to give it to her for free, and just by looking at the packaging, I don't know how much better that ointment is than my own. She's right. Shi Xiangyuan lowered his head sadly. It's okay. Li Qimei turned her back to Shi Xiangqi and rolled her eyes. He whispered to Shi Xiangyuan, "Ignore her. This is for you. Just take it. Otherwise you will let down our good intentions," Li Qimei advised. "But it should be very valuable." Shi Xiangyuan was still hesitating. "It shouldn't be very valuable," Li Qimei said uncertainly. "This is not mine. This is given to you by Sui Jing." Hearing what she said, Shi Xiangyuan immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of Sui Jing. But Sui Jing didn't look at her, just crossed his arms and looked in the direction of the top of the mountain. "Yes, that's the silver-haired sister." Li Qimei looked in the direction of her gaze and smiled when she saw that she was looking at Sui Jing. After all, they had little communication, and Li Qimei thought that Shi Xiangyuan didn't know who Sui Jing was. But did that sister agree? Before Shi Xiangyuan could say what she wanted to say, the ointment was forcefully forced into her hand by Li Qimei. "Take it. I'll go over first." "Bye." Li Qimei waved to her and walked back to Sui Jing. Shi Xiangyuan lowered his eyes to look at the medicine that was stuffed into his hand, and blinked in confusion. "She can't keep that ointment," Sui Jing said lightly. "Hey, I gave it all. Don't feel bad." Li Qimei didn't understand the hidden meaning of Sui Jing's words. "And you also agreed to let me go and see her injuries?" Sui Jing turned his head and glanced up and down Li Qimei, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Chapter 201 Asking God. She did agree with Li Qimei to apply medicine to Shi Xiangyuan, and also gave her her own ointment. But she didn't say that she would also put the ointment in Shi Xiangyuan's hand? As long as Shi Xiangqi is around, how can this ointment stay safely in Shi Xiangyuan's hands? It's really a fantasy. "Forget it," Sui Jing said. "Since everyone has been rescued, let's continue walking." "Okay." Li Qimei nodded and followed Sui Jing's pace. Since most of the people in the team had suffered major or minor injuries, Sui Jing and the others were naturally the ones leading the way. But they didn't mind Sui Jing walking in front at all. Anyway, they didn't dare to take the lead anymore. And it can be considered a good thing that Sui Jing walked to the front. After all, her sense of danger is astonishingly keen. Sui Jing knew very well what everyone was thinking. But just starting the fight was a piece of cake. It's really a temple. Li Qimei looked at the magnificent temple standing in front of them with her mouth wide open. Inside the brick red wall is an ancient temple, nestled under several vigorous ginkgo trees. Entering the thatched cottage, you will feel a quiet and solemn atmosphere with towering ancient trees. This temple is very vast in area. Although the temple is almost dilapidated at this time, it can still be seen that the roof of the temple was covered with glaze and resplendent in the past, and many immortals were carved on the roof ridge, which is dazzling. The protruding faces of the Buddhas are like countless stars in the summer night sky. They have different expressions, various poses, and lifelike shapes. Why does it look so scary? Li Qimei rubbed her arms and felt a chill on her back. What's so scary about this? Gu Lilai didn't understand Li Qimei's feeling. Hey, you don't understand. Li Qimei explained. I'm just scared when I see such a huge and realistic sculpture. It seems to be called macrophobia. But it's actually not quite accurate. I don't feel scared when I see other giant animals. Just Buddha statues. You didn't commit any bad deeds and were punished by gods in your previous life. Right? Gu Lilai joked. Maybe? Li Qimei didn't refute. Don't tell me. I felt the same way before. Everyone first walked around the big Buddha hall in the front yard of the temple, and went to the Zen room in the backyard to put down their luggage. Everyone is quite unanimous on this point. Although there are many meditation rooms in the backyard, only 2 can be opened. The rest seem to be locked from the inside with door locks. And they couldn't be pushed open no matter how hard they pushed. In this case, there is nothing we can do. All the girls can only live in one room. And the remaining boys live in another room. Brother, I want to be with you. Sure, Xiangqi didn't want to live with other people. I don't know them. But now is not the time to let her be willful. Chi-Chi, be obedient. Sure, Xiangqian comforted him. It's okay. Doesn't Xiao Yuan live with you? But brother. Sure, Xiangqi was unwilling to give up. Still holding on to Sure Xiangqian's sleeves and refusing to let go. If you don't want to live, just sleep outside. Li Dun was really annoyed to death. How come the eldest lady has so many faults? I really wish I could throw her out. Okay. Sure, Xiangqi was still a little afraid of Li Dun. After being yelled at by him, he had to let go of his hand and enter another meditation room with the other girls. There are exactly 5 beds. Li Qimei said. Sui Jing, you choose first. Then I'll sleep on the side closest to the door. Sui Jing said, choosing the outermost bed. Then I'll sleep here. She put the bag in the middle. Although she really wanted to be next to Sui Jing for a moment, she was still a little timid about letting her sleep next to Sui Jing. I'll sleep here. Seeing that Li Qimei was unwilling to sleep on Sui Jing's bed, Gu Lilai had no choice but to put her backpack on that bed. You've all finished choosing. What should I choose? Sure, Xiangqi complained dissatisfiedly, as if he was very dissatisfied with the current arrangement. How about you choose first? Sui Jing raised his eyes and looked at her and said calmly. She really didn't want it to be troublesome and wanted Sure Xiangqi to choose first. And there was actually no obvious ups and downs in her tone. Nor could she be considered indifferent. But Sure Xiangqi suddenly didn't dare to talk to her or look at her. She shifted her gaze and said, pretending not to care, forget it. I'll just sleep in the back. Everyone had finished choosing, and Sure Xiangyuan had to choose the only remaining bed. Then what should we do now? Li Qimei asked after everyone had almost packed their things. I don't know. Gu Lilai replied. Didn't it mean that the side mission will be automatically triggered after we reach the top of the mountain? Why is there no response? Maybe it's not time yet. Sure, Xiangyuan, who doesn't like to talk, said cowardly. Now that there were no other men here, she felt a little bolder. Yes. Li Qimei nodded. So we still have to complete the main mission first. Are you looking for fragments? How to find them? We don't have any clues now? Gu Lilai scratched his head, not knowing where to start. Don't be anxious yet, Sui Jing said calmly. You can wait to find the fragments. Huh? Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing. Why? If you want to find the fragments, you must first trigger a side mission to get a few clues. And we don't know anything right now. There's no way we can find the fragments. That's right. Li Qimei nodded. Then what should we do now? Only then did they notice that the sky outside was almost completely dark. And it was almost night before they knew it. I'm hungry. Gu Lilai looked at his rumbling stomach and smiled. It seems that the system also knew that it was dark. So it didn't send us a mission. Do you think it's possible? Li Qimei said. Don't you still have some bread? Take it out and eat it. I don't want to eat bread anymore, Gu Lilai said weakly. I really want to eat some stir-fried vegetables or something. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Gu Lilai swallowed hard, as if there was a table of delicious food in front of him. How is it possible? If you still want to eat fried vegetables in the game, it would be faster to dream. Li Qimei complained ruthlessly. I also want to dream, but I always can't. Hey, just daydreaming all day long. Sure, Xiangqi echoed impolitely. Sister, it's already dark. It's no longer a daydream. Gu Lilai didn't like Sure Xiangqi, the eldest lady, and directly shouted back in person. You? Shi Xiangqi's face turned red. You're just awesome. You? What are you? You? Shut up if you can't speak. Gulilai shot back. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Huh? Shi Xiangqi stamped his feet on the spot, turned around and ran towards the next room. Miss? What's wrong? Gulilai put his hands on his hips, and couldn't help but feel angry. Okay. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Li Qimei patted Gulilai on the back like a compliment. Let's ignore him. Well, when I came here just now, I thought I saw a kitchen here. There seemed to be food in it. Shi Xiangyuan said. Really? Li Qimei patted Gulilai's hand on the back. Why didn't she see it just now? Her eyes were so bad. Really? Shi Xiangyuan nodded, his eyes full of sincerity. Chapter 202 Asking God. Then let's go! Li Qimei couldn't wait to rush over. After all, who doesn't want to have a good meal if possible? Sui Jing originally didn't want to go with them, but he couldn't resist their warm invitation. So he had no choice but to go along. Needless to say, although this temple looks a bit old from the outside, the inside of the house is very neat and tidy. At least the Zen room where they live and the kitchen where they are now are quite open and clean. And they don't look sloppy. I just don't know if the halls of gods and Buddhas in front have also been cleaned. Wow! The materials here are so complete. Gulilai opened the wooden door of the kitchen and saw that the kitchen utensils, dishes and even condiments were all complete. There's just no meat. Gulilai finally came to this conclusion after walking around the house. It's already good if you don't eat bread. Do you still want to eat meat? Li Qimei felt that she was pushing her limits. And if there is real meat, do you dare to eat it? Everyone else at the scene suddenly looked pale, as if they were remembering some bad memory. That's right. Then I won't eat meat anymore, Gulilai said. Let's get started. Finish it early, and then you can rest, Li Qimei said, as she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to do a big job. After they have washed all the kitchen utensils and pots and pans they will use, they plan to start the next step. I'll be responsible for lighting the fire, Gulilai recommended himself, and walked towards the stove. You can still light a fire? Li Qimei asked in surprise. I thought no one would light this kind of firewood in this day and age. Gulilai raised his chin and said proudly, You know what it means to be knowledgeable. Okay. I don't understand. Then I can wash the vegetables. Li Qimei smiled, grabbed enough vegetables on the side, and put them in a basin to wash the vegetables. After washing, she put the vegetables on the cutting board and started cutting. Suddenly she realized something, raised her head, and said to Sui Jing, Why don't you and Xiangyuan go out and wait? She felt that Sui Jing, with her noble temperament, probably didn't know how to cook. She was most likely the daughter of a wealthy family in the past, and it was even more impossible for Shi Xiangyuan to let her cook. Although she must be very skilled at this kind of thing, they are embarrassed to let a child younger than them busy here. I can help. Shi Xiangyuan felt embarrassed to do nothing and insisted on staying here. You go out with her first, and I'll cut the vegetables. Sui Jing observed Li Qimei chopping vegetables for a long time, but the results were that the vegetables were still of different sizes, and the progress was very slow. This is not good. Li Qimei hesitated. There's nothing wrong with it, Sui Jing said. Li Qimei saw that Sui Jing insisted, and it was indeed a bit crowded in the kitchen with all of them. So she had no choice but to take Shi Xiangyuan out. Then make sure you let me come when you're cooking. Yes, Sui Jing responded, having already washed his hands. Sui Jing cut vegetables much more neatly than Li Qimei. In less than a moment, all the vegetables to be cut were cut and placed in the bowl. Do you know how to cook? Gulilai wandered over to her from the stove and asked. Her original thoughts were exactly the same as Li Qimei's, and she also thought that Sui Jing would definitely not know how to cook. I've had some contact with it, Sui Jing replied. It's almost done. I'll call Li Qimei to come in. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Gulilai quickly ran to the door and called Li Qimei. Come on. Li Qimei was in the yard at the door. She heard someone calling and ran over here quickly. Sui Jing washed and dried the blades and plates and put them back to their original places. Seeing that she was eager to show off her skills, Sui Jing kindly reminded her. I think we should steam the rice first and then stir-fry the vegetables. What do you think? Yeah. Li Qimei paused as she was about to cross the threshold. I have completely forgotten about this. Then hurry up. Sui Jing breathed out lightly, and she knew that none of them remembered. I've already washed the rice. You just put it in the pot and cook it. After saying that, he washed his hands again, before walking towards the courtyard. Sui Jing walked to a round stone table in the middle of the courtyard and sat down. Shi Xiangyuan, who was still sitting just now, stood up immediately when Sui Jing came over, and shouted in a warm and waxy voice, "Sister Sui Jing, sit down." Sui Jing signaled her not to be so formal, but for some reason, she kept staring down at her hands without saying a word after sitting down. Sui Jing felt that she was probably a little afraid of her, although she couldn't figure out why she was afraid. But she still asked, "Are you a little afraid of me?" Hearing Sui Jing ask her this, Shi Xiangyuan trembled all over and then slowly shook his head. "No, I'm not afraid." Sui Jing chuckled. "Children can't lie. Why are you afraid of me?" "No." Shi Xiangyuan suddenly raised his head and explained in a panic. After touching the clearly visible teasing in Sui Jing's eyes, he hurriedly buried his head back. "I'm not afraid." Shi Xiangyuan's ears were getting redder and redder, and his head was buried lower and lower. "Don't bury it." Sui Jing's tone returned to his usual calm tone. "Not an ostrich. If you don't want to say it, forget it," Sui Jing said. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm just a little bit inferior." Shi Xiangyuan's voice was a little hoarse, but Sui Jing heard what he said clearly. Sui Jing did not speak, quietly waiting for Shi Xiangyuan's next words. "Sister, you are good-looking and a great person. Everyone will like you. Unlike me, who succeeds more than fails. Even my parents wish they had never given birth to me." She told the saddest thing in a joking tone, as if it would stop her heart from hurting. Sui Jing adjusted his sitting posture slightly, looked straight at Shi Xiangyuan and asked, "Who told you that? Mom? Dad? And Xiaoqi all said so." She paused. "Second brother also said it. So it's right that no one loves me. I'm ugly and everyone hates me. I can't do anything well. So I shouldn't have been born. That's not right." Sui Jing's voice was cold, but it was like a gurgling stream of water flowing through Shi Xiangyuan's dry new fields. "You will be loved only if you think you are beautiful. And you will deserve to live if you are capable." Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows and said seriously, "That's not the case. It's rare for her to be so nagging to a stranger. Normally, she would think that other people's affairs have nothing to do with her. So why bother so much?" But now, looking at the thin girl in front of her, she suddenly couldn't bear it. The prerequisite for being loved is neither beauty nor ability. No matter how you are, people who love you will always love you. They will not stop loving you just because you are not beautiful. Nor will they stop loving you just because you can't do something well. If someone doesn't love you, it means they never meant to love you in the first place. Chapter 203 Asking God. "Really?" Shi Xiangyuan blinked, obviously not believing what Sui Jing said. No one had said such rebellious words to her since she was a child. What parents say the most is, "If you can't do this little thing well, what's the use of giving birth to you? If you look so mean, who will dare to marry you in the future? Your father and I have provided you with education since you were a child. But you didn't end up like this. You keep making a dead face all day long. Why? Our family owes you money? Debt collector." Shi Xianqi would say, "Just like you. No one will take a second look when you walk on the road." The second brother would also say, "Can you please stop crying all day long? It looks unlucky." At first, she always thought that their family was very poor, so her mother often criticized her harshly. Later I found out that this was not the case. Not only was their family not poor, they were actually quite wealthy. The only one they criticized was her. Thinking of the past, Shi Xiangyuan's voice was choked up. "But everyone says." "Everyone?" Sui Jing snorted disdainfully. "Who are you talking about? Your parents? Your brothers and sisters? Then your understanding of everyone is too narrow." Shi Xiangyuan's eyes were filled with tears. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't pronounce a single syllable. "I have said that the prerequisite for being loved is not to be beautiful, but to love yourself. Only by loving yourself more can you gain love and love others in a better way. If you just love others blindly and forget to love yourself, you will only become humble. In short, no matter who it is, if the love you give is not reciprocated, it means that the person you love may not be worthy of your love at all. Even your parents and relatives." Sui Jing did not say the last sentence. This still seemed a bit too cruel for her. Children of her age still hope to be loved by their parents. Some things are better to be figured out slowly by oneself. "Besides, there are many people who don't like me," Sui Jing said in a calm voice. "Not only that, there are many people who want to kill her. If NPCs in the game can also be called humans. Besides, the two people there really like you. Sui Jing glanced towards the kitchen and said, "What about you, Sister Sui Jing? Do you like me?" Shi Xiangyuan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Sui Jing obviously didn't expect that Shi Xiangyuan would suddenly ask this question. She was stunned and replied softly, "I don't hate you." Shi Xiangyuan suddenly giggled. She wiped the tears on her face and said, "I know. From today on, I will slowly learn to love myself first." Sui Jing raised his eyes and glanced at her, but did not answer. Being able to realize the point of her words meant that her words were not in vain. But can you really learn it by just studying? It's time to eat. It's time to eat. As soon as the two of them finished chatting, Li Qimei rushed out of the kitchen with a bowl of food. "Let me help." Shi Xiangyuan stood up immediately and wanted to reach out to take the vegetable bowl in Li Qimei's hand. "No. No. No." Li Qimei avoided her hand and placed the bowl firmly on the stone table. "Isn't there a dinner plate here?" Gu Lilai slowly walked over with a plate of dishes in a puzzled tone. "Don't you deserve to be burned? You still say that?" Li Qimei refused. "Who told you not to tell me in advance? You didn't tell me until I brought it out. It's my fault." Gu Lilai made a face at her and ran towards the kitchen. "Huh?" Li Qimei reacted and started to make trouble for her. Shi Xiangyuan looked at the backs of Li Qimei and Gu Lilai with envy in his eyes. She had never fought like this with anyone else. "It feels like pretty good. Okay. Let's go serve the food," Sui Jing said. "Yes." Shi Xiangyuan nodded heavily and followed Sui Jing towards the kitchen. "You came just in time." Li Qimei felt that she had been dealt with, and she felt much more at ease. "The rice is already served. You can take whatever bowl you want." "Take this bowl." Li Qimei suddenly snatched the half-filled bowl of rice from Shi Xiangyuan's hand and handed the largest portion to her. "This bowl is mine." Li Qimei pretended to be serious and said, "I am losing weight. It's so funny." Gu Lilai floated from behind her and said with a moderate taunt, "I don't know who said to leave the rest of the meal to her." "You." Li Qimei clenched her fists tightly. "Jelilai. Don't bully others too much." "Okay. Let's go eat." Li Qimei turned around, patted Shi Xiangyuan's head, and said softly, "Yeah." Shi Xiangyuan felt like crying again. "Slow down. Sister. The lights haven't been lit outside yet." Gu Lilai, who turned back again, saw Shi Xiang walking away quickly, and warned her thoughtfully, "I know." She quickly ran to the courtyard with her meal, trying to wipe away her tears secretly without anyone else noticing. However, everyone present was a human being. Everyone could see Shi Xiangyuan's emotions, but they all agreed silently. "This child has a sensitive mind," Gu Lilai said. "It must have been like this since childhood." Li Qimei sighed. "Still pitiful. Forget it. Let's eat first." After that, the three of them walked outside carrying a bowl of rice. "Hey, do you need to get a candle? The moon doesn't seem to be very bright tonight." Gu Lilai accidentally glanced at Li Qimei's piled-up bowl of rice again, and couldn't help sweating on her forehead. That's what she said. Lose weight. The four of them were eating well, but someone kept showing up uninvited. "It smells so good." Shi Xiangqi smelled the aroma of food wafting out of her brother's monastery. "Is there more?" She ran up and asked directly, not knowing how to write the word polite. Therefore, no one paid attention to her. "I'm asking you a question." She raised her voice, trying to attract other people's attention. Shi Xiangyuan. She wanted to satisfy her own interests by threatening Shi Xiangyuan. Before Shi Xiangyuan could speak, Li Qimei spoke up first. "There's only one bowl left." Li Qimei pointed to the kitchen. "If you want to eat, go scoop it out yourself." After that, he stopped talking to her and started eating by himself. "You guys know what's good," Shi Xiangqi muttered in a low voice, thinking that no one could hear. But they didn't expect that everyone here could hear them clearly. But no one had any reaction. After a while, Shi Xiangqi came back with a bowl of rice. But there were only 4 seats around the stone table, which meant that she had to stand up to eat. She definitely didn't want to. So she opened her mouth and called Shi Xiangyuan. "Get up and let me sit." Shi Xiangyuan was stunned. He put down the bowl and wanted to stand up, but was pushed back by Li Qimei. Li Qimei looked at Shi Xiangqi and said, "If you want to eat, just eat. If you don't want to eat, just leave. Don't be arrogant here." She was very restrained in speaking. At least he didn't tell her to get out like Li Dun did. Shi Xiangqi didn't dare to make any more trouble after what she said, so she had to stand aside and start eating. His teeth were about to crush the chopsticks. Why can Shi Xiangyuan live such a good life and everyone has to take care of her? Just because she can pretend to be pitiful? She had long known that Shi Xiangyuan was not a good person. He pretended to be pitiful and innocent all day long. And she didn't know who to show him. It's good now. Everyone is protecting her. On the other hand, she pretends to be innocent and innocent, which makes people angry. If you can't eat it, don't eat it. Guo Lilai noticed Shi Xiangqi's uncomfortable eyes and said, "No. No." Shi Xiangqi looked away in panic. "Eat this and eat this. By the way, after you eat, you should wash the remaining bowls as well." Guo Lilai said. Chapter 204 Asking God. What? Shi Xiangqi hadn't even swallowed the food in his mouth. His mouth was slightly open. His eyes widened. And his whole body was resisting. "Look, we fried these vegetables and cooked the rice. It's not too much for you to just wash the dishes, right?" Li Qimei asked. "What? You want to eat for free without doing anything? Young people shouldn't be so lazy." "Right." Guo Lilai agreed with a smile. "You must have a job in mind and a job in mind. Are you right? This is abuse." Shi Xiangqi stomped his feet dissatisfied. "Abuse?" The corners of Li Qimei's mouth raised crazily. "Little sister, do you know what abuse is?" Before Shi Xiangqi could answer, her smile suddenly disappeared and she said sternly, "If asking you to wash dishes is considered abuse, then isn't it that your family has been abusing Sister Xiangyuan? I have to say that your family tradition is quite inherited. Besides, we have nothing to do with you. So why do you accuse us of mistreatment?" Shi Xiangqi almost couldn't swallow a mouthful of rice and choked in his throat. "Are you going to wash it?" Guo Lilai asked again in a good voice. "Or, you can also go to your elder brother for help and see what he thinks?" Shi Xiangqi could see that none of these people were easy to get along with. So he had to swallow his anger and said, "I'll wash up after eating. Not to mention whether the eldest brother is willing to help. Just because she doesn't ask them to eat. No matter how much the eldest brother pampers her, he will definitely be unhappy." She felt that it was better not to get into trouble. Li Qimei and Guo Lilai said this precisely because they guessed what she was thinking. That's pretty much it. Guo Lilai put down the bowl and chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "I'm done eating. I'm going back to my room first." Even so, she still took her bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen, and also left a candlestick in the kitchen. "I've finished eating too." Sui Jing stood up, packed up the dishes and left. Now there are only 3 people left in the yard. Li Qimei, Shi Xiangqi and Shi Xiangyuan. Shi Xiangyuan didn't leave because he hadn't finished eating yet. Li Qimei seemed to have something to say. She thought for a while, and then told Shi Xiangqi, "You probably won't be able to finish these dishes. Remember to put the unfinished dishes in the ice jar later. You can heat them up tomorrow morning." After that, he explained to her where the ice jar was, and asked her to write it down. "I understand." Shi Xiangqi no longer showed the same extreme reluctance as before, and agreed obediently. However, where Li Qimei couldn't see her, she almost bit her back molars. "Okay, I'll go back first," Li Qimei said, and left with the bowl in hand. Seeing that everyone had left, Shi Xiangqi gave Shi Xiangyuan an angry look and sat down silently with a bowl in hand. At this time, even if she banged the bowl with her chopsticks while eating, no one would say anything to her. "Hey, you are not allowed to leave later. Help me wash the dishes before leaving," Shi Xiangqi said angrily. Although she didn't speak to Shi Xiangyuan, there were only 2 of them here. So how could Shi Xiangyuan not know that she was talking to him? After all, she didn't know how to refuse. So she had to agree. Good. That's pretty much it. Seeing Shi Xiangyuan listening to her words so much, Shi Xiangqi felt that her mood wasn't that bad. "You have to give me the ointment they gave you," Shi Xiangqi said naturally, not realizing that there was something inappropriate about his words. "But that was what they gave me." Shi Xiangyuan hesitated again and again, but still rejected Shi Xiangqi's request. "I can't give it to you." "What did you say?" Shi Xiangqi, who was eating, suddenly raised his head. "Did you forget what Mom said? None of your things belong to you. Don't you know you don't deserve such good things?" Shi Xiangyuan was silent for a long time, struggling to spit out a few words from his throat. "I deserve it." "What?" Shi Xiangqi chuckled, the sound biting Shi Xiangyuan's ears like ants. "Don't listen to those people talking nonsense to you. Remember, nothing in this world is yours. What's yours is mine, no matter what. Anyway, remember to give it to me when the time comes. Otherwise, I want you to look good. By the way, don't think about filing a complaint. Once I know that you told them again, you will feel better. And if you think about it carefully, will they really help you all the time? Wake up. No one is willing to keep taking care of a cowardly person who has many things to do. Shi Xiangqi sneered, unfortunately. You are really that kind of person. They are just kind-hearted for a moment. Shi Xiangyuan opened his mouth and wanted to refute something. But in the end, he could only nod helplessly. Good. Shi Xiangqi raised her chin proudly. She knew that a soft persimmon would still be a soft persimmon after all. And they were equally easy to handle. After finishing the meal, the two of them took the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen and froze the leftovers that should be frozen, only to find that the bowls of the other 3 people had been washed and neatly placed in the closet. They should have washed the dishes themselves when they brought them in. They are quite sensible, Shi Xiangqi said after seeing this. But she never thought that others might wash their own dishes just out of common courtesy. Okay. You can go back, Shi Xiangqi said after washing all the dishes and chopsticks and wiping his hands. She said it was washing. But in fact she just stood aside to help pass the bowl and washed it a second time. And there was no oil stain on her hands. Shi Xiangqi completed a series of processes such as washing pots and boiling water by herself. She did nothing at all. When Shi Xiangqi was cleaning the last bowl, she accidentally dropped the bowl on the ground. With a snap, the porcelain bowl fell into pieces. What's wrong? You're not hurt? Although Shi Xiangyuan didn't want to care about her, he subconsciously walked over quickly with the candlestick to check and found that except for the broken bowl, there was nothing serious. I'm fine. Shi Xiangqi frowned, a little unhappy. Hurry up and collect the broken bowl and throw it away. Wash your hands quickly and don't let them see it, Shi Xiangqi said, half of his feet already stepping out of the threshold. Shi Xiangyuan didn't say anything. He just cleaned up the kitchen silently and closed the door. You go in first. And then take out the medicine and give it to me. Shi Xiangqi suddenly came up with an idea and said, I'll wait for you at the door. In this case, you are saying that my hand was injured while washing dishes and needs medicine. But your hand is not injured? Shi Xiangyuan didn't want to lie for her. They will see it. If they find out that what they gave to her has been given to someone else, they will definitely feel very angry. No. Shi Xiangqi seemed to have read through her thoughts and persuaded, go quickly. Hurry up. She half pushed Shi Xiangyuan to the door of the Zen room and waved her hand. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you see it. Shi Xiangqi didn't mind at all. They are so kind to you. And they won't blame you. Shi Xiangyuan stood for a while with his face facing the door, with heaven and man at war in his heart. He bit his lower lip gently and finally pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 205 Asking God. Squeak. When Shi Xiangyuan pushed the door open and walked into the Zen room, he found that Li Qimei and Gu Lilai had finished washing and were sitting on the bed. Sui Jing was still sitting by the other wall, holding her sharp dagger in one hand and not knowing what she was doing. The face that was originally too cold actually softened under the illumination of the warm yellow candlelight. Hearing the sound of her opening the door, Sui Jing only raised his head to glance at her, then lowered his head to focus on her own affairs. She doesn't talk much. It was not easy to talk to her so much before. Sister, have you finished eating? Gu Lilai asked. Yes. Shi Xiangyuan responded in a low voice and walked towards his bed. What are you looking for? Li Qimei watched helplessly as she looked for something in her backpack. Xiaoqi broke the bowl while washing the dishes and cut her hand. Shi Xiangyuan said, I'll get some medicine to wipe her wound. Cut your hand. Li Qimei didn't believe it. Is it serious? It's not serious. But I think some medicine might help it heal faster. What about her? Why doesn't she come in? Li Qimei asked. She's outside. She said she accidentally broke the bowl and was afraid to come in. Shi Xiangyuan put the ointment in his pocket and headed out. I'll go out for a while and come in later, she said to Li Qimei and Gu Lilai. Yes. Gu Lilai nodded and let her go out. Shi Xiangyuan agreed and immediately opened the door with his head lowered and went out. Except for the moment she came in, she never glanced at Sui Jing from beginning to end. Except for the reason that Sui Jing didn't think much about talking to her. She always felt that Sui Jing's eyes, as deep as glass, seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. I can't hide anything from her. At this time, it seems that the best way to escape is to avoid direct contact. Is what she said true? Li Qimei sighed. How can I hurt my hands just by washing dishes? Gu Lilai said, there is a high probability that he lied to us. Shi Xiangqi must be thinking about the ointment and wants to take it. Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing as if she had suddenly realized something, and smiled awkwardly. You really got it right. When Sui Jing heard this, He glanced up at her lightly and said, I said she couldn't keep her. After saying that, he no longer cared about the innocent look on her face. I thought you were reluctant to let go, Li Qimei defended. Who told you not to speak clearly? Ha! Sui Jing let out a gentle chuckle and did not answer her words. As for that, Li Qimei couldn't quite understand Shi Xiangqi's brain. It's just a stick of ointment. And it's not a particularly precious thing. The important thing is not the ointment, but whose hand the ointment is in. Gu Lilai shook his head. You still don't understand people's hearts. I was wrong, Li Qimei said in frustration. I had good intentions at the time. Gu Lilai shrugged and joked. It's not worth doing bad things with good intentions. I know. Li Qimei interrupted her complaint. Then just ignore her? I can't care about it. How can I care about this kind of thing? Let her handle her own affairs. Gu Lilai joked. You'd better worry less about other people and go to bed early. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. What mission? After saying that, Gu Lilai fell asleep and pulled his quilt over to cover him. That's right. Li Qimei quickly figured it out and lay down. Sleep. Sui Jing. Aren't you still asleep? I really don't know if Sui Jing could look at a dagger for so long. Or what he was looking at. She also asked her. Although she didn't get any results. The result is good now. I stopped looking at the dagger and started reading again. Isn't she sleepy? Or is it that the sleep quality is not good and you can't sleep well? I'm not sleepy. You guys go to sleep first, Sui Jing said. Okay then. Li Qimei adjusted her bedding and slowly closed her eyes. Sui Jing soon heard steady breathing coming from their side. They must have fallen asleep. After a while, Shi Xiangyuan and Shi Xiangqi walked in from the door. The two of them must have gotten water and washed themselves outside. And the hair on their foreheads was still slightly damp. Shi Xiangqi's hand was still wrapped with a rough piece of cloth, while Shi Xiangyuan followed her obediently without saying a word. The bulging pockets when she went out were now deflated. But Shi Xiangqi's pockets happened to be bulging. Although she thought she hid it well, she could still see it at a glance if she looked carefully. After the two entered the door, they found that Li Qimei and Gu Lilai had fallen asleep. So they carefully lowered their voices. Sister Sui Jing, aren't you still asleep? Shi Xiangyuan couldn't help but ask even though he felt guilty. You guys go to bed first. Sui Jing acted as if he didn't know what to do and replied without raising his head. Oh! Shi Xiangyuan said he heard it. On the other hand, Shi Xiangqi didn't dare to talk to Sui Jing. So they quietly took off their clothes and went to bed to get ready for bed. After a while, Sui Jing vaguely heard the steady breathing of the two of them one after another. He sighed silently, then blew out the candle and prepared to rest. Sui Jing was completely awake early the next morning before dawn. She always had trouble sleeping when there were people around her. She raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It was still a few minutes before 6 o'clock. No wonder it was still so dark outside. I couldn't sleep at all, seeing that everyone else was fast asleep. So Sui Jing folded the quilt gently, arranged his clothes, opened the door and walked out. She first went to the well in the yard to get some water and wash herself to make herself more awake. At this moment, the moon is still high in the sky, illuminating everything in the yard with its not-so-bright light. Sui Jing looked up at the roof covered with red glazed tiles and narrowed his eyes slightly. Alas! Not long after Sui Jing went up to the roof, he heard a clear sigh coming from under the eaves. Is anyone getting up again? He Lianhai felt as if someone was watching him on the roof and looked back. What are you doing on the roof? She was almost scared to death. Who is a good person who would sit on the roof before dawn? You got up so early? Sui Jing asked quietly. Still not as early as you. He Lianhai retorted with a smile. You can't sleep either? He Lianhai asked. Sui Jing glanced at him with lowered eyes and said, Wake up. Okay. He Lianhai spread his hands indifferently. It seems that I am the only one who can't sleep. You don't know. Those three people look uglier when they sleep. Sleeping with them is simply torture. He Lianhai complained mercilessly. Do you mind if I come up and sit down? He pointed to the seat next to Sui Jing and asked. Whatever. Sui Jing replied lightly. This is not the roof of her house. You can sit on it if you want. She doesn't have that much power to stop him. Thank you then. He Lianhai pretended not to understand the meaning in Sui Jing's eyes, and the corners of his lips curved beautifully. Huh? A crucial question suddenly popped into He Lianhai's mind the moment he went up. How did you get up there? Chapter 206 Asking God. Sui Jing's mouth twitched slightly, and he pointed lightly toward the innermost corner. There's a ladder over there. Oh! Okay. He Lianhai really believed Sui Jing's evil intentions, and walked toward the corner outside the eaves. When He Lianhai saw the latter, Sui Jing said. He felt like he was shocked by 10,000 points in his heart. Fraud. You call these piles of firewood pushed up by a few rotten wooden boxes ladders? Alas. The words have been spoken. And it seems a bit inappropriate to run away now. He Lianhai gritted his teeth and climbed onto the rotten wooden box using his hands and feet. But he was still a little short of the eaves. Can you give me a hand? He Lianhai hesitated and asked. Okay. As soon as Sui Jing finished speaking, his hand was already on his arm. No matter how strong Sui Jing was, it was still difficult to pull an adult man under such conditions. Hoo-hoo. Thank you. He Lianhai collapsed on the roof. Breathing heavily, he rubbed his sore belly and thought carefully. Why did I suddenly want to come up? Is there anything about this that attracts him? Could it be that his head was filled with water when he just washed his face? You're welcome. Sui Jing walked back to the roof where he was sitting, glanced down at him and asked. Are you okay? It's nothing. He Lianhai sat up with his arms slightly below Sui Jing. By the way, what are you doing sitting here so early in the morning? The view here is good, Sui Jing replied. But upon hearing it, you can tell that she is not telling the truth. Who goes to the rooftop to block the view when it's still dark? Seeing this, He Lianhai knew that he shouldn't ask, as there would be no results if he asked. But fortunately, the wind on the roof is very gentle, making people feel numb and comfortable. So the two of them sat quietly on the roof and waited for dawn. It's actually quite comfortable. He Lianhai sighed. Sui Jing lowered her eyelids and glanced at him, and an indistinct syllable popped out of her throat. For a moment, an eerie silence spread between the two of them. The two of them didn't know each other well, so naturally there wasn't much they could communicate with each other. Boom! A deafening sound of a bell came clearly from behind. The disc-like rising sun gradually left the horizon under their gaze. It was red and looked like a dazzling agate disc. It was slowly dragged upwards by a great magician using the levitation technique. The glow around the red sun enveloped the earth. In an instant, the trees far and near, the flowers and grass on the ground, the green mountains, and the green water were all covered with sunlight and full of vitality. The dewdrops on the branches and leaves of the vegetation were like diamonds, sparkling and beautiful. Sui Jing squinted her eyes. The dazzling red light on the horizon made it difficult for her eyes to adapt in a short period of time. Is it difficult for someone to ring bells in this temple? He Lianhai asked doubtfully. After all, the Buddhist bells in temples will most likely not ring on their own if no one is there to ring them. I don't know, Sui Jing replied. Should they get up too? He Lianhai muttered to himself. Are all these people so capable of sleeping? Get up. Just when He Lianhai thought Sui Jing didn't hear what he said, Sui Jing suddenly said this. Huh? The moment He Lianhai turned around, he felt a breeze blowing by his ears. And the next second he found that Sui Jing had jumped off the roof lightly. He Lianhai's eyes widened in surprise. No. You just left me here. Yeah. Li Qimei was startled by Sui Jing, who suddenly appeared behind her. It scared me to death. I asked you where you were. I didn't see you when I opened my eyes. I woke up early and came out, Sui Jing explained. Oh. Li Qimei expressed understanding. Jelilai and the others are also getting up. I just don't know if those boys are having sex. Get up, Sui Jing said. I saw them going out. Get out? Li Qimei frowned in confusion. What are you doing out so early? Who knows? Sui Jing said calmly, not caring at all. Can you help me? I can't get down. He Lianhai was hanging on the eaves and struggling. Who's talking? Since Sui Jing completely blocked Li Qimei's sight, she did not see He Lianhai, who was swaying in the wind. Sui Jing's eyes widened slightly, and he said with a little embarrassment, He Lianhai. She turned sideways and looked back, completely exposing He Lianhai to Li Qimei's sight. In the end, it was Li Qimei who successfully rescued He Lianhai by bringing him a taller stool from the house. Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing, then turned to look at He Lianhai. After pondering for a while, he said, So, you two climbed to the roof early in the morning? Want to watch the sunrise? And even though I climbed up, I still couldn't get down. She didn't understand, but was shocked. This may be one of the reasons. He Lianhai moved the bench back into the room. He heard Li Qimei ask this when he came back and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sui Jing didn't bother to explain, so he simply chose to remain silent. Okay. Li Qimei spread her hands speechlessly. You are also very elegant. Let's go and eat first. Li Qimei said. Shi Xiangqi and the others went to cook. There are still some leftovers from last night. Let's make do with it this morning. Shi Xiangqi? Sui Jing frowned slightly. She knows how to cook. She was afraid that she wanted someone to take care of her. It wasn't that she was biased against Shi Xiangqi, but that it was impossible for someone like Shi Xiangqi to volunteer to do the work. I'm afraid he's making some crooked idea again. Yes. Li Qimei also felt strange. As soon as she got up today, she told her and Xiao Yuan to cook. I thought it was just a meal. And it was nothing. So I let her go. Now that I think about it, she seemed a little too positive. Wait a minute. He Lianhai's focus was obviously off. You said you also had rice last night? What else could it be if it wasn't rice? Li Qimei felt that he was just asking nonsense. You didn't even invite me to eat? He Lianhai pursed his lips in grievance, and had no words to say. Do you want breakfast? Li Qimei asked funnily, as if she understood what He Lianhai was thinking. Eat. He Lianhai agreed readily. If you don't eat, you won't get anything. It's not a good thing to have food to eat. When they walked to the kitchen, Shi Xiangyuan had already cooked the porridge, and Shi Xiangqi was about to take out a bowl to serve the porridge. Seeing Sui Jing and the others coming in, Shi Xiangyuan said quickly, I have cooked the porridge. You can eat it when I scoop them up. Oh! The dishes are also hot. Shi Xiangyuan pointed to the 2 bowls of vegetarian dishes on the stove and said, Okay. Li Qimei responded cheerfully, I'll scoop the porridge. Don't burn you. As he spoke, he took away the spoon from Shi Xiangyuan's hand. He Lianhai. Right. Bring the dishes to the table outside. Li Qimei said. As we all know, if you want to eat, you have to work. You can't just work here and watch her cook. Chapter 207 Asking God. Okay. He Lianhai was very talkative, and walked outside carrying 2 bowls of food. Why are you standing there? Let go. Li Qimei saw that she had already grasped the spoon, but Shi Xiangyuan still held on, and refused to let go. Sister, I'll do it, Shi Xiangyuan said. It's just a meal. You can't burn me. That's okay. Seeing Shi Xiangyuan's insistence, Li Qimei had no choice but to compromise. Then you come and fight. She knew that Shi Xiangyuan lacked a sense of security. She sometimes felt that only by trying her best to do something could she prove that her existence was valuable, and that she was not really worthless. Yeah. Shi Xiangyuan nodded, and Ma Lu placed several bowls of porridge. Sui Jing's eyes fell lightly on Shi Xiangqi, who was standing aside, but he quickly looked away when Shi Xiangqi looked up at her. Shi Xiangqi blinked. She always felt like someone was looking at her just now. He raised his head, but didn't see who was looking at him. She carefully raised her eyes, and glanced at Sui Jing. It couldn't be her. Right? Sui Jing took his bowl of porridge and walked out without looking back, not caring about Shi Xiangqi's curious look behind him. Sui Jing ate very quickly. Just when she put down her bowl and chopsticks and wanted to say something, the system sound unexpectedly sounded. Start posting side quests now. Sui Jing's eyes narrowed. No. A side mission is coming. Players please gather in the front yard in 10 minutes. Someone will announce to you the side tasks and key points of this game. For every side mission you complete, you will get a puzzle piece. But keep in mind that not every mission will result in fragments. Players please take it seriously, and try to find the scattered puzzle pieces. At this point, everyone's eating speed suddenly accelerated, which can be called a rush. Xiang Yuan, Sui Jing shouted softly. After putting away the dishes, she waited in the kitchen for Shi Xiangyuan to come in. Sister Sui Jing. Shi Xiangyuan responded somewhat unnaturally. What do you want waiting for me here? The others packed up their dishes, and hurried to the front yard to gather. It was obvious that Sui Jing was still here just to wait for her. He probably had something to say to her. Is there a bowl missing in the kitchen? Sui Jing asked, her voice not fluctuating, making it difficult to guess her mood at the moment. But he didn't look angry. Sister Sui Jing, have you forgotten? Shi Xiangyuan said. Shi Xiangqi broke a bowl last night? I told you last night. Really? Sui Jing lowered his eyelids. It seems that there is such a thing. That's because I remembered it wrong. Don't rush to put away the dishes and chopsticks. Let's gather in the front yard first. Sui Jing said, and turned around and walked out. The moment she turned around, the soft expression on her face suddenly turned cold, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows seemed to be stained with a thin layer of snow. Shi Xiangyuan was lying to her. She might think that no one would remember things in the kitchen so clearly, and that there might be an extra bowl or a missing bowl, that would not be easily discovered. But unfortunately, Sui Jing's memory is very good. How good is it? There were several bowls in the kitchen, and she knew exactly what colors they were in. What Xiangqi broke last night was probably a small bowl with a narrow mouth used for eating. However, this morning when she was waiting for them to serve the porridge, she discovered that the plate used to hold the vegetables last night was missing one. The reason why she didn't ask Xiangyuan directly if he was missing a plate just now was to verify her guess. In the end, Xiangyuan really didn't tell her the truth. If you just accidentally broke a plate, there's nothing you can't say. Most likely she won't pay too much attention. However, her hesitating attitude is more revealing. Not only was Xiangyuan hiding something from them, but it was also a big deal. Moreover, she felt that this matter was most likely related to Xiangqi. Seeing that he was about to reach the front yard, Sui Jing calmed down the expression on his face. Since Xiangyuan didn't want to talk, she wouldn't tell anyone else about it for the time being. Her intuition told her that Xiangyuan would not harm them. But in the end, she still couldn't tell. After all, they haven't known each other for too long. Such a short time is not enough to see through a person's true heart. Sui Jing, you're here. Li Qimei stood there and looked forward to it. Seeing Sui Jing coming now, he waved to her quickly. The abbot has been waiting for us for a long time. Abbot? Sui Jing was still not very anxious in her heart. And in her eyes, he was just an NPC. But she still speeded up her pace slightly. Who knew whether these NPCs would suddenly do something inexplicable? Is Xie Yuan not here yet? Li Qimei looked behind her and asked. In the back. Sui Jing replied briefly. Their eyes turned to the elderly monk standing in front of them, wearing yellow monk robes and a red cassock. Are you the abbot of this temple? Sui Jing asked. Replying to the donor. The abbot of this temple is Lao Monk. The monk was quite kind and answered Sui Jing's question seriously. Are you the only monk in this temple? Sui Jing asked again. Yes. The abbot nodded slowly. This temple has actually been abandoned for a long time. There are fewer and fewer pilgrims coming to offer incense and worship Buddha. In the end, naturally only Lao Na is the only monk left. Then why didn't I see you last night? It's probably because the donors arrived too late. I had already rested. The abbot bowed slightly to them. It is indeed a disappointment. Please forgive me. All donors. Sui Jing slightly turned aside to avoid his bow and said, That's not necessary. I'm just a little curious about where you live. Why didn't I see you in the Zen room in the backyard? The donor is joking. The abbot replied patiently, I don't live in the backyard, but live here. He raised his finger and pointed to the small room next to the Buddha hall and said, I live there. Sui Jing looked in the direction of his finger, and there was indeed a small wooden house that was incompatible with the great Buddha hall. But they didn't pass by here yesterday, so it's normal that they didn't notice it. So, it was you who hit the Buddhist bell this morning? He Lianhai asked curiously, thinking of the loud ringing of the bell this morning. It's Lao Na, the abbot replied. Although the abbot is old, he is still very strong. Sui Jing joked with an indifferent look. I couldn't tell whether he was really joking, or whether he was saying that the abbot was an old monster. As far as she knew, ringing the bell required considerable strength. At the abbot's age, it would be a big embarrassment for him not to be in the game. Sui Jing, stop talking. Li Qimei hurriedly advised her, fearing that Sui Jing would make the abbot angry. Hey, it's okay. The abbot stopped Li Qimei's behavior and said with an easygoing smile, This benefactor is also praising me for being strong. Sui Jing, oh, you are so smart. You heard all this. Are all the donors here? Seeing that Sui Jing stopped asking him questions, the abbot began to count the number of people. Come here. Come together. Li Qimei responded positively. Xiangyuan had already come over while Sui Jing was chatting with the abbot. At this moment, Zheng Zheng stood beside them. Chapter 208 Asking God. Although as you can see, this temple has indeed been abandoned for a long time. The original residents living at the foot of the mountain or near the mountainside still go up the mountain to pray to the gods. Therefore, occasionally a few pilgrims will come here to visit. The abbot said, If anyone comes later, please be sure to fulfill their wishes. Hey, we are not gods. Why should we fulfill their wishes? Li Dun asked curiously. However, the abbot ignored him and continued, Donors, please rest assured that it won't be anything particularly difficult. I believe you can not only do it, but also do it perfectly. Everyone is ashamed. What you said seems to make people even more worried. Oh, right. The abbot suddenly remembered something important. Since you all came all the way, I have to give you one more reminder. Since you have come to this temple, you must not leave the temple with all members. At least one person should be left to guard the temple. And it is best to be a man. He Lianhai asked, why? The abbot closed his eyes and shook his head. The secret must not be revealed. Ah? He Lianhai looked up at the sky 45 degrees with a helpless expression. Ah. By the way, the abbot added, today, if you don't know the situation on your first day here, I won't pursue it. Starting from tomorrow, once the Brahma bell is rung, you all need to gather in the front yard in time. However, the time for the Brahma bell to ring is not fixed, so you don't need to be too nervous. I have a question. Since there are still pilgrims and people coming in to pay homage, why is the main door of the temple still locked? Sui Jing noticed that even at this moment, the main door showed no sign of opening. Can we go in? There is indeed a brass door lock with a thick layer of dark green rust hanging on the door. Of course all the donors can go in. The abbot replied with a smile. It's just that it's still early, and the main hall of the Buddha has not yet opened. Please forgive me. Okay. Sui Jing reluctantly accepted his statement. When will the pilgrims come? Gulilai asked. Are we going to stand here and wait forever? The rest doesn't matter. But isn't it inappropriate to stand here all the time? After all, she will get tired too. Ha ha ha. The abbot let out a hearty laugh. Of course not. I have already told you everything that needs to be said. Of course, the donor is free to do whatever he wants. It's just that when pilgrims come to visit, I hope everyone can get here in time. Then how do we know if there are pilgrims visiting? Li Dun asked. Ha. Don't worry about that. I will remind you by ringing the big bronze bell at the door, the abbot said. Sui Jing looked back and indeed saw a large bronze bell inside the temple wall. In this case, let's break up. Right? Li Qimei asked cautiously. Of course. The abbot was still smiling. Just like a Maitreya Buddha. Then I'm going to clean up the kitchen, Shi Xiangyuan said in a low voice, because we have to gather. All the dishes and chopsticks are still piled in the basin. I'll go with you, Li Qimei said. Shi Xiangyuan opened his mouth, looked at Li Qimei's passionate eyes, and said, okay, then let's go. Li Qimei smiled and pulled Shi Xiangyuan towards the kitchen. Boom. Li Qimei and Shi Xiangyuan both stepped back and looked resentfully at the abbot, who ran to the door to ring the bell. We haven't even left the yard yet. And someone is here. Li Qimei felt that she might have been teased. Also, why was he able to move so far away so quickly? Running over, Sui Jing said expressionlessly. Running over. Li Qimei's tone was raised. Sui Jing nodded seriously to prove that he had not lied to her. She indeed saw with her own eyes that the abbot ran to the big bronze bell in an instant, and then started knocking. Li Qimei frowned in disbelief. No wonder Sui Jing said that he was still walking fast despite his age. He really deserves to be an NPC in the game. No one is safe from trouble. Does that mean someone is coming? Shi Xiantian looked away. You didn't see anyone coming up? He won't lie to us, He Lianhai said. Just wait. It should be soon. Why haven't you seen anyone yet? Shi Xiangyu yawned widely. He won't really lie to us. Right. Here we come, Sui Jing said. Where is? Before Shi Xiangyu could finish his sentence, he saw two heads slowly popping up in the distance. No. There are really people. But then again, can't you wait for someone to climb up before ringing the bell? Isn't this the same as when you are treating guests to dinner, and the guests are still at home? You start to use chopsticks? In the distance, an old woman and a slightly younger middle-aged woman were walking towards the main hall of the Buddha. They were all wearing similar coarse linen clothes, like farmers' clothes. The hair was also wrapped in a piece of linen cloth. It doesn't look like the attire of a modern person, but rather like the attire of an ancient farming family. Huh? Golilai looked at the two women walking towards each other and asked, aren't we in a modern setting this time? How do they look like they are from ancient times? Don't tell me. It's true. Li Qimei nodded pertinently. The only living person they had seen from yesterday to just now was the abbot. However, the abbot is wearing a monk's robe and cassock, and he has been dressed like this from ancient times to the present. It is indeed impossible to discern the background of the times through him. So they subconsciously thought that this was a story with an ordinary modern background. Now when I see other NPCs, I realize that maybe this is not a modern background at all, but an imaginary ancient background. The abbot and the middle-aged woman each supported her and led her into the courtyard. Please wait here, donor. I will unlock the door. The abbot asked the old woman to stand there and wait for him for a while. He stepped on the steps, took out a golden key from his pocket, and unlocked the door. "Donor, please come in." The abbot pushed the door open and guided the old lady in. Sui Jing raised his wrist and looked at the time. It's not exactly the hour now, and there's nothing special about the time. So there is actually no opening time. As long as someone else comes to the temple door can be opened. It should be understood this way. Right after the old woman and the young woman entered, the abbot closed the door from the inside. From the beginning to the end, the old woman and the young woman seemed not to have seen this group of people. Even during the short period of time they stayed in the yard and waited. They stared straight in the direction of the door without squinting. So, Li Qimei looked left and right. We were turned away. We are isolated, He Lianhai said jokingly, and nodded pretending to be serious. But everyone was really concerned about why the door had to be closed again. After all, the abbot just said that they could go in. But it wasn't the opening time yet. How come they still can't get in even though other people have already entered? So in fact, it's not that the opening hours of the Grand Buddha Hall are not yet open. It's that it's not open to them for the time being. Right? Just as everyone was grumbling to each other at the door to express their inner dissatisfaction, the main hall door was suddenly opened from the inside. Chapter 209 Asking God. The moment they came out, and the door was closed again, Sui Jing vaguely saw a bit of the environment in the main hall through the small crack in the door. However, because the door was completely closed quickly, she didn't have time to see clearly. At a quick glance, she felt that the situation inside seemed a little different from the temple she usually saw. But what exactly is different? Sui Jing, who has not gone in personally, can't tell yet. It's them. The abbot spread his palms in the direction of the group of them, and said. The old woman seemed to have just seen them. Her cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. She walked toward them with staggering legs, raised her hands tremblingly, and kept mumbling. But the middle-aged woman supporting her still looked like a zombie, with empty eyes. If it wasn't able to walk on its own, it would probably be no surprise that it was recognized as a corpse. Everyone frowned slightly and looked at the great Buddha Hall. Strangely enough, when they first came in, the old woman turned a blind eye to them. But now she was as excited as if she had seen a savior. What kind of shameful thing was there in this hall that could make her undergo such a big change in just a moment? Old donor, you can choose 2 people to go home with you, the abbot said. What did you say? The old woman asked incoherently, her ears not working very well. However, the abbot patiently repeated his words. I said, you can take 2 people home. 2 people? The old woman finally heard clearly. Then you come with me? Little girl. She walked up to Sui Jing with difficulty, and wanted to pull her with her hands. Sui Jing calmly took a step back, avoiding physical contact with the old woman. At first, the old woman thought she was blinded and failed to catch Sui Jing. So she stretched out her hand to catch her again. Naturally, Sui Jing avoided it neatly again. The old woman's hands froze in midair. No matter how slow her reaction was, she still knew that Sui Jing had deliberately avoided her touch. She wasn't angry either. Her eyes were still squinted, and she turned around and walked towards Li Qimei, who was reading a joke. The old woman had no reaction. However, the middle-aged woman who was supporting her saw Sui Jing avoiding the old lady's touch. And for the first time, she looked at Sui Jing twice more with her dead fish eyes. I like this little girl too. Come with me. She didn't give Li Qimei a chance to escape this time, and grabbed her arm directly. Li Qimei just wanted to cry without tears. It was obvious that the old lady did this on purpose. Seeing that she couldn't catch Sui Jing, she insisted on catching another person. Old benefactor, are you sure you want the 2 of them? The abbot asked. It's just the 2 of them, the old woman confirmed. Don't think about it again. The abbot seemed to disagree with her choice. No, I'm going to take them both away now, the old woman said stubbornly, not understanding the abbot's implication. Okay then, the abbot sighed, and then said to Sui Jing and the others. Then you follow the old benefactor home. Remember what I told you before. You have to do whatever the old benefactor asks you to do, and try your best to fulfill their wishes, the abbot said. Do you understand? But this tone sounded a bit too deliberate. Yeah, Sui Jing responded quietly. Understood. Li Qimei also nodded. But, can I make some preparations? Sui Jing asked. You can talk about it first, the abbot said. I want to bring some food. Seeing that he didn't agree immediately, Sui Jing knew that this mission would definitely not be that simple. To tell you the truth, I have some hypoglycemia. You probably don't know what hypoglycemia is. Although Sui Jing didn't say anything, the abbot could feel a sense of ridicule in it. In short, without food I would probably die. Abbot, who do you look down on? I am not an ordinary monk. Then go get it quickly. The abbot agreed to Sui Jing's request. Go back quickly. Don't keep our old donor waiting too long. The old woman smiled kindly. Let her go. They are just children. It doesn't matter. Seeing that the old woman had said this, the abbot couldn't say anything more and asked Sui Jing to leave quickly. When Li Qimei saw Sui Jing leaving, she weakly raised her hand. I also. You're not allowed to go. The abbot's smiling face suddenly fell. Are you just kidding around? One moment it's not okay, and the next it's not okay. But? Li Qimei cried pitifully. This grandma said that we are just children. She turned to the old woman and said coquettishly, Kind grandma, can I follow you too? It was nothing at first, but her coaxing made the old woman very happy. Okay. Good boy. You go quickly. Grandma is waiting for you here. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Look, Grandma said I can go. She proudly told the abbot. Thank you, Grandma, Li Qimei said happily, and waved to the old woman. Grandma is so kind. After saying that, he jumped up and ran towards the backyard. The other players looked on in shock. Is there such an operation? What a great experience. Now that they are both gone, others look at me and I look at you. Don't know why I still stay here. After all, they didn't choose themselves either. Although their intuition tells them that being selected is not a good thing. It wasn't until she made sure that no one could see her that Li Qimei slowly put away the smile on her face and stopped jumping around. Sometimes, not being on guard is the greatest weapon. Innocence can also be fatal. Why are you back too? Sui Jing asked. I just want to follow you, Li Qimei said bluntly, and there must be something wrong with that old lady. I don't feel comfortable staying with her. You said she didn't want to take us home and kill us. Right? Li Qimei asked. If only it were that simple. Sui Jing hid his dagger at his waist and covered it with his coat. But that old lady does have bad intentions, Sui Jing said. John Washu is always on her body, so there is no need to hide it. You came back just to get this dagger? Li Qimei didn't understand why you came back specifically for that dagger. They must know exactly what we have on us, or be prepared for it. This is when you need something unexpected. What's that in your hand? Li Qimei asked, looking at the packet of powder in Sui Jing's hand. A rough estimate should be about a pound. 4. Sui Jing replied, taking out a small crossbody bag from her backpack and putting the flour in it. Are you Doryman? What are you doing with the flour? Li Qimei asked. We'll find out later. Sui Jing was not prepared to break the mystery now. Is there a pound of flour here? The bag is quite small. Far more than that. Sui Jing took a few more bags of food and put them in to confuse the audience. This is specially compressed flour. Although it only looks like a small bag, the effect is extraordinary if you sprinkle it all out. You don't bring anything? Sui Jing asked. She has come back, and it would be very suspicious if she didn't bring something with her. Although they themselves are quite suspicious. But the appearance still needs to be slightly modified. Otherwise it would be too disrespectful to them. How about I bring some candies? Li Qimei said, grabbing a handful of fruit candies from her backpack and putting them in her pocket. Okay, let's go. Yes. Sui Jing and Li Qimei had just stepped out of the room when they heard a thud again. Perhaps because everyone but them was there. The bell rang only symbolically this time. But since the bell rings, it shows someone else is coming. Chapter 210 Asking God. Sui Jing and Li Qimei looked at each other and quickened their pace, wanting to see who would be chosen this time. When the two of them arrived in the front yard, they found a rugged middle-aged man wearing a brown patched linen shirt with bronze skin in the yard. In comparison, the old woman's clothes were actually quite well made. As soon as the old woman saw them coming, she immediately shouted anxiously, Children, hurry up. Come with me. Li Qimei didn't understand what was going on. Why the old woman who told her not to rush and take her time was now urging them to hurry up. But before everything was implemented, they both followed the old woman's instructions and sped up their pace slightly. Grandmama, you came here in such a hurry so early this morning. Didn't you just cause trouble for your family? Before the old woman could say anything else, the smiling middle-aged man standing aside spoke first. My dear boy, you don't have to talk about my old lady. If you didn't have anything scandalous to ask for, you wouldn't come here. The old woman didn't want to be offended at all. and refused to be outdone. Went back. She first blocked Sui Jing and Li Qimei, who were walking next to her. The scene might look a bit like an old hen protecting its chicks. It's a pity that she is not an old hen. And Sui Jing and Li Qimei are not chicks who need her protection. She is protecting them now just because she is afraid that they will be snatched away by others. Sui Jing saw clearly that from the moment she and Li Qimei stepped into the front yard. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on them without concealment. "Is this the person chosen by Granny Ma?" the middle-aged man asked, raising his chin behind the old woman. "What does it have to do with you?" The old woman frowned and did not want to chat with him. "Young man, you should take care of the mess in your own family." "Grandmama, there are really not many people who can speak up to you." The middle-aged man was not embarrassed when he heard what the old woman said. He turned to talk to the abbot and said, "Then I will take 2 girls back with me." "That's fine. It's a trivial matter. No need for a boy." "Okay." The abbot nodded slowly. "Then pick 2 girls to go down with you." "Abbot is so refreshing." The middle-aged man laughed twice. "Then just the 2 of them." The middle-aged man pointed at Shi Xiangyuan and Go Lilai and said, "Child, ignore him and come with me." The old woman was supported by a middle-aged woman, and her other hand held Li Qimei tremblingly. Then he turned around and left. "Okay, Grandma." Li Qimei didn't resist and allowed the old woman to pull her. Otherwise, the scene he just acted would have been screwed up by himself. She can't reveal the fact that she is not a good girl in front of the old lady yet. "Old donor, please wait a moment." Just when Sui Jing and the others were about to turn around, the abbot suddenly stopped the old woman. "I still have something to tell them. I would like to trouble the old benefactor to go ahead and wait in front of the big bronze bell for a while." After saying that, the abbot bowed apologetically to the old woman. As he said that, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "This donor, please come with us." "Abbot, we can't listen to what you have to say. Are you going to go out of your way to keep us away?" It seemed that the middle-aged man was unwilling to walk over alone. "Forgive me, donor." The abbot was still very good-tempered. This is God's secret. If the donor wants to successfully complete his petition, please don't go against God's will. Go. The abbot's arm pointed in that direction symbolically. The old woman and the middle-aged man stopped talking and walked toward the big clock obediently. Seeing them leaving, the abbot said, "You must listen carefully. I only say this once, but it is indeed related to your life and death. It is inevitable that you will go down the mountain with them this time. Please remember the following points after going down the mountain. Try not to eat what they give you. Don't stay alone in the house. Don't sleep. Don't talk to people whose names you don't know. And especially don't tell strangers your name. Last and most important, please be sure to return to the temple before dark. And never spend the night outside the temple." The abbot's expression was solemn, and he didn't seem to be hypocritical. "Anyway, remember not to trust anyone. Do not trust anyone. Do not trust anyone. Do not trust anyone." Sui Jing frowned slightly without any trace. The system seemed to have said this when the game started. The abbot took a deep breath before slowly finishing the remaining half of the sentence, even if they seemed trustworthy. From this point of view, the group going down the mountain may really encounter some trouble this time. "Okay, remember what I said, and go down the mountain with them." The abbot waved his hand and said, "I hope you can come back safely today. I will wait for you there." The abbot raised his finger and pointed at the cabin where he lived. "Child, you are finally here. Come and follow Grandma." When the old woman saw the 2 of them coming, she turned around and walked hard down the mountain. "Grandma, what are we going to do?" Li Qimei followed the old woman and asked after thinking about it. "Good boy. You will know when you get home with Grandma." The old woman was not prepared to answer her question now. "Oh!" Li Qimei agreed obediently, and did not continue to ask further. Sui Jing noticed that this road was not the one they took when going up the mountain. Judging from what the abbot just said, the time given to them was not that much. The old woman's home is not that close to the temple, so it takes a lot of time to go back and forth. Judging from yesterday's situation, it will get dark soon after the sun goes down, so they had to leave the old woman's house and return to the temple before dusk. The 2 felt that they had been following the old woman for a long time. And then, they saw a double-story wooden house on the mountainside. But it is called a wooden house just because it is made of wood. In fact, it is very neat and elegant. From this house, we can also guess that the old woman's family background is probably good. At least she is the type who has no worries about food and clothing. Right? Good boy. Come in with me. The old woman stood at the door and waved to Li Qimei. She didn't know why she was deliberately neglecting Sui Jing. Coming, Li Qimei promised, blinking her eyes to signal Sui Jing to follow quickly. Otherwise she would be scared alone. Sui Jing rolled his eyes in amusement and followed Li Qimei across the high threshold and walked into the house. The interior of the house is very simple, with no other clutter except for some very necessary furniture. But if I insist on saying that I didn't buy any furniture from the beginning, it doesn't feel like it. While Li Qimei was talking to the old woman, she caught the old woman's attention and carefully observed the layout of the room. How should I put it? This look made Sui Jing even more convinced of his suspicion. Everything in this house has probably been moved, because the entire building is made of wood. Naturally, the floor is also made of wood, for square black marks can be seen on the floor in front of each wall. The floor has been worn and peeled, like the dents made by a chair after being left for a long time. Chapter 211 Asking God. Sui Jing. Grandma said let us go to the room to rest for a while, and then call us when they have everything ready. Li Qimei called out to draw Sui Jing's attention. I saw the old woman standing behind Li Qimei and smiling kindly. Why? Sui Jing looked at the old woman and asked. Isn't it just to complete your petition that you asked us to come down? Why are you not in a hurry now? Ha. The old woman smiled. My child, don't worry. You have to let me prepare first. Otherwise, if your petition fails, won't your journey be in vain? You guys have worked hard all the way. Go and rest first. Seeing the old woman's persistence, Sui Jing just looked at her deeply and raised an unpredictable smile at the corner of his mouth. That's okay, Sui Jing agreed. Where should we rest? That room. The old woman pointed to the room on the right side of the lobby. There's no fire inside. It's a little dark. I'll ask Xian to take you there. As she spoke, the old woman patted the back of the middle-aged woman who was supporting her. Xian, take them to Xiaxing's room to rest for a while. Okay, mother. The middle-aged woman named Xian agreed obediently. You too. Follow me. The middle-aged woman helped the old woman sit down on the only chair in the lobby, and looked up at Sui Jing and the others. Trouble, Sui Jing said, following the middle-aged woman to the room. Although there were not many rooms in the house, there was a long corridor to reach the room the old woman was talking about. I don't know if it's because the house is backlit, but there's almost no light in the corridor. It's as dark as the abyss of a giant monster, and there's not even a candle lit. You shouldn't agree. The middle-aged woman walking in front suddenly spoke up, her voice hoarse, as dry as if it had been blown by a strong wind. She chose this moment to say it, obviously not wanting the old lady to know. Sui Jing asked in a low voice, What do you mean? The middle-aged woman did not look back, leaving only a thin, but somewhat stooped figure behind them. If you come, you will die. Your mother wants to kill us? Li Qimei asked. Mother? The middle-aged woman was stunned for a long time, as if a running computer had suddenly crashed. Yes, she is my mother. She's my mother. She kept repeating these words, as if she was in a daze. You're here. I'll leave first. The middle-aged woman walked them to the door of the room and left as if running away. Sui Jing and Li Qimei were left staring at each other, confused. Is she? Li Qimei thought about her words. There's something wrong with my brain. She said this out of basic judgment and did not mean to joke. Moreover, although Xuan's skin is rough and dark yellow, and her hands are covered with calluses, she doesn't seem to be particularly old. At least she shouldn't be at the age to become this old lady's daughter-in-law. But if the background is in ancient times, it seems hard to say. Maybe? Sui Jing glanced at the middle-aged woman's retreating back inside. Let's go in first, Li Qimei said. Sui Jing nodded and opened the door in front of him. The moment she opened the door, Li Qimei felt a strange smell coming to her nose, causing her to quickly pinch her nose. What does it smell like? Li Qimei asked hesitantly with her mouth closed. Sui Jing's eyebrows twitched, and he wrinkled his nose in discomfort. This smell is a bit like the strong rancid smell and vague musty smell emitted after death. Has no one lived here for a long time? Sui Jing pushed the window, only to find that the window was completely sealed and could not be moved at all. There must be no real rest in this room with such a strong smell. After much deliberation, they decided to go for a walk and see if they could discover anything. They carried the old woman on their backs and carefully walked around to the back of the wooden house again, wanting to check if there was anything wrong around the wooden house in advance. Have everyone been brought down? When the two of them walked to the back of the house, they heard an unfamiliar old voice. Bring it down. It was the old woman's voice. Can my son really get better this time? The old woman's voice sounded a little anxious. Of course. The old voice replied, this is the last step. You have done so much before. Isn't it just for today? Take this back and let them eat it. Then take them to the cave behind the mountain. How can they come with me obediently? The old woman was not confident. They definitely won't go. Especially the silver-haired child. She is very guarded. Sui Jing. Don't worry. As long as you feed them this food, they will naturally follow you obediently, the old man said, sounding very confident in his voice. In that case, I would like to thank Master Wei. The old woman thanked him. There was probably no important information left. So Sui Jing and Li Qimei did not continue eavesdropping. The two of them returned to the room that the old woman had prepared for them without her noticing. If their guess is right, the old woman will give it to them after a while. Sui Jing was a little curious. What on earth was so magical? No wonder the abbot told them not to eat what others gave them. It turned out that everything was as expected. As expected, almost 10 minutes after the two returned to the room, there was a knock on their door. Children, open the door. What the two of them didn't expect was that the old woman actually came in person. She must be worried about borrowing other people's hands to handle this matter, which shows that she really values this matter very much. Grandma, what's wrong? Li Qimei glanced at Sui Jing, and when she nodded, she opened the door. Children, are you hungry? The old woman asked kindly. Would you like to go have dinner with Grandma? This time she came alone. Not even the middle-aged women followed her. But Grandma, don't we have something urgent to do? Li Qimei was reluctant, but she didn't show it. She just shied away and said, how about we eat after we finish our work? Okay? It's okay, child, the old woman said. Wouldn't it be better for us to eat before we work? Li Qimei's mind began to spin. But, okay. Unexpectedly, Sui Jing spoke at this time, and she crossed Li Qimei and stood in front. Thank you, Grandma. I happen to be hungry. Li Qimei? Old woman? She had thought about all the situations. Maybe neither of them wanted to go to dinner. Or maybe Li Qimei would go. But she never expected that Sui Jing would be the first to agree. And she suddenly smiled so cutely, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Uh-huh. Really? The old woman was stunned for a few seconds, and then said with a dry laugh, then let's go with Grandma. Seeing this, the old woman staggered forward step by step on crutches to lead the way. Okay. Sui Jing responded and closed the door. Sui Jing. When Sui Jing closed the door, Li Qimei tugged on her sleeve and called her in a low voice. Sui Jing shook his head and signaled her to stop talking with his eyes. At times like this, the less you say, the safer it is. It doesn't matter. She'll be fine after we cooperate well later. Sui Jing moved slightly closer to Li Qimei and whispered in her ear. Don't panic. I'm here. They were very close. So close that Li Qimei could clearly smell the faint fragrance of Sui Jing's body. It's like the cold yet warm smell emitted by camellias covered with white snow in the dead of winter. They are obviously two completely opposite and even conflicting temperaments. But they have benefited from the fusion in Sui Jing. After saying that, in order not to be discovered, Sui Jing immediately separated from Li Qimei and walked forward calmly, but ignored the layer of crimson that gradually climbed up on Li Qimei's ears. Chapter 212 Asking God. The old woman led Sui Jing and Li Qimei to another room. There was only a small square wooden table and 4 short and worn wooden benches in the center of the room. But this room was dark and dark. Even if a kerosene lamp was lit, it was still not very bright. There are some sundries piled up in the corner of the room, and the table and stool looked like they were moved there temporarily for show. Before they came in, 3 bowls of rice were already placed on the table. This is okay, but each bowl of rice has a pair of chopsticks inserted vertically, which makes people feel uncomfortable. It is said that in some places decades ago, inserting chopsticks into rice was used to worship wandering ghosts. She didn't think the system would set up such a meaningless plot for no reason. This may be some kind of hint given to them by the system. Children, sit down. Sit down. The old woman greeted the two of them to sit down with a warm smile. Thank you, Grandma, Li Qimei said obediently, picked a bench and sat down consciously. Sui Jing looked at the model tabletop and sat down. As soon as they sat down, a middle-aged woman came in from the door carrying 2 plates of food. Mother, get ready, she said. After placing the dishes, he took out the chopsticks inserted in the bowl and placed them neatly on the edge of the bowl. Okay. The old woman nodded happily. Okay. Xian, bring a few more glasses of water. If the children get thirsty later, you don't have to make an extra trip. Yes, mother. The middle-aged woman responded obediently with her head lowered. Turn around and walk out again. Children, eat quickly. The old woman handed the chopsticks to Sui Jing and Li Qimei and urged with a smile. Thank you, Grandma. You can eat too. Li Qimei handed the pair of chopsticks placed on the table to the old woman without using her chopsticks first. Ha ha ha. The old lady took the chopsticks. And even for a moment, they didn't notice any unusual fluctuations on her face. As the old lady spoke, she naturally picked up the plate of food placed in front of her with chopsticks. Then put it into her mouth and chewed it carefully. Within a moment, she swallowed what was in her mouth. After swallowing, she looked at Sui Jing again. The corners of her mouth raised in a seemingly kind, but actually strange arc. Eat? The old woman said. Okay. Li Qimei and Sui Jing looked at each other. Emotions that only each other could understand flashed in their eyes. The old woman may not know, but she probably thinks her disguise is perfect. But he didn't realize that his eyes were spinning uncontrollably after swallowing the chopsticks of food. At that moment, her eyes were like the eyes of a puppet, without any sparkle that human eyes should have. Sui Jing picked up a few grains of rice with his chopsticks, and was about to stuff them into his mouth, when a middle-aged woman walked in carrying 3 glasses of water. The middle-aged woman didn't say anything. She stood next to Sui Jing, and placed 3 glasses of water neatly in their hands. As she was leaving, her hand accidentally touched Sui Jing's right hand holding chopsticks. With a pop sound, the chopsticks Sui Jing was holding fell to the ground. Ah! Sui Jing exclaimed softly, bending down to pick up the chopsticks. But the middle-aged woman was one step ahead of her, picked up the chopsticks for her, and held them in her hands, bowing her head and apologizing again and again. Sorry. I didn't mean it. For some reason, the middle-aged woman felt panicked. To Sui Jing, it was obviously just a trivial matter. It doesn't matter, Sui Jing said. Do you have any extra chopsticks at home? She turned to ask the old woman, with a hint of apology in her eyes. It's so rude. I dropped my chopsticks before I even tasted Grandma's food. It doesn't matter. The old woman shook her head kindly. Xian, go help this child get a new pair of chopsticks. Yes, mother. The middle-aged woman nodded, bowed slightly towards the old woman, then turned around and walked out. The moment she turned her head, her turbid eyes cast a strange gaze on Sui Jing. Grandma, I can just go by myself without bothering Sister Xian, Sui Jing said. It doesn't matter. Xian is used to being busy. Let her go. The old woman didn't mind. She's clumsy. I hope you don't mind. How could it be? Sui Jing said. Sister Xian must have been careless. I'd better go and have a look. I see that Sister Xian doesn't look very good. Really? The old woman probably rarely paid attention to the physical condition of the middle-aged woman. After hearing Sui Jing say this, she realized that she was indeed gloomier than usual today. Then go and see your Sister Xian on behalf of Grandma, the old woman said, and asked Sui Jing to follow her out. Okay. I'll be back soon. Sui Jing said this just to tell the old woman that she would come back, and there was no need to go out of her way to find her. It was also to make her feel at ease. After all, she hasn't given them her own things yet, and she won't let any of them escape at will. You're here. The middle-aged woman's voice was calm, as if she had expected that Sui Jing would follow. Don't you want me to come out? Sui Jing asked. No. I'm here. What do you want to tell me? Sui Jing asked. Have you eaten? The middle-aged woman asked incoherently. Not yet. Sui Jing knew she was asking about those meals. Is there something wrong with the food? Since the middle-aged woman asked this, Sui Jing could only suspect that there was something wrong with those meals. No. The middle-aged woman denied, although there is no problem. I don't recommend you to eat it. What's the reason for this? The middle-aged woman's hand holding the chopsticks paused, and her voice was hoarse, and she said slowly, That's not it. People should eat. Sui Jing's eyebrows moved. There was obviously something in the middle-aged woman's words, but she didn't say it outright. Either she couldn't tell, or she actually didn't fully know what was going on. That glass of water. The middle-aged woman thought for a while, looking a little confused. Can't drink. The middle-aged woman thought about her words, and tried to speak more clearly. You must not drink from what is given to you. Although the middle-aged woman didn't say much, Sui Jing was able to find useful details from her few words. I understand, Sui Jing said, taking the chopsticks from the middle-aged woman's hand. Although I don't know why you want to help us. I still want to thank you. After Sui Jing finished speaking, the middle-aged woman, who had been pondering for a moment, suddenly raised her head and looked at Sui Jing blankly, as if she didn't understand what she was talking about. Why do you want to thank me? Did I do something? The middle-aged woman asked. Seeing that Sui Jing didn't answer immediately, she continued to ask, why did you follow me to the kitchen? Go back to eat quickly. If mother finds out, I will be punished again. The middle-aged woman urged Sui Jing to leave quickly. Sui Jing's eyes flickered, with a hint of consideration in his eyes, and he took half a step back without leaving any trace. The middle-aged woman's tone of voice seemed different from just now. Chapter 213 Asking God. You? Forgot? Sui Jing's expression remained unchanged, and he just asked tentatively. Forgot what? The middle-aged woman frowned, feeling that Sui Jing was confused. Oh, it's nothing, Sui Jing said. I just accidentally dropped my chopsticks. Grandma asked me to come with you to get another pair. So that's it, the middle-aged woman said. Then go back quickly. Don't keep mother waiting. Excuse me. Your mother asked me to ask if you feel unwell today? Sui Jing walked to the door and turned around to ask one more question as if he just remembered. Feeling unwell? The middle-aged woman rubbed her fingers helplessly. No. Probably not. The middle-aged woman gave an ambiguous answer. Sui Jing couldn't guess whether what she said was true or false. I don't know. The middle-aged woman bit her lip and suddenly squatted down. Her face was ferocious, and she looked very painful. I don't know. Just go away. Go away. As she spoke, she frantically tried to drive Sui Jing away. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows and looked at her deeply. He didn't stay here too much and walked towards the room where they were eating. My child, you are finally back. When the old woman saw Sui Jing coming back with a pair of chopsticks, she put away the worried look that was well hidden in her eyes. Yes. Sui Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Are you so afraid that she will run away? Sit down quickly. The food is cold, the old woman said, and continued to ask, how is Xian? Is there any discomfort in your body? Yeah. Sui Jing blinked in pretense of concern, and then hesitated before saying, I'm not sure. Sister Xian looks uncomfortable, but she refuses to tell me. Sui Jing said worriedly, Grandma, why don't you go and see for yourself? What if Sister Xian really falls ill, and there is no one to take care of you? Hearing Sui Jing say this, the kindness on the old woman's face could no longer be acted out, and her whole body showed a dissatisfied mood. But probably because she was an experienced NPC, the dissatisfied look on her face was quickly concealed. Old lady, I'll go take a look. You guys can eat first, she said, and slowly moved out on crutches. When they could no longer see the old woman's back from their positions, they relaxed a little. Sui Jing quickly changed the position of his cup, and the cup on the old woman's place. Li Qimei watched Sui Jing's series of operations in amazement, and took a breath of approval. You haven't eaten yet? Sui Jing looked at Li Qimei's bowl after finishing the meal and asked. I haven't eaten yet, Li Qimei replied seriously. After Sui Jing left, she didn't dare to touch the contents of the bowl. She had to keep looking for topics to chat with the old woman. So the rice and vegetables in the bowl were not touched at all. Yeah. Sui Jing glanced in the direction of the door. You can't eat the food. And don't drink your water. Ah? Li Qimei also understood something and nodded. I see. Don't be surprised if I do something later, Sui Jing continued. I'll be fine. In this case, you do as I say. Sui Jing asked Li Qimei to come over and whispered something in her ear. Remember. After Sui Jing finished speaking, the two of them waited for a while before the old woman came in from the door again on crutches. She was old and her limbs were a little stiff, so it was still difficult to stumble when she crossed the threshold. Grandma, how is Sister Xian? Li Qimei asked. Xian is just too tired, the old woman replied nonchalantly. She fell asleep leaning against the kitchen door frame when I passed by. Didn't you check if she was sick? Li Qimei's eyes widened. Did she really fall asleep when she looked like she was asleep? What's there to check? The old woman sat back in her seat. Whatever's wrong with her, she can just sleep and be cured. What's more, she's still so young. So there's nothing wrong with her. That's it. Li Qimei laughed twice and stopped talking. Stop talking about her. Let's eat quickly. The old woman changed the subject. We've been chatting for a long time, but you haven't touched a bite of the food. Eat. 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 Li Qimei said, and picked up the chopsticks in cooperation. Hey. Hey. Before the bowl was picked up, Li Qimei suddenly covered her stomach with a look of pain on her face. I have a stomach ache. The old woman said it herself before she could ask. I'm going to use the bathroom first. And you guys eat first. After saying that, he stood up, carried the old woman behind his back, winked playfully at Sui Jing, and ran away quickly. Hey, why did she? Before the old woman could say a word, Li Qimei had already disappeared. You must be hungry. Sui Jing glanced at the door and said, Look at her. Drinking water and eating at the same time will ruin your stomach. Drinking water while eating? The old woman noticed that there was only half a glass of water left in the water glass in Li Qimei's hand. I couldn't suppress the smile on my lips. There is indeed something wrong with these 2 cups of fruit. Yes. Sui Jing responded as if he didn't notice anything. Grandma. Do you think she brought it on herself? Sui Jing sighed, coughed twice, picked up the water glass and took a sip. Yes. Why is this child so disobedient? The old woman said, and took a sip from the water glass on her hand without realizing it. But I was a little confused in my heart. Is the stomachache a sequelae of eating that thing? Cough cough cough. Sui Jing suddenly put down the water glass in her hand, and couldn't stop coughing. Because she coughed so hard, her fair neck slowly turned a light pink color. Because Sui Jing put the water cup on the table with all his strength. Most of the water in the cup spilled out, which made the old woman feel particularly distressed. Sui Jing didn't want to offend her, so he coughed twice and drank a few sips of the remaining water. She patted her heart gently and waited for a while before she recovered. Are you okay? The old woman asked, happiness evident in her words. It's okay. It's okay. Sui Jing nodded, his voice a little weak from coughing. It seems that I should drink water more slowly next time. She herself knew that her voice became like this because she was pretending to be like this on purpose. And secondly, she had overacted when she coughed just now, and her throat was indeed numb. However, the old woman obviously didn't notice. She thought Sui Jing's cough was also a sequelae of taking the medicine she took out for the first time. So she took another sip of water to cover up her uncontrollable smile. But it's a little strange why both of them are feeling unwell. And other than that, they don't seem to have any major changes. Isn't this one that can eat, talk, and jump around? Have you ever? Where else? No. Shoo. The old woman opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but she felt that her head seemed a little dizzy. She wanted to raise her head and look at Sui Jing, but found that her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and she could hardly open them anymore. Just before she closed her eyes, the old woman seemed to see a cold and ruthless curve at the corner of Sui Jing's mouth. Has she been tricked? You? The old woman held up her hands to prevent herself from falling. Her fingers spasmed incredibly hard with all her strength, trying to regain her strength. But her consciousness was still unable to withstand the effects of the drug, and she finally flopped down on the table. Chapter 214. Asking God. Come in. Sui Jing waved his hand in front of the old woman. Seeing that she was indeed unconscious, he opened his mouth to let Li Qimei, who had been hiding in the corridor, come in. Li Qimei moved in from the dark corridor and asked in disbelief when she saw the old woman lying motionless on the table. We succeeded? Yes. Sui Jing nodded calmly. It's just that she has fainted now, and we have no way of knowing whether what the old man said before is true or false. It has to be you. Li Qimei didn't think that much. This old lady never guessed that I didn't drink that glass of water at all. Before she came in, you asked me to pour out half of the water. As she said this, her eyes moved to the base of the wall behind the open wooden door, where there was indeed a vague water stain. However, there is one thing we are not sure about. Sui Jing glanced at the water glass on the table. Thoughtfully, is the stuff in this cup something that the old man gave her? How about giving it a try? Li Qimei said. Wake her up first and take a look. Okay. Sui Jing nodded. Seeing that she made no move, Li Qimei had no choice but to step forward resignedly. After all, she can't assign this big boss to do such a small thing. Can she? Wake up. Li Qimei shook the old woman's arm. Grandma. Wake up. It's useless? Li Qimei stood up straight and looked back at Sui Jing. How about you do it? Already awake. Sui Jing took a step forward and raised his chin towards the woman. Huh? Li Qimei followed Sui Jing's gaze, and unexpectedly the old woman moved her fingers, showing signs of waking up. Li Qimei squatted in front of the old woman and stared at her. She found that the old woman's eyelids trembled, and then she gradually opened her eyes. Yeah. The old woman suddenly opened her eyes and frightened Li Qimei so much that she stepped back, because she didn't stand up in time. She fell to the ground without any image at all. Even if she had been mentally prepared, she couldn't bear such a fright. There was no warning at all. Sui Jing. Li Qimei called Sui Jing with a trembling voice. Her eyes. Something's wrong. Sui Jingqingjun raised his eyebrows, and a look of inquiry flashed through his dotted eyes. Although the old woman's eyes were open, she didn't seem to have really woken up. At this moment, her eyes really looked like those of a soulless puppet, and they looked particularly scary. Li Qimei got goosebumps when she stared at her eyes. Hello. Sui Jing waved his hand in front of the old woman again, but still received no response. Did you damage your brain? Li Qimei whispered. No one told us how to use that medicine. Did you drink too much? Probably not. Sui Jing said. What's your name? Sui Jing asked, squatting in front of the old woman. My name is... The old woman's eyes mechanically turned twice in her eye sockets. My name is... I don't have a name. The old woman paused for a long time before saying, however, most people call me Granny Ma. Some people also call me codename C33. Sui Jing's eyes darkened, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. Granny Ma should be her identity in this dungeon, and other NPCs probably call her that. Didn't the man she met in the temple call her Granny Ma? As for the codename C33, she guessed that it might be the codename given to her by the system or other relevant personnel in the system. Just like the mansion owner codename to whom I met in Mansion No. 10 before. Huh? Li Qimei touched her nose in confusion. My brain is not broken. I understand. Sui Jing said. We must give her instructions first before she can act according to our instructions. Otherwise she will remain in this confused state and will be noticed. Then what order should we give? Li Qimei asked. Didn't he want to take us to the tree hole in the back mountain? Then her wish will be granted, Sui Jing said with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. Sui Jing carefully examined the old woman's current state. Before this, we have to ask the situation clearly first. Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing's confident expression and nodded without any objection. Maybe. You can see a very exciting picture next. Do you remember what I said? Sui Jing helped the old lady up and stood in front of her and asked. Remember it clearly? The old lady said. If the tone of her conversation with Sui Jing and the others hadn't been different from before, most people wouldn't have noticed anything was wrong with her. Just looking carefully, you can still find the little bit in her eyes that cannot hide the complete dullness and dullness. Then let's go, Sui Jing said. Take your daughter-in-law with you. Okay. The old lady walked toward the kitchen. Although her consciousness is now controlled by drugs, her skills have not become flexible at all. Xian Xian. The old lady started calling before she even reached the kitchen door. Xian Xian. Xian Xian. Mom. What's wrong? The middle-aged woman quickly wiped her hands and ran out from another room to help the old lady. Xian Xian. It's time for us to set off, the old woman said. Now? The middle-aged woman put down her rolled-up sleeves. Is it too early? I don't know if Master Wei is here. Don't worry about it. The old woman's temper towards the middle-aged woman was exactly the same as before. You just need to help me go. If it weren't for my inconvenient legs and feet, I wouldn't have needed you to follow me. I was too talkative. Mother. The middle-aged woman lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Okay. Okay. The old woman walked forward with a cane. Old lady, I don't mean to blame you. Come on. It will get dark soon. The middle-aged woman glanced at the sky in the yard inexplicably. This was the moment when the sun was at its strongest in the afternoon, and the sky was clear and blue. Why is it getting dark soon? But she didn't dare to ask any more questions, and obediently helped the old woman walk out of the yard. Are they two following? The old woman asked without looking back. The middle-aged woman looked back at Sui Jing and Li Qimei, who were following them, and replied, Following. That's good. The old woman said with satisfaction. You must always pay attention to them, and don't let them take the opportunity to escape. Be sure to bring them both safely to Master Wei. But mother. The middle-aged woman hesitated and said, Didn't you already give them the magic medicine given by Master Wei? Could it be that if the magic medicine doesn't work, will they still run away? Nonsense, the old woman said angrily. How could the things Master Wei gave me not work? I just want to tell you to be cautious in everything you do. The old woman lectured. There are so many trees in the forest, and they are almost stupid now. If they accidentally get lost, wouldn't we still be there? It's a waste of time to look for it. The middle-aged woman repeatedly said, My mother was right in teaching me, but I didn't think carefully. Chapter 215 Asking God. The old woman stopped talking to the middle-aged woman and just kept walking deep into the forest. It is really difficult for her old bones to climb the mountain road even at her age. I have to walk back and forth several times a day. After the middle-aged woman finished chatting with the old woman, she looked back at Sui Jing and Li Qimei, who were following them, and her face suddenly lost color. Sui Jing looked at the two figures in front of him. His eyes darkened, and he didn't know what he was thinking. They didn't know how long they walked, but they finally saw a cave completely covered by thorns and vegetation at the end of the narrow road. If it weren't for the fact that the thorn bushes were so out of place with the surrounding environment, it would be difficult to find that there was a cave there. The old woman first walked to the cave door and shouted twice, "Master Wei? Master Wei! Are you there? I've brought people here." The old woman shouted, "Don't shout! Don't shout!" An old male voice suddenly came from the cave. "Master Wei! Are you here?" The old woman laughed twice. "You told me I wouldn't shout if you were here." "Shush!" Master Wei walked out of the cave. The thorns at the door seemed to sense that he was coming out, and they all moved out of the way. Sui Jing raised his eyelids and saw clearly that the person walking out was an old man wearing a white linen wide-sleeved robe with gray hair and beard. He must be quite old. "Keep your voice down," Master Wei scolded in a low voice. "Do you want everyone to know? Master Wei, you must be too worried." The old woman didn't care. "There's no one here. Who would know?" Sui Jing's eyelids twitched as he stood behind him. After this old lady was controlled, not only did her personality change, but her brain also became less intelligent. "You?" Master Wei glared at her speechlessly. "Come in with me first." With that said, he walked into the cave first and asked the others to follow him. "Thank you so much, Master Wei." The old woman thanked her loudly. "Keep it down. Keep it down." Master Wei turned around from the front and shouted angrily. "Why can't this person suddenly understand other people's words?" "I know." The old woman smiled awkwardly. "I'm rude. I'm sorry, Master Wei. Please forgive me." "Hey!" Master Wei shook his wide sleeves and walked straight into the cave. After entering the cave, Sui Jing took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to her and took a look at the environment inside the cave. Although it is said to be a cave, it is actually no different from a spacious house, except that it is made of natural soil and stones. The place where they are now looks like a lobby. There are two closed doors around, probably leading to other places. "Master Wei, you promised that this was the last step, so you can't lie to me," the old woman said. "Don't worry," Master Wei replied impatiently. "What's the point of lying to you? Now, I want to see if the person you brought is qualified," Master Wei said. "Let them sit here." Master Wei pointed to the two red sandalwood chairs placed in the middle of the cave. These two red sandalwood chairs were the only artificial objects they could see in the cave. "Where should you let them sit?" The old woman raised her eyebrows and turned pale with shock. "Isn't this against the rules?" "I am the rule here." Master Wei was a little unhappy after being questioned. "What I say is what I say." "Yes. Yes." Seeing that Master Wei seemed a little angry, the old woman quickly echoed, "It's my humble opinion. What Master Wei said is natural. You guys sit down on the chair quickly," the old woman said to Sui Jing and the others. Sui Jing and Li Qimei showed no signs of struggle and walked to the chairs obediently and sat down. After they sat down, Master Wei did not come forward immediately. Instead, he took out a pair of glasses from his clothes and put them on carefully. "Let me take a look." Master Wei put on his glasses and walked up to Sui Jing. "This girl's hair is really silver," he sighed. His old and ugly face was very close, and all the hot breath he sprayed hit Sui Jing's face. Although Sui Jing's expression did not change, he was extremely calm. But the hand hidden in the sleeve has already become a fist with 5 fingers. Fortunately, Master Wei really just looked at it and had no intention of getting started. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Sui Jing to guarantee that he would not do something. After all, there are some bottom lines that absolutely cannot be crossed. After Master Wei studied Sui Jing, he moved closer to Li Qimei. Li Qimei's psychological quality was also good. Even though the old man attacked her, she just blinked mechanically. I have to say, she really has a talent for acting. It seems that he didn't lie to her. Dozens of minutes ago, after Sui Jing told the old woman what she wanted to do, he told Li Qimei, "Did you hear what I just said to the old lady?" "I heard it," Li Qimei said, "so we are going to pretend to be stupid later." "Right. Well, it can be understood this way," Sui Jing responded, no matter what happens. We can't let anyone see that we are pretending to be stupid. I understand. Li Qimei promised confidently. Don't worry. I'm a professional in acting. As long as you don't encounter anything too scary, there should be no problem. Right? How much medicine did you give them? Master Wei suddenly asked. Just one. The old woman asked in a panic. What's wrong? Did something go wrong? Not really. Master Wei took a breath. I just don't think that one pill will make them like this. Did I give them the wrong pill? He had some self-doubt. Huh? The old woman's eyes widened. Then what should we do? Hey. I mean, it's possible. It's just possible. Master Wei replied calmly. It should be correct. They are very good. Very good. Master Wei said with a smile. Very suitable. I guarantee that they will succeed this time. That's great. The old woman showed a surprised expression. Master Wei is really a god in this world. Please do your best. Master Wei. Of course. Master Wei obviously took advantage of other people's compliments. As long as I think about it, there is nothing in this world that I can't do. That's right. Master Wei suddenly remembered something and asked. Have you asked their names? Name? The old woman shook her head in confusion. I haven't asked yet. How could you not ask for the name? Master Wei was speechless. Quick! Quick! Ask them their names. Why? The old woman always wants to know the reason first. There is no reason. Master Wei seemed to not want to tell her, and said casually, if there is no name, how should I do it? And how can your wish come true? I have to say that he knows how to understand the old woman's psychology. It's just that the old woman in front of him now is probably no longer the same one as before. Okay. Okay. The old woman agreed repeatedly. I'll ask now. Just ask now. She first looked at Sui Jing, then at Li Qimei, and asked, What are your names? Chapter 216 Asking God. He. Sui Jing opened his mouth and answered obediently, his eyes dull. Before this, she had deliberately observed the old woman's expression when she was being controlled. So what she imitated now could be said to be flawless and the same. My name is Ma Qian. Li Qimei paused for a moment. But fortunately, no one present except her and Sui Jing noticed. No wonder Sui Jing told her to think of a fake name before coming. It turned out that it came in handy at times like this. Ma Qian. Master Wei repeated, nodded and said, They are all pretty good names. Have you ever asked about your birth date? You still want to ask about your birth date? The old woman's hand on the crutches was a little weak. Master Wei had not told her this before. Well, it's not absolutely necessary, Master Wei said, but it's better than nothing. You should ask first. Master Wei, why don't you ask in person? The old woman asked. Sui Jing's long eyelashes trembled naturally, feeling that the old woman was talking too much. You think I'm willing to let you ask? Isn't it because only the first person who sees clearly after taking the medicine can impose orders on the person taking the medicine? Master Wei's face was full of displeasure. This old lady really has long hair and short knowledge. Yes. 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 The old woman kept saying yes. I'll ask right now. Do you ever know your birthdays and horoscopes? Sui Jing looked at the old woman blankly and shook his head helplessly. I don't know my birth date. Why? Me. Ma Qian and I are both orphans. We have neither father nor mother since we were young. Naturally, we don't know our birthdays and horoscopes. While excusing herself, she also picked up Li Qimei along the way. This the old woman didn't know what to do now. So she had to turn to Master Wei flatteringly and said, Master, look, this is not an old woman. I don't ask. There is really no way. If they are all orphans, it is normal for them not to know their birth date. Then this is really the only way to go for now. The flesh on Master Wei's face shrank unnaturally, and he compromised for the time being. Okay, Mrs. Ma, you can go back, Master Wei said. Just leave them here. Can I go back? The old woman looked at Sui Jing and the others and asked. But when can I? The old woman obviously wanted to ask when her wish would come true. But she drank half a cup of potion while eating, and her memory was probably still a little confused at this moment. Fortunately, Master Wei didn't notice anything unusual. He probably thought the old woman was a little nervous, so he didn't complete the remaining half of the sentence. He walked up to the old woman, pretended to be a magic stick, patted the old woman on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry, Mrs. Ma. I will successfully rescue your son. Go back quickly. Otherwise you will waste my precious time, Master Wei advised. Okay. After hearing what Master Wei said, the old woman nodded, and tremblingly helped the middle-aged woman away. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. When she left, she looked back at Sui Jing, who was sitting on the red sandalwood chair. Master Wei, who was completely immersed in his own world at this time, probably didn't notice that her cloudy eyes were full of confusion. Sui Jing sat on the red sandalwood chair. Master Wei's back was turned to her, so he could not clearly see the darkness rising in her eyes. Okay, come in with me, Master Wei ordered Sui Jing and the others. There was silence in the cave, and no one responded to his words. Oh, right, right. Master Wei slapped his forehead and said, I have forgotten that you still don't listen to me. Wait, wait. As he said that, he hurriedly opened the wooden door on Sui Jing's right. At best it sounds like a wooden door, but in fact it's just a few wooden boards put together to block the view. When Master Wei went in, he moved the wooden plank to one side first, and then moved the wooden plank back to its original position after the person entered. After waiting for people to enter, Sui Jing and Li Qimei looked at each other and quickly looked away without making any sound in the process. Li Qimei clearly understood a sentence from Sui Jing's eyes. Don't act rashly. Sui Jing didn't know if Master Wei was testing them just now, but she knew that if they had really left with her just now, the situation might be different now. Fortunately, she had done experiments beforehand and found that the old woman would not listen to anything other than what she said. Besides, Master Wei also said a few minutes ago that those who are drugged will only obey the instructions of the person they see clearly at first sight. In other words, until now, the two of them would only listen to the old woman's words. If Sui Jing had not tested the old woman at the beginning, she might still be skeptical of Master Wei's words. But Sui Jing always thinks more. This may not be a good phenomenon, but most of the time, it can play an unexpected role. Come on. Come on. After a while, the old man walked out of the room quickly. He walked quickly, and had a vitality that was not for his age. Look, this is a good thing, he said to himself. Although he knew that Sui Jing and Li Qimei would not respond to him, he still talked to them enthusiastically. Although Sui Jing could not move around at will, she was not frozen after all, and they could also make some subtle reactions. Sui Jing's eyes followed the thing in Master Wei's hand casually. They are two old yellow talisman papers. Master Wei took out a thin brush and solemnly wrote the fake names of Sui Jing and Li Qimei on the talisman paper. Your name is He. Master Wei muttered and wrote two words on one of the talisman papers. On another piece of talisman paper, the word Ma Qian was written. Okay, let's move on to the next step, Master Wei said, and took out a needle and pricked his finger. After a few drops of blood came out from his fingers, he smeared his own blood on the two names he had written. Immediately afterwards, the worn talisman paper emitted a faint glimmer. It's somewhat magical. Now, you have to listen to me, Master Wei said to himself crazily, with these two talisman papers. You have to listen to me. Cluck. The light emitted from the talisman paper slowly disappeared, and it seemed to have returned to an ordinary talisman paper. There was nothing unusual except that there were two names written on it, and a smear of blood. Stand up, Master Wei said to Sui Jing and Li Qimei. At this time, Sui Jing and Li Qimei both straightened their bodies and slowly stood up. Turn around, Master Wei said again. It seemed like they were testing their responsiveness. Sui Jing curled his lips slightly and turned slowly in a circle with Li Qimei. Not bad. Master Wei smiled with satisfaction. Come in with me. As he said that, he packed up all the tools on the table and walked towards the inner room. Chapter 217 Asking God. Sui Jing and Li Qimei quickly followed Master Wei into the inner room. After entering the inner room, Sui Jing found that it was different from what she had imagined. It was just a slightly simple bedroom. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly strange about it so far. Ma Qian, go and make my bed. As soon as he entered the room, Master Wei slumped down on his wicker chair and ordered in an instructive manner. Huh? Li Qimei paused, sighed in her heart, and walked obediently towards his messy wooden bed. Li Qimei stood stiffly in front of the wooden bed, with her back to Master Wei and a look on her face. The raised hand moved back and retracted near the quilt, and the whole person was extremely confused. It's not Li Qimei's fault. The main reason is that his bed is really very uncomfortable. The sheets and bedding were stained with yellow and black dirt, and emitted an unpleasant stench. Li Qimei really didn't understand what was so easy about this kind of bed. No matter how much you clean it up, it's still dirty? Can we throw them all away? Li Qimei suddenly had an idea. She pinched the corners of the bedding and sheets that were not too dirty, picked them up and walked towards the door. Anyway, he just talked about sorting it out. And didn't say how to sort it out? Isn't losing it also a way to organize it? Hey! Wait! Master Wei shouted. What are you going to do? Throw away the trash. Li Qimei replied. What kind of garbage are you throwing away? Where is the garbage? Master Wei stared blankly. He did not expect that the person he brought this time could not even simply make the bed. It's all garbage. Li Qimei said seriously. Come back and put the things back. Master Wei rubbed his temples and said angrily. But the bed needs to be made. Throw away the trash. Li Qimei said stubbornly, unwilling to put the bedding back in her hands. Put it back. Master Wei shouted loudly. Okay. Li Qimei no longer objected and put the quilt back again. Then how do I make the bed? Li Qimei asked. You don't have to deal with it anymore. Master Wei took 2 deep breaths, his thin chest rising and falling rapidly. He seemed to be a little bit angry. Come back. Master Wei said. Yes. Li Qimei stood next to Sui Jing obediently. Can you give me a shoulder massage? Master Wei looked at Li Qimei. Yes. Li Qimei replied. Then press it for me. Master Wei was speechless. Originally, I could only use these people when I brought them here. But I didn't expect that I couldn't use them this time. Li Qimei walked behind him again and started massaging him. You? Master Wei looked at Sui Jing and thought for a while. You know how to do it. What? He didn't know why. Although he was in charge of Sui Jing now, he actually felt a little uneasy looking at Sui Jing's cold eyes. Sui Jing tilted his head, as if he didn't quite understand what he meant. Master Wei frowned and muttered, You're not stupid. Are you? Old Mrs. Ma probably won't bring back a fool. He said to himself. It may be that my instructions are too difficult to understand. Bring me a cup of tea. Okay. Sui Jing turned around and walked towards the small wooden table on the other side. Oh! Master Wei from behind shouted in pain, Be gentle. You want to murder me. The old man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Li Qimei apologized quickly. Sui Jing ignored him. But when she looked at the water cup and teapot on the table, she didn't see the tea leaves. What's the meaning? If there are no tea leaves for her to make tea, can she conjure tea leaves out of thin air? Can't. After all, it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Sui Jing searched for a long time, but couldn't find the tea. So he had to pour a glass of boiling water and bring it to him. When she thought Master Wei would get angry again, she didn't expect that he took the water glass without any reaction and drank it slowly. Okay. Drinking water is called drinking tea. Right? Okay. Okay. Master Wei finished a glass of water, put down the cup and stood up. You are really useless. Master Wei said. Let's get down to business today. You are truly the worst people I have ever met. He actually dared to say that. Sui Jing had nothing to say. Li Qimei opened her eyes slightly, indicating that she didn't want to speak. But these words also imply that more than 2 of them have been in his cave. Many others may have been here before them. Follow me. Master Wei opened the wooden door again. Originally, he wanted them to serve him well before they died. But he didn't expect that Guang would just make him angry. Okay. Sui Jing and Li Qimei agreed at the same time. Master Wei took the 2 of them to another remaining room. As soon as they entered the room, the 2 of them smelled a strong smell of decay. But there were no lights in this room, so they couldn't see anything clearly for a while. Cracked Master Wei struck a match and lit the kerosene lamp on the wall. What was exposed in front of them was a rotten male corpse. But the strange thing is that the corpse decomposed very regularly. I don't know why, but the body was so rotten from the chest up that it was hard to discern its original appearance. And there were even fat, white maggots growing out of it. Some places are so rotten that even bones can be seen. But the skin below the chest is intact and looks smooth and elastic. If you hadn't seen the rotting appearance of the upper part of his body, he would have looked like a living, normal person. Shocking? Master Wei asked. Sui Jing and Li Qimei thought he was talking to himself, so they didn't answer him. What am I asking you? Unexpectedly, he suddenly turned his head and stared ferociously at Sui Jing and Li Qimei. Stop pretending. Master Wei smiled horribly. Do you really think I am stupid, and can't you see that you are acting? Sui Jing turned his eyes to the scary-looking old man in front of him and smiled slightly. When did you figure it out? Although she is not a professional actor, she thinks that her acting skills are not bad enough to be seen so easily. Seeing that their acting skills were exposed, Li Qimei cautiously moved toward Sui Jing. To be honest, you did a good job. Master Wei actually explained to them, however. You made a mistake. Perhaps you are too smart. And you will be mistaken for your cleverness. Sui Jing stared at him quietly, and did not answer. Actually, Master Wei lowered his voice. That piece of talisman paper was specially used by me to deceive you. There is no such thing. Master Wei said, I have no way to make the drugged person obey my orders again. So, you didn't believe us since then. Sui Jing said coldly. Then why didn't you expose us on the spot? Why bother acting with them anymore? You think it's fun, right? Or do you think they are ridiculous? It's very interesting. Deep grooves appeared on Master Wei's old cheeks. To me, you are like two little kids who accidentally broke into a forbidden area. Even though you are damned. You can also kill my long boring time. Don't you think it's interesting? Master Wei asked. And don't you pretend to be drugged because you want to know Mrs. Ma's secret? I would rather satisfy your petty curiosity before you die. After your curiosity is satisfied, you should disappear from here. He smiled crazily, but confidently. Ah, it's indeed interesting. Sui Jing raised his hands and agreed casually. There was no trace of fear in Master Wei's imagination, but a hint of untimely expectation and excitement. Chapter 218 Asking God. What do you mean? Master Wei did not see the panic he expected on Sui Jing's face, which instead made him feel a little uneasy. Nothing. Sui Jing did not directly answer Master Wei's doubts. Instead, she continued, I would like to know. How do you make us disappear from here? That's not easy. Master Wei said very harshly. I already know your names. Maybe you don't understand. In our place, once you tell other people your name, you are not far from death. That's right. Sui Jing seemed to agree with his statement. How could you disagree? After all, the abbot had given special instructions before coming here. Then what happens after you know our names? She asked. What should we do next? Master Wei had no patience to answer Sui Jing's question and just said, You don't need to know this. As long as I trap you here, I have plenty of ways. You can't get out anyway. Right? I don't know who gave him the courage to say this openly. Huh. A disdainful smile escaped Sui Jing's eyes and brows. Why do you think you can trap us with complete certainty? Especially. Her eyes remained on Master Wei's face indifferently. And she said word by word, Trap me. You'd better keep your arrogant face now. Master Wei chuckled twice. Okay. Sui Jing agreed. You give it a try. I'll wait. As she said this, she took out a wooden pillar from nowhere in the cave and sat down. Master Wei witnessed Sui Jing's entire process from holding the wooden block to sitting down. This man has absolutely no sense of crisis. Please. Sui Jing raised his hand slightly in the direction of Master Wei, making a wait-and-see expression. Okay. Okay. Master Wei was shaking with anger. Just wait and see. As he spoke, he pasted the two talisman papers on which the false names they had reported earlier on the forehead of the corpse. The corpse was placed in a kneeling position on an oversized wooden pier with flat sections. She didn't know if it was Sui Jing's illusion, but she saw that gray-white burning smoke seemed to be emitting from the rotting place after the body was affixed with talisman paper. Although I don't have a way to make you obey my orders obediently, these two pictures have a real purpose, Master Wei said, and started playing with the corpse. Sui Jing pretended not to hear what he said, adjusted his posture, and gently held his chin with his right hand. Her eyes seemed to be staring in the direction of Master Wei. But if you look carefully, you can see that her eyes were actually spread out and not focused on a certain place. This Master Wei said he was not smart, and he could see that the two of them did not really take the medicine. But to be smart, he didn't consider that their names might not be true. Moreover, there are actually two reasons why Sui Jing was still here talking nonsense to him, but did not leave immediately. In addition to the fact that she really wanted to find out what Master Wei wanted to do, she also realized that the exit was closed the moment they entered the room. It's the exit, not the wooden door. In this case, it is better to see what kind of trick this pretending Master Wei can come up with. Master Wei, who had been tinkering for a long time, saw that the body still hadn't changed in any way. Only a stream of gray-white smoke kept coming out. How could this happen? Master Wei said to himself, it shouldn't be. This method has never failed. He looked at the talisman on the corpse, and then at Sui Jing who was sitting there bored, his mind filled with questions. The two talismans were basically reduced to ashes. So why could these two people stay there like nothing was wrong? Hello? Sui Jing greeted provocatively. Is there a fire? Do you need me to help you put out the fire? Shut up. Master Wei scolded. Suddenly, he quickly took off the half-burned talisman attached to the corpse's forehead and turned to look at Sui Jing. Is it your fault? He suddenly realized something and asked viciously. Why do you say that? Sui Jing spread his hands in an innocent manner. Then she glanced slightly past Master Wei and behind him, and said in surprise, "Ah, what a failure. What can we do?" She sighed falsely. "I'm afraid your reputation, Master Wei, will be ruined." As they could see, not only did the corpse not improve, but the area of decay was even more exaggerated than what Sui Jing and the others had first seen. It can be seen that almost half of the body is rotted away, and the trend doesn't seem to be stopping yet. Just like a fire that is not completely extinguished on a piece of paper, the flame continues to spread along the intact areas. It must be you. Master Wei finally saw it now. Say, what on earth did you do? TSK. Sui Jing gasped. Do you have any evidence? After asking, Master Wei was not given a chance to speak. Since there is no evidence, then why do you say it was me? Uncle, this is not okay. Strong words. Master Wei interrupted Sui Jing forcefully, crumpled the remaining talisman paper in his hand, and threw it on the ground. It's okay. It's okay. He didn't know if he was comforting himself, but he walked towards Sui Jing step by step. You can't get out anyway. If this method doesn't work, then we have to use a bloodier one, Master Wei said. You asked for this. After saying this, Master Wei laughed nervously. Go to H.L. Master Wei slowly lowered his head to look at the dagger that pierced his abdomen. He wanted to say something, but a pool of thick blood spurted out of his mouth first. Why do you still have a dagger? Master Wei asked. He noticed the saber on Sui Jing's waist when she entered the cave. In order to absolutely ensure his own safety, he took off her saber and put it aside when he entered the bedroom. The quality and craftsmanship of her saber seemed to be top-notch, and he wanted to keep it for himself in the future. She also checked her backpack and found that except for some food and a bag of flour, she didn't carry any other sharp weapons. But I didn't expect that she actually kept a hand. This? Sui Jing smiled. I always carry it with me. Sui Jing told the truth that she had placed the dagger on her lower back from the beginning, but it was hidden by her coat, so it was not obvious. I just didn't expect that he would take off the saber from her waist. But he didn't want to take a second look at her to see if there were any other sharp blades on her body. In the end, he was killed by his own carelessness. It's a pity that you didn't check it just now. Sui Jing suppressed the mild smile on his face. Do you regret it? When she stopped smiling, she feels like she's fallen into an ice cellar. Not that she looked ugly. It's an extreme contrast. A face that was filled with smiles one moment could be infected with the cold murderous intent of a madman the next. Chapter 219 Asking God. Several blasts of wind sounded from inside the cave, and the next second heard Master Wei's painful howl. I still have questions to ask you, so I'll stop here and spare your life. Sui Jing wiped the blood off the dagger on Master Wei and put it back into the scabbard. Master Wei was lying on his back on the ground, his body covered in more or less mud. His hand tendons and hamstrings were easily severed by Sui Jing in a few strokes. The scarlet blood flowed from the blood vessels to the lower areas and formed a small pool of blood. You will not die well. Even though Master Wei was in so much pain that he could hardly speak, he still tried his best to say the words that cursed Sui Jing completely. The wish is great. Sui Jing looked down at him condescendingly. Not angry at all. But you won't be able to see it with your own eyes. Now, let me ask you an answer. Sui Jing said. Do you understand? Master Wei closed his eyes and tried his best to ignore Sui Jing's existence. If you don't say it, your death will be ugly. Sui Jing's tone was not dull, but even cheerful. Li Qimei subconsciously felt that Sui Jing was a little happy at the moment, but it was difficult to understand what made her happy. Say it. Sui Jing kicked Master Wei's arm with his toe. If you don't say anything, this arm will be gone before you die. I won't tell you anything, Master Wei said. If we die together, do you think I will be afraid? Are you really okay with saying that? Sui Jing murmured in a low voice. As she spoke, she slowly moved the sole of her shoe to the wound where her hand tendon was broken, seemingly stepping on it lightly. Ah! Master Wei suddenly let out a harsh cry of pain. Are you really not going to tell me? Sui Jing asked again. I don't want to know anything else. I just want to know how to get out. It shouldn't be considered such an excessive request. Right? Her tone was extremely calm. If the sole of her shoe hadn't been stepping on Master Wei's wound, Others would have thought she was having a serious discussion with Master Wei. Li Qimei, who was standing behind Sui Jing, looked at everything in front of her and pursed her lips nervously. Although she knew from the beginning that Sui Jing was not a soft persimmon, she did not expect that she was not only strong, but also cruel. Now she could see clearly that she was an out-and-out lunatic. The things she is doing now, even a slightly sane person would not be able to do. She was suddenly worried. Was following Sui Jing really the right choice? But the next second, she dismissed her doubts, laughing to death. Of course, such people are safest only when they are teammates. Don't step on it. I tell you, no matter how hard his bones are, Master Wei cannot withstand such torture. At this time, you can't die. You can't live. You can't live. Tell you everything. Sui Jing just looked at him coldly and motioned for him to continue. It's actually very easy to get out. Master Wei took a breath of pain before continuing. As long as you completely destroy the body, you can get out? So simple? Sui Jing's eyes flashed with suspicion. And it was obvious that he didn't believe what Master Wei said. And do you really want them to destroy it? It's almost burning out on its own. It's that simple. Master Wei nodded repeatedly, trying to make Sui Jing believe him. If you really don't believe it, you can try it first. It won't do any harm anyway, he advised. Really? Sui Jing took his feet back, and the white soles were stained with a layer of red blood. She suddenly bent down and grabbed Master Wei's back collar and walked towards the dead body. Every step he took left a faint bloody footprint on the ground. In that case, I will give you this opportunity. Sui Jing dragged him to the corpse without changing his expression, and then gently threw him onto the wooden pier where the corpse was placed. What do you want to do? Master Wei, who had no intention of struggling at first, suddenly became restless. Put me down. Put me down. Don't worry, Sui Jing reassured. Didn't you say that it would be fine just to destroy it? Why did you drag me up to destroy it? Master Wei used all his strength to jump off the wooden pier. However, he was seriously injured, and Sui Jing stepped on his thigh, making it impossible for him to move at all. Yes, Sui Jing nodded, with a crazy look in his eyes. Use you to destroy it. No. Actually, I just lied to you. Master Wei shook his head crazily. Actually, you can't get out even if you destroy it. Put me down, and I'll tell you the real method. No need, Sui Jing said coldly, whether it's true or not. I really want to try it. No big deal. We'll die together. Sui Jing's words made Master Wei completely lose hope. He had insisted on dying together before because he was confident that Sui Jing would never be able to find a way out. And he couldn't see through that he was lying. In this case, Sui Jing and the others could only die. As for him, as long as they don't find a way for him to die correctly, even if he seems to be dead, there is still a chance for him to be resurrected. But this time he was really wrong. And completely wrong. He clearly shouldn't have messed with this madman in the first place. But now, even if he regrets it, there is nothing he can do. There was absolutely no way out for him. Please, please let me go. Master Wei used his last breath to plead. I was really wrong. I will change my ways and be a new person. Human? Sui Jing seemed to have heard something funny. Are you worthy? I will let you go. But who will let go of the innocent lives that were wasted in your hands? After Sui Jing said this, he crushed Master Wei's kneecap with all his strength without blinking an eye. Ah! Now Master Wei knew that he had absolutely no hope of surviving. Sui Jing took a step back and narrowed his eyes in disgust. She picked up the talisman that Master Wei had thrown on the ground and placed it again on the body. Sure enough, the moment the talisman touched the corpse, the skin on the corpse rotted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In addition, the moment the blood flowing from Master Wei's body touched the skeleton, even a little bit, the skeleton was reduced to a puddle of ashes with astonishing efficiency. Sui Jing and Li Qimei walked to the door in twos and twos. Now she touched the door, and found that there was only a thin membrane left on the door. It seems like it will break instantly if you hit it with a punch. Bang! Sui Jing kicked the door. The wooden door fell to the ground, and the film gradually dissipated. The two of them looked back and saw that the body they saw at first had completely turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Master Wei became a new corpse lying on his back on the wooden pillar. It's just that all the blood in his body has been sucked dry by the previous skeleton. Lying on the wooden pillar is a mummy with only an old skin left. You go first, Sui Jing said to Li Qimei. She had to get her saber back first. Remember to run away. After Li Qimei left the cave, she opened the bag of flour she brought and swayed it into the room. She also took off a kerosene lamp from the wall outside and threw it in. Chapter 220 Asking God. Boom. The shockwave caused by the dust explosion forced Lichime, who had run several meters outside the cave, to close her eyes. All she felt was a large surge of hot air rushing through the air around her. And even though she was far enough away from the source of the explosion, she could still feel the power of the dust explosion. Lichime suddenly saw a dark shadow flashing across her eyes. Sui Jing. That's right. The black shadow flying out from the center of the explosion was Sui Jing, the culprit behind the explosion. Sui Jing was shaken out by the shock wave, and was kneeling on a dead branch of weeds without any preparation. Her originally clean clothes were blackened by the flames, and her fair face was also burnt black and white. But those black glass-like pupils still glowed with a dazzling cold light. Are you okay? Lichime wanted to help Sui Jing, but Sui Jing waved her hand and refused. Sui Jing used the saber as a support to stand up, but when he was thrown out, his legs happened to fall on a pile of shrubs with hard vertical thorns. This resulted in some injuries to her legs, although she couldn't tell clearly because she was wearing black trousers. There were little scarlet blood stains on the bushes. However, it was impossible to tell from Sui Jing's face whether her injuries were minor or serious. But seeing as she can still walk as usual, I guess it's not particularly serious. Right? Let's go! Sui Jing looked back at the cave. The power of that bag of flour cannot be underestimated. And the raging fire caused by the explosion in the cave still hasn't been extinguished. Okay. Lichime immediately followed Sui Jing's footsteps. Sui Jing's knees and calves did get many large and small wounds from the bushes. But fortunately, no bones were injured and none of them were fatal. It just hurts a little. But fortunately, enduring pain is what she is best at. And she knew that as long as she didn't suffer a particularly serious fatal injury like a broken arm or leg, she would naturally recover after a while. It's not something to be nervous about. Sui Jing, do you really not need to bandage your legs first? Lichime was still a little worried. No matter how strong you are, it won't be easy for you to have those sharp thorns piercing your body. What's more, Sui Jing's hands actually had abrasions of various sizes, but they were probably insignificant to Sui Jing. It's okay, Sui Jing replied. It will be okay in a while. Sui Jing was telling her the truth, but she thought Sui Jing was trying to show off his strength. Okay. The person involved didn't care anymore. It was hard for her, as an outsider, to say anything. Are we going back to the temple now? No. Sui Jing shook his head. Let's go to the old lady's house first. Have you forgotten the main reason why we are here? Sui Jing noticed Lichime's confused look and immediately understood that she had probably forgotten the main purpose of their trip. Help the old lady complete the petition? Lichime replied very unconfidently. That's wrong. Sui Jing glanced at Lichime helplessly. To find the fragments. We are not gods. How can we fulfill her petition? Sui Jing asked. Hee hee. Lichime laughed twice. That seems to be the reason. But how do you know that the fragments are at the old lady's house? Lichime asked. And doesn't the system say that completing the task only has a probability of getting the fragments? It's not necessarily true that there will be debris in our mission this time. Right? I don't know. Sui Jing said confidently. Just going to take a look, she said and glanced at her watch. It's still early, and it won't take much effort to go there. Okay. Lichime agreed. But is it possible that the fragments are in the cave? Lichime suddenly thought of this. It is indeed possible, Sui Jing said. So I had already searched the cave before the explosion. Didn't find any fragments? Lichime asked. Not found. He recalled what he had just searched in the cave. But I discovered something very strange. What? There are sacrificial incense burners in the cave. But there are no statues of gods enshrined. What if we are worshipping the heaven and earth and don't need statues of gods? Lichime thought for a while and put forward her own point of view. It's not impossible. Sui Jing did not immediately deny Lichime's view, but continued to analyze according to her words. But I found traces of a picture frame or a portrait hanging right in front of the incense burner. This positively shows that what he worships is definitely not heaven and earth, but must have a concrete image. But I didn't find the portrait in the cave, Sui Jing said. I didn't find any secret door either. This means he probably didn't hide the portrait. Do you think the portrait might be in the old woman's house? Lichime paused, but since it is a fragment, logically it shouldn't be a whole painting. Right? Besides, the old lady will give us the things. Right? Sui Jing chuckled and said casually, if you don't give me, I'll take it. She said it easily, which made Lichime stun for a moment. Is such a crude method really allowed? I don't know if it's allowed or not. But the system can't stop it anyway. Fortunately, Sui Jing had already remembered the route almost exactly when he arrived. After many twists and turns, we finally arrived at the old woman's house. Grandma, we are back. Li Qimei shouted at the door. Li Qimei shouted for a long time. But there was no response in the house. No one is here. Grandma, we are back. Cough, 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 cough. Li Qimei choked on her own saliva and couldn't help coughing twice. Stop shouting. Sui Jing stared into the yard. She won't answer the door. Just go in. After saying that, Sui Jing pushed aside the fence blocking them and walked straight in. Where is the person? They walked all the way from outside and opened the doors of every room they passed. They didn't see the old lady anywhere. Hide now, Sui Jing said casually. Hide? Why hide? Probably, the medicine has worn off, Sui Jing mumbled. Suddenly stopped and walked into a room next to them. Looking at the portrait hanging on the wall, Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. I found it. That's it. Li Qimei walked to the portrait and blinked hard. Isn't this just a blank piece of paper? It's normal. Sui Jing reached out and took off the white paper hanging on the wall. Presumably the system won't believe in gods and Buddhas. Just show it to us. Sui Jing saw clearly. The sizes are exactly the same. Sui Jing said to himself. What? Li Qimei didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Sui Jing curled his lips and didn't intend to say anything. Then we need to take this paper back? Li Qimei lowered her head and looked at the white paper carefully. But she didn't see any clues. Who said we were going to take it back? Sui Jing said, rolling up the paper. Li Qimei really didn't understand now. Let's go! Sui Jing turned to her and said, Go find someone. Chapter 221 Asking God. Although Li Qimei didn't know who Sui Jing was talking about, she still trusted Sui Jing and followed him out. When they came to the lobby, they saw the old woman's daughter-in-law, Xian, standing in the middle of the lobby. You are indeed very powerful. Seeing Sui Jing and Li Qimei coming out, Xian said without any hesitation. The face was still that of the old woman's daughter-in-law. But Li Qimei felt inexplicably that she was no longer the cowardly and timid middle-aged woman they had seen before. Thank you for the compliment. Sui Jing smiled and said. However, Miss Xian is beyond my expectations. Ha. Xian smiled twice symbolically. When you were pretending to drink the potion, I almost thought I was looking at the wrong person. Sui Jing tilted his head. Then I am honored to live up to Miss Xuan's expectations. Li Qimei looked at the two of them carelessly and said some words that she didn't understand. She leaned toward Sui Jing and asked in a low voice, What are you talking about? Before Sui Jing could answer her, Xian spoke first. Hello. Let's get acquainted again. I'm Wang Xian. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Li Qimei wouldn't understand. So she added another sentence. I used to be a player just like you. Ah! Li Qimei exclaimed. Then how can you be here? Wang Xian didn't mind Li Qimei's fuss and explained. I told you this before. I should be no longer a human being now. Then why do you stay here? Li Qimei asked. That's a long story. Wang Xian avoided her question. Your main task now shouldn't be to listen to my story. Right? Ah? That's right. Li Qimei laughed twice and looked at Sui Jing and said, What are we going to do? The corner of Sui Jing's mouth twitched, and he continued to look at Wang Xian and said, Where is Granny Ma? Of course she hid, Wang Xian said. She woke up long before you guys came back. Then she hid. She stated the key points concisely. Didn't I take you with me? Sui Jing asked. You still don't believe me? Wang Xian raised her eyes and looked at Sui Jing, then smiled with relief. What good will it do me to harm you? Sui Jing remained silent. Let's not talk about the benefits or not. Even if what she said is true. But after so long, who can be sure whether she has been assimilated into the system? It's not that I don't believe you, Sui Jing said quietly. You haven't given me any evidence to completely believe you. Sui Jing said bluntly. Let's assume that what you say is true. Then why do you still have your own consciousness? And why do you want to help us? It's a good thing to be vigilant. Wang Xian was not angry. If I had been as vigilant as you back then, I probably wouldn't have ended up like this now. Subconsciously told Sui Jing and Li Qimei that this might not be a story with a happy ending. However, in fact, Sui Jing was not interested in her story. As for what you asked before, why didn't Grandmama take me away? Wang Xianxian chuckled twice. Because it's not necessary. I'm not her real wife. Just a puppet. Wang Xianxian said. If you lose me, thousands of people will become her new wives in the future. Of course I'm not important. As long as she lives, there will be a chance to do it all over again. But you should have been with her for a long time. Sui Jing asked. Even so, she will abandon you without hesitation. This is a game. Wang Xianxian said solemnly. Do people in the game really have feelings? She raised her eyes to look at Sui Jing and smiled in relief. I'm afraid you know this better than I do. Of course. Sui Jing continued her words. Then do you know what's going on? She took out the pure white paper roll in her hand and placed it in front of Wang Xianxian. This is a fragment, Wang Xianxian said, although it is very obvious. Few players can actually find it. Even if you find it, you don't know how to use it. So, you know? Li Qimei asked. Of course I know. Wang Xianxian nodded. After all, this is the news we paid for with our lives. Li Qimei closed her mouth, feeling that she had said the wrong thing. It's okay. Wang Xianxian seemed to be aware of Li Qimei's mood and comforted. It was a long time ago. In fact, I can't remember it clearly myself. Burn it with fire, Wang Xianxian said. After you burn it off, you can see the real fragments. Fire? Sui Jing frowned. This method is indeed not something everyone can think of. Of course, Wang Xianxian said. You guys try it. There is a basin there. She pointed to a porcelain basin placed behind the main door. Sui Jing took the porcelain basin to a place in the middle and put the paper roll in first. Then he took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the corner of the paper roll. The burning speed of the paper roll was much slower than they imagined. As if it was not the paper that was burning, but the burning speed of wood or other materials. The scroll was burning too slowly. So they just started chatting. Are you always awake? Or do you wake up from time to time? Sui Jing asked. If she had always been sober. She had been faking it before. And was faking it very well. No. Wang Xianxian shook her head. I had very few sober moments before you guys came. Only when the instance restarts or ends again can I have a brief moment of clarity. An intriguing look flashed across Sui Jing's eyes. So when you're sober, can you remember what you did when you weren't sober? I can remember. Wang Xianxian replied, but it's just that I can remember. And I can't do anything else. But after you guys came, I realized that my waking hours seem to have become longer. To be more precise, Wang Xuanchuan's eyes stayed precisely on Sui Jing's face. The moment I saw you, I felt something had changed in my head. The more time I spend with you, the longer I stay awake. Why? Sui Jing frowned slightly. How do you know that contact with me can wake you up? Besides, you haven't met me often. Right? You probably don't believe it. Wang Xianxian smiled. Actually, I felt incredible at first. But everything I said is true. And when I say contact, I don't mean that I want to actually come into contact with you. As long as I am around you, the closer and longer I am, the longer it will take for me to wake up again. This time her words made Sui Jing a little confused. Why is it her? What is so special about her? I have something I don't know whether to say or not. Wang Xianxian pondered for a while, and then said, You say, I wonder if someone, or something else, told you that you have an aura that does not belong to ordinary humans. Chapter 222 Asking God. Sui Jing's eyes flashed with slight surprise. She could hear something similar to this sentence more than once in her memory. What do you mean by the breath that doesn't belong to humans? Sui Jing asked. Wang Xianxian first glanced at Li Qimei, who was standing next to Sui Jing, and pursed her lips. Ah, I'll go to the door to see if there are any traces of Granny Ma. Li Qimei immediately understood that Wang Xianxian was unable to say many things directly due to her presence. So she pretended to go to find Granny Ma and walked to the gate. After Wang Xianxian made sure that Li Qimei couldn't hear the conversation between them clearly, she said, I don't know how to explain it to you at the moment. This kind of thing itself is quite bizarre. After I became an NPC in the game, I found that I could clearly sense the distinct aura of players or non-players. Just like her. Wang Xianxian pointed at Li Qimei, who was squatting at the doorboard. I can tell at a glance that she is an ordinary player and has nothing to do with non-players. You mean, I am also a non-player character in the game? Sui Jing asked, frowning slightly. No. Wang Xianxian denied. What you said seems inaccurate. Although I feel that you have an aura that does not belong to normal people like them. It is not the same as what originally existed in the game. Or when you become an NPC in the later stage like me. I can't quite describe exactly what it feels like. Sui Jing didn't have much idea. But Wang Xianxian made herself anxious. This is a metaphor. Wang Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. You're like a cross between a gamer and a non-gamer to me. It seems inappropriate to say that you are a player. But it is almost meaningless to say that you are a non-player. Can you understand what I said? Wang Xianxian raised her head and stared at Sui Jing, trying to find a look of confusion on her face. Unfortunately, she found nothing. I understand what you mean, Sui Jing said. The reason why Wang Xianxian said this is because she had been specially modified by the system in some dungeons before. And as Yang Wanyin said before, the inspectors and staff in the game were actually transformed to some extent when they first entered the game. So if we have to go back to the source? In fact, they have long been different from normal players. It's just that they haven't completely reduced themselves to ordinary people who were forcibly transformed into non-player characters. At least they still have their own consciousness at all times. Then when you hear what I say, aren't you scared? Wang Xianxian asked a very childish question, although he didn't know what she meant by asking this question. Sui Jing still answered her, not afraid. Because for her now, she already knows a lot of information that others don't know. So it's nothing to be afraid of at all. That's right. Wang Xianxian laughed to herself. No matter what. It can't be worse than my current situation. Sui Jing's eyes circled around Wang Xianxian for several times. But in the end, he said nothing. Sui Jing said nothing. And Wang Xianxian suddenly felt that she had nothing to say. There was an indescribable atmosphere of silence between the two of them. Hey, what are you two doing here? Li Qimei heard that there was no more conversation in the room. So she thought about turning her head to take a look. Unexpectedly, the two of them just stood near the porcelain basin, as if they were in a daze. The scroll seems to have been burned out, Li Qimei said. And when Wang Xianxian didn't stop her, she was about to cross the threshold and come in. Sui Jing lowered his head and took a look into the porcelain vase. Li Qimei was right. Sure enough, the paper roll was almost burned, with only a small corner still burning. The rest melted into a green, palm-sized shard. It looks a bit like the material of jade. When the last bit was burned out, Wang Xianxian brought a glass of cold water from the kitchen. Wow! The cold water was poured on the newly burned fragments, making a sizzling sound. Sui Jing took the fragments out of the porcelain basin. The fragments that had been soaked in cold water had completely cooled down and were still a bit chilly to the bone in his hands. Sui Jing turned the fragment over and over in her hand, and her intuition told her that it was not a good thing. What kind of fragment is this? Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing carefully. The surrounding fragments are very irregular, as if they were smashed into this shape. However, the relief pattern on it is very complicated, and you can't tell the reason just from this piece. We don't know yet. Sui Jing put the fragments into his satchel. It seems that we have to collect all the pieces to know what it is. We should go back, Sui Jing said after putting the pieces away. She looked at Wang Xianxian, who was standing aside, and asked, now that you remember it, do you want to go back to the temple with us? No. Wang Xianxian didn't expect that Sui Jing could still think about her, so she shook her head gently. Now that you have obtained the fragments, my wish has been fulfilled. Wish? Li Qimei asked. What wish? It's not important. Wang Xianxian just said, you probably don't know that in the game. For players like me, waking up means real death. So, Li Qimei said hesitantly, you? That's right. Li Qimei completed what she had not said. I'm dying. This time it's true. I won't be a monster without consciousness anymore. After saying that, bursts of soft light emitted from her body. Li Qimei opened her mouth slightly, wondering if it was her own imagination. She always felt that Wang Xuanxuan's appearance seemed to have changed slightly. Her skin became fairer. Her hair wrapped in linen became a high ponytail, and her clothes changed from coarse linen to a dark blue floral skirt. This may be what she looked like when she first entered the dungeon before being assimilated into an NPC. It seems that even she herself has not seen herself like this for a long time. Goodbye. Never again. Wang Xianxian smiled and waved to them, and her voice and figure gradually disappeared into nothingness. Is she really dead? Li Qimei put down her waving arm, feeling inexplicably sad. Perhaps this is her true rebirth, Sui Jing said. A person is trapped in the same place unconsciously, day after day, year after year. Occasionally when I wake up, I see batch after batch of different people entering this place. But when they leave, they never reach the same number of people as when they first met. She will see her original self in those people. And it's the same way. Once she enters, she can never get out again. She tried leaving, but found that no matter what she did, she would still come back to this place. She may feel sad, or numb. She knew she couldn't go back. But fortunately, other players are not trapped here forever like her. At least, she didn't see it. And now, for her, death is not a new life. Sui Jing, do you know how she got trapped here? Go out first. I'll tell you as we go. Chapter 223 Asking God. Li Qimei now finally knew why Sui Jing wouldn't let her touch the food the old woman asked them to eat. Wang Xianxian back then may have become what she is now, because she ate those things without any precautions. According to Sui Jing, those meals were not for living players like them. Not only the dishes, but everything the old woman gave him was best left untouched. Because those things are simply not for ordinary players like them. Once they accept what the old woman gives or eat the food, they will become a part of the old woman's family by default. From now on, there is no escape. So that's it, Li Qimei suddenly realized. And I found that when the old woman ate the food, the muscles on her face moved very strangely. Especially her eyes. They are really no different from a puppet. Even if she eats them by herself. It's so weird. Let alone what the consequences will be if other players eat them. Yes. Sui Jing responded, actually. Her house is also a haunted house. Ah. Li Qimei was shocked. She really didn't know about this. Wang Xianxian said it. Sui Jing said calmly. As if Li Qimei's reaction had been expected by her. But there's no need to be so scared. Sui Jing didn't understand. But still comforted him. It's just a setting in the game. Why should you panic? Uh-huh. Li Qimei laughed twice. Can a boss like you really understand the mental state of mortals like us? And even though it's a game, after what happened to Wang Xianxian just now, it's impossible for you to make her not care at all. Li Qimei reacted suddenly. Is Sui Jing a little too cold? Whether it was his reaction when he heard that Wang Xianxian was a player, or when Wang Xianxian said that she was not an ordinary player. She didn't have any reaction that a normal person would have. Just indifference. Nothing more than that. In addition, she did not hear the conversation between Sui Jing and Wang Xianxian, which made her even more curious about the fact that Sui Jing was not an ordinary player. But she did not dare to ask. Well, after all, she was too cowardly. Li Qimei sighed helplessly, as if she was sighing at her own cowardice. By the way, what time is it now? She didn't blame her for asking this question suddenly. It was mainly because they hadn't left for long yet. So she felt like the sky was getting dark. 5:30. Sui Jing looked at his watch and replied. But a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, making it difficult to see clearly. Isn't it going to be dark soon? Li Qimei immediately became nervous. Then we have to walk faster. It won't be easy when it gets dark. After all, the abbot specifically told him to return to the temple before dark. They are still quite far away from the temple now. Yes. Sui Jing nodded and quickened his pace. But, Sui Jing raised his head and glanced at the sky. There was no sun today. Since it passed 12 o'clock, the sky had always been gray. If it were in the real world, it would always feel like it was going to rain. Moreover, she glanced at her watch when she left the old woman's house. It was not even 4 o'clock at that time. She didn't think it would take them an hour and a half to cover such a distance. So, is her watch broken? Or is there something wrong with the flow of time in this game? She didn't pay much attention to the time change yesterday, so she didn't notice anything was wrong. But she didn't notice that time was flowing faster this morning. Sui Jing carefully recalled when the flow of time quietly changed. She remembered that the moment she walked out of the temple, the time in the entire game had already changed. She had not realized this before, which was why she had been delayed so long at the old woman's house. Okay, the system is planning to play dirty tricks. Right? Since this situation had never happened in previous copies, Sui Jing didn't think much about it. So she stood there for 2 minutes to figure out the ratio of the time outside the temple to the normal time flow rate. It was found that the time flow outside was 4 times the normal speed. It's 5:30 now. Normally, there are still 2 hours before it gets dark at 7:30. But it's different now. The real time left for them is only half an hour. Sui Jing. What's wrong? Li Qimei stood in front and urged. Hurry up. It's too late. Sui Jing murmured softly. Sui Jing probably recalled the speed and time they went down the mountain. It took more than 30 minutes for them to walk here when they were going down the mountain. Let alone now they were still going up the mountain. No matter how fast they travel now, they can't reach the temple in 30 minutes. What did you say? Li Qimei was far away from Sui Jing. so she only saw Sui Jing's lips moving, but could not hear what she was saying. Let's go first. First of all, it is indeed a bit troublesome to explain this matter. Furthermore, even if Sui Jing told Li Qimei, it would be of no use. It would only increase the panic in Li Qimei's heart. Okay. Li Qimei saw that Sui Jing's expression was as usual, and it really didn't look like anything was wrong. However, Sui Jing's inexplicable stop just now was really puzzling, mainly because she was still staring at the watch on her wrist with a focused expression. Li Qimei was a little worried when she thought about Sui Jing's leg injuries. Could it be that the wound tear has become more serious? Is your leg injury healed? Li Qimei asked. If it's more serious, rushing like this won't do any good to the wound. Huh? Sui Jing nodded suspiciously. It's ready. If she hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten that she had been injured on her leg. That's good. After Li Qimei said that, she turned around and started walking. Sui Jing stared at Li Qimei's back, his pupils as deep as obsidian shimmering, and followed without saying a word. Never mind. She wasn't actually particularly worried about what would happen after dark. They are nothing more than ghosts and miscellaneous fish. If she wants to come, then she will kill God if she blocks God, and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks him. They brought it on themselves anyway, didn't they? Who asked them to adjust the flow of time so fast? However, Li Qimei might be a little frightened. I just hope she can hold on. As long as she doesn't hold her back, she can save her life no matter what. Almost another 25 minutes passed, and the two of them were still some distance away from the top of the mountain. Li Qimei looked up at the hillside where she couldn't even see the top and complained. Why do I feel like it's getting dark so fast today? It didn't get dark so early yesterday. Did it? Li Qimei glanced at Sui Jing in confusion. Sui Jing, what are you thinking about? Sui Jing regained consciousness, took a few steps closer to Li Qimei, and whispered, "Stop talking." She squinted her eyes, took a general look at their surroundings, and said slowly, "Go slowly on the next road. Don't look back." Suddenly a gust of cold wind blew by, and Li Qimei felt goosebumps all over her body. She turned her head to look at Sui Jing, only to find that Sui Jing had a serious face, without any smile on his face, and his eyes were scanning the surrounding dense trees lightly. Did find something? Chapter 224 Asking God. After Sui Jing finished speaking, he stepped back a little distance. She didn't intend to answer Li Qimei's question. She just nodded to her slightly, and motioned for her to continue walking forward. Don't ask too many questions, and try not to make a sound. No matter what happens, don't look back, Sui Jing told her twice. Li Qimei immediately understood the seriousness of the matter, but it all happened too suddenly. She only felt that her legs were shaking a little. To be honest, Li Qimei thought for a moment that Sui Jing was teasing her. After all, the surroundings were so quiet, and there was nothing. She didn't hear anything either. But she also knew that Sui Jing had such a temper that he had no time to joke with her. So she nodded heavily, walked resolutely, and walked up the mountain as if she was dead. Li Qimei crossed her hands and held them tightly, muttering something silently in her mouth as she walked. Taishan Taixing, constantly adapting to changes. It drives away evil spirits and traps evil spirits, protects life and body. Wisdom is clear and pure, and the mind is peaceful. The three souls are eternal, and the soul has no loss. Urgency is like a law. She had learned this spell from a book before, but she didn't know if it was useful. Li Qimei. Huh? Was someone calling her? Is it Sui Jing? But Sui Jing had just said not to look back no matter what happened, so she wouldn't suddenly call her name. Li Qimei forcefully controlled her head not to look back, but the voice showed no tendency to stop. Li Qimei rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, and continued walking forward without looking away. Li Qimei. Why on earth would someone call her name in this barren mountain? And isn't Sui Jing right behind her? What on earth was calling her? Didn't Sui Jing see it? By the way, where is Sui Jing? Alarm bells rang in Li Qimei's heart. Although sometimes Sui Jing's walking sound was indeed lighter than that of ordinary people, she could still vaguely hear some faint footsteps while walking on the mountain road. But now, she heard nothing, not to mention the footsteps. She even felt that Sui Jing had disappeared long ago. Li Qimei was so scared that she quickened her pace and was about to run. But he tripped over a green vine as thick as a thumb that suddenly appeared on the slope. All Li Qimei explained subconsciously, thinking about what Sui Jing just said. She quickly closed her mouth and swallowed the sob. The moment the vine touched Li Qimei's skin, it spread and entwined up her legs as if it suddenly came to life. His Li Qimei took a breath of air. The vines were extremely powerful. And within a short period of time, the area where Li Qimei was entangled showed signs of congestion. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head to break off the vine wrapped around her leg. But the moment her hand touched the vine suddenly pulled away and retreated into the forest as if she was frightened. Went in. She wasn't even scared yet. Li Qimei struggled to stand up. There were black and purple marks on her right leg where she had been restrained, which looked particularly shocking. Li Qimei felt that her right leg seemed to be a little out of control for the time being. She didn't know if the vine was wrapped too tightly just now, which caused the right leg to be overly congested. Now she has completely lost consciousness. Li Qimei looked to the side and found a wooden stick half as tall as a man among the weeds. She lamely jumped to the wooden stick and picked it up to use as a walking aid. But then again, it seems that since she fell, the voice calling her name has not sounded again. She supported the wooden stick and walked arduously to the top of the mountain. Although she could roughly see the wall of the temple on the top of the mountain, she still felt that it was still far away. Too far away for her to touch. I don't know where Sui Jing went. She still doesn't dare to look back. But he was a little worried about Sui Jing's safety. If even Sui Jing got stuck on the road, she couldn't imagine how she could reach the temple safely on her own. Will not. Li Qimei was doing some mental construction for herself as she walked. Sui Jing is such a smart person. She will be fine. And besides, she is so strong. After thinking about it, Li Qimei convinced herself. She adjusted her emotions and climbed steadily toward the top of the mountain with a wooden stick. Hoo ho ho. Am I that tired? Li Qimei murmured in her heart. How could she be so out of breath after not walking very far? No. She didn't gasp. Li Qimei paused, and a cold sweat dripped down the tip of her nose. No. Are you still coming? Li Qimei roared silently, and started running quickly with 1 foot lame. She firmly believed that as long as she ran fast enough, danger would not catch up with her. Hoo ho ho. But no matter how she ran, the sound of breathing lingered in her ears for a long time. Don't get involved. Li Qimei shouted silently in her heart, roaring. But she didn't dare to make a sound. The feeling of running wildly on the mountain road really cost her half her life. But the breathing sound behind her didn't know why. It kept following Li Qimei and made no move to attack her. This made Li Qimei's nerves tense, and she didn't dare to take it lightly. Ouch! A shrill and powerful cry pierced Li Qimei's eardrums, making her head buzz. Li Qimei quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Fearing that she would be ruined accidentally, she hurriedly looked up and suddenly realized that the temple was not far away. It's almost a few dozen meters away, and you should be able to get there by taking a few brisk steps. The wooden stick in her hand was still too inconvenient, and she had almost regained some feeling in her right leg. So he simply threw the stick away and tried to climb to the top of the mountain by his own strength. Why didn't I feel it was so hard when I climbed up yesterday? Now I am getting more tired as I climb up. And the harder I work, the more sad I feel. Li Qimei rolled up her sleeves, took a deep breath and prepared to fight. Come on. She cheered herself up bitterly. Li Qimei. A voice as cold jade sounded. Li Qimei's raised hand froze in midair. Is she really that unlucky? One after another. Can't you let her rest for a while first? Li Qimei? The voice shouted again, as if he didn't understand why she didn't respond. Stop shouting. Li Qimei couldn't bear it anymore. She also has a temper. So why do you keep scaring her? You. Get out of here. Li Qimei pretended to be calm and said without looking back. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life for the time being. Don't be rude. Really? The voice chuckled and said. I haven't seen you for a while, but you are really good at it. Huh? Li Qimei blinked blankly. Why does this voice, this tone, and this aura feel a little familiar? Sui Jing. Li Qimei's face fell instantly, and she wanted to throw herself into Sui Jing's arms. You're back. You didn't know. You almost scared me to death. Stop. Sui Jing stopped Li Qimei's koala behavior. She was not used to this kind of intimate behavior. What's wrong with you? Li Qimei couldn't wait to exaggerate the bad thing she had just experienced 100 times and tell Sui Jing about it with more embarrassment. But when she saw Sui Jing covered in blood, even his cold and delicate face was splattered with blood. When both hands were still holding the strange-looking body of an unknown monster, she fell silent again. Chapter 225. Asking God. What are you doing? Li Qimei asked, staring at the two monsters in Sui Jing's hands. Sui Jing followed Li Qimei's gaze and lowered his head and said, Oh, We simply solved some troubles. The corners of Li Qimei's mouth twitched, feeling that she had been insulted for no reason. Even though Sui Jing didn't mean that. You call this simply dealing with trouble, right? So, it's finished now? Li Qimei asked. Yeah, Sui Jing replied. After looking at Li Qimei's face, he joked, weren't you scared by them just now? By them? Li Qimei was surprised and pointed at the two strange things being carried by Sui Jing. Were they just hiding behind my back to scare me? Li Qimei saw that she was carrying a dryad in one hand, and its body was covered with vines. What was somewhat surprising was that there were many slashed wounds on its torso, and purplish red liquid was gushing out. This can't really be a vine that has become a spirit. It's still bleeding, Li Qimei thought, and her eyes naturally fell on the monster held by Sui Jing's other hand. This monster looks like both a bird and a fish, although its body looks like a fat carp. Its mouth still has long and thin tentacles. However, there is a pair of big wings on its back. There is not a single feather on the whole body. But in short, it looks quite pink and plump from the outside. So it probably eats well. It was at this time that he was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. And he looked embarrassed and ridiculous. Except for them. I haven't found any traces of other life forms yet. Sui Jing was non-committal. Then why did you disappear suddenly? Li Qimei asked. They took you away? How is that possible? Sui Jing smiled disdainfully. I heard something unusual in the forest, so I wanted to go in and have a look. Instead of letting dangers hide in the dark and spy on us, it is better to take the initiative and catch them all. Although Sui Jing's words were clear and logical, Li Qimei felt that she could not learn it all. Who dares to run in and challenge the NPCs in the dungeon as if seeking death? Except for her. No one could hide as far away as possible. Ha. Really? Li Qimei echoed with a smile. Then let's go now. Do you still want to bring them up? Li Qimei couldn't quite keep up with Sui Jing's brain circuit. She was walking in front and saw Sui Jing following her with no intention of putting the two NPCs down. So she asked more questions. You finally caught it. Why did you let it go? Sui Jing's eyes flashed with tiny light. Bringing them back will be useful. Sui Jing said half-jokingly, use one as firewood and use the other to stew soup. As Sui Jing spoke, he weighed the bird and fish, as if asking what it thought. Are you serious? Li Qimei's mouth froze. To be honest, is this too heavy duty? Maybe, Sui Jing said casually, which frightened the two NPCs in his hands. BBA. Hearing her say this, the birdfish monster began to flutter in her hands. A messy cry came from his throat. If you move again, I'll cut off your other wing. Sui Jing threatened with a smile. Only then did Li Qimei discover that one of Nelia's wings was broken off, like a plastic wing stuck to its body with tape. Ah, how pitiful. Li Qimei laughed unkindly. Who asked them to scare her just now? They simply deserve their current fate. Chirp. The bird and fish were so frightened that they trembled and immediately became quiet. It is trying to reduce its sense of existence as much as possible so that Sui Jing will not pay too much attention to it. You must learn to be obedient, Sui Jing said earnestly. But his voice did not fluctuate at all, otherwise it will not be easy. Birdfish was so frightened that it curled up into a ball. But it couldn't control the broken wings and could only hang them by its side. Look how scared it is by you. Li Qimei laughed again when she saw the unlucky look on Yoyu's face. It is indeed timid, Sui Jing said, as if talking about a pet just bought from the market. But the other one is much more stubborn. She was talking about the vine spirit. But it doesn't really matter, Sui Jing said. After all, I don't raise them. Their temperaments have nothing to do with me. You're right. Li Qimei nodded in approval. She shouldn't have a good face when dealing with these things. Maybe if you have a good attitude every now and then, they'll bite you on your face. Looking at it like this, I suddenly remembered that the vine that tripped me down below must have grown from it, Li Qimei said. Yes. Sui Jing understood after hearing what Li Qimei said. Is your leg injured? Sui Jing only knew that before she caught the vine spirit, one of its tentacles stretched out very long. After she cut off its other tentacles, it quickly retracted its tentacles and prepared to attack her. Unfortunately, the attack failed. You can tell by looking at its current appearance. It's okay. Li Qimei didn't bite the bullet and said she wasn't injured. With her skills, couldn't others tell whether she was injured or not? It felt a little serious at the time. But now I'm much better, Li Qimei said. Look, I can already run and jump. As she said this, she actually jumped on the spot twice. Ouch, She stretched out her legs and wailed as soon as she finished jumping. This is probably the retribution she owes. Sui Jing just looked at her indifferently and said nothing. Ha ha ha. Li Qimei scratched her head awkwardly. Actually, it still hurts a little bit. But just walking is no problem at all, she assured, patting her chest. We're here. Sui Jing's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw that Li Qimei seemed to be doing a tap dance in front of her to prove that there was nothing wrong with her legs. Okay then, Sui Jing said. Let's keep walking. We're finally here. As soon as the two of them reached the high wall of the temple, Li Qimei sat down on the stone bricks on the ground. Finally, I don't have to be frightened anymore. I want to rest for a while. Rest. Rest. Do you want some medicine on your legs? Sui Jing threw the two NPCs beside the wall and asked Li Qimei. No. No. No, Li Qimei said. The skin is not broken and there are no fractures. There is no need to apply medicine. It's just a little bruised. It will heal on its own after a while, Li Qimei said. However, the door to the backyard from the temple seems to be closed, Li Qimei said. Is it still too late? How about we turn in? Li Qimei suggested. No need. Sui Jing rejected her suggestion and said, just wake up the abbot and open the door for us. He himself said that he would always be waiting for us there. Sui Jing raised his eyes and glanced at the small wooden house located next to the big Buddha hall. But it's already so late. Li Qimei hesitated. He has probably rested. Right? Is it really appropriate to wake him up at this time? Why is it inappropriate? Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. He wants to rest before I even go in? Don't even think about it. Chapter 226 Asking God. Sui Jing always does what he says. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked steadily towards the cabin where the abbot was. Knock knock knock. Here we come. The abbot's old and hoarse voice sounded in the room. Li Qimei guessed that she might have been woken up from her sleep. The moon was dark and the wind was high. And there was no one everywhere. This situation made her complain secretly in her heart. Alas, who made him make such a promise before? And who told him that the person calling the door today had to be Sui Jing? All this is destined by God. With a creak, the wooden door of the cabin was opened from the inside. The abbot put on a coat and said to Sui Jing, You are back. Yes, Sui Jing said. Please open the door for us. Okay. The abbot agreed and took out a set of keys from his house. Sir, please come with me. Sui Jing took the two NPCs he had left by the wall and motioned to Li Qimei to stop standing there and follow them quickly. Go in. The abbot opened the door to the backyard and let them in. Don't come out again tonight. Otherwise I don't know what will happen. Thank you, abbot. Sui Jing stepped into the backyard and replied, Sorry to trouble you. Please go back and rest early. Your Majesty, your words are serious. The abbot returned a salute to Sui Jing, smiled politely. Then I'll go back first. After saying that, the abbot saw Sui Jing and Li Qimei entering. So he closed and locked the door again. Sui Jing followed the closed courtyard door with a stern look on his face. You are finally back. To Sui Jing's surprise, Gu Lilai and most of the others did not return to their houses. Instead, they lit a candle in the yard and gathered here. Sui Jing had already checked the time when he arrived at the temple and found that the flow of time had returned to normal. So now that the moon has climbed into the sky, it shouldn't be considered that early. Why haven't you rested yet? Li Qimei didn't know why they were still gathered in the courtyard at this time. Hearing her ask this, Gu Lilai's face looked a little unhappy. She looked at Sui Jing and Li Qimei and said in a deep voice, Something happened to Sister Xiang Yuan and Shi Xiangqi when they were on a mission today. How is that possible? Li Qimei said in disbelief. Is nothing wrong with Xiang Yuan? With Shi Xiangyuan's temperament, there is no guarantee that he would not sacrifice himself to protect others. What's more, judging from the look on Gu Lilai's face, I'm afraid nothing good will happen. Xiang Yuan is fine. But? Gu Lilai glanced at the meditation room behind her and continued. Shi Xiangqi has a broken leg bone and his face is disfigured. There are no modern medical equipment on the mountain now. And we can't tell how serious her leg is. Li Qimei was so surprised that she forgot to close her mouth, opening it into an exaggerated O shape. Sui Jing lowered his eyebrows and listened to Gu Lilai's explanation of the general situation. After being silent for a while, he asked, Did they encounter any trouble? It was really hard for her to imagine what had happened to cause such terrible consequences. I don't know yet. Gu Lilai shook his head. Sure, Xiangqi was injured so seriously that he hasn't woken up yet. As for Xiang Yuan, she hasn't said a word since she came back carrying Sure Xiangqi on her back. She didn't answer anything I asked her. As she said this, she motioned Sui Jing to look towards the door. As she said, Sure Xiangyuan was squatting on the threshold. The air pressure around his body was low. No matter what her two brothers said about her, she didn't react at all. As if she had lost her soul. Her two brothers can't do anything to her. And they don't pay attention to her now. I just hope that Sure Xiangqi will wake up soon. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, weren't you and Sure Xiangyuan going on the mission at the beginning? Why did it become the two of them later? She and Li Qimei were taken away by Mrs. Ma first. And indeed, they didn't see which two people were taken away by that man. This. Gu Lilai explained hesitantly. It's not that I don't want to go. It's that Sure Xiangqi insists on doing the mission with Sure Xiangyuan. Gu Lilai vividly described the scene at that time. Originally, Xiangyuan and I followed that person down. But when we were ready to set off, Sure Xiangqi suddenly told the person to let her go. The abbot has already said that since everyone else has chosen who to take with them, it cannot be changed. She refuses to listen. She even told the abbot that if she is not allowed to go, Xiangyuan and I will not want to go either. Sui Jing understood. So, she went instead of you. That's right. Gu Lilai said. The man saw that Sure Xiangqi insisted on going, and it was too noisy for her to make a lot of noise. So he took her with him. But the abbot said that there is a rule that only two people can be taken down the mountain at a time. So he left me behind. Yeah. Sui Jing didn't seem to care much about Sure Xiangqi's physical condition, and instead changed the subject. Then why are you all staying here? Except for Sure Xiangqi's two brothers. No one went in to take care of her. And no one went to sleep. What's going on with everyone sitting in the yard? We saw that Sure Xiangqi was injured so seriously, and you never came back. So we were a little worried that you might have encountered some trouble. Gu Lilai explained. But the door to the backyard was locked early, and we couldn't get out. So we had to wait in the yard. Sui Jing chuckled twice. But he couldn't tell what his emotion was. She spoke unhurriedly. It's somewhat credible that you said you were worried about us. As for him, Sui Jing raised his eyelids and glanced at Li Dun, who had been standing in the shadows silently, and said nonchalantly, probably here to see a joke. She didn't shy away from whether Li Dun heard or not. And Li Qimei even suspected that she wanted Li Dun to hear her on purpose to make him angry. He Lianhai stood next to Li Dun and pretended not to understand and laughed twice. However, Li Dun dared not speak out in anger. So he had to hold his breath and digest it silently. Who made Sui Jing really tell him what he was thinking? He did come to see a joke. And he had already thought about how he would laugh at Sui Jing if she came back with missing arms and legs. It'll be good to come back. It'll be good to come back. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Gu Lilai thought of himself as careless. You are not injured. Are you? Although most people believed in Sui Jing's strength, they still asked out of good intentions. I'm fine, Sui Jing replied. It would have been fine long ago. What about you? Gu Lilai looked at Li Qimei. Of course I'm fine. Li Qimei also laughed like her, pretending to be indifferent and smiling. Really? Gu Lilai looked at Sui Jing in disbelief. Sui Jing turned his head and looked at Li Qimei, and saw her winking to prevent Sui Jing from telling others that she was injured. There's nothing wrong with her, Sui Jing said. That's good. Gu Lilai breathed a sigh of relief. So your task is not very difficult? Gu Lilai thought so because if Sui Jing and Li Qimei both came back intact, it meant there was no big trouble. If the problem is really difficult, Li Qimei will definitely not come back intact. Not to mention Sui Jing. At least there will definitely be some skin trauma. How is that possible? Li Qimei retorted loudly. Even if she was really not injured, she would not allow others to imagine that the tasks she had experienced could be completed so easily. You do not know. Li Qimei exaggerated and publicized her experience with Sui Jing, naturally omitting the injured part, and made what Sui Jing and herself, especially Sui Jing, said to be magical. Seeing Li Dun's expression getting worse and worse, Li Qimei felt that she was in a great mood. Chapter 227 Asking God. After listening to Li Qimei's story, Gu Lilai seemed to notice something. Her eyes wandered around Sui Jing's body through the not-so-bright candlelight, and she suddenly said loudly, You are really lying to me. She pointed at the blood stains on Sui Jing's body and cheeks. He also said that he was not injured, even though he had lost so much blood. Is the injury actually very serious? Gu Lilai leaned close to Sui Jing and whispered softly, "Tell me the truth. And I will never tell anyone." She thought that Sui Jing hid his injury because he didn't want others to know that he was injured. Sui Jing was speechless and stared at the suddenly excited Gu Lilai. Dumbfounded. "This is not my blood." Gu Lilai still didn't believe it. And when she was about to say something else, Li Qimei interrupted her. "Stop talking. This really isn't Sui Jing's blood. Is your blood this color?" Li Qimei rolled her eyes at Gu Lilai as if joking. "Look over there." She pointed at the two poor NPCs that Sui Jing had casually abandoned in a dark corner again and motioned Gu Lilai to look at them. Well, it was their blood that accidentally got on Sui Jing's body. Accidentally. Is it true or false? In fact, when Sui Jing and the others came in, Gu Lilai noticed that Sui Jing seemed to be holding something in her hand. But the light in the yard was too weak, and she couldn't see clearly at all. In addition, Sui Jing threw them aside casually. So she thought they were not important, and didn't take them to heart. Unexpectedly, someone had the audacity to bring two NPCs back. What's even more outrageous is that there are still two NPCs that were beaten to a semi-disabled state. That. Gu Lilai organized his words. "Are they okay?" Li Qimei held her chin up pretending to think, and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid my life is not long." "Then why bring them back?" Gu Lilai really couldn't understand. Li Qimei carefully recalled what Sui Jing said, and said accordingly, according to someone, "Is it used to make fire? Or is it used as food?" After imitating her, she ignored the NPC brothers, who were too tired to struggle on the ground, and danced in front of the real master. She winked at Sui Jing and asked, "Yes." Sui Jing. "Yeah." Sui Jing was too lazy to say anything. So he just added one more sentence. "Whatever you do with it, just don't let it go." Of course, it would be fine if he accidentally let him go. I just don't know if he will come back to take revenge. Sui Jing threatened with a smile. "I'm not too scared. But it would be difficult if they retaliate indiscriminately." "Okay. You can figure it out," Sui Jing said, and walked towards the Zen room. "I'm going to wash up first. There's blood all over me." "Sure, Xiangyuan. Come in with me." Sui Jing called Sure Xiangyuan in before leaving. Gu Lilai looked at Sui Jing's back, and was at a loss. Yes. Now she has one less helper. So she turned to look at Li Qimei again, to seek some kind help. Unexpectedly, Li Qimei just patted her shoulder solemnly and said, "Handle with care, and don't tolerate it. I am optimistic about you." After speaking, he also made a cheering gesture to her. Although she didn't show it clearly, Jelly Lai still felt the gloating in her words and actions. Gu Lilai grinded his teeth, and suddenly felt like biting someone. She turned to look at He Lianhai, who was standing behind her before he could walk away. "What?" "Well, I'm a little sleepy. So I'm going to sleep first." "Well, come on." He Lianhai also waved to her, and walked into the meditation room without any hesitation. Now Li Dun and her were the only two people left in the yard. Gu Lilai was still a little confused in his heart whether to call Li Dun for help. After all, he had a bad relationship with Sui Jing and the others. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to ask him for help? As a result, the next time she raised her eyes, Li Dun disappeared instantly. Gu Lilai stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Okay. This is how we play. Right? She took a few deep breaths, finally prepared herself mentally, and walked to the two disabled NPCs. Aren't they just two little NPCs? Am I still powerless to do anything to you? In the Zen room, Sui Jing did not find Sure Xiangqi when she came in. She originally thought that Sure Xiangqi was placed in their meditation room. But since I haven't seen it now, there is a high probability that it is in the meditation room next door. Sit here and wait for me. I'll go change first, Sui Jing said to Sure Xiangyuan. Sure Xiangyuan still lowered his head, but nodded slightly to show that he heard. Sui Jing didn't say much when he saw this. He took out a set of clothes from his bag and walked to the bathroom next door. In less than a moment, Sui Jing had his hair and body clean. When she came out of the bathroom, she had already changed into a light yellow turtleneck sweater and a milky white knee-length coat. There was still wet moisture sliding down her soft and shiny silver hair. After washing, she did not go back to their room first, but planned to go next door to take a look at Sure Xiangqi's condition. Even though she didn't care at all whether Sure Xiangqi was dead or alive, or whether he had a broken arm or a broken leg. But out of politeness and a little bit of humanity, she decided to check it out. Come in. When Sui Jing knocked on their door, Li Dun's voice sounded inside. Why is it you? Li Dun frowned when he saw Sui Jing standing at the door. What do you want to do here? Sui Jing didn't even spare Li Dun's spare time. Nothing to do with you. Li Dun didn't want to stay in the same room as Sui Jing at all. So he turned around and walked out. Sui Jing walked to Shi Xiangqi's bed in 2 steps, lowered his eyes, and glanced at Shi Xiangqi's condition. It looked like he was probably seriously injured. But it's not serious enough to be half dead. Miss Sui. Her eldest brother Shi Xiangqian saw Sui Jing approaching, and thought she had a way to wake up Shi Xiangqi. You have a way to wake up Qiqi. Right? No. Sui Jingyan replied concisely. Then are you here to watch a joke? Shi Xiangqian's face suddenly darkened, with obvious displeasure. You're so interesting. Sui Jing asked instead without answering. Do you want your sister to get better, or do you want her to wake up immediately? Of course your sister needs a good rest if she's so seriously injured. What do you want to do by waking her up before you even heal her? Sui Jing said softly and sarcastically. Is it possible that you want to hurt her to death? Then you can try waking her up now. After saying this, Sui Jing Qingjuan's eyes and eyebrows raised a hint of disdain. Then you mean? You have a way to cure her? Shi Xiangqian quickly realized the meaning of Sui Jing's words and asked urgently. Brother, you can't believe her. After listening for a long time, Shi Xiangyu suddenly said, Brother, you have forgotten that her relationship with us is not that good. Why do you think she would really be kind enough to help us heal Qiqi? Shi Xiangyu analyzed to Shi Xiangtian. What's more, Qiqi provoked her before. She didn't look like a person who didn't hold grudges. That's true. Shi Xiangtian pondered for a moment, and then looked at Sui Jing. Miss Sui, do you have any conditions for doing this? Chapter 228 Asking God. Sui Jing did not mince words, and directly stated his purpose. Of course, I can treat Shi Xiangqi's injuries, but you have to give me something. What do you want? Before Sui Jing could tell her purpose, Shi Xiangtian took the liberty of guessing her thoughts. I know that you and Shi Xiangyuan are very close. If you can cure Qiqi, we promise not to continue to investigate why Qiqi became like this. If you are still not satisfied, we can also sever ties with her, and never let Qiqi cause trouble to her from now on. He really thought that Sui Jing came here to help Shi Xiangyuan plead for mercy. No matter what. They were once a family. And the word severing ties came out of his mouth very easily. How you treat Shi Xiangyuan is your own family matter, and has nothing to do with me. She examined the expressions of Shi Xiangtian and Shi Xiangyu, and said softly, I only have one condition. Give me the game cards you are carrying, and treat them as bargaining chips in exchange for Shi Xiangqi's survival. As soon as Sui Jing finished speaking, Shi Xiangyu interrupted, No, brother. We can't just hand over our cards like this. Shi Xiangyu stopped him. If we really give it to her, we will lose a way to save our lives in the future. There are still many games to come from now on. Shi Xiangyu glared at Sui Jing. I already told you she wouldn't be so kind. Sui Jing shrugged indifferently. It's up to you. It depends on whether you want to keep this card to save your own life, or use it in exchange for Shi Xiangqi's life, or in your hearts. Family love is actually worthless. Shi Xiangtian suddenly realized that he really couldn't see through Sui Jing. How could he be so naive at first that she came to help treat Shi Xiangqi, so that they would not embarrass Shi Xiangyuan? Now it seems that this kind of person is an absolute profit-oriented person. How could he come to negotiate terms with them for Shi Xiangyuan, whom he had only just met? She can come here definitely because they have the benefits she wants. Okay. Shi Xiangtian ignored Shi Xiangyu, who was trying to persuade him. However, I'm a little curious. How did you know we had cards on us? Sui Jing's lips raised slightly, and he did not lack the patience to explain to them at the beginning. It was just a guess. After all, Shi Xiangqi is so eye-catching in the game. If you really don't have anything that can save your life, I don't think you will really condone Shi Xiangqi being so eye-catching in the game. Sui Jing's words were very tactful, but between the lines he said that Shi Xiangqi had been seeking death all the way because he was afraid that he would live too long. But later, I accidentally heard the conversation between Shi Xiangqi and Shi Xiangyuan. In fact, last night when Shi Xiangqi and Shi Xiangyuan were talking in the yard, Sui Jing vaguely heard something that interested her. In fact, their communication was generally about how Shi Xiangqi got Shi Xiangyuan to agree to give the ointment that Li Qimei gave to Shi Xiangyuan to herself. The words were very tough, but it was in these few words that Sui Jing understood why Shi Xiangyuan did not directly resist the oppression of his family. They should have a card with pretty good skills. Although Sui Jing didn't know how they got this card, they had to rely on picking it up by themselves. But the origins of these reasons were irrelevant to Sui Jing. All she wanted was that card. although Sui Jing would not directly steal other people's cards. When the opportunity came, he must not seize it. So that's it. Shi Xiangtian smiled, as if he was helpless to his sister who had no clue. Give me the card, and I'll help you cure Shi Xiangqi, Sui Jing said. This deal shouldn't be a loss. Brother. Shi Xiangyu was still reluctant to reach such a cooperation with Sui Jing. This was obviously taking advantage of the situation. Do you really want to give it to her? Of course. Shi Xiangtian ignored the wink Shi Xiangyu gave him. Compared to the cards, of course Qiqi's life is more important. Sui Jing chuckled lightly. Shi Xiangtian only said this because his own life had not been threatened before it was really a matter of life and death. So he was willing to take out the card in exchange for Shi Xiangqi's life. At this time, what he must be thinking about is that the cards are dead and the people are alive. At least at this moment, the value of Shi Xiangqi's life is far greater than a card. I just don't know if their false and fragile family relationship can continue to be maintained when danger really comes, and they need to make a life and death decision. I agreed. Shi Xiangtian took over Sui Jing's previous words. Then please cure my sister first, and then I will give the card to you. No. Sui Jing continued under Shi Xiangtian's confused expression. You have to give me the card first. Otherwise, if you regret it when I cure the person, I will be very troubled. What are you talking about? Shi Xiangyu couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. My eldest brother has already agreed. What else do you want? If you are asked to treat me, I will treat you. I will definitely give you what I said I would give you. Sui Jing didn't want to pay attention to the yelling of a simple-minded person with strong limbs, and glanced at him displeased. You're noisy. Miss Sui. Shi Xiangtian signaled Shi Xiangyu to calm down first. You don't believe me as a person? I will definitely do what I promised. Sui Jing replied calmly, to be honest, I really don't believe it. Miss Sui. You are making things very difficult for us. Shi Xiangtian said with a good temper. You are afraid that we will regret it. But we are also afraid that you will change your mind. Tell me, if you take the card and don't care about Qiqi's life or death, then we will really be asking for help from the sky and the earth. Sui Jing raised his eyelids. His cold gaze fell on Shi Xiangtian, and his tone was cold. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Give me the things first. Sui Jing didn't accept his trick at all. If you delay any longer, your sister might die here, Sui Jing said calmly. It depends on what decision Shi Xiangtian and the others will make. Okay. Shi Xiangtian took a deep breath, not sure if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. He turned to look at Shi Xiangqi, who was lying on the bed breathing weakly, and then turned to stare at Sui Jing. In the end, he compromised because Shi Xiangqi's injury couldn't be delayed any longer. I'll get it for you now. He knew that Sui Jing really didn't care at all whether Shi Xiangqi was alive or dead. All she cared about was the game card that she had never seen before. In her opinion, no matter whether that card helped her a lot or not, Shi Xiangqi was really worthless to her anyway. In contrast, the value of the cards to her was more direct. Chapter 229 Asking God. Shi Xiangtian took out the card and handed it to Sui Jing, and then said, That's it now. Sui Jing lowered his eyes to see clearly the black card in his hand. There were 4 big words Sleeping Wind Chime written on the front of the card. There are 3 strings of purple wind chimes printed on the back of the card. There are also rough instructions printed underneath the card. Sleeping wind chimes are mainly used for mental control. After the user burns or tears the card, 3 strings of wind chimes will appear. The moment the user touches the wind chimes, the card will take effect. The controlled person can unconditionally obey the instructions of the card holder. The sleeping wind chimes can only be used 3 times. Each string of wind chimes can only be used by one person, and each use is limited to 30 minutes. After 3 times, the card is completely invalid. Sui Jing held the card between his 2 fingers, looked at it, and said, If you could give this card to Shi Xiangqi before she completes the mission, she might not be so seriously injured. What do you want to say? Shi Xiangtian asked hoarsely. Nothing. Sui Jing put the card back into his coat pocket, turned around and walked toward Shi Xiangqi. They definitely have more than one prop card, and the skill of this card alone is not enough to support their family to let Shi Xiangqi do whatever they want in the game. But she's not that greedy. As for the deal, it's best to reach a condition that is acceptable to both parties. Her eyes fell on Shi Xiangqi's injured leg, and she reached out to touch it. Sui Jing's palm pressed a few times on the fractured areas of Shi Xiangqi's calf and knee. It was found that Shi Xiangqi's calf was more serious than his knee. The knee is just dislocated and can be straightened back out, but the fibula of the lower leg was undoubtedly fractured. Sui Jing first took out a small bottle of pills from his pocket, poured out 2 pills, and fed them to Shi Xiangqi. Pour her some water. Sui Jing said to Shi Xiangtian, don't get choked to death later. After Shi Xiangtian gave Shi Xiangqi water and asked her to take the pills, Sui Jing put his hand on Shi Xiangqi's leg bone. Click. Before Shi Xiangtian and Shi Xiangyu realized what she had done, Sui Jing clapped his hands and said, I have helped her straighten the dislocated bones in her knees. As for the fracture in the calf, she thought for a while and said to the 2 of them, how about you find some steel plates to fix her? However, considering that steel plates may be difficult to find in the game, I can barely use a few thinner wooden boards. Do you want it now? Shi Xiangtian frowned. He was not worried about leaving Sui Jing alone. Who knows what such a cold woman would do if she were left here alone? Hearing him ask this, Sui Jing immediately understood what he was thinking. However, she said nonchalantly, it's up to you. You can go whenever you want. But it's best before she wakes up. Sui Jing reminded kindly. If she wakes up and is not mentally stable and moves around, it may be more serious. I understand. Shi Xiangtian responded. Then is her life in any danger now? There should be no life-threatening danger for the time being, Sui Jing said. But if she wakes up and sees her burned face, I don't know what she will think. How do you know her face was burned? Shi Xiangyu asked, looking at Sui Jing suspiciously. Isn't it? Sui Jing glanced at Shi Xiangyu contemptuously. Can't you even see this? The facial skin of burned patients usually appears dark red or gray. People with severe injuries will also have facial swelling. And there will be a large number of blisters and burn marks covering the face. Look! The skin on Shi Xiangqi's face clearly matches the characteristics of burns. Then is there any way Miss Sui can make Chi-Chi's face look better? Shi Xiangtian asked. I remember that the ointment I had before should be able to treat all trauma. But the ointment is no longer on my body now. Sui Jing thought for a few seconds and said, Then may I ask Miss Sui, where is the ointment now? If I remember correctly, the ointment should have been given to Shi Xiangyuan at the beginning, Sui Jing said. But last night, Shi Xiangqi seemed to have asked for the ointment. So if nothing else, she should carry this ointment with her, or put it in her own bag. She stretched out her hand in the direction of Shi Xiangqi. How about one of you go search for it? I'll go. Shi Xiangqian walked to Shi Xiangqi and searched her pockets, but didn't find any ointment or anything like that. No. Shi Xiangqian shook his head and said, But yes, the clothes on her body were already in tatters. If she had really brought the ointment with her, she would have dropped it long ago. Maybe it's in her backpack, Sui Jing reminded. Xiaoyu, go and look for it. Shi Xiangqian said to Shi Xiangyu. Brother, maybe she is playing tricks on us. Shi Xiangyu said reluctantly, maybe Chi-Chi didn't ask Shi Xiangyuan for any Lashizi ointment at all. Xiaoyu, Shi Xiangtian scolded. Just go find me as soon as you can. I know. Brother. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiangyu was quite afraid of Shi Xiangtian. It turns out that Shi Xiangcai is the person with absolute say in the family. Sui Jing watched Shi Xiangyu push the door open and go out. She glanced at Shi Xiangqi, who was lying motionless on the bed, and said, You can just put the ointment on her after he gets it back. This is a small thing. Right? But let's talk about it first. Even if it is cured, her face will still have some obvious differences from before. As for her legs, come back to me when you have the planks ready. In that case, I'll go back first. After Sui Jing finished speaking, he was about to open the door and go out. Then what if Xiaoyu doesn't find the medicine? Shi Xiangtian stopped Sui Jing from leaving. Sui Jing chuckled, looked sideways at Shi Xiangtian, and spoke calmly. Then don't treat me. After saying that, he left. Miss Sui, when one of her legs had already crossed the threshold, Shi Xiangtian suddenly stopped her. What else do you know? Shi Xiangtian asked curiously. Or have you calculated everything? After hearing this, Sui Jing turned around and glanced at him, then looked up with a casual and lazy expression. While Shi Xiangtian was still waiting for her answer and thinking what she would say, Sui Jing had already left. Sui Jing stood at the door of their Zen room and did not go in immediately. She planned to wait for Shi Xiangyu to come out before she went in. But now Shi Xiangyuan is still sitting in the room. The situation inside must be very interesting now. Shi Xiangyu was startled by Sui Jing, who stood silently at the door. But he didn't want to expose himself and make a fool of himself. So he frowned and glared at Sui Jing, snorting coldly. Then he walked to the next door with a stick of ointment in his hand. Sui Jing's eyes were filled with absurdity. Why does this person act like a naughty girl? He hums every sentence he says. After Shi Xiangyu entered, Sui Jing also opened the door and entered his room. Shi Xiangyuan was sitting alone in the corner, with a small kerosene lamp burning in front of him. She didn't know if it was because of what Shi Xiangyu said to her just now, but her mood seemed to be even more depressed than before. Sui Jing closed the door after entering. Her slightly cool gaze fell on Shi Xiangyuan's head, and she said softly, "Why did you put it back again?" Chapter 230 Asking God. What are you talking about? Shi Xiangyuan heard Sui Jing's voice and looked up at her, pretending not to understand what Sui Jing was talking about. Sui Jing walked to the stools around the low table, walked down, and poured himself a glass of cold water. There are only two of us here now, so there's no need to pretend anymore. Isn't it? She picked up the water glass and took a sip. She tasted a strange smell in the water. She wrinkled her nose slightly and put the glass back. I really don't know what you were talking about. Shi Xiangyuan lowered his head and refused to admit it. Didn't you put that ointment back? Do you dare to say that you have no responsibility at all for what happened to Shi Xiangqi? Sui Jing let out a chuckle from his nose. Sister Xiangyuan, I don't know what your brothers are like, but I'm not a fool. She raised her eyes and looked directly at Shi Xiangyuan, with a faint smile in her cold eyes. Some things are meaningless if overacted. Shi Xiangyuan touched his cheek with the base of his tongue, wringing his hands helplessly. After thinking for a long time, she said weakly, "How did you know it was me?" Sui Jing sighed in his heart. In addition to the fact that Shi Xiangqi's injuries are too normal, and not like those caused by the NPCs in the system. Of course your acting skills are ridiculously poor. That's not the point. Sui Jing was not in the mood to explain so much to her at the moment. Reason. Why are you doing this? Sui Jing did not think this was a long-planned revenge. Of course it might be revenge, but it might not have much to do with Shi Xiangyuan himself. If Shi Xiangqi really wanted to take revenge on her, because he had humiliated and made things difficult for her before, he wouldn't have waited until now to take action. Her sudden attack on Shi Xiangqi must have been fueled by other reasons. There's no reason. Shi Xiangyuan still didn't intend to tell Sui Jing the truth. It's just that I can't stand her anymore. She used to bully me a lot, but I really don't want to stand it this time. If you really don't like her, why did you wait until this time to strike? Sui Jing said. You said it yourself that she has been bullying you for more than a day or two. If I'm not wrong, your family must have been involved in the game for some time. Right? Then why did you insist on picking this instance to do it? I don't believe there wasn't a better time before. Shi Xiangyuan was startled as if he had been seen through. I just had a sudden whim and didn't think too much about it. That's not right. Sui Jing stretched out his index finger and waved it in front of her eyes. Although we haven't been together for long, I can still tell that you are not an impulsive, reckless man. Let me think about it. Sui Jing held his chin with one hand and tapped the knee with the other hand. It must be something Shi Xiangqi did this morning that made you decide to take revenge on her. What is it? Sui Jing stared at Shi Xiangyuan, trying to get some useful details from her face. Is it related to the missing bowl? Sui Jing asked. Shi Xiangyuan was shocked, but his face didn't show any signs of it. Just a drop of cold sweat running down her temples revealed her anxious mood at the moment. Sister Sui Jing, you remember it wrong, Shi Xiangyuan said. We don't have enough bowls. Didn't I already explain it to you this morning? The only missing bowl was broken by Shi Xiangqi last night. Really? Sui Jing put her legs down and sat up straight. Her expression did not change. But Shi Xiangyuan inexplicably felt a faint sense of oppression coming from her body. But I remember that there is obviously another plate. The one I used yesterday. And there is a sky blue pattern on the rim of the bowl, Sui Jing said in a calm tone, speaking unhurriedly. But the words he said were loud and clear. If I remember correctly, including this one, there are two plates that look very similar in general. However, there are quite obvious differences in the details of the pattern outline. In fact, you might not be able to tell it unless you look carefully. So, where's the disc? Shi Xiangyuan tightened his hands. She didn't expect Sui Jing to remember it so clearly. It was precisely because there were two similar dinner plates that she dared to lie to Sui Jing this morning that she had remembered it wrong. I just didn't expect that Sui Jing could even remember the details of the outline of the patterns on the dishes. That plate. Shi Xiangyuan raised his eyes and looked at Sui Jing. After hesitating for a moment, he said, as if he had gathered enough courage, I threw it away. When I was preparing breakfast this morning, Shi Xiangqi insisted on following. Shi Xiangyuan continued, I couldn't refuse. So I let her follow. I was just thinking about making a hot meal. And what kind of trouble could it cause? She also said she would like to help prepare breakfast. so I let her stay in the kitchen. But when I came back from washing rice, I found that Xiangqi had poisoned the bowl of vegetables. Oh! Sui Jing's eyes lit up. She was a little curious about what kind of medicine Xiangqi had taken. She probably didn't expect that I would come back so quickly, and accidentally knocked the vegetable rice to the ground. What are you doing? Xiangyuan saw the vegetables that fell on the ground were covered with a thin layer of white powdery solid. She quickly put down the rice she had washed in her hand, walked to Xiangqi, and asked sternly, "What can I do?" Xiangqi didn't expect that his behavior would be discovered, and he was still a little guilty. As a result, Xiangyuan questioned her so loudly when he arrived, which aroused her rebellious psychology. "I just wanted to give those people some medicine. Who made them treat you so well? They asked for it all." Even if the matter was exposed, Xiangqi spoke with confidence and did not feel guilty about what he had done. No remorse at all. What's the rush? I'm not going to die. It's you. Xiangqi threw the medicine bag in his palm to the ground and reached out to poke Xiangyuan's shoulder. Don't think that you can sit back and relax because someone is supporting you. You will always be part of our family. Don't think about escaping. Also, watch your mouth. Xiangqi patted Xiangyuan's cheek with his palm. Otherwise, Xiangyuan lowered his head and said nothing. His lips were bitten by her, so that there was no trace of blood. When someone gives you a little benefit, you cling to it with a shy face like a pug. It's really disgusting. After Xiangqi finished speaking, he turned around and left regardless of the broken bowl that was thrown to the ground. Xiangyuan was left alone, staring at the fragments in a daze. After a while, Xiangyuan released his clenched hands, and the palms of his hands had deep marks dug by his nails. She took a deep breath and slowly squatted down to clean up the leftovers and debris on the floor. He picked up the medicine bag and threw it out together. No wonder Xiangqi felt so guilty at that time. It turned out that he had just done something bad and was discovered. Sui Jing sneered. Xiangyuan looked at Sui Jing doubtfully and asked, "Aren't you angry? Xiangqi wants to drug you? Angry?" Sui Jing's lips curled up slightly. Let's not talk about how despicable this method is. Besides, didn't she succeed? Besides, she was punished. Wasn't she? Although it was man-made. Chapter 231 Asking God. Xiangyuan could not believe that Sui Jing would have such thoughts. She initially thought that Sister Sui Jing would be dissatisfied with her behavior, but she had long been prepared not to be understood by everyone. Sister Sui Jing and the others were so kind to her, so of course she couldn't let Xiangqi do something bad to them. Therefore, of course, she must get rid of anyone who poses a threat to their lives first and then quickly. Then you really don't blame me? Xiangyuan hesitated again and asked, "Why should I blame you?" Sui Jing was very puzzled and didn't quite understand Xiangyuan's brain circuit. Blame me for being ruthless. Blame me for being vicious. Sui Jing seemed to have heard something funny. Not to mention that you are doing this mostly for us. But even if it is for yourself, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, it was Xiangqi who made the first move. If she had not drugged the food, she might not have reached this point. Sui Jing said, "Didn't Xiangqi ask for this? But I'm a little curious. Why did you put the ointment back again?" Sui Jing really didn't understand this matter. That ointment should have been picked up by Xiangyuan after Xiangqi was injured. I still can't bear it. Xiangyuan clasped his fingers. The moment her face was destroyed, I felt a little regretful. No matter what she did to me in the past, she still had the idea of killing me. After all, she is also my sister from the same mother. I do feel a little soft-hearted, Xiangyuan said. Xiangqi cherishes her face the most. If she wakes up and finds her face looks like this, she will definitely feel that it is better to die. That's true. Sui was non-committal. But I hope you won't do such things for other people in the future. Even for us. If you do it, you can only do it for yourself. Only when people live for themselves can they live a more meaningful life. Then will you tell my brother and the others about this? Xiangyuan asked. She was a little worried. If her brother found out, he might not know what he would do to her in the future. No. Sui Jing paused and said, "Your brother doesn't seem to want your sister very much. Do you still want to follow them?" Sui Jing roughly summarized what Xiangtian said to him. He omitted the part of the conversation where he didn't care about her. "I don't want to follow them anymore," Xiangyuan said honestly, but as Xiangqi said, "I can't leave. And when Xiangqi wakes up, the eldest and second brothers will know that I did everything. And then it will be even less possible for me to leave." Is it because of that card? Sui Jing asked. Do you know that card? Shi Xiangyuan was really shocked this time. She had never told anything about their family. So why did Sui Jing seem to know everything? Of course. Sui Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. Because that card is with me now. Sleeping wind chime. This is it. Yes. Shi Xiangyuan nodded. If she just thought Sui Jing was different from others before. Now she only has admiration for Sui Jing. As for Shi Xiangqi, you don't have to worry. Sui Jing said lightly. There is no way she will tell this matter. If she wants to say it, she has to say it herself. What now? Sui Jing looked at Shi Xiangyuan and asked. What do you think? I don't want to follow them anymore. Sister Sui Jing, let me follow you. Shi Xiangyuan didn't hesitate for a moment and made his decision immediately. Okay. Sui Jing didn't hesitate. But there is a requirement for following me. What's the request? Shi Xiangyuan was a little nervous. If Sui Jing's request is too excessive, she may not be able to do it now. But she really wanted to follow Sui Jing. She was so strong and dazzling. It seems like he will never admit defeat. I might force you a little bit. Sui Jing paused slightly, and his voice became calmer. You have to learn to become stronger. Be strong enough that I won't let you go easily. I will definitely work hard. Shi Xiangyuan was full of fighting spirit. I will try my best to keep up with you, and will not be left behind easily. Well, you go to bed first. Sui Jing said with a smile. It is indeed getting late. Li Qimei and the others will also wash up and come back later. Li Qimei understands very well. When Sui Jing called Shi Xiangyuan in, he knew that she must have something to tell Shi Xiangyuan. She herself hadn't come back yet, and she didn't know where she went for a stroll. Speaking of which, why hasn't Gu Lilai come back yet? Gu Lilai, who is currently competing with the NPC brothers, what do you think? Why do you think I haven't come back yet? Okay. Shi Xiangyuan responded obediently, climbed onto the bed neatly, and covered himself with a quilt. Early the next morning, Sui Jing had just finished taking care of himself when he heard a rapid knock on the door. Sui Jing walked quickly to the door and opened it. He looked at Shi Xiangqian standing at the door with a slightly worried look on his face. What's with you? Miss Sui. I have prepared all the wooden boards. Shi Xiangqian said in a panic. Can you come with me to check on Qiqi's condition? She seems to have a fever suddenly. Sui Jing looked back at the other people in the room. Shi Xiangyuan woke up when she got up, and was sitting on the bed, as if he was not awake. The other two people were still fast asleep, because they came back late last night. Okay. Sui Jing's eyes lightly passed over Shi Xiangyuan's face. He stepped over the threshold and closed the door again. Why do you have a fever? Sui Jing asked. I don't know either. Shi Xiangqian was really anxious, and there was a little sweat on his forehead. When I got up this morning, I saw that Qiqi's clothes were soaked through. Her face was red. So I touched her forehead and realized she had a fever. I want to ask one more question. Sui Jing waited for him to finish and said, have you changed her clothes and cleaned her body, or at least cleaned her wounds? Ah? Shi Xiangqian obviously didn't expect this. What does this have to do with having a fever? Although Qiqi is his sister, there are differences between men and women after all. So he has never helped her change her clothes. Maybe it didn't matter before, Sui Jing said. But it doesn't necessarily matter now. I didn't bandage the wound on her leg. If you don't clean the area around the wound and change her clothes, all the bacteria on the dirty clothes will be infected into the wound. Who will have a fever if she doesn't have a fever? Do you need me to remind you to know this? Sui Jing was speechless. Do they not know such basic common sense? Shi Xiangqian was choked and speechless for a moment. It's true that he didn't think it through. Huh? Sui Jing sneered contemptuously, and walked towards the room where Shi Xiangqi was. Shi Xiangqi's current situation is indeed similar to what Shi Xiangqian said. His whole body was as wet as if he had just been fished out of the water, and his face was burning red. Sui Jing walked to the bed, and lifted up Shi Xiangqi's torn trouser legs to take a look. She frowned slightly, as she looked at the wound on Shi Xiangqi's leg. She was sure that the wound was inflamed and infected by bacteria. She said to Shi Xiangqian without raising her head, take out all the bandages, alcohol and other things you are wearing. After speaking, he glanced at Shi Xiangqian and Shi Xiangyu questioningly. Should I bring it? She thinks that these things should be considered must-haves for classic players. After all, no one can guarantee that he will not be injured in a game. She would not take out her own medicines, bandages, etc., for others to use. If what she saves later is something that is worthless to a pack of wolves, then all her things will be wasted. Chapter 232 Asking God. Bring it with you. Shi Xiangtian winked at Shi Xiangyu. And Shi Xiangyu quickly took his backpack over. Inside were neatly placed gauze bandages and disinfectant medical supplies such as alcohol. The preparations are quite complete. So why don't you use them yourself? Sui Jing held scissors and tweezers in both hands. But he didn't know where to start when facing Shi Xiangqi, who was lying unconscious on the bed in front of him. TSK. Sui Jing finally clicked his tongue, put the tools aside, and said to Shi Xiangtian, "You better change her clothes first, and then get a basin of water. Otherwise, treating the wound will be in vain. Deal with." "Okay." Shi Xiangtian agreed and politely invited the other two men in the room out. After a while, Shi Xiangtian brought a basin of water and put it on the table. He looked at Sui Jing, who was standing aside with his hands in his pockets, and said with a smile, "Miss Sui, you see it's not convenient for us two grown men to clean Chi-Chi. How about you?" Shi Xiangtian has said this, who still doesn't understand what he means. However, Sui Jing just raised his eyelids and glanced at her, his cold eyes not leaving any real feeling on his face. She arched her eyebrows and smiled suddenly. But the smile didn't reach his eyes, giving people an indescribable feeling. "Is your mind okay?" Sui Jing asked, with a hint of concern in his words. "Do I need to show it to you later? It's not that she can't do these trivial things for others. Let her wash their sister's body and change clothes. And she doesn't weigh whether she is worthy of it. Be careful when you talk to my elder brother." Shi Xiangyu felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that his elder brother had been lectured. Pay attention. Pay attention to what? Sui Jing didn't care. His eyes didn't even fall on Shi Xiangyu. "Only you can do anything to me? Your sister is dead, and you still care so much about the difference between men and women. Why? You are not actually related by blood?" Sui Jing's words were extremely sarcastic. She really didn't understand what was going on in this family's minds. Shi Xiangqi was not her sister Sui Jing. So why did they think they would be kind enough to help her clean and change her clothes? Does she seem easy to talk to? Shi Xiangqian was obviously choked. He himself didn't know why he said such words to Sui Jing just now. For a person like Sui Jing, who seemed to be extremely cold, it was already the limit for him to treat Shi Xiangqi just for the sake of cards. He actually expected Sui Jing to take over the cleaning work. He's really crazy. "Miss Sui. My mind suddenly went crazy. Please forgive me." Shi Xiangqian was flexible and could easily get over what he said wrongly. Fortunately, Sui Jing didn't want to argue with him and stopped saying anything when he saw what he said. After a while, Shi Xiangtian and Shi Xiangyu cleaned up Shi Xiangqi. "Miss Sui, we've got it done," Shi Xiangtian said to her in a good voice. "Please help Chi-Chi take care of her wounds." I don't know if it was because he was choked by Sui Jing just now, but Shi Xiangtian's tone of voice was more respectful than before. "Yes," Sui Jing replied without squinting, and gave Shi Xiangqi 2 pills first. Then, he took the scissors and tweezers from Shi Xiangtian. She first carefully sterilized Shi Xiangqi's wound, applied ointment, and then wrapped it twice with gauze. Finally, she placed the plank cut by Shi Xiangtian and others on Shi Xiangqi's cap to fix it, and wrapped it with a bandage. Now that the conditions are poor, we can only deal with it in this simple way. As long as Shi Xiangqi doesn't go crazy and recuperates quietly, this leg should not be ruined. After Sui Jing finished treating the wound on Shi Xiangqi's leg, he took a rough look at the wound on her face. "Did you give this medicine?" Sui Jing asked. "Yes." Shi Xiangtian nodded blankly, not understanding why Sui Jing asked such a question. "Any questions?" "No. It's just that Shi Xiangqi sweated a lot when he had a fever, and the ointment on his face was washed away by the sweat." "Wash her face," Sui Jing said. "Change her medicine again." "Okay." Shi Xiangtian took action immediately. Sui Jing watched Shi Xiangtian and Shi Xiangyu busy in silence, and the corners of his lips could not help but tremble. She could have not tried so hard to heal Shi Xiangqi. After all, she was really not a saint, and she didn't have that much kindness to show off. On the contrary, she is really very vindictive regarding Shi Xiangqi's previous behavior. Under normal circumstances, let alone saving her, not going in for a last-ditch attack could be regarded as Sui Jing's mercy. But now, Shi Xiangqi is still of some use to her. Otherwise, okay. Sui Jing cut off the excess bandage and wrapped it up. "Don't let her touch the water. Except for the fracture. Everything else should be almost healed in 2 days." The fever. Shi Xiangtian only saw Sui Jing feeding Shi Xiangqi 2 pills and did nothing else. "Can Chi-Chi's fever be cured just like this?" "Her fever has gone down," Sui Jing said. If we hurry up, she will probably wake up in a while. Unexpectedly, just after Sui Jing finished speaking, Shi Xiangyu's exclamation came from the bedside. Chi-Chi is awake. Brother. Chi-Chi is awake. Really? Shi Xiangtian quickly walked to the edge of the bed and found that Shi Xiangqi's eyelids moved. And he actually slowly opened his eyes. Chi-Chi? Shi Xiangtian called softly. Can you hear me? Chi-Chi? Guluglugu. Shi Xiangqi made a series of strange sounds weakly in his throat. But he failed to say a word that others could understand. Chi-Chi. What's wrong? Are you speechless? Seeing this, Shi Xiangtian helped Shi Xiangqi up and sat on the bedside, holding Shi Xiangqi's hand worriedly and asked. Loyula Shi Xiangqi looked angry and tried her best to say something. But things often didn't go as expected. She tried several times, but couldn't speak normally. Okay. Don't worry. Shi Xiangtian comforted. It should be that you just woke up and your throat has not recovered yet. You will be fine in a few days. After speaking, he patted Shi Xiangqi's hand and walked to Sui Jing's side. Miss Sui, do you think what's going on with Chi-Chi's throat? Why can't she speak suddenly? Maybe your sister accidentally inhaled a lot of smoke during the fire and hurt her throat. Sui Jing speculated. It's just like you said. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Goyula Shi Xiangqi heard their conversation and made an unknown grunt again. Shi Xiangqi's entire face was bandaged by Sui Jing. At this time, except for her nostrils, only her 2 eyes were exposed. She grunted and rolled her eyes vigorously, looking funny and ridiculous. Look! Your sister also agrees with me. Sui Jing glanced at Shi Xiangqi, who was half lying on the bed, and said with a smile, Gulugu. Sui Jing ignored Shi Xiangqi's grunting and said, Since your sister has woken up, let her have a good rest. I'm going out first. Oh, that's good, Shi Xiangtian said, and helped Sui Jing open the door. Miss Sui, walk slowly. That's right. Sui Jingren had already reached the door and turned back to them and said, Shi Xiangyuan will follow us from now on. But didn't Miss Sui say, don't you care about their family affairs at all? Sui Jing interrupted Shi Xiangtian's words and said quietly, I'm not discussing with you. This is a notice. Chapter 233 Asking God. It was true that she was not very interested in other people's domestic affairs. But since Shi Xiangyuan said he wanted to follow her, she couldn't keep letting her follow others and suffer injustice. Right? She felt that Shi Xiangyuan could still have a future if he was properly trained. Besides, Li Qimei and Go Lilai didn't like Shi Xiangyuan very much. Based on this, it was impossible for Shi Xiangyuan to continue to follow their family. In short, this is not just a simple household matter that can be summarized. Since they all want to sever ties with her, they shouldn't be considered a family anymore. In Sui Jing's understanding, since they are no longer a family, how they treat Shi Xiangyuan does not belong to the category of family affairs. Anyway, she now has the cards, and the people have been replaced. How about other loves? It really has nothing to do with her at all. Shi Xiangtian. Shi Xiangyu, is this other person talking about us? The moment Sui Jing stepped out of the door, he saw Shi Xiangyuan coming out of the next room. When he looked up, he saw Sui Jing. Sister Sui Jing. Shi Xiangyuan watched in disbelief as Sui Jing came out of the next room. Why did you go to their room? Sui Jing motioned for her to go to the courtyard before talking. I went to take care of Shi Xiangqi's injury, Sui Jing said calmly. How is she doing now? Shi Xiangyuan asked. Although it was Shi Xiangqi who caused her to do such a thing, she was still a little scared when she thought about it later. Even though this had already happened. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I still couldn't believe that I had almost taken Shi Xiangqi's life. She was almost. Just a little bit close. She's already awake. Sui Jing could roughly guess from Shi Xiangyuan's expression what messy things she was thinking about. Then what did she say to Big Brother and the others? Shi Xiangyuan asked. Well, unfortunately, she can't speak, Sui Jingfeng said lightly. Huh? Shi Xiangyuan didn't understand the meaning of Sui Jing's words for a moment. She went mute. Why? Shi Xiangyuan clearly remembered that when she carried Shi Xiangqi back, Shi Xiangqi's voice was still fine? Yeah. Sui Jing organized his words. The short version is that the anti-inflammatory pills I gave her yesterday had some mild side effects. Normally, those pills are very effective in reducing inflammation, but they can cause some harm to the throat, Sui Jing explained. If most people want to take this kind of medicine, they will only take one piece at a time. If more, it will put a lot of burden on the throat. However, I deliberately estimated the dosage. So the amount I gave Xianqi was just enough to make her lose her voice. But it is not permanent. And there is a possibility of recovery later. But it seems something unexpected happened. Sui Jing sighed. But I didn't feel sorry for Xianqi's loss of voice. But I felt sorry for not estimating the accurate dosage of medicine. I didn't think at the time that Xianqi might have inhaled so much smoke that her throat itself was damaged. Sister Sui Jing. Xiangyuan asked with some confusion after hearing what she said. Wouldn't Xianqi know if you did this? Huh? Sui Jing's eyes raised a gentle arc. It doesn't matter whether she knows it or not. Anyway, the purpose of me giving her medicine is just to stop her from talking nonsense. As for whether she knows the truth, Sui Jing paused and smiled suddenly. Actually, it's all the same. As long as others don't know. Xiangyuan once again realized that Sui Jing's way of thinking seemed really different from others. Most of the time she's really calm and frighteningly direct. I'm a little hungry. Sui Jing suddenly felt something strange in his stomach. Oh! Xiangyuan thought of something. There are buns made yesterday in the kitchen. I'm going to steam them right now. Buzzy? Sui Jing asked. Who made them? Sister Gulilai and brother Lianhai did it. Xiangyuan replied. When I came back, Sister Gulilai brought 2 for me. She said they had nothing to do in the backyard because they had to stay in the temple. So she went to the kitchen to find flour and vegetables, and made several drawers of steamed buns to pass the time, and can also be used as food storage. There were still a few drawers that were not steamed yesterday. It should be steaming now. It's just that she was too depressed last night. So she just ate the 2 buns hastily without even tasting the taste. When they arrived at the kitchen, they found that Lianhai and Gulilai were already steaming buns inside. Sister Lilai, brother Lianhai, Xiangyuan shouted, Why are you here? When we got up, we found no one was cooking. So we had to do it ourselves. Lianhai said, You must be hungry. The buns will be steamed soon. Are these the 2 NPCs that Sister Sui Jing brought back last night? Xiangyuan is now completely separated from that unfortunate family for her. And her temperament has become more lively. And she has the childishness that she should have at her age. She squatted down in front of the 2 NPCs and poked the vine spirit on the head. I also have dignity. The vine spirit seemed to have fallen asleep and only woke up after being poked. Huh! It opened its eyes and stared at Xiangyuan squatting in front of it, which shocked itself. The others in the kitchen felt like they had 1,000 things to say, but didn't know how to speak. It was really a great experience. It was the first time I saw an NPC that was scared by a player. Why didn't you use it as firewood? Sui Jing stretched out his foot and kicked the stunned vine spirit and asked, Is it too wet to light it? The vine spirit was so frightened when he saw Sui Jing that he didn't dare to make any move at all. Why don't you take it out to bask in the sun when the weather is nice today? No, it's not. Gulilai waved his hand with a wry smile. There's still firewood here. I thought I could keep it a little longer. That's not enough. What Gulilai said made sense. In fact, she was too timid to really use this vine spirit as firewood. No matter how much it looks like wood, it is still an NPC after all. Yeah? Yes. Gulilai nodded frantically to support his words. Sui Jing turned his head and glanced at the vine spirit, only to see the vine spirit nodding wildly, looking extremely humble, as if he had been oppressed for a long time. This shows that it is really afraid of Sui Jing to its core. If it could really understand human speech, it would have a psychological shadow whenever it heard the word Sui Jing. Okay. Sui Jing didn't force it. Anyway, there was a lot of joking in it from the beginning. Okay. This joke actually seems to be a bit of a bad taste. But it's also quite interesting. Isn't it? Okay. Lianhai opened the lid and said, The buns are done. As he spoke, he took out the 2 drawers of steamed buns in the pot with a towel and placed them on the stone table in the yard. Eat quickly. I'll call the others over, Lianhai said. Naturally, no one in the family named Sure was willing to call them. So they just let them go. But Li Qimei still hasn't gotten up at this time? There is also Li Dun, who has not done any work day by day. And now he has gone to who knows where. After Lianhai called everyone over, everyone had a rare peaceful breakfast together. Boom. 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 Chapter 234 Asking God. Why is it the sound of the bell ringing again? Li Qimei put down the remaining half of the bun and quickly stuffed it into her mouth, saying vaguely, Let's go and gather in front. As she said this, she stood up and started walking to the front yard. However, when she was halfway there, she realized that no one else was following her. "Let's go!" Li Qimei shouted repeatedly. I couldn't have heard the bell ringing so loudly. Right? Li Qimei was originally full of confidence. But now she was really made to doubt herself a little. "Come on! Come on!" He Lianhai and Gu Lilai couldn't help laughing, and followed Li Qimei's pace. Should it be said or not? This useless tacit understanding is always used in strange places. Okay. Li Qimei finally reacted completely. "Are you kidding me again?" Li Qimei pretended to be angry and walked out. "You're going the other way. You're going the wrong way." Gu Lilai shouted loudly. "You're going the wrong way. Go this way." "Oh!" Li Qimei almost walked to another stone arch door, and then turned back. Accidents are all accidents. Gu Lilai laughed twice, took Li Qimei by the hand and left. Shi Xiangyuan and Sui Jing looked at each other and followed suit. "There is something I forgot to ask you yesterday," Sui Jing said to Shi Xiangyuan. "Did you get the fragments after completing the mission?" She had been so busy in the short period of time since she came back yesterday that she almost forgot about her business. Shi Xiangyuan was reminded of something by Sui Jing. "It seems there is." Shi Xiangyuan tried his best to recall. At the end of the mission, I vaguely saw a fragment-like thing on the ground. But just as I was about to get it, Shi Xiangqi beat me to it. And most of my thoughts were not on that thing at the time. So I didn't care about it, Shi Xiangyuan said. Sui Jing did not expect that this matter would be related to Shi Xiangqi again. "Are you sure it was Shi Xiangqi who took away the fragments? Did you see what the fragment looked like?" Shi Xiangyuan nodded firmly. "Absolutely. I saw it was a green, emerald-like thing. It seems to be fragments." "Then do you know where the fragments went after what you did?" Sui Jing asked. "It should still be with Shi Xiangqi." "Right," Shi Xiangyuan replied. "I didn't see her take it out. Is that really the fragment the system wants us to find?" Sui Jing's brows moved. She had been at the scene when Shi Xiangqian and the others changed Shi Xiangqi's clothes this morning, and did not see them find anything similar to fragments from Shi Xiangqi's body. Or did they hide the fragments without permission long before she came back? But hiding the fragments won't do them any good. If they don't collect all the fragments, they still can't get out with that fragment. Most likely. Sui Jing answered Shi Xiangyuan's question. "I just don't know where Shi Xiangqi put his things." "Do you know where she put the fragments later? Didn't they touch her when you brought her back?" Shi Xiangyuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sui Jing. Only then did she realize that they had unknowingly reached the front yard. There were so many people here that it was not a good place to talk. Sui Jing winked at her, and signaled her to talk later. "Is there anyone who hasn't arrived?" the abbot asked, still standing in front of them. The situation was the same as yesterday. "And Li Dun just said 2 words. And the voices of Shi Xiangyu and others came from behind him. "We're here," Shi Xiangyu shouted. He was seen holding Shi Xiangqi, and Shi Xiangqian was running behind him in a panic towards where they were. "I'm sorry, abbot," Shi Xiangqian explained pantingly. "My sister has inconvenient legs and feet, so she came a little late." "Hey," the abbot smiled nonchalantly and said. "It's true, the donor. Since your sister's legs and feet are inconvenient so that she can live a good life, why did you bring her here?" "What the abbot means is that my sister doesn't need to come next time," Shi Xiangqian asked in disbelief. "Of course it's possible," the abbot said with a smile, "as long as the donor informs me in advance." "What's not allowed?" "That's it. Thank you, abbot, for your understanding. It's a small matter," the abbot said. "But since I'm here now, let's listen carefully to what I have to say." The abbot said to everyone, "You have completed the petitions of the 2 pilgrims yesterday very well, although the pilgrims have not yet gone up the mountain to fulfill their wishes. Seeing that you have all returned safely, I think the pilgrims are quite satisfied." "Huh," Sui Jing chuckled, dismissing what the abbot said. "Does this benefactor have any objections to what I said?" The abbot looked at Sui Jing doubtfully. "No." Sui Jing snorted from his nose. "My throat feels uncomfortable. Please continue. Then the donor should take good care of himself." The abbot continued his speech nonchalantly. "In this case, the main entrance of the Great Buddha Hall can be open to all donors as usual," the abbot said, "if the donors want to go in and take a look. But as far as I'm concerned, I just go in during the day and take a look. I don't recommend that you go in at night," the abbot said mysteriously, but did not give a reason. "It's really appetizing. Donors, do you have any questions?" the abbot asked. "If you still have any, you can come and ask me after it's over." "Okay," If there is no problem, everyone can leave on their own. The Great Buddha Hall is scheduled to open in half an hour. That is to say, can I finish the sentence in one go? I'll take Chi-Chi back first. Sure Xiangyu said, and turned around and walked towards the backyard. Although Sure Xiangqi is not too heavy, it is very tiring to hold him like this all the time. The others ignored him, and let him go. Sure Xiangqian saw that his brothers and sisters were gone, and it was hard for him to stay here anymore. Besides, he had nothing to ask the abbot, so he turned and left. Then how about we go back first, and come back in an hour? Li Qimei suggested. I think so. He Lianhai agreed. Otherwise? Li Dun had a bad temper. Stand here and wait? He said and walked away. Sui Jing. What do you think? Gu Lilai asked Sui Jing. You guys should go back first. Sui Jing said. I have something to talk to the abbot alone about something. She specially emphasized the word alone. Okay then. Gu Lilai waved to Sure Xiangyuan. Sister Xiangyuan. Let's go back first. But they haven't finished what they just said. Sure Xiangyuan looked at Sui Jing and saw that Sui Jing also nodded slightly. So she had no choice but to follow Gu Lilai and the others. After they all left, Sui Jing turned his attention to the abbot. Donor, what do you want to talk to me about alone? Abbot, that's not what you called me last night. Sui Jing raised a faint smile on his lips and said lightly, ignoring the abbot's confused expression. Then I dare to ask the donor. What did I call you last night? The abbot asked. You don't remember? Sui Jing took 2 steps forward and did not respond directly. The donor is probably making fun of me. The confusion in the abbot's eyes didn't look like he was acting. If the donor didn't say anything, I would have resigned first. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Didn't you call me sir? Sui Jing's cold voice fell lightly on the abbot's ears. It's only been a few hours. Have you really forgotten everything? Chapter 235 Asking God. The abbot froze on the spot as if he had been frightened. His pupils were obviously dilated. His voice was hoarse. And what he said was confusing. You said he called you Lord? Who is he? Sui Jing was unusually calm. The abbot's current reaction was within her expectation. But this him really surprised her. He actually called you sir? The abbot still didn't believe it and said to himself. He will never be so polite to anyone. The abbot immediately became alert. Do you have some special identity? Then you think too highly of me. Sui Jing looked calm. I'm just an ordinary person like everyone else. Impossible. The abbot denied. It is impossible for him to call an ordinary person an adult casually. Don't go that far yet. Sui Jing didn't want to hear what he was talking about, mindlessly bragging about how powerful he was. But he hesitated to say who he was. Tell me first who he is? Sui Jing asked. And why do you pretend to be you? Donor, I advise you not to ask so much. Even under Sui Jing's questioning, the abbot chose to avoid talking in the end. There are things you shouldn't know. Once we find out, I'm afraid it won't end so well. The muscles on Sui Jing's face twitched quickly and slightly. She always felt that this sentence sounded familiar. Okay. Sui Jing didn't intend to persist. Anyway, she just asked with a tentative attitude. Now at least she can know that the direction of her speculation is not wrong. The abbot who opened the door to them last night was not the same person as the abbot during the day. As for who he is pretending to be, as long as he does not threaten their lives for the time being, she can ignore it. But she was a little curious. Were they 2 people pretending to be each other? Or were they actually more like 2 personalities in one body? Let's go! Sui Jing turned around and left in a cool manner, regardless of the abbot's daze. After Sui Jing left, he didn't notice that there seemed to be strange changes in the abbot's body. Another person's voice came out of him strangely. What did you do last night that you shouldn't have done? I didn't. I just followed your instructions and opened the door for them. Just open the door. Why do you call her sir? Do you know her? I don't know you. Is there any problem? I don't even know what you are calling me. Sir. Which makes her doubt us now. If she didn't have any conclusive evidence, it's unknown whether I can still stand here properly. Don't make such a fuss. You are not a newcomer here. You need to know how to control your emotions. If you had known how to control your expression just now, you might not have been noticed. You're still being stubborn. That's right. Besides, it's not wrong for me to call you sir. Right? Can't you see that she is really different? By the way, do you think she looks like someone there? I think she looks like she came from that place in the rumors. But unfortunately, I haven't seen her with my own eyes. So I can't be sure. That place? It's unlikely. How could people from that place come to our place at this time? Who knows? Just in case. Anyway, just be careful. It's up to you to teach me. Sister Sui Jing. You are back. Xiang Yuan stood in the yard waiting for Sui Jing. Are you waiting for me here? Yes. Xiang Yuan said, we haven't finished what we just talked about. I thought it should be quite important. So I'm waiting for you here. Where are the others? Sui Jing asked. They are all resting in the house. Xiang Yuan replied, I said I would go into the main hall later. But I don't know when I can rest. Now I can rest a little longer. Everyone here is an experienced player. And they are all worried that they will encounter unusual emergencies in the main hall later. Yeah. Sui Jing took a look and closed the door tightly. Go on. What happened next? Okay. Xiang Yuan continued what he had just finished saying, although I did see Xiangqi take away the fragments with my own eyes. I didn't feel the traces of the fragments on her body when I carried her back. This means that the fragment is probably not on Xiangqi's body? Sui Jing thought silently in his mind. That fragment shouldn't be small. Right? Xiang Yuan thought for a while. Almost as big as a palm. That's strange. Sui Jing frowned slightly, seeming a little suspicious of this situation. If such a big solid object fell, it would be impossible for Xiang Yuan not to notice it. Even if her mind was not on the fragment at the time, she would not ignore it easily. But if the fragments were still with Xiangqi, where would she hide them? It seems that this question can only be known by asking Xiangqi himself. Fortunately, she had the foresight to pull Xiangqi back from H.L. Otherwise this would be really troublesome. So you rescued Xiangqi to ask her about the whereabouts of the fragments. Xiang Yuan suddenly realized that Sui Jing did not go to treat Xiangqi for no reason. In addition to wanting to get that card, she originally had a plan in mind. Yes. Sui Jing nodded slightly in approval. Otherwise, wouldn't it be pointless for me to save her? Are you going to ask her now? Xiang Yuan asked. No rush. Sui Jing smiled and shook his head. Since you didn't notice any fragments on Xiangqi's body, I guess she must have kept it in a very hidden place. Assuming the debris doesn't disappear. If you just ask her like this, she will definitely not tell the truth. But there is a question that we can't figure out now. If the fragments are really hidden by Xiangqi, what is her purpose? Or is it doing her any good? Xiang Yuan frowned and thought for a while. So the first step we should take is to find out why she did what she did. That's not right. Sui Jing's eyebrows curved into a nice, but slightly cool arc. There is nothing we must do. As long as we can achieve the final goal and get the fragments back, we can do whatever we do first. I don't understand. Xiang Yuan couldn't understand the hidden meaning of Sui Jing's words. Sui Jing had a helpless smile in his eyes. That is to say, the process is not important, as long as the result is what we want. Just like when you solve a math problem that is only one solution. No matter what your method steps are, as long as your answer is always that one, it's okay. What we want is nothing more than fragments. Of course, it is also important to understand why Xiangqi did what he did. But maybe it's not that important compared to getting the fragment. Then how do we get the fragments? We don't know where the fragments are hidden? Xiang Yuan asked. Since Xiangqi hid the fragments, they might have to work hard to find them. Sui Jing squinted his eyes to hide the unpredictable emotions in his eyes. His voice was cold and indifferent. And he said slowly, as if he had a plan in mind, then let her tell us in person. Tell me personally? Xiang Yuan's eyes circled Sui Jing's face in confusion. Is Sister Sui Jing probably coming up with some bad idea again? Okay. Let's observe 3 seconds of silence for Xiangqi first. No more. Chapter 236 Asking God. Go back to your room first. Sui Jing reached out and touched the top of Xiang Yuan's slightly messy hair, and said slowly, go and pack your things. You may not be able to come back later. Even though Xiang Yuan didn't quite understand what Sui Jing meant by not coming back at the moment. Out of her inexplicable extreme trust in Sui Jing, she still followed Sui Jing back to her room obediently. Sui Jing. You are back. Li Qimei was squatting on the ground packing her luggage when she saw Sui Jing and the others coming in. Yeah. Sui Jing responded. Sister Qimei is also packing her luggage? Xiang Yuan asked. That's right. Li Qimei said very normally. Who knows when you can come out after entering the Great Buddha Hall? She said, pretending to sigh sadly. As the saying goes, it's the last word to be prepared. Then Sister Gu. Have you packed up as well? I don't have much stuff. I sorted it out a long time ago. Gu Lilai patted the backpack placed beside him and said, when you said you just now, did you mean that you are also ready to clean up? Gu Lilai looked at Shi Xiangyuan and asked. Yes. Sister Sui Jing asked me to organize everything I need. Shi Xiangyuan answered all questions. Then he walked towards his backpack and put back some trivial items that he had taken out a few days ago. It seems that our ideas really coincide with each other. Gu Lilai joked. Isn't this all based on experience? Sui Jing was preempted by Li Qimei before he could speak. They are all lessons learned with blood. That's right. Gu Lilai did not refute Li Qimei, indicating that she also recognized Li Qimei's statement. Aren't you going to take care of it? Gu Lilai asked after seeing Sui Jing making no movement for a long time. No need. Sui Jing replied succinctly and raised his chin towards his backpack. It's been done a long time ago. Gu Lilai turned around and saw her backpack, which she had already arranged and placed at the end of the bed. Inside, you should be quick. Do you want to take a rest first? Li Qimei stood up and asked. You may not be able to sleep later. Right? If you really want to. Sui Jing glanced at his watch. It was almost half an hour before the hall opened. Forget it. Li Qimei waved her hand. It feels so uncomfortable to be woken up after just a short amount of sleep. I'd better sit here and wait. After saying that, she moved a small bench to one side and sat down. Do you think they will take Shi Xiangqi with them? Can't she walk on her own? Li Qimei asked in a low voice. Maybe. Gu Lilai said after thinking, if we don't bring her in, she won't be able to take care of herself outside. If she encounters something, she might die. Isn't this a burden for myself? Li Qimei pursed her lips, expressing her incomprehension. Not to mention it might be dangerous inside. It's impossible to just leave her here. After all, she's still my sister. After Gu Lilai finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Shi Xiangyuan was still here. They are both sisters. They will indeed not give up Shi Xiangqi, but they will definitely abandon Shi Xiangyuan easily. Thinking of this, Gu Lilai couldn't help but glare at Li Qimei, who asked her to bring up this topic. Li Qimei also thought of this, stuck out her tongue and made a face to get rid of this problem. Do you think we can bring a few more buns in? I don't know what Li Qimei is thinking. If I can't decide later, I will have to eat biscuits. How uncomfortable my mouth will be. I'll spare you the trouble. Gu Lilai rolled his eyes. I know how to eat all day long. Food is the most important thing for the people. Do you understand? Li Qimei responded unceremoniously. How about we go over there first? Sui Jing looked at Shi Xiangyuan, who had also packed up, and interrupted the childish conversation between the two. Okay. The three of them looked at each other and responded in unison. However, when they arrived at the front yard, the other men were already standing there waiting. It seems that the donors are very active. The abbot walked out of the cabin with a smile. In this case, I really can't spoil your interest. What does the abbot mean by this? Li Qimei asked boldly. Why did it ruin our interest? Of course, I plan to fulfill your wishes and open this door in advance. The abbot responded with his palm pointing at the red iron door of the main hall. Then do you want us to praise you for your understanding? Sui Jing's words are always so unexpected. That's unnecessary. Perhaps Sui Jing was thinking too much. She always felt that the abbot's attitude towards her had changed slightly. Donors, please don't make fun of me. He didn't seem to want to talk to her anymore. Why? Sui Jing shrugged and said nothing more. By the way, this benefactor. The abbot suddenly walked to and stood in front of Shi Xiangtian. Were you three a little late when we gathered just now? The abbot's tone seemed to confirm his words to him. Yes. Shi Xiangtian felt suddenly uneasy. But you said it's no big deal. And you also said that my sister doesn't have to be present. Is there any change in the rules now? Oh. No. No. The abbot gave a comforting smile, and his eyes rested on Shi Xiangqi, who was being held for a few seconds as if he didn't care. It's not as serious as the donor said. But then again, although I don't care much about this little thing. But after all, someone is watching. The abbot said in a pretentious manner. So I suggest you take these 3 sticks of incense and burn them in the incense altar when you go in later. They will forgive you for your mistakes. The abbot said, and took out 3 long sticks of incense from his sleeves. A foot of burning incense was handed to Shi Xiangtian's hand, and warned, but one thing needs to be remembered. You must watch them all be ignited. Otherwise they will be useless. Thank you, abbot. Shi Xiangtian bowed and thanked him. Although he didn't know what the abbot meant, he was still prepared to do it. I'll definitely watch them get lit. That's good. The abbot smiled kindly. But Sui Jing was keenly aware that there was something unknown hidden under this kind face. Then I will go and open the palace door for you. The abbot took out another golden key and stepped up the steps in front of him. then stopped at the door. He inserted the key into the keyhole, only to hear a dull click, and he took the entire door lock off. He pushed open the main hall door with force, and said in a deep voice to everyone, "Dear donors, please." Everyone took a deep breath outside the door, and then looked inside with their eyes. But they always felt that they couldn't see clearly, as if their eyes were covered with a layer of gray gauze. Sui Jing just squinted his eyes, and observed the furnishings in the hall, before he realized that something seemed wrong inside. And a strange feeling suddenly came to his heart. She hung her backpack on one shoulder, holding the shoulder strap with her left hand, and holding the handle of the long knife at her waist with her other hand. She was standing at the front, taking the lead to walk towards the main hall before everyone came over. Chapter 237, Asking God. Bang! The moment everyone entered the hall, the door behind them was closed with a bang. Sui Jing caught a glimpse of the secretive expression on the abbot's face through the crack of the door that was gradually closing. TSK. He must have been tricked again. Why did this door close so quickly? Li Qimei complained. Can't wait? Although this situation was expected by them, the door was closed too aggressively. Isn't that a little rude? Brother, where should we light these 3 sticks of incense? Shi Xiangyu shouted. Isn't there an incense altar in the middle? Haven't you seen this? Li Qimei pointed at the incense altar behind the statue facing the door and said, You can see it by walking around this statue. Li Qimei stood very close to the edge, so she could see the incense altar that was almost completely blocked in front at a glance. Everyone else was standing right in front of the statue, so it was normal for them not to see it. The altar of incense was large and rectangular, regardless of the width, except for the statues surrounding the main hall. The length of the incense altar almost spans the entire main hall, leaving only 2 aisles on the left and right that can accommodate 2 people side by side. Brother, can you light the incense quickly? Shi Xiangyu urged. Okay. Shi Xiangtian agreed and walked towards the incense altar. Sui Jing's cold voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't light these 3 sticks of incense. Sui Jing finally knew why she felt strange when she looked in from the outside, and where that strange feeling came from. When I was outside the temple, I couldn't see clearly what was inside. It was as if my eyes were covered with a layer of something else, and it was so foggy that I couldn't see the reality clearly. Only now did she see clearly that every statue in the hall, whether it was the Buddha or other gods, could not see their faces clearly. In Sui Jing's eyes, their faces were like half-finished statues that had not yet been carved, and only some vague outlines of their facial features could be traced. But even so, from the moment she stepped into the hall, she felt multiple eyes locked on her. This feeling made her quite uncomfortable, but she couldn't completely ignore them. But the strange thing is that the bodies, and even the hair of these statues are carved very finely and lifelike. Even each unfinished face placed on these statues looks extremely scary and bizarre. It gives people a feeling of panic but indescribable. Why? Shi Xiangyu frowned. With the previous conflict, it was obvious that he dismissed Sui Jing's words. The abbot has given special instructions. But you still want to stop us? Are you trying to kill us? Yes, Miss Sui. There must be a reason why you don't let us light incense. Shi Xiangqian was not so impulsive, but he also needed a reasonable explanation. Why don't you let us light incense? Sui Jing rolled his eyes slightly, and for a moment, he didn't know how to explain to them. I don't know how to tell you more appropriately, but I am sure that if you really light this incense, there will be no good results. Seeing Shi Xiangqian's hesitant expression, she added nonchalantly, Believe it or not, in the final analysis, the decision is in your own hands. She has already done what she needs to do, and she has done her best. Besides, their life and death had nothing to do with her. She only reminded them because they were all human players. But what could they do if they didn't want to believe her? She can't save everyone. Shi Xiangqian is very conflicted now, although Sui Jing is not a warm-hearted person from his previous experience. On the contrary, he thought she was extremely cold. But she said this. Does it mean there is something wrong with these fragrant fruits? After all, she had no reason to lie to them. Unlike Shi Xiangyu, he felt that Sui Jing was playing tricks on him. Although she is not warm to people, she doesn't seem like someone who would kill others at will. Brother, don't believe her. When Shi Xiangqian was wavering, Shi Xiangyu said again, How could she be so kind? You can tell by looking at her dead face that she is super untrustworthy. After all, Shi Xiangyu was still a little prejudiced against Sui Jing. Sui Jing with a dead face. 6. But Shi Xiangqian was still hesitating. He thought that what Shi Xiangyu said made sense. But after all, Sui Jing really had no reason to lie to them. It couldn't really be for fun. Just as he was swaying unsteadily, Shi Xiangqi and Shi Xiangyu's arms suddenly made an unclear voice. Chi-Chi, what do you want to say? Shi Xiangtian lowered his head and asked. Don't believe her. Shi Xiangqi's face was covered with bandages, so no one could see the expression on her face at this moment. No one could understand what she was saying. Sui Jing could probably guess what she was talking about, but he raised his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. Woo-woo. Go and light some incense. Shi Xiangqi was really excited, and his eyes kept turning towards the incense altar. Are you telling me to light incense? Shi Xiangtian asked. Yes. Shi Xiangqi nodded his chin with difficulty. Brother. Look. Chi-Chi asked her to light incense. It means that woman is really untrustworthy. Shi Xiangyu added fuel to the fire in front of Sui Jing. Maybe she's planning something bad. But Miss Sui. Don't believe her. Hurry up. Okay. Shi Xiangtian believed Shi Xiangqi's words more than Sui Jing. Whenever he thought about why Shi Xiangqi was so anxious, he would not light the 3 sticks of incense. Sui Jing watched Shi Xiangtian walking towards the incense altar at the back holding the 3 incense sticks. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and sighed silently. That's all. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Just let them go as they please. Sui Jing. Why did you stop them? Li Qimei approached Sui Jing and asked in a low voice. She didn't quite understand why Sui Jing suddenly said this. At this moment, Li Qimei asked Sui Jing to understand. It seemed that except for herself, no one else realized where the strangeness in the hall came from. Do you feel that something is wrong in this palace? Sui Jing asked cryptically. She was not yet sure whether others could really not see the unfinished parts of these statues. Actually, I feel that the atmosphere in this hall seems a bit weird. But I really don't see anything weird, Li Qimei replied. They could feel the gloomy atmosphere of this hall before they entered. But after entering, they didn't find anything unusual. Sui Jing could now conclude that only she could see the differences in these statues. But she wasn't ready to tell them right now, because they can't see it. Even if she tells them the truth, they still can't change anything. It is better to take one step and see one step at a time. Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing and suddenly noticed something. She stared at Sui Jing and asked, Do you already know something? No. Sui Jing shook his head slightly and replied honestly, For now, I don't know anything. She lowered her voice as she spoke, but there is one thing we must always keep in mind. What? Li Qimei asked. We could actually die in here. So, you have to be vigilant at all times. Chapter 238 Asking God. Li Qimei's pupils narrowed suddenly. If Sui Jing said this, wouldn't it mean that the risks hidden here were more serious than she expected? She didn't think Sui Jing would say such words for no reason at this time to intimidate her. There must be something difficult for Sui Jing in this hall. There's no need to panic. Seeing Li Qimei's slightly frightened expression, Sui Jing slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and then said, Let's go. What? Li Qimei asked. Call Gu Lilai and the others and join in the fun first. Sui Jing half turned his face to look at her, and said with unclear meaning, Join in the fun? Li Qimei didn't quite understand what was going on in Sui Jing's mind. There doesn't seem to be any excitement here. We'll see. Sui Jing maintained a sense of mystery, like a naughty child who found a secret base and was eager to share it with his friends. Li Qimei called Gu Lilai and others who were standing aside, and followed Shi Xiangtian and others around to the incense altar. Sui Jing suppressed the coldness in his eyes. She could feel that with every step she took. The eyes staring at her moved and stayed firmly on her body. There was enough light in the hall, and red incense candles, as thick as forearms, were lit on the surrounding walls. There are also slender candles lit in front of each Buddha statue. The whole hall was illuminated brightly. Several people came to the back of the statue and saw Shi Xiangtian lighting 3 sticks of incense in his hand with a lighter, and wisps of green smoke floated from the bamboo incense in his hand. But something strange happened. The bamboo incense burning well in his hand suddenly went out the moment he inserted it into the incense altar. Shi Xiangtian stared at the sudden stop of the burning incense in surprise, feeling a little at a loss. Why did the incense go out? At this moment, everyone noticed something was wrong. Even Li Dun, who was always irritable, stood quietly and observed without saying anything more. This kind of situation in the game is definitely not a good omen. If nothing happens later, I will be sorry for the weird atmosphere now. But Shi Xiangyu was still like a brainless idiot who couldn't see anything unusual. Then just click it again. Shi Xiangyu hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, but still kept the abbot's instructions firmly in mind. Just light it inside. Doesn't it mean you have to light the incense before it's finished? But Shi Xiangqian had already vaguely noticed that something was wrong. Thinking of Sui Jing's previous reminder, his subconscious told him that it would be better to ignore these 3 sticks of incense. Brother? Shi Xiangyu called Shi Xiangqian in confusion. What are you thinking about? Ah. It's nothing. Shi Xiangqian dragged back his thoughts. I just think there's something wrong with this fragrance. What's the problem? Shi Xiangyuan didn't care. You're thinking too much. Hurry up. Shi Xiangqian, who was urged by Shi Xiangyu one after another, had no choice but to move the lighter flame to the port of Zhu Lixiang. However, less than 10 seconds after the incense was lit, it went out again. How about forget it? Shi Xiangqian's uneasiness became more and more serious. He did not intend to continue lighting these 3 sticks of incense. Brother, are you afraid? Shi Xiangyu asked. Xiaoyu, don't you think this phenomenon is strange? Shi Xiangqian said, these 3 incense sticks themselves have not been affected by moisture. And there is no wind in the hall. So how can they not be lit? Does this mean there must be something weird in it? Shi Xiangyu said nonchalantly, brother, you just think too much. Maybe this is especially set up. Maybe the abbot will trick us again. Xiaoyu, you? Shi Xiangqian hesitated, because Shi Xiangyu's stubbornness really couldn't be persuaded. Shi Xiangqi began to howl again. Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you? Shi Xiangqian had a headache. These younger brothers and sisters were not a worry-free thing all day long. Shi Xiangqi was still speechless, and didn't know what he was howling for. Alas! Shi Xiangyu put Shi Xiangqi into Shi Xiangqian's arms, and snatched the lighter from his hand. Hold Chi-Chi well, and I'll give you some. Xiaoyu, why don't you forget it? Shi Xiangqian advised again. Brother, there's no need to worry. Shi Xiangyu hesitated. And you see? Chi-Chi also asked us to light the incense. Chi-Chi must have her reasons for asking us to do this. Sui Jing and the others stood silently at the back. Of course Shi Xiangqi had her reasons for doing this. But this reason... I'm afraid it's quite interesting. As he spoke, Shi Xiangyu lit the bamboo incense inserted in the incense altar again. This time he waited for about a minute. And the burning incense finally stopped going out. Look! Isn't this lit? Shi Xiangyu was still feeling proud. Just try a few more times. Sui Jing really didn't know how he survived to this point with his IQ. Call. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by, and all the candles in the hall were blown out in an instant. Naturally, the 3 incense sticks that were lit just now were also extinguished. Sui Jing squinted her eyes to avoid the evil wind. She had probably guessed what was going to happen next. She put her hand on the hilt of the knife and vigilantly inspected the situation around the hall. Hey! Why is the wind blowing? Shi Xiangyu's voice was particularly abrupt in the darkness. The doors of this hall were all closed, and there were no windows on the walls. Logically speaking, it was impossible for wind to blow in inside. But now the wind is blowing inside, which proves that the wind is definitely not blowing naturally. Sui Jing could barely see the scene in front of her clearly in such darkness. So she struggled to open her eyes despite the cold wind, and saw Shi Xiangyu standing around the incense altar with a bewildered expression. But there seemed to be something else surrounding his body. Back off, Sui Jing said in a deep voice, stretched out his hand to block Shi Xiangyuan and the others, and slowly retreated towards the door. She could clearly feel that the gaze that had been stuck on her suddenly turned away, but did not disappear. It's just that the sight seems to have moved to other places. TSK. Sui Jing smacked his lips. The gust of wind was really too strong. Go away! Ah! The sharp scream almost pierced the eardrums of everyone present. I'm going! Li Dun was startled and couldn't help but curse. Even if Li Qimei pretended to be calm, she was startled by the voice. She grabbed the arm that Sui Jing raised. What happened? Gu Lilai asked. Shi Xiangyuan stepped back against Gu Lilai. When he heard her ask, he replied, there is a high probability that someone died. Who is the one? I don't know. The man yelled so loudly that he couldn't tell the difference just by the tone of his voice. What's more, not everyone has Sui Jing's good eyesight, which can see things in the dark. What's more, the darkness inside is different from the darkness of normal light. It's as sticky as the ink in the belly of an octopus. But the sound seemed a bit far away from them. And it didn't come from behind them. Could it be? Let go. Sui Jing moved the arm he was holding and said, What did you say? Li Qimei couldn't believe that Sui Jing was really so ruthless. Sui Jing repeated it as she wished. Let go. But she explained a little thoughtfully. You hold me. I won't be able to draw the sword later. Li Qimei put down her hands calmly again. Sorry. Xiao Yu? Shi Xiangtian's voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, with a trembling sound of fear. Xiao Yu? Li Qimei hid behind Sui Jing and asked in a low voice, looking at it like this. Is it true that Shi Xiangyu is dead? Sui Jing paused and whispered back in a rather predictable tone. Most likely. A sigh that looked like regret flashed across her eyes. Look. If you don't listen to good people, you will suffer the consequences in front of you. She had warned her before. Right? Ah. Those sticky eyes are back again. Chapter 239 Asking God. Stab. The cold wind in the hall gradually stopped, and the candles all over the wall that had just been extinguished by the wind began to light up again. Xiao Yu? Before Sui Jing's eyes could adjust to the sudden light, Shi Xiangtian's heartbreaking cry suddenly rang out in the hall. Xiao Yu. Just from the sound, you can tell how desperate and painful he is at this moment, because everyone else was blocked by Sui Jing at first. Therefore, except for Sui Jing, no one could see Shi Xiangyu's miserable condition immediately. There was only a white skeleton left where he originally stood, with all skin, flesh, and hair gone. Even so, there was never a trace of blood around. The skeleton still maintains the posture of two arm bones tightly clamping the neck, and it can be inferred how much pain he experienced in the moment before death. Looking at this posture, could it be that he is being controlled by something? Xiao Yu? Shi Xiangtian wanted to put down Shi Xiangqi in his arms and touch Shi Xiangyu's remaining skeleton, but Shi Xiangqi held him back. Chi-Chi, your second brother. Shi Xiangtian didn't notice anything unusual about Shi Xiangqi, and just thought she was frightened. The unsaid words were stuck in my throat, making it difficult to express. No one knows what happened in this short period of time to cause such a tragic situation. Li Dun came out from behind Sui Jing and faced Shi Xiangyu's miserable situation. He could no longer hold back his negative emotions and beat the red door with all his strength, trying to escape from this lish place. Let me out. I don't want to stay here anymore. Hey! Is anyone there? But everyone knows that in the current situation, there is no possibility of escaping. Unless the game is over. Sui Jing's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a light tsk as he felt a headache. It's too noisy and a bit disturbing. If you yell again, I'm afraid you will die faster. Sui Jing did not specify anyone when she said this, but everyone knew that she was talking to Li Dun. No matter how agitated she was, her tone was always calm. Li Dun paused as he knocked on the door, and within a moment, he actually closed his mouth quietly and obediently. Although he doesn't like or even hates Sui Jing, but after the past few days, he didn't question Sui Jing's ability, and he was still willing to believe her words. He clearly saw that the last person who didn't believe her words had turned into a white skeleton and stood there. Seeing that he had become quiet, Sui Jing couldn't help but move his eyebrows slightly to express surprise. She originally thought he wouldn't listen to her. This was really boring, and she was much less courageous than she thought. I still think about how arrogant I was before, but now I feel extremely depressed. Sui Jing ignored him and walked straight to the skeleton. She raised her hand and tried to touch it. After all, to her eyes, the color of the skeleton seemed a little abnormal. Most of the skeletons that can be seen are more ivory white, but the one in front of her seems to have some faint traces of yellowing. It's not like the color the skeleton of a recently deceased person should be. Huh? Sui Jing chuckled lowly, because the moment her fingertips touched the skeleton, it was instantly crushed into dust and turned into a puddle of white powder piled on the ground. Even though Sui Jing knew clearly that he didn't use any force. Miss Sui, what are you doing? Shi Xiangtian was startled and asked, even though Sui Jing knew that she had done nothing. In the eyes of outsiders, just because she touched the skeleton was reduced to ashes. Nothing. Sui Jing calmly put down his raised arm. A meaningful look flashed in his eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, Sui Jing was stunned for a few seconds. But in these few seconds, her brain was running rapidly. Suddenly, her slightly vacant gaze drifted to Shi Xiangqi, who was being held by Shi Xiangtian. Duh. Shi Xiangqi watched Sui Jing walking towards her step by step, but didn't know what she wanted to do. Is that you? Sui Jing stopped about half a meter away from her and asked a puzzling question. Miss Sui, what are you asking? Shi Xiangtian asked. Sui Jing glanced at him up and down lightly, but did not answer him. Instead, he continued talking to Shi Xiangqi. Stop pretending. It's so tiring. I just saw it all. There was a hint of contempt in his tone. Shi Xiangqi's exposed eyes made a pitiful look and shrank into Shi Xiangtian's arms. This look was quite like a dog that had been forced into a corner by a vicious big bad wolf with no way to escape. White Rabbit. Maybe some people would be deceived by her harmless appearance. But unfortunately, the person standing in front of her was Sui Jing. MS. Sui, have you made a mistake? Why are you talking to my sister like this? Shi Xiangqian saw his sister's pitiful expression and was slightly angry. Defending Shi Xiangqi. Your sister? Sui Jing raised the corners of her lips sarcastically, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows revealed a sarcastic arc. How dare you say she is your sister? Are you out of your mind? Your own sister can't even recognize her? Maybe no one noticed that Shi Xiangqi's face and Shi Xiangtian's arms actually stiffened for a moment. When did she find out? Even though Sui Jing exposed his disguise on the spot, the fake Shi Xiangqi still felt that he still had a glimmer of hope. As long as everyone else is deceived, it will be useless even if Sui Jing suspects her. No matter how she said it. There was only one person. Right? She trembled and buried her whole face in Shi Xiangtian's arms and sobbed softly. Sui Jing's eyelashes trembled. A little surprised. My throat was mute from the medicine, but I was still able to cry. Should I say she is quite capable? That's right. After all, he is not an ordinary person. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. No one dares to bully you. Don't be afraid. Shi Xiangtian lowered his head and comforted Shi Xiangqi softly. Well, Shi Xiangqi responded weakly. Seeing this, Shi Xiangtian raised his head and glared at Sui Jing. Sui Jing, don't bully others too much. Shi Xiangtian tore off his usually gentle mask and said angrily, She is my Qiqi. Now that Xiuyu is gone, now you want to snatch Qiqi away too, go? In fact, it was not that he had never thought that Shi Xiangqi in his arms was fake. He had already had doubts when he heard Sui Jing's questions, or even earlier. Shi Xiangqi, who woke up again, was indeed disguised very well. Outsiders like Sui Jing had never seen Shi Xiangqi, so they would definitely not be able to tell it at the moment. But after all, he is her brother and her closest relative who has lived with her for decades. So how could he not be able to tell the difference between his own sister's words and deeds? Did he really not realize it? No. He already knew that. But he didn't want to. Didn't dare. Couldn't believe that this Shi Xiangqi was not his real sister. Before Shi Xiangyu died, he did not dare to recognize this fact. Now that Shi Xiangyu was dead, he was even more unwilling to admit the truth about Shi Xiangqi's death. He could no longer afford to lose another relative. Shi Xiangtian held Shi Xiangqi sluggishly, as if his soul had been taken away. He just wants Qiqi to come back. You can't take away my Qiqi anymore. You can't take it away. Now that the lie was exposed ruthlessly, Shi Xiangtian went crazy. He hugged Shi Xiangqi tightly and kept murmuring, No. You can't take Qiqi away. Qiqi. My Qiqi. There is no Xiaoyu anymore. We can't live without Qiqi anymore. No matter what Shi Xiangqi's temperament is, she is still his Shi Xiangtian's sister. Shi Xiangtian looked crazy and said, She is my sister. My relative. Don't you have any relatives? What if? Before Shi Xiangtian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sui Jing raising his hand. I'm sorry. I don't want to understand what you say. And I can't empathize with you. The Sui family really doesn't have a family member like Shi Xiangqi. At this time, Li Qimei also walked up to Sui Jing and said suspiciously, Sui Jing, you can't really be mistaken. Who else could this be if it weren't Shi Xiangqi? Besides, Shi Xiangtian wouldn't admit his sister by mistake. Although she doesn't have a good impression of this family, no one in a place like this knows her family better than her own family. And what could he do if he pretended to be Shi Xiangqi? She still looks disabled. At this time, Shi Xiangqi, who had his face buried to the side, raised the corners of his mouth happily where no one could see it. Very good. Let's keep making trouble like this. Chapter 240 Asking God. Humph. Sui Jing snorted coldly, not intending to target anyone. She waved her hand to Li Qimei, indicating that she should stop caring. You have all been deceived by her. She didn't want to elaborate. It was really not her style to be so long-winded. However, if it is not explained clearly, it seems to cause more trouble. Are you very proud? Sui Jing said coldly, facing the fake Shi Xiangqi. Immediately afterwards, her eyes suddenly froze, and taking advantage of Shi Xiangtian's hands being restricted and unable to respond immediately, she slashed at Shi Xiangtian with a lightning-fast speed towards Shi Xiangtian, who was acting like crazy. Poor Shi Xiangtian fainted when his vision went dark before he could make any unnecessary reaction. With a pop, Shi Xiangqi was also thrown to the ground. After being thrown down, Shi Xiangqi didn't care that her legs were still unable to stand up. So she half knelt on the ground in a panic and tried to escape immediately. Ah! Sui Jing grabbed her by the back of her collar, preventing her from moving even half a step away. The fake Shi Xiangqi's neck tightened. Sui Jing's collar was really too tight. She wouldn't be out of breath and suffocating herself to death. It's just that this gesture is really uncomfortable. Still want to run? Sui Jing looked down at her condescendingly. Do you really think that was someone protecting you? You can sit back and relax and be safe? As long as Sui Jing, want to catch someone, I will catch it no matter what method I use. Looking at Shi Xiangqi's panicked expression, Sui Jing continued to mock. If you were a little smarter and didn't do it when there are so many people, maybe your identity wouldn't be exposed so quickly. But I'm a little curious. How did you disguise yourself as the owner of this body? Sui Jing asked. Uh-huh. Fake Shi Xiangqi murmured in a pitifully small voice. Speak louder. I know your voice isn't broken. Come closer and I'll tell you. Shi Xiangqi said to Sui Jing in a hoarse voice. Sui Jing didn't make any immediate move. Her cold gaze stayed on the prostrate back of the impostor for a few seconds before twisting her collar and turning her around. She squatted down and put her head to the impostor's mouth. There was a dark light in her eyes that others couldn't see. But she said, you can talk now. Go to H.L. A dagger suddenly appeared in the counterfeit's hand, and the direction seemed to be aimed directly at Sui Jing's face. In addition, she actually took out a palm-sized glass mirror to reflect the light and interfere with the sight of Sui Jing and others around her. The moment the light entered his eyes, Sui Jing closed his eyes uncontrollably. TSK. My eyes hurt. Li Qimei and Shi Xiangyuan both stood behind the impostor, naturally avoiding the light attack of the mirror. However, even though they witnessed such a dangerous scene, they still had no time to react and stop when the dagger stabbed Sui Jing. Although probably no one knew where the dagger and mirror in her hand came from, Sui Jing had been prepared for it, and knew that she would definitely hold back a lot of bad things. Clang! The moment the dagger hit the ground, there was a crisp and heartbreaking sound of fracture. It hurts. It hurts. I saw that the hand holding the dagger of the counterfeit was being held firmly in Sui Jing's hand. Just by hearing the sound, it must have been broken. She's quite capable. Sui Jing lowered his eyes and glanced at the wrist in his hand. My eyesight is pretty good. Have you noticed that my eyes are not very good? Perhaps her subtle reaction at the moment, when the light suddenly turned on after being turned off, was seen by the impostor. I still have the most basic observation skills, but I can't see people accurately. But it's a pity. What you don't know is that I just have something wrong with my eyes, Sui Jing said. But correspondingly, her perception and reaction speed of danger are particularly keen. It seems you don't want to say it, Sui Jing said with a half smile. That's fine. Just don't say it if you don't want to say it. After Sui Jing finished speaking, he didn't intend to listen to her excuses anymore. The palm of his hand got stuck on the impostor's neck, and he broke her neck cleanly. The counterfeit fell limply to the ground after a soft crack of bones, unable to move anymore. Dying was much easier than imagined. Sui Jing ignored the reactions of others and retracted his hand calmly. She calmly didn't even move the corners of her mouth. Sui Jing. Li Qimei was shocked to see Sui Jing's actions, and her voice was blocked in her throat. It turns out that she can really take a life with a look of indifference. Even though Shi Xiangqi is an imposter now, she still wears such a human skin. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to do this. But then I thought about it. This imposter wanted their lives, so it seemed reasonable for Sui Jing to deal with her in advance. What? Sui Jing raised his eyes to look at Li Qimei. His eyes like smoke fell on her, without any actual touch. Just like a dragonfly touching water. It's nothing. At this moment, Li Qimei couldn't say anything even if she really had something to say. Not only her, but everyone still in the palace didn't know what to say or do for a moment. In this atmosphere, no matter what I do, it seems inappropriate. She's dead? Shi Xiangyuan clenched his hands tightly into fists, and his lips trembled slightly. Shi Xiangqi also. She really never thought that Shi Xiangqi would be possessed and die in front of her like this. Dead. Sui Jing understood what Shi Xiangyuan had not finished. Did you two separate in the middle of the mission? Sui Jing turned around and asked. Or was it before that? Sui Jing didn't say it explicitly. After all, there were so many people here. so it seemed inappropriate to say it. But Shi Yuan and she both knew it well. We were separated. Shi Yuan answered truthfully, but the time was very short. Basically, we were together the whole time. Even when she set the fire, she was observing Shi Xiangqi's condition the whole time. Well? Sui Jing pondered for a moment. Looked at Shi Yuan's somewhat embarrassed and uneasy expression. Thought about it, and comforted him. This matter has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he seemed to feel that something was a little inappropriate, and added, it should be. Shi Yuan's facial muscles twitched. And it didn't matter if he didn't say the remaining two words. It's obvious that he really doesn't know how to comfort people. What's going on? Li Qimei looked at Sui Jing and Shi Yuan in confusion. Still not knowing what they were talking about. Some little things, Sui Jing said, and squatted down next to Shi Xiangqi's body. Li Qimei blinked. I didn't plan to say it. What are you looking for? Ge Lilai saw Sui Jing's hands groping on the corpse. Most likely looking for something. Fragments, Sui Jing replied, pausing the moment his hand touched the imposter's heart. Suddenly, the corners of Sui Jing's thin lips curled up slightly. Found it. With a little force of her hand, she took out a blue fragment from the hem of the counterfeit's clothes. Stained with a green-purple viscous liquid, Sui Jing took out a delicate handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the liquid off the fragments, and revealed its original transparent and emerald green appearance. You found it now? Li Qimei couldn't believe it. Found another piece of debris in a short period of time? Sui Jing put the handkerchief that had been wiped with mucus on the edge of the incense altar and took out another fragment. After careful comparison, it was discovered that the two existing fragments could be pieced together perfectly. There's still a small gap left. Sui Jing squatted down and said with lowered eyes. Knowing that others might not know why she was so sure, she took the initiative to explain for once. Sui Jing placed the two fragments on the ground and touched the surface of the fragments with his slender fingers. You see, after they are put together, there is only about a piece of space left. It's true. Ge Lilai took a few steps forward and saw the pieces of the puzzle on the ground. What will these pieces become when put together? It looked weird and a little familiar. She couldn't guess what it was. Sui Jing picked up the fragments and placed them in the palm of his hand. He gently stroked the intricate and delicate lines on the fragments with his fingers. After a long while, he said, I'm not very interested in these things. But when these two pieces are put together, they look like part of the jade metal.